For example, short videos of evaluation can be used not only in pill refining furnaces, but also in others such as flying sword, weapons, cultivation technique, etc. There's also food. I heard that Elder Zheng dares to eat anything, so he can completely film the process of eating all kinds of messy spirit beast and spiritual planting and upload it to the Xianwang Tibetan Sutra Pavilion. There are other kinds. You can completely use your imagination. Chen casually talked about various types of short videos. All the people present were amazed. The various short video types mentioned by Chen, Heavenly Horse, are very interesting. For example, evaluation videos are very useful for cultivators. According to the evaluation video, you can easily know which flying sword spiritual chi consumes less, which one is faster, which pill furnace is easy to control, and which medicine pill has the best effect on the chi refining period. With the evaluation video, it will undoubtedly make them less detours. And the rest of the videos are just the sound of it, which makes people look forward to it. In just a few tens of seconds of video, you can learn all kinds of cultivation knowledge from it. This experience is interesting to think about. Chen looked at the expressions of everyone and said again. In short, the types of short videos you shoot are as comprehensive as possible and provide a learning template for the entire Immortal World cultivator. When Xinhuang's short videos are officially launched, a creator incentive plan will be launched simultaneously to attract more immortal practitioners to shoot and upload short videos. For short video applications to become popular, the number of short videos must be large enough. Just relying on a short video shot by a few sacred lands is not enough. It is necessary to mobilize the entire Immortal World cultivator. Just like the Douyin and Kuaishou apps of Blue Star in the previous life. Through various activities, guide the whole people to make videos. Although most of the videos are exceptionally boring, but as long as there are enough of them, there will always be a steady stream of excellent creators emerging to promote the prosperity of short video applications. Creator Incentive Program? Foreign Affairs Elder was puzzled by this incentive plan. Chen introduced, the so-called Creator Incentive Plan is to reward short video creators. Xinhuang's short video revenue mainly relies on advertising. When the short video of Xianwang is launched, I will give 1/10 of the income as a bonus for the incentive plan. The bonus is distributed monthly. The distribution is based on the number of short videos played, the completion rate, the number of likes, the number of favorites, and the number of comments. The more popular the short videos you post, the more spirit stones you can earn each month. You can earn spirit stones by posting videos so as to inspire the enthusiasm of cultivators to post short videos. 99. Hearing this, everyone present brightened up. Will you actually take out 1/10 of the profit of the Xianwang short video application as a reward? Then they took the lead in filming the video. Didn't they take the lead? Based on past experience. After the short video of Xianwang is released, it will definitely become popular. The advertising fee may be higher than Xianwang Weibo. In this case, 10% of the profit is by no means a small amount. Even the holy master of Yaoqi and Fairy Qingqing couldn't help but be moved at this moment. After planning to go back, let the disciples of Yaoqi Sacred Land take more videos. Although the benefits of Yaoqi Sacred Land are also good now, but if the disciples can earn more spirit stones and become stronger, it will also be of great benefit to the Jade Pool Sacred Land. But Fairy Allure thought deeper. Short video applications are also similar to Xianwang Weibo, relying on advertising revenue. In addition to the application homepage, the homepage advertisements, it should also give some advertising resources to the cultivators. Would it be easier for cultivators who do review videos to get advertising resources? After all, the evaluation video itself is to evaluate various products. If the major forces have commodities, they will advertise them. Find a cultivator who does a review video to advertise, and the advertising effect should be better. Therefore, the advertising fee for review videos may be higher. Also, those who publish teaching videos of the 6 techniques of immortality should also get relevant advertising resources more easily. For example, Dan Liu is looking for advertisements to teach pill refining knowledge. Flying Sword is looking for an advertisement for Edgeworth. Precise delivery more effective. The creators of cultivation short videos will definitely be welcomed by the advertising forces. As for the beauty category mentioned by Holy Master Tianyan, it is more suitable for some female-oriented vestments and magical item category advertisements. Therefore, different types of video uploaders can receive different types of advertisements and different advertisement values. After I go back this time, I should think about it carefully. For the disciples in Yaoqi Sacred Land, set a few video types that are more valuable and more likely to get advertising resources. This is not only to get incentive rewards. It is also more likely to earn a share of advertising fees. It's perfect. Yichen didn't know that Fairy Qingxing had thought so far. I already want to understand the effect of accurate advertising. If she knew, she would definitely admire Fairy Allure's business acumen. However, Wang Changchun, the elder of the refiner, asked at this moment, Holy Master, if you shoot various short teaching videos, does the function overlap with our Xianwang Cloud Classroom application? Will it affect the income of Xianwang Cloud Classroom? 35. This is indeed a problem. Yichen was about to answer. Fairy Qingqing spoke up. She shook her head gently and replied, I don't think so. After all, whether it is cultivation or the knowledge of the 6 skills of immortality, it needs to be learned step by step and systematically, and it cannot be achieved overnight. And the length of the short video is too short. The knowledge in it may be useful, but it is definitely not too much. It is basically impossible to learn only by short videos. On the contrary, after seeing an interesting video, cultivators will go to the Xianwang Cloud Classroom to learn related knowledge. So, short videos will not affect Xianwang Cloud Classroom's income, but will make Cloud Classroom's income even higher. Fairy Allure's remarks surprised all the elders. But when you think about it, it does make sense. Whether it is cultivation or the 6 skills of immortality, how can it be possible to learn a few short videos of dozens of seconds? After all, it is necessary to study systematically. And the refining elder Wang Changchun immediately licked it. Fairy Qingqing is as good as she was in the past, with both talent and beauty. As for Yi Chun, he couldn't help but look at Fairy Qingqing, revealing an astonishing gaze. Fairy Allure said what she wanted to say. The fragmented knowledge of short videos, when you watch it, you feel like you have learned something. But if it is not a system, it is useless after all. But when the brush is over, there will be a feeling of emptiness. The effect is extremely limited. If you want to really learn something, you still have to take online classes. Fairy Allure, just after listening to her introduction to the short video, she can gain a preliminary insight into the essence of the short video, which is indeed extraordinary. Thought here. Yichen looked at Fairy Allure with admiration. Fairy Allure said it well. Yichen didn't speak again. Look at the expressions of the crowd. Yichen knew that everyone present had already figured it out, so he didn't need to explain anymore. So smiled and said, Later, I will give you permission to upgrade the short video application in advance. Not only your PHS can be upgraded in advance. You can also enter other people's communication numbers to upgrade other people's PHS. But beware of the requirement for secrecy. After the upgrade, the editing function will have prompt instructions, and you can learn it by following the operation steps without worrying about it. Yichen said while giving everyone the permission to upgrade PHS in advance. It is convenient for them to shoot and upload short videos. The crowd complied. This time, the business is completely over. The elders all withdrew and left. They're digesting the content of this meeting and thinking about how to shoot short videos. Yi Chun, on the other hand, stood up leisurely from the holy seat. Invite the 2 of the Holy Master of Yaoqi to Inca Peak for tea. Naturally, the 2 women would not refuse. Wait for the 3 to be seated. The aroma of spirit tea floats up. Yi Chun looked at the faces of the 2 women who were somewhat similar, but had different styles, and said politely, The 2 fellow Taoists came here for some reason? If there is anything that needs my help from Tianyan Sacred Land, you are welcome. Whether it was Holy Master Yaoqi or Fairy Qingqing, they all stood by their side without hesitation during the recent chaos. What he has done has been recognized by Yi Chun, so if the other party encounters any trouble, Yi Chun will not hesitate to take action. Hearing Yi Chun's words, the jade hand under Holy Master Yaoqi's table immediately clenched, looking a little nervous. And Fairy Allure is not shy. Ask for flowers. Mei Mei looked at Yi Chun generously, and her mature voice sounded. I came here to ask fellow Taoist Yi if he intends to become a Tao companion with me. Yi Chun looked at the mature and beautiful Fairy Allure in front of him. He didn't expect the other party to come this time, and he actually wanted to become a Tao companion with him. This, even if Fairy Qingqing said that she had come to propose marriage for the Holy Master of Yaoqi, Yi Chun would not be surprised. But Fairy Allure proposed marriage for herself? It really exceeded Yi Chun's expectations. Yi Chun now understands a little why the Holy Master of Yaoqi came here 3 days ago. It turned out to be to help Fairy Allure find her own tone. Holy Master Yaoqi was uncharacteristically shy a few days ago, but now I can understand it. After all, if he really became with Fairy Qingqing, he would become the stepfather of Holy Master Yaoqi. It would be embarrassing to change anyone. Chen quickly calmed down and thought about how to refuse. Fairy Allure saw Chen's surprise and said gently, Yaoqi's Sacred Land and Tianyan Sacred Land are on good terms. If you and I become Tao companions, the relationship between the two sacred lands will be closer. Meanwhile, fellow Yi Daoist, you and I are both immortal practitioners in the immortality stage. If you become a Tao companion, you can discuss the Tao every day, support each other, and go further on the road to immortality. Besides, I am amazed at fellow Daoist Ye's talent and intelligence, and I would like to accompany fellow Daoist Yi in the future. That's why I want to become a Tao companion with fellow Daoist Yi. 0. Chen looked at Fairy Allure. Those water-like eyes were full of magnanimity. Chen pondered silently. It seemed that the father of the Holy Master Yaoqi had probably fallen. And Hehuan Square can be opened everywhere, which shows that the atmosphere of Immortal World is not conservative. It is normal for Fairy Allure to choose to remarry. As for Fairy Allure herself, she is indeed absolutely beautiful. The mature style is fascinating, and the perfect body is flawless. It is Chen's favorite type. But there was an ex-husband, and the children are so old. Forget it. So looking at Fairy Chen, Chen smiled and shook his head. I have already set a date for the big ceremony with Gu Yunyan and Gu Suner, and then they will become Tao companions, so I can only live up to the fairness. 35. Chen found a random reason and refused. When the originally nervous Holy Master Yaoqi heard the words, a flash of joy flashed in his eyes, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Chen noticed, guessing that the Holy Master Yaoqi does not want multiple stepfathers. As for Fairy Chen herself, she was a little stunned after being rejected. Chen and Gu Yunyan and Gu Suner are going to make a big gift. Everyone knows about the whole Immortal World. But Chen used this reason to reject himself, obviously rejecting himself in disguise, unwilling to become a Tao companion with him. However, although she was surprised that she was rejected, she still smiled. Since this is the case, then I am abrupt. Fairy Allure has an airy personality, so the atmosphere after that was not embarrassing because of it. Chen communicated with Fairy Allure about the shooting mode of short videos. The more they communicated, the more Chen marveled at Fairy Allure's quick thinking. A lot of business essential issues a little bit through. It can even provide some localization suggestions for Chen. It can be said to be both talented. Such a woman, even if she doesn't have the Allure's face, is extraordinarily attractive. Unfortunately, I have an ex-husband. After a few hours, Fairy Chen took the Holy Master of Yaoqi and left. Chen sent the two to the gate of Sacred Land. The Holy Master of Yaoqi was extremely happy. She thought that Chen was in love with herself, so she rejected Fairy Allure. Therefore, the mother is beautiful, but not as good as yourself. Before the two girls left, Chen finally couldn't help his curiosity and asked, Fairy Chen, take the liberty to ask, who is the biological father of Holy Master Yaoqi? After all, a person who can be favored by a woman like Fairy Chen must not be an unknown person, but I have never heard of it, which really makes me curious. Hearing this, Fairy Chen was stunned for a moment. Immediately, a smile appeared on the stunned face. As smart as she was, at this moment, she faintly guessed the reason why Chen refused to own. And the Holy Master of Yaoqi is not stupid. Also understood instantly. Chen doesn't know the inheritance method of Yaoqi. She finally let go of her heart and suddenly raised it again. For Chen's question, Fairy Allure was stunned for a while. She looked at Chen with beautiful eyes, and there was a naughty smile on her mature and beautiful face. And she said with a sigh of relief, guess what? 99. Chen, Altmishaltanja. Master didn't say anything. Fairy Allure didn't say anything. Could it be that Fairy Allure's ex-husband is really a remarkable character? After sending away Fairy Chen and the Holy Master of Yaoqi, who was a little lost, Chen turned around and flew directly to Refiner Peak. Because of Chen's curiosity, it was really brought up. Others don't know, but the elder Wang Changchun, who has been a licking dog behind Fairy Allure for so many years, must know. And when Chen came to Refiner Peak, Wang, 280 Changchun, the master of refining item peak, is gathering the deacon and disciples of the whole peak. Ordered the task of shooting a short video. Zhang Xian, Cheng Yuru, you two are the leaders of this generation in Sacred Land, so you two are responsible for shooting short videos about the knowledge and skills of forging. At least shoot 200 short videos for me. There are also short videos for identifying the difference between the refining materials, evaluating the quality of the materials, and the conflict between different materials. 39. The disciples deliberately shoot different short videos according to the direction they are good at. At the same time, you can also shoot evaluation videos to evaluate the quality and quality of various flying swords, weapons, and magic treasures. This matter is from the experienced elders, and the Refining Summit provides funds to purchase various evaluation magic treasures. Everything about the refining tool can be shot and edited into a short video. In short, we must shoot at least 100,000 short videos before the new application goes live. Listen to the task instructed by Wang Changchun Elder. The expressions of Deacon and his disciples were eager to try. Shooting a short video sounds like a lot of fun. Moreover, this is a new application of the Lord. As disciples, they must support. However, how to shoot a short video? While everyone was thinking about it, Wang Changchun announced another good news. At the same time, shooting short videos is not a waste of effort. You can earn spirit stones. The Holy Lord has launched an incentive plan for the new app. As long as you shoot a short video, and the short video reaches a certain number of views and likes, you can get a lot of spirit stones every month. 95. And that's just a small head. 35. Those cultivators who have many followers on Xinhuang's Weibo can receive advertisements, move hundreds of Weibo, and spend thousands of dollars in advertising fees for spirit stones. 5. And the new app launched by the Holy Master can also receive advertisements. You can shoot video in advance, which is equivalent to taking the lead in advance. You should know how big the advantage is, so you need to be more attentive when shooting short videos. If you are good enough, you can easily earn a lot of resources, and the future will be smooth. When the Foreign Affairs elder's voice fell again, all the disciples cheered. Although Sacred Land benefits are good, but who would mind owning spirit stones for more? After all, the Ming Wangzi market has now opened, and they can already buy Ming Wangzi's high-end magic treasures, medicine pill, formation through Xianwang Taba. Spirit stones simply don't cost enough. Immediately, after the Foreign Affairs elder issued the update authority to everyone, a group of disciples gathered together in twos and threes, discussing how to edit the video and how to make the short video more attractive. And this scene also appeared on the peaks of Tianyan Sacred Land. It was very lively for a while. After all, the lessons learned from Xianwang's Sutra Pavilion are there. Those cultivators and forces who uploaded the cultivation technique in advance made a lot of money. Now the new application is another opportunity. They are naturally enthusiastic. Chen stood in the cloud watching this scene, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It is believed that the disciples of the Yaoqi Sacred Land will have such enthusiasm for shooting when the fairies of Qingqing and the two return to the Yaoqi Sacred Land. After that, I will inform Gu Yinyan's ancient clan, Yin Bailu's Sword Sect of Heaven. Let them also shoot a lot of short videos. Absolutely no problem. Wait until all the disciples disperse. Chen came to Refining Item Peak in a fluttering way. Wang Changchun and the elders of Refining Peak saw Chen and immediately saluted. Holy Lord, why are you here? I have already ordered the task of shooting a short video. 35. Wang Changchun hurriedly spoke. Chen smiled slightly and waved his hand. I see. You did a good job. I'm here to ask you. Do you know with whom Fairy Qingqing became a Tao companion and gave birth to the Holy Master of Yaoqi? Wang Changchun heard the words. It also showed the same expressions as Shizuan, Fairy Qingqing, and others when they heard this question. They were astonished. Holy Lord, you don't know? 35. Wang Changchun opened his mouth with confusion. Ye Chen Frunet. Why does it seem like everyone should know about this, but only I don't? Wang Changchun saw that Chen really didn't know, and after thinking about it, he also understood. It has only been 30 years since the Holy Master entered the Immortal World, and basically they live in Sacred Land and don't go out very much. For many things do not know is the whole field. So Wang Changchun explained with a smile. Holy Master, the Holy Master of Yaoqi was born to Fairy Qingqing, but Fairy Qingqing has never been a Tao companion. 5. 2.1. But Chen was even more confused when he heard the words. There are children, but not even a name. Why is this treatment similar to some of the mistresses who were taken care of in previous lives? And with the status of Fairy Allure, what level of cultivator does she have to be so humble? I'm afraid that at least you have to practice virtual late stage, right? Fairy Qingqing ran to Ming Wangzi to practice, and it was estimated that the man was the power of Ming Wangzi. And Wang Changchun, knowing this kind of thing, still never forgets Fairy Qingqing. It is also outrageous to receive such a degree. It's no wonder that they didn't say anything when asked Master or Fairy Qingqing. No one wants to say this. Yi Chen is making up his mind. Wang Changchun continued to speak. Yi Chen was still surprised by the big melon he ate. Wang Changchun then said, "The reason for this is because of the cultivation technique of Yaoqi Sacred Land. It is said that the founder of the Yaoqi Sacred Land, Zhuangmu, passed down the immortal method before the fall. This method can only be cultivated by the contemporary holy master of Yaoqi. Gave birth to a baby girl for 10 years. 5. This is also the duty of the holy masters of Yaoqi of each generation. After breaking through the gods, they must give birth to children. 35. Moreover, the position of the holy master of the sacred land of Yaoqi has always been in the same line, and only the baby girl born through the fairy method is eligible to be integrated. That's why the holy masters of Yaoqi Sacred Land have never intermarried with outsiders. Fairy Qingsheng is like this. After she gave birth to the holy master of Yaoqi in the late stage of Shenhua, she went to Ming Wangzu to experience. Listen to Wang Changchun's description. Yi Chen was shocked. Can it still be so? Nurturing the next generation through the cultivation technique? This is really outrageous. Even if this is the immortal world, Yi Chen is still a little unacceptable. It's so illogical after all. Equivalent to each generation of the Jade Pawn Master. The genes of the previous generation of the Jade Pawn Master 25 are exactly the same. It's not like inheritance at all. Instead, it's like reincarnation. How can there be such a cultivation technique in the world? Why did the Queen Mother of the West set such rules for Yaoqi Sacred Land? Yi Chen felt that there must be something hidden in it. However, since it is the reason for cultivation technique, then Yi Chen also understood why Elder Wang Changchun still kept thinking about it even when he knew that Fairy Allure had children. No Tao companion, but had children. The attributes of this perfect wife are simply incredible. What kind of man would not be moved? It's really interesting that there is such a magical cultivation technique in Immortal World. Yi Chen nodded in admiration. The confusion in his heart was finally resolved. The elder Wang Changchun also sighed. Yes, I think the reason why Fairy Qingsheng has always refused me thousands of miles away is because of the rules. Even if she has stepped down as the holy master of Yaoqi, she is not willing to violate the ancestral instructions. I am so good to her. How could she not be moved? It's a pity that good fortune fools people. Looking at Wang Changchun's melancholy appearance, Yi Chen couldn't bear to tell him that the goddess in your eyes just wanted to be my Tao companion. But even if he knew the whole story at this moment, Yi Chen didn't regret rejecting Fairy Allure before. After all, in terms of Yi Chen's current strength and status, it is not difficult for Yi Chen to be a more noble female cultivator than Fairy Qingsheng. Yi Chen took a photo of Wang Changchun, who was still sighing with good fortune but couldn't get married, and told him to be optimistic about shooting short videos. Then left leisurely. Yi Chen will then notify the Ancient Clan, the Heavenly Sword Sect, and other forces that are close to him. The Ancients are a big family of refining tools. You can make short videos of Refiner Realm. The Sword Sect of Heaven is the sacred land of Kendo in Ming Wangzu, which can shoot short videos of Kendo. After the task of shooting a short video by Yi Chen, the leader of each peak, was issued. The short video application of Xianwang instantly became the focus of discussion among the disciples in Tianyan Sacred Land. In addition to discussing the new application itself, the benefits of shooting short videos also made everyone excited. Every time the new application launched by the Holy Master can be popular in the entire Immortal World, and this short video from Xianwang is no exception. I heard that Yaoqi Sacred Land is also shooting short videos. Isn't it more fun than watching selfies on Weibo? The updated Xianwang photo stone is really interesting. It's incredible that you can use your mind to intercept video clips and reassemble the clips. I recorded a scene of myself hunting demonic beasts some time ago. I just edited it and sent it to the new app. There will definitely be a lot of people watching. I decided to shoot a short video on pill refining, explain pill refining while recording the key content, and with my strength, the short video I shoot will definitely be regarded as a Bible by beginners. 35. Anyone to cooperate? I'm good at hunting demonic beasts, but I don't have time to shoot. So find a cooperative cultivator who is responsible for shooting and editing short videos, and we will earn half points for spirit stones later. I'm not good at pill refining, and I'm not good at refining. What should I shoot? I think we can shoot a short video of Sacred Land life, introducing our Tibetan scripture pavilion, our Yinwu Hall, our Wushu Hall, and the major peaks, including our welfare and so on. Those cultivators outside the world are very important to us. Yin Sacred Land is extremely curious, and shooting such a short video will definitely attract many people to watch. Senior brother is right. Just do it. 6,695. I have to say that the disciples of Tianyan Sacred Land are all geniuses. The ability to comprehend is astonishing. It's just a day in the world, and those disciples who are interested in short videos have found their own shooting directions. Danfeng in Tianyan Sacred Land. All Danfengs are overcrowded. Next to the disciples of pill refining, there is a fairy net photo stone flying. Some were filmed by another disciple. After all, some difficult medicine pills require full attention and cannot be distracted. Ask someone else to shoot more securely. And at refining equipment peak, it was the same scene. During the refining process, some disciples were distracted by 280 speaking, which caused the refining to fail. However, they later learned that they could shoot the video first and then dub it later. The success rate is back to the previous level. And everywhere else, Immortal Net photo stones are flying around, and there are countless disciples who shoot short videos. In the mission hall, there are disciples who take missions while taking videos to explain the process of accepting missions in Tianyan Sacred Land. Lingji Peak. A disciple took a picture of the Immortal Net and introduced various rare spiritual plants, identification, and cultivation methods. There are also disciples who introduce the domestication method of the strange spirit beast. There are even disciples who shoot the scenery of Tianyan Sacred Land, and even the sunset. In short, under the enthusiasm of the disciples of Tianyan Sacred Land. Only in the evening of the second day. In the video library of Xianwang short videos, there are nearly 100,000 short videos. And it's not just videos shot by Tianyan Sacred Land disciples. Yaoqi Sacred Land. Ancient. A lot of videos shot by the Heavenly Sword sect and other forces have also been uploaded. And these pre-updated applications are fully functional. In addition, Chen intends to test the accuracy of the new version of the big data push function in advance. So, these disciples of the major forces, who have been updated in advance, have already started the first short video of the Immortal World. Cultivators who can participate in the internal beta test of the app in advance. Not only the disciples, but also the deacon and elders of all forces are looking forward to the Xianwang short video application. Now that it can finally be used throughout the field, naturally there will be no hesitation. Zhang Mingxian. He is a disciple of Tianyan Sacred Land Refinement Peak. After figuring out how to shoot videos, I shot 3 short videos about the refining tool in one day. After all, even Sacred Land disciples are not immune to the chance of earning spirit stones. But he also saw the rules. Only videos with the minimum number of views, completion rate, and likes are eligible to receive spirit stones in the incentive plan every month. If the video you shoot is uninteresting, no one cares. Or just skip it when someone sees it. Failed to meet minimum requirements. Even if you shoot more short videos, you will not be able to get 1 spirit stones. So after learning that the function of refreshing video in the new application is open, Zhang Mingxian sat down with lotus position without hesitation and opened the new application. It's different from the empty home page that opened the app before. This time, open the short video of Xianwang. The first thing that comes to mind is a video. This is a video taken by the Elder of Refining Peak to teach the knowledge of refining. In the video, the Elder of Xianfeng Daogu is manipulating the earth fire. He is skillful and skilled, and his every move is natural. And in the moment of manipulation, Elder said at the same time, the refiner controls the fire first. This is the basic skill of refining. And there are thousands of earth fires in the world, but all changes remain the same. If you want to control fire perfectly, there are no more than 3 points: eyes, heart, and spirit. Elder's words are thought-provoking. Combined with Elder's actions, it is fascinating. In an instant, Zhang Mingxian, who loves refining tools, was deeply attracted. As expected of an Elder, it is the most basic fire control, with so many doorways. Let yourself benefit a lot, and benefit a lot. However, the video is fleeting. It ended in just a few dozen seconds, making Zhang Mingxian feel a little disappointed for a moment, feeling dissatisfied and wanting to continue to brush down. This new app is really amazing. The first video I was most interested in was the refiner. Zhang Mingxian was filled with emotion. Also at this moment, a prompt box pops up in the short video of Xianwang. This video has ended. Do you want to set the next video to automatically play after the previous video is finished? When Zhang Mingxian heard the words, he immediately nodded. Naturally, watch the next video. It can be played automatically, which is very convenient. When Zhang Mingxian clicked OK, the prompt pops up again. The automatic playback mode has been set for you. If you want to change the playback settings, you can choose it yourself on the settings page. 35. At the same time, in the lower right corner of the video, there are 4 options. Favorite, like, follow, and dislike. Click favorite to save your favorite short videos and watch them on the favorites interface in the future. 35. Click like to praise the video, and the app will push more videos of this type to your homepage. Click follow to follow the creator of the short video, and after the other party updates the short video, you will be able to see it for the first time. Click dislike. It means you don't like this type of video. This app will reduce the push of this type of video to your homepage. Look at the introduction. Zhang Mingxuan's eyes suddenly lit up. These functions are extremely useful. After all, the video is too short, and some knowledge in the video may require more thinking. It is perfect to be able to collect and read at any time. And a like means that you like this video, and you can see more videos of the same type in the future. For Zhang Mingxian, who likes qi refining, this is something he can't ask for. As for following, it is also a very useful function. You can pay attention to the power of those refining machines. The videos they publish are sure to benefit them a lot. As for not liking this option, it's also useful. For example, I am not interested in pill refining, and if I always watch this type of video, I will definitely be unhappy. If you are not interested, you will no longer be able to view videos of pill refining type. Can save a lot of own time. Zhang Mingxian is very satisfied with the functions of the new application. It is indeed a new application developed by the Holy Master, and it is really surprising. Zhang Mingxian immediately ordered a set of 3 series for Elder's video. The next video starts playing automatically. This time, Zhang Mingxian was completely immersed in the joy of brushing short videos. Most of the videos that I brush next are my favorite refining videos, but occasionally there will be a few videos that I don't like. But after Zhang Mingxian clicked dislike, he never saw similar videos again. At the same time, Zhang Mingxian also brushed up a lot of videos shot by female disciples of Tianyan Sacred Land. Some are female nuns practicing Qigong. There are also female nuns in Edgeworth. There are flowers dancing and singing. Zhang Mingxian, who loves refining tools, doesn't like these videos in his heart. But the brain came uncontrollably. After waiting, the swiping video is basically a refining video, and a female nun video takes turns. And Zhang Mingxian was completely immersed in it. After finishing a short video of Yaoqi female disciple Yu Jianhenkong, Zhang Mingxian glanced at the sky outside and was stunned for a while. What happened? Why is the moon about to go down? When I first opened the app, didn't it just get dark? Why did you take so long to brush? Why don't you feel anything at all? This short video is too magical to brush. It's like eating my own time. At this moment, Zhang Mingxian, with great will, ended his behavior of continuing to browse short videos. Instead, the own background is opened. In the background, under the own username, the number of people you follow is displayed. In one night, I followed more than 200 short video creators. On one side, own fans are displayed, but there are only a pitiful 10. In other words, for a whole night after watching a short video of myself, I followed my own audience, and there were only 10. This is too sad. Zhang Mingxian was a little worried for a while. After all, he still wants to make a lot of spirit stones by shooting short videos to refine more top-level magical items. He immediately clicked on the creation page. It contains the detailed data of the short videos uploaded by them, and the data is even more appalling. Completion rate, 3 out of 10,000. Total likes, 69. Total favorites, 7. This is too miserable. It's simply not up to the requirement to get a share of the incentive plan spirit stones money. Moreover, the completion rate is low and the number of likes is low, which will cause the weight to become lower and the push given by the system to decrease. It will only get worse. Zhang Mingxian frowned and thought. Watch your own videos and compare your favorite videos to your favorites. He soon discovered the reason for his poor performance in short videos. In other people's short videos, they all point to the topic at the beginning and say the main point. The own short video is a bit cloudy, and most of the videos have not had any questions in the past. And other people's short videos are very stable. But the short video I shot myself occasionally shakes because of distraction. There are some other minor issues, and these are the reasons for their poor grades. After thinking about it, Zhang Mingxian was not discouraged at all. After all, it's still in the testing phase. Now that the problem is found, there is still time to correct it. Just solve the problems you find yourself. The video that follows. The results will certainly not be so bleak again. Looking at the sky that is already exposed fish belly white, Zhang Mingxian shook his head and was not in a hurry to improve the shooting of short videos. Instead, I plan to go to the dining hall, eat breakfast, and see how the videos created by the brothers and sisters are doing, and discuss it later. And when Zhang Mingxian arrived at the Sacred Land dining hall, the dining hall was already overcrowded. Compared with the past, the number of people is at least several times larger. Some of the disciples with a low cultivation base had a sullen look on their faces. Obviously, most of these brothers and sisters are like themselves, and they have been watching short videos all night. But even so, the faces of these disciples still couldn't hide their excitement. This new app is too magical. I just felt that it was not long after I opened the short video app, but it was morning when I looked up, and I couldn't feel the passage of time at all. But browsing the short video app does feel 130 interesting. Most of the videos give me a feeling of unfinished business. Luo. The most powerful thing is the like function. As long as you like the video you like, most of the videos you follow are of this type, and the videos you don't like will appear less and less. So that's the way it is. I said how I scrolled to the end, and all the videos of Yaoqi female cultivators appeared. It turned out to be because I only like them. Although this short video application is unexpectedly time-consuming, it is indeed useful. I have watched a lot of short videos of pill refining and learned a lot of skills that I didn't notice on weekdays. I have saved them all and will try them in a while. The disciples of Tianyan Sacred Land gathered together in twos and threes, discussing with rapturous expressions. For the short video application being tested, the evaluation is quite high. And at the same time, many disciples who filmed short videos also got together and discussed their own shortcomings based on their achievements. Zhang Mingxian also joined in. Hearing everyone talking about the achievements of each other's short videos, I immediately felt relieved. The short videos posted by everyone have very general data. Knowing that he was not the only one, Zhang Mingxian was relieved. Then I will discuss with you how to make your short videos more popular. After all, everyone has already experienced the appeal of new applications. After the official launch, it may be even more lively than Xianwang Weibo. Explosion is inevitable. If the short video released is good enough, it can have a large number of fans. The income received from advertising is absolutely ridiculously high. This is a good opportunity. They got the upper hand. If you can't grasp it, it is simply a waste of time. Today's repairing Immortal World has long been different from what it used to be. In the past, even sect disciples who wanted to earn spirit stones had to hunt demonic beasts and go out to do various quests. Basically, it's all about power. But now it's different. The ways to earn spirit stones have become more diverse. Make the entire Immortal World more hopeful. And the disciples discussed how to make a good short video of this scene. Not just in Tianyan Sacred Land. Alpha. The same is true among the Yaoqi Sacred Land, the Ancient Clan, the Heavenly Sword Sect, and other forces that have obtained the qualification for the advanced test. Basically, all the disciples are in full swing discussing the new application. It can be seen how attractive the Xianwang short video app has brought them. And in the forbidden area of Tianyan Sacred Land, Chen looked at the background test data of Xianwang's short video with a satisfied smile on his face. The average daily usage time of Xianwang short video test users has reached a full 1.5 hours. It can be seen how great the attraction to the cultivators is. Most importantly, pass the test ahead of time. It allows video creators to find out their own deficiencies in advance based on their own video performance and check for omissions. In the coming days, create more better and more attractive short videos so that the short video of Xianwang is officially released. Have more high-quality short videos. Attract more users. In short, through this internal test, Chen knew that Xianwang's short video was stable. Just wait until the video stock is enough. It's officially online. Chen smiled with satisfaction, retracted his mind, and continued to study the 9 secrets he had obtained. When the ancient people notified before shooting a short video, Gu Yunyun and Gu Suner said that they would come to see themselves in a few days. Long time no see. Naturally to be lingering. At that time, there will definitely be no time for cultivation. As time flows, the expansion of Tianyan Sacred Land in Mingwang Prefecture is getting faster and faster. Tianyan Pavilion opened one by one, covering nearly half of the immortal city of Mingwang Prefecture at an extremely fast speed. With the production authorization of PHS and Xianwang Photostone, there are more and more forces. All kinds of PHS emerged on the market one after another, reducing the difficulty of purchasing immortal cultivators in Mingwang Prefecture step by step. The total sales volume of PHS in Mingwangzhou has now reached the terrifying figure of 5 billion, and it is increasing rapidly at the rate of tens of millions per day. Today, The number of users in Ming Wangzhou has reached 5 times that of Dianzhou cultivators. So many users poured into Xianwang. Naturally, the major applications have become extremely lively. As time flows, offline services such as express delivery and money saving have also been gradually covered in Ming Wangzhou. Today, most of the immortal cultivators in the immortal city of Mingwang Prefecture have been able to enjoy the convenience of online shopping. And the local forces in Ming Wangzhou have also opened online stores in Xianwang Taobao. The most important thing is that the cultivators in Ming Wangzhou are not only able to shop in local online stores. You can also buy products from Yinzhou's online store. Just pay an interstate courier fee. Although the commodities of Great Yinzhou are inferior to Ming Wangzhou in many aspects, they are better at low prices. And there are many specialties that are not available in Ming Wangzhou. Therefore, it is favored by some rogue cultivators in Mingwang Prefecture, or immortal cultivators who are not rich enough. And the cultivators in Dianzhou can also buy goods from Ming Wangzhou online. This brought great convenience to the cultivators of the two states. If you have any needs on the way to immortality, you can easily find them on the internet and place an order to buy them. If you buy Honshu products, you can harvest them the next day or the third day. For cross-state shopping, it only takes up to 4 to 5 days to receive the goods in Immortal Cave. Extremely convenient. In Xianwang Auction House, it also brought an earth-shaking blow to the prosperous offline auction industry in Ming Wangzhou. The Ming Wangzhou immortal cultivator who came into contact with the Xianwang Auction House for the first time was surprised to find out. Compared with the past to inquire about news, you have to rush to various places to participate in auctions in order to auction the treasures you need. This Xianwang Auction House is simply too convenient. Just open the Xianwang Auction House app. You can easily search for all the treasures you need. You can place an order at Immortal Cave. As long as the auction is successful, it will be sent to own in 3 days at most. Simply perfect. And most importantly, there is no risk of being deceived or of personal safety. The previous offline auctions were mixed. Some organizers colluded with outsiders. Either they exaggerate the merits of the treasures and conceal the flaws of the treasures to deceive them. Wait for the cultivator to auction off the treasure. Found out of stock, but only want to cry without tears. Some small auction houses, and even a shot to change a place. Not bad. But the most terrifying thing is that the auction house is black and black. You bid for the treasure at a high price. As a result, as soon as he left the auction house, he was under the influence of the auction house. Robbery is easy. Some even cost your life. There are other cultivators who participated in the auction. Maybe the Devil Dao cultivator is hidden. He didn't plan to pay for the auction at all, but planned to kill people for treasure. Therefore, in repairing Immortal World, participating in auctions has always been a high-risk project. But for the sake of immortality, it is unavoidable. The Xianwang Auction House is completely different. Each auction item was personally appraised by the elder of Tianyan Sacred Land and the hired appraiser. All presentations are extremely accurate. Do not exaggerate the advantages of treasures, nor conceal the shortcomings of treasures. All information at a glance. In this case, the auction does not have any risk of being scammed. Moreover, the treasures are delivered in confidential packaging, and outsiders have no way of knowing who auctioned the treasures. There is no risk. The most important is, you can easily search all the treasures of the 2 continents and find the items you need. No more rushing around. Very convenient. And those cultivators holding treasures in their hands also abandoned the offline auction house without hesitation and sent their treasures to Tianyan Pavilion. Put it on the Xianwang Auction House to bid, because it can be sold for a higher price. Who will refuse? In this situation, the offline auction house in Ming Wangzhou, like the auction house in Great Yinzhou at the beginning, collapsed one after another. The major forces have lost a large source of wealth, and their faces are not good-looking. If other forces dare to grab business like this, retaliation is bound to happen. But that was Tianyan Sacred Land. Thinking of the invincible posture of Holy Master Tianyan, the crowd was terrified. In particular, Holy Master Tianyan was decisive in killing. The first time he stepped into Ming Wangzhou, it was a bloody storm. The top power in the middle stage of the 3 statues of refining virtual has fallen, which is still fresh in the memory. No one dares to do it. He could only bow his head and grit his teeth. Other applications of PHS. They also caused quite a stir in Ming Wangzhou. The changes are profound. The lively Xianwang Weibo. With the influx of billions of Ming Wangzhou immortal cultivators, it became even more lively. Now it is the most discussed on Xianwang Weibo. It was still Yi Chen's beheading of the 3 refining void powers, forcing the 7 killing Xingjuan to bow his head. The cultivators in Ming Wangzhou all inquired about Yi Chen on Xianwang Weibo. After learning about Yi Chen's incredible past, he was amazed. This is the real genius. Look at the history of Ming Wangzhou. Even in the ancient immortals, there has never been such a dazzling figure. Except for the hot search related to Yi Chen. The most lively discussion on Xianwang Weibo is undoubtedly the application of Xianwang Sanjing Pavilion. We can even say Xianwang Tibetan Sutra Pavilion is the one that has the greatest impact on the entire immortal world among all the applications of PHS. It seems that Xianwang Tibetan Sutra Pavilion just uploaded the cultivation technique online, abandoned the original Jade Slip book record mode. As for flowers, 0. Not so. The most important thing is to break the long-standing monopoly of cultivation technique by cultivators. Everyone can practice, and everyone can choose the most suitable for their own cultivation technique. This is a huge benefit for any immortal cultivator. With the launch of the Xianwang Sutra Pavilion so far, more and more cultivators are modifying the cultivation technique. The overall strength of the immortal cultivator has risen a lot. This change is obvious, but the immortal world's influence on the immortal world is far more than that. Its greatest benefit. It was the first time that the copyright system for repairing immortal world was proposed, although not explicitly stated. However, the sharing model of Xianwang Tibetan Sutra Pavilion is really showing the benefits of copyright. Immortal cultivators who use the transfer power method can get a share. This is copyright. And those cultivators who improve cultivation technique, spells, pill recipes, formations. It can also be divided into Xianwang Tibetan Sutra Pavilion. This is the biggest withdrawal of copyright. And that brings benefits. It is to let many cultivators have greater motivation to develop and improve the cultivation technique pill recipe. Before, most cultivators have no such thoughts at all. After all, improving cultivation technique, pill recipe, etc. is not an easy thing. A lot of effort is required. It will affect earning spirit stones, which will affect Shinto. This effort can improve the efficiency of cultivation technique, or improve the efficacy of medicine pill. It is better to cultivate more, refine a few more medicine pills, and earn more spirit stones. But now it's different. Improve cultivation technique, pile recipe, formation, etc. It can be uploaded to the Xianwang Tibetan Sutra Pavilion. Just past the review. You can earn spirit stones continuously. This makes many cultivators who like to stay in the immortal cave and study cultivation technique and pill recipe ecstatic. With Xianwang Sanjing Pavilion, they can study cultivation technique with peace of mind. Never worry about resources again. This is perfect. So, during the period after the launch of Xianwang Sutra Pavilion, the cultivation technique, pill recipe, formation, etc. of the whole repair immortal world have ushered in earth-shaking changes. Whether it is the conversion efficiency of spiritual qi or the efficacy of medicine pill, the effective formation has been greatly improved. It can be said, cultivation of immortal civilization in immortal world. In this short period of more than half a year, the progress has been greater than the sum of the previous 1,000 years. How far the future will develop, no one can imagine. And all of this is due to the Xianwang Sutra Collection Pavilion. Later, countless cultivators have also called the 100 years after the launch of the Xianwang Sutra Pavilion as the Golden Age. However, except for a few visionary powers who can see the changes in immortal world, most cultivators haven't noticed yet. Repair Immortal World has entered a Golden Age because Tianyan Sacred Land authorized Tianyan PHS. The wave of phone replacements brought about by various PHS has also made many immortal cultivators discuss with great interest in Xianwang Weibo. Hard Equipment Sect is worthy of being the sacred land of refining equipment, and it is the first to create a 3-in-1 small spiritual mastery, which is perfect. The Star PHS launched by Northern Dipper Sacred Land is also good. It is made of star stone and can be used to cleanse the body by attracting star power. 35. Star PHS is just a top-grade magical item, but the price of the treasure sold is close to 100 times the premium, which is a proper 133 IQ tax. I think the PHS produced by White Tiger is the most affordable. In the words of Yenzhou, it is full of cost-effectiveness. 99. In terms of cost-effectiveness, the White Tiger sect is far behind. Our Xiaomi will soon launch a 3-in-1 PHS that combines storage, communication, and shooting with the most cost-effective, and it still uses DePi mining. The storage spirit stones, such a thing only sells a mid-grade spirit stones. You say it is worth it? I'm going, this Xiaomi PHS is so worth it? The price of the 3-in-1 is so cheap. When and where can I buy it? I'm the owner of the Xiaomi faction. Our Xiaomi PHS will be officially listed in a week, but we don't have an offline store but sell it in an online store. Because we are a small sector and the output is not high, everyone should make an appointment in advance to snap up. 66.99. Netizens were talking. There will even be scolding due to PHS products produced by different forces. It's also rare. And today, a message was searched on Immortal's Weibo. It is a genius of Tianyan Sacred Land. When posting the news, a friend left a message below, asking him if he wanted to explore a secret realm that just came out. As a result, The person replied that he was experimenting with a new application of PHS and had no time, although the reply was quickly deleted. However, this news was captured by many immortal cultivators, and the topic fermented in an instant, and it became a hot search. The disciples of Tianyan Sacred Land are actually experimenting with new applications? Is it possible that there is a new application to be released? Immediately, countless cultivators ran to the Weibo of Tianyan Sacred Land disciples to inquire. But no one replied. But the more so, the more likely it is to be true. After all, if there are no new applications, it would be good to say that there are no new applications. It is precisely because there may be new applications that it is necessary to cover up. Then, the immortal cultivators in Great Yinzhou were extremely excited. There's even already speculation about what the new app will be. Very lively. However, most of the immortal cultivators in Mingwangzhou who only use PHS did not believe that there would be new applications. Because, in their opinion, the applications in this PHS are already extremely rich. It can even be said to be omnipotent. They just can't think of any new applications? And the Dianzhou immortal cultivators couldn't guess it. But every new application launched by Holy Master Tianyan can bring them surprises. This new application will certainly not disappoint. And there is no impervious wall in the world. As the time goes, there are more and more news that Tianyan Sacred Land may launch a new application. There are rumors that when Yaoqi female disciples chatted with others, it was revealed that Yaoqi Sacred Land had used a new application. And in Mingwangzhou, some people saw the sword cultivator Yujian of the Heavenly Sword sect flying handsomely, with a fairy net photo stone flying beside him, as if he was shooting something. But some acquaintances asked, but couldn't ask anything. But when Xianwang Tibetan Sutra Pavilion was released before, the Kangjianzong updated the application in advance and uploaded the cultivation technique. Most likely this time. Then, under various news, the buzz about new apps is getting better. More and more immortal cultivators, who were originally skeptical, also showed anticipation. Hard to do. Is it really going to be announced by the new app? The new application of Tianyan Sacred Land. What will it be this time? Under this heat, many immortal cultivators in Mingwangzhou who had not purchased PHS before also seized the time to buy it. On the contrary, the sales of PHS in Mingwangzhou once again ushered in a surge. In Forbidden Land, Chen lotus position sat above the void, and the divine light flowed from top to bottom. Xuani's divine runes continued to emerge and disappear. Terrifying. When Chen slowly finished work, a long white breath came out of his mouth. Since accompanying Gu Yunyun and Gu Suner for a few days, after the two left, Chen entered the forbidden area and started closed-door training. Chen's unfathomable strength comes from the perfect breakthrough all the way. The 9 secrets are even more essential. In this closed-door training, Chen has a much deeper understanding of the 9 secrets he has mastered, especially the word secret. Today's Chen 5.0 can recover in the blink of an eye even if half of his body is destroyed. Life-saving ability greatly increased. If we go a step further and cultivate to the point where only a drop of blood can be reborn, that is perfect. Chen stood up and stretched his body. At the same time, Divine Sense glanced at PHS, looked at the time, and then smiled. I've been closed-door training for 3 months. In 3 months, I believe it is enough for the Xianwang short video application to save enough videos. The short video of Xianwang can be officially launched. Immediately, Chen got up leisurely, used PHS to summon Elder, leave the forbidden area, and fly towards the Great Hall of the sect. In the sect leader Great Hall, when Chen arrived, the elders had already arrived. After Chen arrived, all the elders saluted immediately. On the other hand, Chen sat on the holy throne and glanced at the elders with a smile on his face. With Chen's current cultivation base, it's easy to see everyone's progress at a glance. 3 months later, all the elders have increased their spirits and spirits. A few elders even faintly see the likeness of a breakthrough. Obviously, most of them are the credits of Xianwang's Sutra Pavilion. After all, as the elder of Tianyan Sacred Land, he has special privileges. They can all practice the cultivation technique of the entire Xianwang Tibetan Sutra Pavilion. This is a great deed for any immortal cultivator. Chen was quite satisfied with this. After all, his breakthrough speed is fast. The immortal ascension is uncertain when. At that time, it would be best to bring the entire sacred land into the immortal world if he could ascend. But most likely not. Therefore, the stronger the strength of Tianyan Sacred Land 07, the better. In this way, after he leaves in the future, Tianyan Sacred Land can also keep this interest. What do you elders have to report? Chen opened his mouth with a light smile. Hearing this, the Foreign Affairs Elder immediately stood up. The Foreign Affairs Elder returned this time and was rewarded. The strength has reached the peak of nascent soul, and it seems that it is about to break through. At this moment, he looked at Chen with a smile on his face and reported, "Report to the Holy Master. Since we authorized Tianyan Xilingtong to make it to the present, the major cooperative forces have produced and sold 6 billion PHS in total. On average, we can earn a share of 50 low-grade spirit stones per PHS. So far, our share of revenue has reached 300 billion for low-grade spirit stones, or 30 million for top-grade spirit stones." Here are the figures reported by the Foreign Affairs Elder. Chen nodded, and his expression didn't change much. When Tianyan Sacred Land was not rich, the spirit stones earned by selling PHS were quite considerable. But now it's different. Today's self just want to break through to the middle stage of refining virtual, need a full 500 million top-grade spirit stones. Compare. The income shared by PHS seems to be quite a lot. In fact, it is general. But selling hardware is not profitable at all. Chen didn't have much hope for this report. Compare. Chen cares more about the penetration rate. As long as the penetration rate comes up, that earned spirit stones can earn much more than selling PHS. And sure enough, the Foreign Affairs Elder just paused for a moment, and then started to report again. And the total number of PHS users has now reached 6 billion. There are 5 billion more users than before. Furthermore, immortal cultivators in Mingwang Prefecture have higher spending power, at least 2 to 3 times that of Dian Prefecture immortal cultivators. So, our monthly app revenue this month officially broke through to 150 million top-tier spirit stones. When the number comes out, there was an uproar. 150 million top-grade spirit stones? What is this concept? I am afraid that looking at the entire immortal world, there are not many ancient sacred lands that can come up with such a large amount of spirit stones. And now, can I earn such a terrifying figure in a month at my sacred land? Simply incredible. When Chen heard this number, a smile finally appeared on Gu Jing Wubu's face. 150 million top-grade spirit stones? 35. This figure made Chen quite satisfied. You must know that you need 500 million top-grade spirit stones to break through the middle stage. Based on current income, it only takes a little more than 3 months to save up. But if it was originally, there was only the Great Yinzhou market with a monthly income of 20 million. That would take about 3 years. Really, entering Mingwangzhou is the most correct decision. It can greatly shorten the time it takes to get wealth. Perfect. Moreover, 150 million per month is not the limit. After all, there are only 5 billion users in Mingwangzhou today. There are still 5 billion immortal practitioners who are useless to the heavens and souls. I believe it will take another year and a half. Wait until PHS is like the Great Yinzhou, completely covering the entire Mingwangzhou. At that time, the income will also be guaranteed a large part. And wait until the Mingwangzhou market is completely covered. Chen's expansion pace will not stop. To repair the remaining 3 continents of the 5 continents of Immortal World, Chen will develop them one by one. Bring the entire Immortal World into the Immortal Net. By then, the income will be incredible. On Immortal Ascension, there will be no hindrance. Recovering his mind, Chen Divine sense moved and glanced at the accounts presented by the Foreign Affairs Elder. Since he released Xianwang 133 Sanjing Pavilion, Tianyan Sacred Land has been earning spirit stones continuously. Although the monthly income before was not as good as it is now, but under the accumulation, it also reached a terrifying number. 400 million top-grade spirit stones. That is to say, in 1 more month at most, you will be able to save up to 500 million top-grade spirit stones and break through the middle stage. This made the smile on Chen's face even stronger. After all, when building Immortal World, strength is everything. Although Chen seems invincible now, but Xiao Immortal World, Hidden Dragon Crouching Tiger, used to have immortals. According to the novels Chen has read, maybe there are some old antiques, old monsters hiding in a corner, or sleeping somewhere. Therefore, the faster the strength is improved, the better. Moreover, this breakthrough refines the virtual middle stage. I don't know which one of the 9 secrets I will get. In short, Chen is looking forward to it. Very good. Chen nodded with a smile, then looked at the elders and said, "Do you have anything else to report to the elders?" If nothing happens, then Xianwang's short video has been prepared for so long, and it's time to prepare for the official launch. Chen thought that the elders had finished reporting and planned to talk about the official release of Wang's short video, but never thought the Foreign Affairs elder has something to report. Holy Lord, I still have something to report. The Foreign Affairs elder lowered his head and spoke. Chen looked at the Foreign Affairs elder, not in a hurry, and nodded. Holy Lord, Ming Wangzhou is too far away from my great Yanzhou. As our booth in Ming Wangzhou gets bigger and bigger, even with the teleportation array, the response time is still too slow. Moreover, the number of talents that Ming Wangzhou needs is extremely large, and we cannot do it alone. Actually, the best way is to relocate my Tianyan Sacred Land to Mingwang Prefecture. 35. But that's obviously impossible. After all, neither the fairy artifacts nor the various relics left by the Sacred Land Senior, the Secret Realm, etc., can't be removed. So, I think that we should find a treasure land in Mingwang Prefecture and establish a branch. The branch is responsible for attracting talents in Mingwang Prefecture and cultivating and strengthening the power of sect. In this case, if there is an accident in Ming Wangzhou, we can handle it as quickly as possible. At the suggestion of the Foreign Affairs elder, all the elders present nodded. Even Chen felt quite reasonable. Indeed, my issue is the center of the Immortal World. In order to radiate the entire Immortal World, it is actually the best choice to relocate with the entire Sacred Land. But the problem is, whether it's a fairy weapon or anything else, it's not that easy to move. In this case, it would be better to open a branch in Ming Wangzhou. In this way, we can attract talents and strengthen ourselves. Now, because of Chen's feat, some immortal cultivators from Ming Wangzhou have come to Dianzhou to apprentice and want to enter the Tianyan Sacred Land. But it's still a minority. After all, the cost of coming from different states is not low, and not everyone can afford it. However, if a branch is opened in Mingwang Prefecture, it will definitely attract a large number of outstanding talents. And Ming Wangzhou is not the end of Chen's footsteps. Chen wants PHS to cover the entire Immortal World, and the demand for talents is huge. So, it is quite important to open a branch in Ming Wangzhou. Of course, it is not easy to inherit the out-of-state expansion. Business is fine, but the expansion of Sacred Land is to compete with local forces for talents and resources. There is bound to be a blow. But the problem is, with Chen's current strength and prestige, there are very few forces that dare to stumble upon Tianyan Sacred Land. No need to worry at all. Thinking of this, Chen looked at the Foreign Affairs elder, nodded and said, the Foreign Affairs elder is right. 55. Then the matter will be handed over to the Foreign Affairs elder. The Foreign Affairs elder immediately took the order. Okay, I will immediately send the Formation Division in the sect to go to Mingwang Prefecture to find the spiritual land. At the same time, I will ask the Heavenly Sword sect for help. When the time comes, it will be screened out and handed over to the Holy Master to select the site. 35. Chen nodded, but didn't care too much about the future branch address in Ming Wangzhou. Without him, there are so many forces, big and small, in Ming Wangzhou. The good places have long been occupied. The rest of the places are mostly normal. But it doesn't matter. A good spiritual place, spiritual qi, is abundant and outstanding. But with their current financial resources, by spending a lot of money on spirit stones, even a barren land can be turned into a fairyland on Earth. So, no problem. When a decision is made at this time, the Great Hall finally fell silent. The elders have nothing to report. And Chen also officially asked about the preparations for the short video. Immediately, the peak masters of each peak reported one after another. The first is Wang Changchun. Wang Changchun said proudly, Holy Master, I have uploaded a total of 100,000 videos in the past 3 months, and 40,000 of them are high-quality videos with a completion rate of over 70%. Immediately afterwards, the elder Danfeng also said immediately, Holy Lord, my Danfeng has uploaded 80,000 videos, but the number of high-quality videos has reached 50,000. Next, the main peak elders such as Jinfeng and Jianfeng also spoke. 3 months later, the total number of videos produced by Tianyan Sacred Land has reached 400,000. In addition, forces such as Yaoqi, the Ancient Clan, and the Heavenly Sword sect have uploaded nearly 500,000 short videos. Although the quality varies, but the total number of short videos is 900,000. There must be a lot of quality videos. Once it comes out, straight up, and with the release of the short video of Xianwang, the income of his own sacred land is bound to skyrocket. Perfect. Chen's mouth showed a smile. And Chen also checked the background data at the same time. It was found that the average daily usage time of the test cultivators was more than 1 hour. The average video duration of 1 hour is not short. After all, the self-control of immortals is much higher than that of people on Earth. Such a long time is enough to prove the accuracy of the push of the big data algorithm. Anyway, check it out. Basically no problem. There are only a few small flaws, a little modification can be done. The corners of Chen's mouth twitched, revealing a very good smile. In this case, after playing at 8 o'clock in 3 days, the short video of Xianwang will be officially updated. 5. When the elders heard the words, they all nodded their heads with anticipation in their eyes. These days, they also don't watch short videos less often. I am familiar with the appeal of Xianwang's short videos. This is definitely an explosive parent that does not lose to any previous app. Once an update is released, it can definitely blow up the entire Immortal Cultivator. For such a scene, they're all looking forward to it. Chen, on the other hand, went to the Forbidden Area leisurely and made the last minor revisions to the Xianwang short video before it went online. At the same time, I opened Xianwang Weibo. User Weibo account that has not been updated for a long time released the news about the upcoming release of the new application and warmed up for the new application to go online. In Tianyan Weibo, even though several months have passed, the enthusiasm of the cultivators to discuss new applications is still enduring and often mentioned. It will be mentioned in 3 days, and 2 ends will be discussed and discussed. Many Immortal practitioners are guessing when the new application of PHS will be released. What is the application? At this moment, countless Immortal cultivators are particularly envious of several Sacred Land disciples, including Tianyan Sacred Land. It is possible to experience new applications in advance. Simply enviable. And just today, just as the cultivators on Xianwang Weibo were arguing about what the new app was, Chen's Weibo account has already surpassed 4 billion followers, but has been silent for a long time. The news was suddenly released and appeared on the homepage. It immediately attracted the attention of countless people. 8 o'clock in the evening in 3 days. The new app is officially updated and launched. Stay tuned. The news released by Chen has always been concise, but the shock it brought to the entire Immortal world was unparalleled. Just for an instant, this dynamic of Chen is the first in the hot search. Countless Immortal practitioners flocked to the bottom of this moving 133 state. Likes and comments can easily exceed 100 million in a short period of time. And it keeps climbing. I'll just say, there must be new applications. Why was it released after 3 days? I'm so anxious. What exactly is the new app? 9. The product produced by the Holy Master must be a high-quality product, and the new application must be extraordinary. 3 days later, in the evening, I originally planned to go to the mountains to hunt down the mephits that only haunt at night, but now it seems to be delayed for a while. I hope that the new application is related to cultivation. I had no hope of the foundation establishment. With the convenience of various applications of PHS, I have managed to break through to the foundation establishment middle stage by luck. All thanks to the great grace of the Lord. Yes, since the advent of PHS, the difficulty of cultivating immortals has been greatly reduced, and the new application really makes me look forward to it. 35. Below Chen's dynamic, it is full of expectations for new applications. Even those cultivators from Mingwangzhou who have not experienced the release of new applications on Xianwang Weibo were infected by this atmosphere, and could not help but yearn for it. Guess what? The new application will be released in 3 days. And the major forces in the 2 states raise their spirits. They will definitely update as soon as possible. After all, the interests represented by PHS are really too great. Various applications have allowed countless forces to make a lot of money in spirit stones. But at the same time, it also affected the interests of countless forces and suffered heavy losses. It can be said that every application released by Chen today will affect countless people and forces. In this situation, naturally they will pay full attention, see if new apps are beneficial and if they can get a head start. The next 3 days, Xianwang Weibo is very lively. It's all about the new app-related topics on the screen. All other major events are suppressed. And Chen himself is in the forbidden area of Tianyan Sacred Land closed-door training. Improvements to new apps. At the same time, some function additions and improvements have been made to the previous application. That's it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days later, as the update time announced by Chen is getting closer and closer, the billions of Immortal cultivators from all over the 2 continents of the Immortal world put aside the things at hand, gathered together in 2s and 3s, and discussed what the new application was. Waiting expectantly. Mingwangzhou. Morality. This is one of the most eye-catching sacred lands in Ming Wangzhou. It has been entrenched in Ming Wangzhou for tens of thousands of years with the Ascension Gate, and it is high above. If it weren't for the holy master Tianyan, born out of nowhere. The two major forces are definitely the most powerful sects in the world. However, the two powerhouses were quite unimpressed by the Tianyan Sacred Land and the Tianyan Holy Master, because the outside world has already juxtaposed Tianyan Sacred Land with their two major forces. But in their view, Tianyan Sacred Land does not have this qualification at all. In Fang Baiyu, the sect leader of deity Zong, thinks like this. He was wearing a robe. The hand is a tailor-made, Dao item level 3-in-1 small smart, dazzling light. Looking at some disciples in the sect, the elders gathered in 2s and 3s to discuss the new application of PHS. There was a look of disapproval on his face. Although this PHS communication function is really convenient, and you can also shop, bid, and learn about the world's major events without leaving home. But in his opinion, that's all. It's a foreign thing after all. That is, the Xianwang Sutras Pavilion is the most valuable, where you can consult various scriptures and books, and read a lot of books. You can also buy the cultivation technique cultivated by the enemy, check the mystery, and look for the opponent's weakness. The rest are floating clouds. And what does this new application mean? Why pay so much attention? Disciples was so excited because of this. After all, the mood is not home. Just when he was thinking like this, a reminder from PHS came out in his mind. The new version of PHS has been released. Updating in 10 seconds. 35. Fang Baiyu, the sect leader of the Taoist sect, remained calm. I plan to wait for the update to complete, take a few glances, and leave quietly to travel to the outside world. Own cultivation base has reached the peak of the late stage of refining virtual. As long as you give yourself another 100 years, you can use it to understand the world, understand heavenly Tao, and temper your state of mind. It is possible to break through to the integrated union realm, which has not been reached for many years. This is the most important thing for myself, for the moral sect. Once you break through the integrated union period, the Taoist sect will be truly transcendental and become the first sacred land in the immortal world. Although the number of PHS users today has increased several times compared to the last update, but the power of the immortal artifact Tianyan Sacred is undoubtedly revealed. Still, after just a few dozen breaths, the Tianyan PHS of all users on the two continents is the update completed. The PHS that has already been sold can still be updated. Sage Master Yin, that day, is indeed somewhat different from ordinary people's sensitivity. Fang Baiyu, the sect leader of moral sect, listened to the sound of the update completion and nodded indifferently. Immediately opened the PHS page directly with divine sense. The first to jump out immediately is a new version update introduction. The updated content of PHS version 1.7 is as follows: -1. Added Xianwang Weibo hot search category page, and added Mingwang's hot search and Dianzhou hot search options under the original hot search list, so that users from all over the world can quickly check their desired hot searches. 35. 2. Xianwang Express has added Cross-State Express combined service. The products purchased by users in different online stores can be combined to carry out Cross-State Express together, and only one Cross-State Express fee will be charged, saving time. 3. Xianwang Cloud Classroom has added a new regional classification filter. When screening courses, the page displays the continent to which the lecturer belongs. 4. Xianwang Zongjing Pavilion has added a medicine pill reminder function. Some cultivation technique cultivation requires special regional medicinal materials, medicine pill. Before purchasing cultivation technique, Xianwang Zongjing Pavilion will prompt users. 5. All applications in PHS update the big data push mechanism, truly achieve thousands of people and thousands of faces, and all the content pushed is more accurate than before. 6. The function of Xianwang Photo Stone has been updated, and the functions of shooting video and editing video have been added. 66.99. Look at the update prompt. Fang Baiyu, the sect leader of Taoism, was a little impatient. It's all rambling, what's the point? And in the end, he finally saw the news of the new application. 7. The new app, Xianwang Short Video app, is online, where users can watch a variety of short videos. Xianwang Short Video? Looking at the introduction, Fang Baiyu frowned. The concept of video, he probably guessed it. It is the picture recorded in the photo stone. In other words, this is an application for watching videos, just like Xianwang Weibo, which can be used for watching photos. Thinking of this, Fong Baiyu felt more and more boring. What's so good about the video? Many sects will distribute some photo stones to the new disciples, which record the pictures of the elders' teachings. Let new disciples learn to practice. But that Xianwang Cloud Classroom also has the same function. In other words, this video function is somewhat tasteless and some overlap. Maybe even watch the video of the Battle of the Strong. But that's about it. But why is it called a short video? Could it be a gimmick? Fong Baiyu frowned, feeling that the Holy Master Tianyan was probably a little too much. Close the version update introduction page. Fong Baiyu glanced at the application list and saw a brand new application in the last position. The icon is the appearance of a fairy net photo stone. At the bottom, there are 5 characters written in Xianwang's short video. Fong Baiyu clicked directly to enter. After planning to take a look, he will leave the deity Zong and go to experience the world and improve his state of mind. And at the moment of opening, an instruction manual pops up again. Xianwang's short video novice instructions are as follows. 35. The heart-shaped symbol in the lower right corner of the video means you like the video, and you can get more pushes after clicking it. The button below the heart symbol means that you don't like the video. After clicking, the system will no longer push this type of video. 55. The favorite button can add videos to favorites, and users can search for favorite videos in My Favorites. 0. Ask for flowers. 0. The subnumber of spirit stones below the collection button is the reward button. Click to enter the number of spirit stones you want to reward, and the money will be deducted directly from the balance of Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. If the balance is insufficient, you cannot reward. The button to upload a video is at the bottom of My Options. 99. You can check the results of the short videos you upload there. 35. Monthly video revenue, including advertising revenue, incentive program revenue, are displayed on this page. 99. The introduction to the novice instructions is not long. Fong Baiyu just glanced a few times, and then he had a panoramic view. Immediately, a look of disdain appeared on his face. And a reward? No wonder, this is another app for earning spirit stones. Things of heaven and earth, wealth and law. Heavenly Tao has its own fixed number. That Tianyan Sacred Land has already accumulated so much wealth, yet it is not satisfied. The virtue is not matched, and there will be a catastrophe in the future. 99. The income of Tianyan Sacred Land has been speculated by the outside world, although I can't guess the exact number. But looking at the popularity of that PHS, you can see that it is definitely not a small sum. Even the Taoist sect and the Ascension sect must be greedy. That's why Fong Baiyu said so. He has already made a plan that when he breaks through the integrated union period after 100 years, he must let Tianyan Sacred Land hand over these spirit stones to himself, and he will return them to the entire immortal world. If Tianyan Sacred Land dare not hand it over, naturally, he will act on his own behalf. While thinking about it, Fong Baiyu closed the novice user introduction page. Officially entered the home page of the short video application. He had no interest in it at all. I only intend to take a few glances and do my own thing. But the moment he saw the first video, his expression changed, and Fong Baiyu, the sect leader of deity Zong, dismissed this short video from Xianwang. I just want to know about it, and I don't pay attention anymore. But he never thought that the first video touched him. It was a short video shot by the children of the first-class ancient family in Great Yanzhou. The video is not long, only 30 seconds. And the content of the video is even simpler. It's just a video of this ancient disciple receiving monthly family supplies. This ancient disciple, who is generally talented, is not valued in the ancients. Therefore, when receiving the supplies, he introduced in a somewhat regretful tone, "This is the monthly supplies that my ancient clan distributes to the disciples. Because my talent is extremely poor, I only have 10 low-grade spirit stones per month, and 5 low-grade Huichi pills for cultivation during the Qi refining period. It can only be said that it is barely enough. As for the top qualified disciples of our clan, the monthly supplies have been counted by mid-grade spirit stones, and the medicine pills distributed are also high-grade mid-grade. 35. It can only be said that the road to immortality is difficult, and a qualification of 1, 3, 7 can divide people into 3, 6, 9, and so on. But I will not give up. I will work hard to refine PHS, and at the same time accumulate spirit stones. I will try to buy the cultivation technique I like from Xianwang Sanjing Pavilion a year later, and give it a try to see if I can foundation establishment." 66.99. Fong Baiyu looked at the inferior medicine pill and the few spirit stones in the video, as well as the ancient disciple with a disappointed and unwilling expression. The mood is quite touching. He was born from a strong man, he had countless resources from the moment he was born, and he never worried about resources. As for the cultivation technique, it is even more top-notch. After being accepted as a direct disciple by deities on power, he cultivated the top inheritance of Immortal World. For example, in the video, the ancient disciples have never experienced this embarrassing situation. But the next moment, a look of surprise appeared on Fong Baiyu's face. Without him, what Fong Baiyu cultivates is the top inheritance of Taoism. Whether it is the conversion efficiency of spirit power or the power, it can be rated as the top. But one of the major features of the moral sect cultivation technique is that it has huge demands on the state of mind. It is necessary to comprehend the red dust, improve the state of mind, and understand all kinds of attitudes in order to make breakthroughs. And Fong Baiyu is now facing a bottleneck. That is, I plan to remain anonymous, go to various places to experience the various states of life, improve my state of mind, and prepare for breakthroughs in 100 years. However, just in Fongkai, he watched that video. However, he felt that his own Gujing's unwavering state of mind was slightly turbulent. This, simply incredible. Watching this short video shows all the different aspects of life, all of which are effective for own cultivation technique. What a surprise. Life is all about. That's right. This is life. 35. I've never been the bottom of Immortal World, so I don't know much about it. And now, through this video, I found that not only the rogue cultivators are in trouble, but also the lower-level disciples of the big family, who are also struggling. 95. But it's true when you think about it. Cultivating Immortal World, the weak are prey to the strong. The resources are not unlimited. For the family's prosperity and inheritance, it is natural to give the most resources to more qualified disciples. And those disciples with poor aptitude can only be ignored. At this moment, Fong Baiyu realized a lot. In his mind, he remembered the tips on the novice's instructions before. Immediately liked this video. At the same time, the publisher of this video was also followed. Without him, I'd like to see more of these videos. If other similar videos are still useful, it is much more useful than going to experience Hongqing incognito. And this person's future videos will definitely be able to touch him. So, like and follow. After thinking about it, Fong Baiyu even clicked the reward button. For Fong Baiyu, who is the sect leader of Taoism, top-grade spirit stones are just a drop in the bucket, but he hesitated for fear that too much reward would affect the person's subsequent videos. So only 5 low-grade spirit stones were rewarded. Encourage the other person to take more videos later. Afterwards, Fong Baiyu changed his previous casual attitude and continued to swipe the next video full of expectations. The next video, however, is a refiner video. Fong Baiyu didn't hesitate to click dislike. Keep paddling. This time, it was a video of an unappreciated disciple of the ancient tribe delivering couriers. Fong Baiyu looked at the other party's hard but hopeful appearance and was touched and realized again in his heart. After a like, Fong Baiyu continued to stroke down. This time, it is a video of a female elder playing the piano in the sacred land of Yaoqi in Greater Yinzhou. The female elder is extremely beautiful, breathtaking beauty, but Fong Baiyu didn't even look at it, and immediately clicked a dislike and swiped directly. What does woman mean? It will only disturb my cultivation. I want to see all kinds of red dust. After, and with Fong Baiyu rowing a few more times. There are more and more videos of the push category that I slide to, and those videos that I don't like are getting fewer and fewer. He saw a video of several low-level disciples hunting demonic beasts through cooperation, but still nearly getting injured. He also saw the video of the Sacred Land Tianjiao disciples taking on the Sacred Land mission in high spirits. I saw a warm scene where there were low-level disciples who received resources and gave them to their relatives. I also saw the loneliness of having low-level disciples, admiring senior sister own, but getting nothing, and getting drunk with friends under the moon. In short, all kinds of videos. Fong Baiyu was fascinated by it. And he can clearly feel that his own state of mind is constantly improving because of various perceptions. The joy in his heart grew even stronger. He never thought that there would be such a magical thing in the world. Without leaving home, you can clearly see the daily life of countless people through video. The world's various forms are gathered in this small application, which is clear at a glance. This is definitely the top artifact for me. After a long time, when Fong Baiyu shook his neck, divine sense was released. Fong Baiyu felt the immortal cave, and his face was shocked. Because, unknowingly, I've been swiping the short video for a whole night. The sky outside Immortal Cave has already revealed the white of fish belly, and the rising sun is even more looming. This made Fong Baiyu feel a lot of emotion for a while. He already understood why Tianyan Sacred Land's new application is called short video. Each video is extremely short, but informative. And because of the short time, I felt a sense of dissatisfaction after reading it. So keep looking. After thinking about this, Fong Baiyu shook his head. I have to sigh that Saint Master Yin did have some fantastic ideas that day. Even if you don't have such a heaven-defying aptitude, you will definitely be able to occupy a place in the immortal world. But at the moment, it's not the time to think about it. Fong Baiyu was slightly vibrated. In an instant, Endless brilliance flows, mysterious and extraordinary. A terrifying aura instantly filled the entire Immortal Cave in 5.0. Even Fong Baiyu's late-stage power can't help but show joy on his face at this moment. Because he had already fallen into the bottleneck cultivation base, it was very beneficial. He made rough calculations. Today's Kung Fu for a night is comparable to at least half a year of human experience. This is really incredible. This short video from Xian Wang is really a treasure. Not just to yourself. It is a treasure for the entire Taoist sect. It can save disciples a lot of time. Perfect. Thinking of my previous disdain for Xian Wang's short video, Fong Baiyu was a little surprised for a while, but this feeling was fleeting. Although this thing was created by Yi Chen, but it is beneficial to me, it must be the mercy of Heavenly Tao. This is the destiny of Heavenly Tao. It is the same with Yi Chen and Yi Chen. 99. My Fong Baiyu. It must be invincible in the world, in the expectation of countless immortals. The short video of Xian Wang is finally online. Just started. When countless long-awaited cultivators found out that the new app was actually used to watch videos, they were all a little disappointed. Because it sounds like it doesn't make much sense. But driven by curiosity, they still click into the app. However, at the beginning, the original indifference dissipated in an instant. Because this short video is really funny. The content of these short videos seems to be all-encompassing. Among them, you can brush the teaching videos of pill refining, beast monstering, and planting. You can also get various power experience tips. There's even a great fight video of the top power. Others such as the daily life of the disciples of Sacred Land, the welfare of the first-class family members, and so on. All can be swiped in this short video of Xian Wang. And there are countless female cultivators among them, which are extremely beautiful. Dynamic video, which can show more details than static pictures, makes people mesmerized. The most important is, what type of video do you like to watch? And then this short video will be more like 07 videos of the same type. This even made the cultivator immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Therefore, the short video on Xian Wang is only available for a short period of time. In Xian Wang Weibo, there are countless discussions about new applications, and most are voices of praise. I have been searching for the video of the battle of the Holy Master Tianyan in Mingwangzhou for a long time, and now I finally saw it in this short video of Xian Wang, and the interception is full of wonderful clips, which makes my blood boil. 99. The fellow Taoist upstairs said it very well. Especially the appearance of Xingjuan bowing his head in the last 7 kills. It is a perfect end to the battle. This short video of Xian Wang is really incredible. At first, it felt ordinary, but the more you watch it, the more interested you become. It's really addicting. Yes, I like pill refining, but after watching it for a while, most of them gave me pill refining videos and some videos on pill recipe evaluation, which allowed me to find several pill recipes suitable for my study. The various tips explained by the Sacred Land Elder and his disciples in the short video of Xian Wang have benefited me a lot. 35. Huh? Why are all these videos recommended to you, and the videos I've seen, why are all the videos of female nuns in Sacred Land? The short video of Xian Wang can tell the preferences of cultivators, so the preferences of the Taoist upstairs are exposed. I always thought my Tao heart was firm, but I didn't expect that I couldn't stand the temptation after all, and the new app broke my Tao heart. I must roar here. Looking forward to the short video shot by the female cultivator of the Hawan sect. Me too. I watched Yaoqi women cultivating for a whole night, and the video looked more beautiful than the photos, and there were so many female cultivators with all kinds of styles, I couldn't wait to rush to Yaoqi immediately. I suggest that Taoist brother upstairs is not good to sit and die, but Yaoqi's Sacred Land has refining power in charge. Xian Wang Photostone has also been updated. It seems that anyone can shoot short videos, and I plan to shoot too. It's no good what is shoot? Isn't it good to watch with peace of mind? I didn't read the instructions for beginners upstairs. There are rewards for shooting videos. I think this short video from Xian Wang is a complete waste of time. It seems that I have learned something in the process of reviewing the video, but in fact this knowledge is too fragmented and difficult to integrate, and it is basically a waste of time. 5. On Xian Wang Weibo, it was extremely lively. In the praise, there are also insightful people who pointed out the shortcomings of Xian Wang's short videos. But in the acclaim, like a small wave, it was drowned in the blink of an eye. Countless cultivators in both states stayed up all night on this night. When I walked out of Immortal Cave in a trance the next day, I realized that the night had passed. And look at each other's tired, but radiant eyes. They all understand that everyone has watched short videos for a whole night. They looked at each other and smiled, and even got together to discuss the income of short videos in 2s and 3s. This scene appeared in the major forces of immortal cultivators and the major immortal cities. It can be seen that the short video of Xian Wang is very popular. And the reason why Xian Wang's short videos are so popular. But not just because the video is funny. After all, if the video is just interesting, then with the self-control of the cultivator, he will not be so addicted. Why so addicted? It is because of income, such as pill refining, refiner, array, and so on. Although the limitations caused by the length of short videos make knowledge inevitably fragmented, there is no way to learn systematically. But it is precisely because of the short duration of short videos. So the content is all good. Just a few words in some videos can make many immortal cultivators who have fallen into bottlenecks in pill refining and refining together like Daigo to break through the level. And cultivation is the same. These short videos of the essence will bring different insights to cultivators. And the rest of the video, such as evaluation, it is also closely related to cultivators. Let them choose the most suitable for their own medicine pill, magical item, cultivation technique, etc. according to the content of the evaluation. This saves time and resources. Even some videos documenting life. For many cultivators, it is also very interesting. The immortal world is vast, and looking at the life records of cultivators in different places can help them understand the immortal world better. It may be used in the future. And in the immortal world, the cultivation technique cultivated by many forces all have requirements on the state of mind. And these immortal practitioners were surprised to find that reading the various expressions of life in the short video is of great benefit to the tempering of their state of mind. And the rest of the various types of video, and so on, even beauty videos can be pleasing to the eye. Faster rest recovery, so as to continue cultivation. In short, the benefits of this short video from Xianwang are far greater than imagined. Countless Dianzhou cultivators are extremely satisfied with the new application. And the immortal cultivators in Ming Wangzhou, who were originally skeptical, were also convinced at this moment. Holy Master Yin, that day, really lived up to his reputation. The updated application can be unexpected. Except for the short video itself. There are many forces, and many immortal cultivators have seen more places that need attention. The short videos in Xianwang short videos were all shot by the 3 major sacred lands and the ancient tribes. And this Xianwang short video has an incentive plan every month. Few people who can cultivate immortals are fools. Tianyan Sacred Land even outsourced the business of manufacturing Tianyan PHS. But let the disciples shoot short videos. Clearly, there are greater interests in shooting short videos. There must be a lot of spirit stones inspired by this short video of Xianwang. Moreover, this short video of Xianwang has just been launched, and the popularity is so high and so hot. Far more than Xianwang Weibo. If the cultivators who have many followers on Xianwang's Weibo account receive advertisements, wouldn't they be able to make a lot of money from advertising fees? At this moment, countless strengths and countless immortal cultivators were moved. They are learning the applications that are already available in the short videos of Xianwang. Choose the type of video that suits you. At the same time, he began to study the updated Xianwang photo stone and began to study. Even some learners are so fast that they have already started uploading their own videos. That's why. The main thing is to repair the immortal world today, which is different from what it used to be. Once repairing immortal world, you can earn spirit stones by fighting and killing. In today's repairing immortal world, although fighting and killing can still earn spirit stones. But how can you make more money from the applications in PHS? Then, a short video shooting boom is about to sweep the entire immortal world. In the Tianyan Pavilion of Yaoguang Xiancheng in Ming Wangzhou, still crowded. The launch of the new application has once again stimulated the sales trend of PHS. Immortal cultivators who bought PHS in other stores will go to Tianyan Pavilion for real name authentication, and by the way, deposit spirit stones in Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment. After all, the application of PHS can be used without spending spirit stones. But spending spirit stones, it's even better. And whether it is online shopping, bidding, buying cultivation technique, or listening to a class, spirit stones are required. And this Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment is really convenient. If you want to take spirit stones, as long as the number is small, you can take it anytime. If the number is large, it only takes 1 day to prepare. Under such circumstances, the immortal cultivators in Mingwang Province were very relieved about Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. And today, Fluctlight, an elder of Sacred Land, after explaining his purpose, he was led into the reception room for major clients in Tianyan Pavilion. This is the elder here today. It's for advertising. Since the popularity of PHS in Ming Wangzhou, the novel concept of advertising has gradually become known to the major forces in Ming Wangzhou. At first, they will be skeptical. After all, the advertising fee is not a small amount. Is it really useful? However, with the power to hand over spirit stones one after another after advertising, they all saw the effect. The green bamboo swords produced by the green bamboo sect are made from a special kind of green bamboo. Although the power is not large enough, but it was more than 30% faster than the usual flying sword. Moreover, the natural aura emanating from green bamboo can make the cultivator carefully chi condensation and avoid the heart's demon. just the price is quite high. So sales have been tepid. But since it was advertised on Xianwang Weibo, the green bamboo sword sold out immediately. King Zhuzong's online store is overcrowded. As long as the daily green bamboo sword is just put on the shelves, it will be swept away, completely in short supply. And Zinkazong also opened a PHS custom online store. Cultivators can customize PHS with any function from spiritual tools to Dao items according to their needs. Of course, the premise is that the spirit stones come out. When the custom service was first launched, not many people knew about it, and there were not many custom cultivators. But since 3 Celestial Immortals Weibo homepage opening advertisements, it exploded right away. The top leaders of the major forces in Mingwangzhou, the strong and the arrogance, have placed orders one after another. Even the powerhouses in Greater Yinzhou have also placed orders across states. It can be described as extraordinary. Nowadays, the PHS custom service of Zinkazong has to wait in line for a month. It will be known how popular it will be. And the role of advertising is also revealed at this moment. And the elder of Fluctlight Sacred Land came this time for the new product launched by his family. Fluctuating Light Sacred Land recently launched a new product. Unexpectedly, another company, Sacred Land, also launched a similar product. And the price is lower, attracting more cultivators. So, it must be advertised. Just thinking about it, the elder Tianyan Pavilion, who was in the quiet room of the big client, had already said with a smile, "This fellow Taoist of Yaoqi's Sacred Land is going to advertise?" The elder of Yaoqi's Sacred Land heard the words and nodded hurriedly. "What the fellow Taoist said is good. I'm here because I hope to buy the 3-day Xianwang Weibo opening advertisement to make my Fluctuating Light Sacred Land famous." 99. When the Tianyan Pavilion elder heard the words, divine sense swept through Tianyan's peaches, then nodded and said, "Of course you can." The opening advertisement of Xianwang Weibo has been lined up for 5 months. If the fellow Taoist pays the deposit now, he can join the queue, and in 5 months, the advertisement of your sacred land will be online. Hearing this, Yao Guang twitched elder's face. To wait 5 months? This was beyond his expectations. After all, the advertising price of Xianwang Weibo is not low at all. However, he also knew that it was not the other party who was lying. The advertising effect of Xianwang Weibo is well known. There are countless great powers in Mingwangzhou and Great Yinzhou, and after queuing for 5 months, it is really nothing. It's just that his face is a little embarrassed. 5 months is really too long. He looked at the elder of Tianyan Pavilion, cupped hands with a smile. "This fellow Taoist, Fluxlight Sacred Land, have always been friends with Tianyan Sacred Land. The Tianyan Pavilion in your land is a good location that I personally selected with the help of the Fluctuating Light Sacred Land." 35. It is said that the holy master of my family will also go to Greater Yinzhou to place the lord of your sacred land soon. With this kind of friendship, I don't know if it's convenient for me to fluctuate sacred land to join the team. When the elder of Tianyan heard the other party playing emotional cards, he felt helpless. But after all, his family is an outsider, and although he is not afraid, it is beneficial and harmless to have a good relationship with the local forces. So he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, my holy master has rules. It's impossible to jump in line. But I can call the shots and prepare a 3-day homepage swipe advertisement for your sacred land. If your sacred land needs the promotion and cooperation of Tianjiao powerhouses with many fans, I can also help you choose the most suitable candidates according to the types of new products in your sacred land." Fluctlight Sacred Land elder shook his head after hearing this. Splash ads work best. Besides, Sacred Land, its own dignified fluctuating light, was advertised for the first time, and naturally it wanted to be the best, and it was a blockbuster. In this case, how can you choose other ads that are less effective? Is there no other way? Elder has a headache. The other party was from Tianyan Sacred Land, so it was impossible for him, and he didn't dare to use his power to overwhelm him. You can only ask the other party to think of a way. Hearing this, the elder of Tianyan Pavilion suddenly smiled. The effectiveness of house advertising is well known. So even the Sacred Land elder had to come and ask. And its own advertising revenue, and then change to thousands of people and thousands of faces after the big data delivery. For example, the advertisement of the pill furnace will be pushed to the cultivator of pill refining, or the pill refining elder of the big power. And the advertisement of Baojian was pushed to Jianxiu. The advertisements that everyone sees on the screen are different, so that the advertising space becomes more, and at the same time, you can earn more. And this kind of precise delivery under the blessing of big data also makes the advertising effect more obvious. The major forces are more and more sought after. Advertising costs are naturally rising. However, the Tianyan elder thought of the new business that started today. He smiled and said, "You don't need to worry, fellow Taoist. Although Xianwang Weibo has no opening advertisements. But how about the video advertisement of the short video of Xianwang?" Hearing this, the elder of Fluctlight Sacred Land was taken aback for a moment. Xianwang's short video ads? What is a video ad? Seeing the other party's confusion, the elder Tianyan explained with a smile. The elder should have experienced the Xianwang short video application that we launched last night, right? In video advertising, like a short video, shoots the advertisement into a video. The effect of attracting traffic brought by an entire video advertisement is better than the page advertisement of Xianwang Weibo. 35. Hearing this, Fluctlight Sacred Land elder's interest suddenly came. He has naturally experienced the Xianwang short video application. As a god-turning elder, although he didn't spend a whole night like most low-level immortal cultivators, but it took a full half an hour to stop. I also understand the appeal of Xianwang's short videos. But the question is, the short video of Xianwang has just been launched. Is the effect good? And what about the effect of this video ad? The elder of the Jade Pool Sacred Land hesitated. The elder Tianyan saw the hesitation of the other party and said with a smile, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist. The effect of short video ads will definitely not be bad." 9. As for the popularity of Xianwang's short videos, you can see that there are definitely billions of people watching Xianwang's Weibo. And the video advertisements of Xianwang's short videos are also placed according to the rules of thousands of people and thousands of faces. According to the type of your Sacred Land products, they are placed on the corresponding immortal practitioners, and there is no need to worry about the effect. 5. Listen to the words of the elder of Tianyan Pavilion. Yaoqi Chief Good Zhao hesitated for a while, but made up his mind. Okay, since fellow Taoist recommends it so, then I'll set this short video ad. However, how should this video ad be shot? Hear the other person's heart. The elder of Tianyan Pavilion suddenly smiled. There is no need to worry about the elder. Video advertisements are expensive. Sacred Land can shoot them by themselves, and we, Tianyan Sacred Land, also take on the business of custom shooting advertisements. 35. Of course, if we shoot the commercial, we need to pay an extra production fee. But please believe in our level and the quality of the advertisements produced. That's right, after the short video of Xianwang was launched, Repair Immortal World will have a new realm like video ad production. Tianyan Sacred Land will not take this share alone. On the contrary, major forces will be encouraged to make their own advertising points. In the future, there will most likely be a force dedicated to shooting advertisements, just like the advertising companies of the earth. When Elder Yaoguang heard the words, he nodded. Fluctlight Sacred Land has always had deep pockets. As long as it works, flowering spirit stones is nothing at all. Soon, he took out his own new product from the 3-in-1 HSBC. After paying the deposit, we started to discuss the advertisement of the new product in detail. Tianyan Sacred Land is very efficient. Just the next day, an advertising video was freshly released, and the fluctuating elder brought the advertisement back to Sacred Land and let Sacred Land read it up and down. Received unanimous appreciation. Video ads are indeed more attractive than image ads on Xianwang Weibo. And below the video advertisement, you can also hang a link to directly hang the product. Immortal cultivators only need to be moved by what they see. Click to buy directly. Of course, whether it is the price of making an advertisement or the price of advertising, it is not cheap. But Fluctuating Light's Sacred Land is a kind of powerhouse, and he has expectations in his heart. Then, the first advertisement of Xianwang's short video was launched. The advertising strategy of Xianwang's short video screen is calculated according to the number of videos. While the cultivator was swiping the video, the first time an advertisement appeared was when the 10th video was swiped. And wait until this ad is over. There will be no advertisements for half an hour. Until 137 half an hour later, there will be another one. This is the ad display requirements set by Chen. It seems that there are indeed fewer advertisements, compared with the short video app in the previous life on Earth, where an advertisement appeared after every 3 or 5 swipes. It was much cleaner. But it's not. The competition on the Earth is great. In order to make money, we can only make money by pushing more advertisements. But in the repair of Immortal World, there is only a short video from Xianwang, and there is no semicolon. So the advertised price will be higher. Too many advertisements can easily make immortal practitioners feel bad. Most of the cultivators acted on their own accord, and if this made them feel bad about short videos and abandon them, it would be a waste of money. Moreover, the fewer the advertisements, the more valuable it appears and the greater the benefits. On the first day that the first advertisement of Xianwang's short video was launched, the feedback was very good. Countless cultivators of the fire attribute cultivation technique have come across this advertisement. The ad has just started. She is a charming and beautiful female nun. The female cultivator looked at a handsome male cultivator with a look of surprise on her face, covering her mouth and opening her mouth. "Senior brother, you actually made a breakthrough? The fire attribute cultivation technique you cultivate requires refining the sunlight essence, but the sunlight essence is extremely violent and needs to be polished for a long time. Otherwise, it will damage the meridians. Brother, how did you make a breakthrough so quickly?" And the male cultivator smiled when he heard the words. "Of course, it's because I bought this thing. 99. As he spoke, he showed a round of bright mirrors. The nun asked curiously, "What is this?" The male repairer picked it up and introduced. "This is a fluctuating mirror produced by Sacred Land, made with Flucklight Sacred Land's exclusive manual. It has the effect of helping cultivators refine the essence of fire. Not only the sunlight essence, the earth fire essence, and the demon fire essence are all effective and can improve the refining efficiency of immortal cultivators by at least 50%. It's what I've relied on to make breakthroughs so fast." This time, the nun was surprised. "It's so effective? And it's also produced by Sacred Land? It must be amazing. I want it too. Where can I buy this fluctuating mirror?" 99. The male repairer smiled and pointed his finger downward. "You could buy it directly from Flucklight's Sacred Land's online store. Click the link below to place an order very quickly. Now the fluctuating mirror is doing an activity, 20% off for 2 pieces, Cultivation Fire Attribute Cultivation Technique Cultivators. Don't miss it." The ad came to an abrupt end at this point. Alpha. Many immortal cultivators already understood that it was an advertisement. But those cultivators with the fire attribute, or those who need to refine the essence of sunlight, are all showing their hearts. This thing is indeed useful for their cultivation, and it looks good. You can buy it and try it out. Immediately, many immortal cultivators chose to place an order bluntly. Some people even left a message asking if it really worked. In Fluctuating Sacred Land, the effect of the ad was immediately felt. The elder, who was originally in charge of foreign affairs, went to negotiate the advertisement, but after the advertisement was launched, his heart still fell. "I'm afraid the ad will not work well. After all, the advertising effect of Xianwang Weibo has been affirmed by the major forces. But this Xianwang short video, they're still the first. Advertising is not a small sum of money. If it doesn't work, Flucklight Sacred Land will naturally be able to afford it. But you have to bear a lot of responsibility." But his worries didn't last long, because soon he got a piece of news that surprised him. "The fluctuating mirrors in my online store are selling out. A full 500,000 in stock. In just half an hour, it was swept away. It even drove the sales of other products in its own online store." The news shocked him. "Although I guess that Tianyan Pavilion will not lie, the advertisement will be effective. But the effect is really amazing. The 500,000 stockpiles were swept away. The profits obtained can not only easily cover advertising costs, but also make a lot of money. This video ad is simply amazing." Immediately, the elder, in addition to intensifying the production of fluctuating mirrors in Sacred Land, it is to think seriously and consider whether to advertise other products of the company. And soon he made up his mind. Keep hitting. Originally, many forces were hesitant about the new thing about video advertising and kept watching. But watching the video ad at the moment has only been online for half an hour. Fluctuating light, the scene where the fluctuating mirrors in the Sacred Land outlets were sold out, was red eyes. This moment, they no longer hesitated and flew to Tianyan Pavilion in various places. Video ads work so well. How could they miss it? The advertisement of the short video of Xianwang has completely caught fire among the major forces that repair the immortal world. Novel video ads, plus the most accurate customer placement. Let the advertising effect of Xianwang's short video exceed everyone's imagination. Advertising costs are high, but after an advertisement, even if it is slower, the advertising fee can be earned back in 3 to 5 days. Then it's pure profit. No one can count this business. And the advertising space of Xianwang Weibo is not enough. Now there's one more, a new ad app. Of course you won't miss it. The major forces in the entire immortal world have sent sect elders, waving spirit stones to the Tianyan pavilions in various places. And because of the thousands of people in the advertisements, Different cultivators see different advertisements so that all forces can basically be scheduled. But the thing is, ad production is a big deal. Tianyan simply cannot produce so many video advertisements at the same time. This makes most of the major forces can only choose to wait or do it themselves. But there are also several forces that have sensed business opportunities. They're delving into how to shoot short videos. At the same time, learn the advertising mode in the short video of Xianwang. Immediately, he took the initiative to contact the major forces to help them create video advertisements. Of course, there must be a fee, and the major forces are willing to advertise. And naturally, they will not be willing to pay for this production fee. They are all sprinkled with spirit stones. And Tianyan Sacred Land is happy to see it. Then, in repairing Immortal World, a brand new industry came into being. And several forces have emerged in a short period of time. Such as Sun Yuzong, there are countless beautiful women and handsome men, and the advertisements shot are pleasing to the eye. And Ming Yunzong, famous for its splendid immortal methods, shoots advertisements that are particularly dazzling and colorful. But the most surprising thing was the real martial ancestor. The real martial ancestor originally made a living by selling photo stones with images and made a lot of money. But with the release of Xianwang's short video, it received a huge impact. Unexpectedly, the real martial ancestor sect leader broke his wrist with great perseverance. After seeing the business opportunity of advertising, immediately switched to shooting short video advertisements. The video shot by martial ancestor, famous for the heavenly horse, is refreshing. And the fees are not high. That is, there are many forces in Mingwang Prefecture who will choose to place orders across the state. And these three forces later became the three most famous advertising giants in Immortal World. As time flows, accompanied by more and more advertisements, the advertisements that immortal cultivators can get are more and more diverse. But the cultivators were not dissatisfied. It took half an hour to swipe an advertisement, which did not affect their viewing experience at all. The most important is, the advertisements on Xianwang's short videos seem to be able to figure out their thoughts. Most of them are very suitable for their own needs. In this case, the cultivator's perception of the advertisement will naturally not be bad. Moreover, with the continuous delivery of advertisements, the incentive program for short videos has also officially started. The reward plan is to take out 10% of the total advertising fees of the advertisements placed every day. Then, according to the complex data such as the number of videos on the day, the completion rate, the number of likes, the number of collections, and the number of followers, this will be converted into spirit stones, assigned to each video. Of course, there are minimum requirements. If the completion rate, the number of likes, and the number of collections do not meet the minimum requirements, you will not be able to get rewards. And if it is marked as disliked by too many cultivators, on that day, Sacred Land will also send someone to check the video quality. If there is a problem with the video, it may even be banned directly. This is also to avoid immortal cultivators who fish in troubled waters, make up for themselves, and upload a large number of uninteresting videos for rewards. Many cultivators who have uploaded videos stared wide-eyed in surprise when they looked at the Spirit Stone's reward numbers displayed in the background. Without him, uploading a video is actually rewarding, and the number of Spirit Stones awarded is completely beyond their imagination. And the most exciting at the moment, undoubtedly, it is Tianyan Sacred Land, Yaoqi's Sacred Land, ancient people, and immortal cultivators of the Heavenly Sword sect, because they have the upper hand. Lots of videos uploaded in advance. Therefore, the rewards obtained at this moment are also the most. And short video ads are so popular. Even if only 10% is given as a reward, it is still a huge number beyond imagination. There is Nascent Soul Elder of Tianyan Sacred Land, and the video of the refining equipment shot is very popular. There are hundreds of videos, each with nearly 100 million views, and each video has tens of millions of likes. So, this is Elder's backstage just one day yesterday. There will be an extra reward of 800 top-grade Spirit Stones. Before Chen took over. The annual income of Tianyan Sacred Land Nascent Soul Elder is only about 1,000 top-grade Spirit Stones. Even now, the annual income of Tianyan Sacred Land Elder is around 10,000. In this situation, just in the reward program, there are a full 800 top-quality Spirit Stones in one day. Simply incredible. But it's not over, because the Elder's fan base is high enough. There are already ads for him, and the price of Xianwang's short video to receive advertisements is much higher than Xianwang Weibo. This is the number of Elder's fans, and each advertisement can earn thousands of top-quality Spirit Stones. This made Elder even more ecstatic. He was just a good teacher, so he had nothing to do to shoot short videos. but I never imagined that there would be such an unexpected joy. In this way, as long as you keep your short videos updated and keep the quality, over the course of a year, it seems that it is not a problem at all to earn hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. 0. Ask for flowers. 0. After the other elders got the news, all are jealous. Some elders also shoot videos, but they shoot them casually and don't care about the quality at all, so naturally they are not popular. Although the rewards were also distributed, there were only dozens of low-grade spirit stones and a few middle-grade spirit stones. Compared with the nascent soul elder, it is far worse. Now that they see the income, they are also moved. Immediately, many elders called in their disciples and began to inquire about the tips for shooting short videos. And there are also a lot of disciples who have earned spirit stones in Tianyan Sacred Land. On a lucky day, there will be several or even dozens of top-quality spirit stones. If you are unlucky, there will be a lot of mid-grade spirit stones in one day. This is not a small number for low-level practitioners, much more than what they earn by working so hard. In the Yaoqi Sacred Land, the ancients and the sword sect of heaven are the same. When there were quite a few disciples, they couldn't help but post screenshots of their earnings on the internet. Directly caused huge waves in the entire repair Immortal World. In Xianwang Weibo, countless immortal cultivators were jealous. Oh my god, can you really earn spirit stones by making short videos? And how much? I heard that there are several female cultivators in Yaoqi, and their daily rewards have reached hundreds of top-grade spirit stones, which is comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Need more? Not only that, I heard that they can still receive some promotional advertisements. Even if they give Tianyan Sacred Land half of it, they can earn hundreds or even thousands of top-grade spirit stones. 9. At first, I thought I would give me a few low-quality spirit stones at most, so I didn't care. I didn't expect to miss so many. I also shot a video recently. Why isn't there a single spirit stone in the backstage? Is there a shady scene? Don't think too much, buddy. Tianyan Sacred Land has a lot of money, and it can be said that it is well known to the world. As for hacking you, spirit stones, the novice instructions for the short video are clearly written, and there are minimum requirements for videos to participate in the incentive program. If the requirements are not met, the video cannot be assigned. I'm going to make videos, and I'm going to earn spirit stones. 99. Me too. I'm so greedy. It's not just you. As far as I know, there are many big forces who are attracted by this interest. They have raised a special haul and plan to shoot short videos to earn spirit stones. No doubt. The incentive plan of Xianwang's short video came out. The countless immortal cultivators who were immediately attracted were eager to move. And many immortal cultivators who were hesitating at first were also dazzled by the posts and short videos showing off their earnings and could no longer calm down. And it's not just the individual cultivators. Many families, sects, and even Sacred Land are attracted to the benefits of this short video from Xianwang. Even Made Elder, who specializes in how short videos can attract people, the preparatory force, intends to enter the short video realm. Then, in a very short time, the number of creators of Xianwang's short videos has once again ushered in an explosion, and, with Tianyan Sacred Land's intentional help, generous rewards from incentive programs, and possibly high income from advertising. On the two continents of Mingwangzhou and Dianzhou, a huge wave of short video shooting has been triggered. In a very short period of time, a large number of short video creators have emerged. Countless common cultivators, or power, start to find the most suitable type for you to shoot according to the various existing videos in the short videos of Xianwang, and start shooting and uploading short videos. There are top-level refiners to teach facial techniques. There are top pill refining experts who buy various medicine pills in 2 states online and evaluate the advantages and disadvantages of different medicine pills. There are also various rogue cultivators and sect disciples in 137, and they shoot all kinds of daily videos of cultivating immortals. As for beauty videos, it is even more blooming, because cultivators have found that beauty videos are the easiest to attract fans. The beautiful beauty just needs to stop in the video. Just use the sword, cast spells, or play the Chen and the flute. As long as it looks beautiful, can get a huge amount of attention and playback. Moreover, the amount of reward that can be obtained for short videos of beauty is also the most. There are several female cultivators in Yaoqi who can earn hundreds of top-grade spirit stones just by tipping each video. It's really annoying. And male cultivators with top-level appearance also have the same treatment. And the benefits of this have led to the fact that the major forces are now opening their gates and recruiting disciples, giving preferential treatment to female or male cultivators whose appearance is determined. As long as their talent isn't too bad. it will be accepted by exception. In this process, a group of outstanding creators naturally emerged. For example, the sect leader of the Huan sect is charming. Even through the video, it also makes the viewer's mind rippling. For each video released, there are hundreds of thousands of comments, and the number of fans easily exceeds 100 million. The other female nuns of the Huan sect also have a lot of video playback. Most importantly, through the Xianwang short video platform. The popularity of the female cultivators of the Huan sect has been greatly increased. Not only the local cultivators in Greater Yinzhou, they will go to Huanfeng to look for it because they are too itchy to see the video. Even in Mingwangzhou, there are many rich cultivators who are attracted by the female cultivators in the short videos. Travel across states to spend. Acacia sect, nuns need to improve their own cultivation base through double cultivation. Under such heat, the number of guests soared. The price has soared tenfold compared to the original. With the popularity of video and business, the income of Huan Zong cultivator has skyrocketed. But what made them laugh from ear to ear was the increase in the number of high-rank cultivators that came. After all, their cultivation process has very high requirements for the cultivation base of male cultivators. The higher the men's cultivation base, the more benefits they can get. So for the female cultivator of the Acacia sect, it is a bloody profit. The short video of Xianwang is their artifact. But this also made many cultivators who were not very well off and could only go to Huan Square to relax occasionally. The price went up and they couldn't afford it at all. Only go to some rogue cultivators who have cultivated similar cultivation technique to relax. But the level of these female rogue cultivators is not qualified to compare with those specially trained goblins of the Acacia sect. This makes them resentful of Xianwang's short video, which is completely driving up the market price. Except for the Acacia sect, there are also many cultivators, and the short videos they have created have emerged among countless videos. And with the emergence of more and more high-quality creators, more and more people are divided into spirit stones in the incentive plan. It stands to reason that the rewards that everyone can get will be less. But it is not so. The precise advertising of Xianwang's short videos is charged according to the number of impressions of each advertisement and the number of impressions. And with the emergence of more and more high-quality videos, naturally, more cultivators came to watch the short video, and they watched it for a longer time. This makes the number of ad impressions and the number of impressions increase. As a result, the overall advertising cost of Xianwang's short videos has risen. And advertising costs have risen. Video creators get more spirit stones. So, with the influx of so many video creators, the spirit stones reward of Xianwang's short video incentive program is still quite impressive. That's the benefit of incentive programs. A steady stream of high-quality creators allows Xianwang's short videos to have a steady stream of high-quality content. It can stay hot all the time, and as long as the heat is there, the major forces will continue to release 5.0 advertisements, thus achieving a perfect cycle. And not only individual creators are involved in this wave of creation. Many big forces have also opened their own Xianwang short video big power accounts. Yes, except for personal accounts. Xianwang Weibo also has a powerful account dedicated to sect, the family. Among these countless powerful accounts, not a few stand out. But among them, there is only one force that is the most famous and has attracted countless fans in a short period of time. The account opened by Mingwangzhou Tianji Resort. The operations of the major forces are different, such as Acacia. Except for the sect leader, the elder, and the disciples, they are all shooting personal short videos. Huanzong also opened a big power account. The role of this big power account is to introduce the elder or female disciple of the sect. Let the cultivator choose and meet his female disciples. In the video, the female cultivator will be filmed. Introduce their cultivation base, the various skills they have mastered, and the cultivation base requirements for the male cultivators they host. And which branch of Huanfeng will be cultivated in the near future. Include different prices that different male cultivators want to pay for their cultivation. After all, if the male cultivator's cultivation base is lower than the female cultivator, then cultivation together will not bring the slightest gain. At least cultivation base is equivalent. The higher the cultivation base, the more benefits it can bring to female nuns. This is also the reason why the higher the cultivation base, the less spirit stones you can spend at Huanfeng. In this big power account, naturally, there are countless likes. There are countless cultivators waiting to be updated every day. Those who have spending power look for their hearts through videos. And male cultivators who have no spending power are also happy to watch the fun. In short, the attention is very high, and you can earn a lot of spirit stones just from the share of the incentive plan. The most important thing is that this account even receives some advertisements. Some medicine pills, magical items with special functions, as well as some peculiar robes, will be placed in the Acacia sect through Tianyan Pavilion. For example, some medicine pills that can stimulate qi and blood and make people's blood spurt. There are also some weird magical items, or a vestment with very little fabric. Advertising through the female nuns of the Acacia sect has excellent results. The Huan sect used to be quite wealthy. Now it is even more directly rich. The female nuns of the Huan sect are now rich and powerful, and they are all wearing top weapon vestments and jewels. And this naturally made the major forces excited. Big power accounts have been opened, such as Mingwang's Sacred Land Heart Tool sect. It also opened a big power account. Customized related short videos are released daily. On the other hand, the Great Power account opened by the Sword Sect of Heaven will introduce some tips for sword cultivation. At the same time, in the video, he recruited the disciples of sword cultivation talent. There is also a sect that refines PHS, which will record the refining process of its own PHS in the account. Introduced the various materials used at home, all of which are top-notch. Thus started the reputation of his own PHS. All kinds of big power accounts are different, and these big power accounts are for exposure. It will also buy traffic from Tianyan Pavilion, that is push, in order to achieve the purpose of more refreshing in front of the cultivator. And the effort pays off. These actions have greatly improved the sales and popularity of the products of the major forces. Let them have a lot of competitiveness when recruiting and competing for disciples. Before, cultivators with excellent talents who want to enter the big sect can only choose the nearest ones. After all, traffic was not developed in the past, and many immortal cities did not have teleportation formations. If you want to go to the great forces farther, the difficulty is sky high. It might be lost halfway through, and now it's different. The teleportation formation invested and constructed by Tianyan Sacred Land in each immortal city directly opened up each immortal city. It also allows all immortal cultivators to easily travel to the major immortal cities as long as they pay the transfer fee. This also allows immortal cultivators with talent to choose to join forces that are more suitable for their own. Not even across states is impossible. In this case, the difficulty of recruiting disciples for the major forces has greatly increased. After all, in the past, it was only necessary to compete with several major local forces. And now, but it seems to be competing with the forces of the entire continent. This trend makes it difficult for many forces that are not strong enough or not famous enough to recruit disciples as easily as before. So, they must use Xianwang Weibo, Xianwang Short Video, and other applications to build their own reputation. Let more immortal cultivators know their own strength and understand the leisure characteristics of their own forces. If not, if there is less and less fresh blood, it will only lead to the gradual decline of the sect inheritance, or even the cessation of it. Repair the pattern that Immortal World has always had. It is constantly being impacted and slowly changing. Forces that can adapt to such changes and respond to them will naturally take the lead. It may even become an opportunity for them to expand and strengthen themselves. But there are also many forces that are at a loss for this change. They don't understand. Why did you randomly recruit disciples before? Now it's even harder. They also didn't understand that there were a large number of local cultivators who bought magical item medicine pill produced by themselves in the past. Why no one cares now? This change, on the earth in the previous life, called economic globalization, while repairing Immortal World. Later, this change was gradually summarized by the cultivators as cultivating Immortal World integration. The world of immortal cultivation is constantly changing. For ordinary immortal cultivators, through PHS apps, those holy places and great forces that were originally high and unattainable are no longer mysterious, and the originally extremely difficult road to cultivating immortals. It also alleviates countless difficulties. And for the major forces, PHS's clock application has also made their operating mode change dramatically. For example, the original recruitment of disciples. With famous powers, the Holy Land does not need to do anything, and countless immortal cultivators will rush to participate in the test for fear of missing out. But now it's different. The channels of information are smoother. It can allow immortal cultivators to choose the sect that suits them most and has the best treatment through comparison. Through the teleportation array, go to 3 or 4 selected forces to test. Finally, choose one of them. This situation has forced many forces to improve the welfare of their disciples and advertise to enhance their reputation, to attract and win over more talented disciples. After all, for big forces, it is necessary to continuously absorb living blood to continue to have vitality, otherwise doomed to decline. And this leads to the advertising fees received by Tianyan Holy Land have been rising. And as the initiator of everything, the Tianyan Holy Land naturally obtained the greatest benefits. In the increasingly majestic and imposing sect hall of the Tianyan Holy Land, a stream of terrifying breath descended and stepped into the main hall. And inside the main hall, there are already many elders who have arrived in the Tianyan Holy Land. Most of them were bright, and groups of 3 or 5 were discussing excitedly. And get closer. It can be seen that these elders are discussing their short videos of the fairy net that have not been launched recently. Some elders were elated and even showed off a little gaffe. Yesterday alone, the incentive plan I got was divided into a full 120 champagne spirit stones. And in the past 10 days since I went online, I have obtained more than 1,000 champagne spirit stones. If you calculate it this way, in 1 year, wouldn't I be able to earn more than 30,000 top-grade spirit stones? Listening to this elder show off, the rest of the elders looked envious. Previously, the Holy Lord distributed the shooting business of shooting short videos. Most of the elders did not film themselves. It was just given to the disciples. Only a few elders were either curious or interested in themselves. Shoot video is selected. And there is no doubt about it. They got the lead. After all, in the immortal cultivation world, the strong are respected. For example, the video taken by the strong man in the infancy of the Yuan, under the same quality, must be more convinced and loved by ordinary immortal cultivators. And when the short video of Xianwang was just launched, there are not many strong people who shoot short videos. So that these elders who filmed short videos in advance took the lead and the fans of the emperor. And the push mechanism of its own short video application. It is based on the number of fans of the publisher, as well as the number of likes on past videos, the completion rate, and other data. The better the data, the more priority it is. This leads to a situation where the stronger. Let these people make a lot of money. And now, although many strong people are moved and even take action, start shooting short videos. There is even the existence of the strong of the gods. But in the end, the opportunity was lost. There are many strong people who shoot short videos nowadays. The following is as sought after as it was at the beginning. It is no longer possible to easily get a large number of fans like these elders. Only a few can stand out. This also made all the elders present even more envious of these elders who had taken the lead. After all, in the past, the average Yuan infant strong person was only 2,000 top-grade spirit stones a year. The welfare of their own Tianyan Holy Land is high. In a year, all kinds of offerings, subsidies, and rewards add up to almost 10,000. But just by shooting short videos, people can earn tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones a year. And you can also receive high-priced advertisements. It's really enviable. When everyone was talking about how to improve the like rate and completion rate of short videos, a golden figure descended on the main hall. The main hall of the sect instantly became solemn. All the elders bowed down and looked at the young man sitting on the high platform with respectful and adoring eyes. Past the Holy King and above the Holy Sea, Chen, who had just arrived, smiled slightly and raised his hand. You don't need to be polite. Since the launch of the short video of Xianwang, Chen went back to retreat. I didn't pay too much attention to the development of Xianwang's short video after it was launched. After all, in Chen's view, the popularity of short videos on Xianwang is inevitable. Don't worry too much. Today, the income of the Holy Land is skyrocketing. The 500 million top-grade spirit stones needed for his perfect breakthrough are already approaching. So Chen went to retreat. Continue to feel the 9 secrets. And by the way, prepare for the upcoming breakthrough. And today, Chen came out of the customs and summoned the elders. It is necessary to know what the achievements created by the short video of Xianwang are. The elders looked at their own holy lords with great emotion. They were no longer qualified to see the Holy Lord's cultivation. But every time I saw the Holy Lord after a while, they can all feel the big change. The Holy Lord seems to be getting stronger all the time, never seeing the limit. This is a talent that countless immortal cultivators who have not taken a step forward for many years to achieve peace dream of. Holy Lord, maybe you can really become an immortal in this era without immortals. And when everyone sighs in their hearts, Chen smiled and said, Everyone, since the launch of the short video of Xianwang, there are any problems. Hearsay. The elders immediately shook their heads. Xianwang's short video is definitely one of the most perfect applications, to the satisfaction of all. Most importantly, after this update, the previous apps have also gotten smarter. The products pushed are more accurate 587, which can stimulate the desire to buy. For example, the elders present felt that this update was over. They opened the Xianwang auction house, and the treasures they need most often appear in the auction items pushed on the homepage. An elder sincerely spoke. Holy Lord, the short video of the Immortal Net is exceptionally perfect. And other apps have also become more complete after this update. It is said that the revenue of other applications has increased as a result. Everyone nodded one after another. Chen smiled when he heard this. That's the power of Big Data 2.0. It can be pushed more accurately, so that the transaction can be concluded faster. Many times, consumers are so obsessed with insight and vision that they don't know what they need. But Big Data knows, according to their own cultivation and status, from the countless products in the entire Immortal World, they recommend the most suitable products for them, batch, to them. And the foreign elder also took a step forward at this moment and reported with joy on his face. Holy Lord, the short video advertisement you mentioned is particularly popular. Once it was launched, it was a huge hit. After we helped several forces to create a few ads, it directly attracted huge attention. Now the advertising of short videos on Xianwang is completely in short supply. Hearing this, the corners of Chen's mouth hooked up and showed a smile. Creating short video ads is naturally my own initiative. Video ads are common on Earth. Whether it's a TV, a computer, a mobile phone, or a billboard on the street, there are video ads. But in the world of immortal cultivation, it was the first time, and I just came up with the general concept of video advertising. As for how to shoot, it was still handed over to the elders of the Holy Land. At this moment, hearing the nature, I opened the PHS and scanned the advertisements inside. Then the corners of his mouth twitched. Senior brother, why are you cultivating so fast? Junior brother, why is your sword technique suddenly progressing rapidly? Oh, it turned out to be taking the course of Elder Dugu, sword. Junior sister, your vestment is so good looking. Where did you buy it? Senior sister, did you take the pill to disperse the fragrance? Whose elixir is it, and where can I buy it? Just scanning a few short videos, Chen hurriedly closed them. Good fellow, these ads are really simple and rude. Earth didn't play like that in the early years. I have begun to play with concepts and make money by creating mood, feeling, brand, identity, and other ways through advertising. But it's understandable when you think about it. After all, video advertising in the world of immortal cultivation has only just developed. Over time, there are bound to be more and more innovative ads. There is no need to meddle yourself. However, since the advertising effect is good, it is extremely hot. That income must also be very hot. Chen set his sights on the foreign elders. Without Chen speaking, the foreign elder immediately reported what Chen wanted to know. Repay the Holy Lord. The advertising business of Xianwang short video is too hot. So, we practice the method of collecting money by paying in line. Therefore, although the short video of Xianwang has been online for more than 10 days, the schedule of the advertising queue has reached 3 months later. These 3 months of advertising money, we have reached the people. On average, after cutting out the 10% of the spirit stones that need to be paid for creative incentives, our monthly net profit has reached 100 million Shangping spirit stones. Hear the number. There was an uproar at the scene. All the elders showed a look of amazement. 100 million top-grade spirit stones a month? And just an app? You know, the total monthly revenue of all apps before. It's only 150 million top-grade spirit stones. And now, it's just an app. That's more than half of the total revenue of previous apps. It's incredible. The short video of Xianwang is simply too profitable to earn spirit stones. And Chen heard the number, although not as disgraced as most elders. But the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. Short videos, it's really a spirit stone. No wonder the short video company in the previous life was able to suddenly become famous and become a top giant in almost overnight. The profit of short videos is so terrifying. Chen was not surprised. After all, in a previous life, the country he crossed through, there are only 2 internet companies that can be called giants. The 2 giants, surnamed Ma, attacked each other in 3 days, and the domestic internet companies with names and surnames basically have shares in these 2 companies. But later, the short video industry has sprung up, a new giant, relying on the short video industry to take off directly. A tripod has been formed. This is enough to see the potential of the short video industry. And in the world of immortal cultivation, its own Xianwang short video is a complete monopoly, and there is no competition opponents. Plus the vast market of Ming Wangzhou. In this case, achieving a terrifying profit of 100 million a month is not an unacceptable thing. The net profit in January reached 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Then add the profit of 1.5 billion yuan from the previous applications. In other words, for example, today's monthly income of Yinxing Land has reached 250 million. It only takes 2 months to earn 500 million top-grade spirit stones. Chen thought inwardly and was quite satisfied. But the surprise is yet to come. The Foreign Affairs elder smiled and spoke again. The profit of the short video of the fairy net has reached 100 million Shangpin Lingshi. So the total income of our Tianyan Holy Land has reached 300 million Shangpin spirit stones. 300 million top-grade spirit stones? At this moment, not only the elders, but also Chen couldn't help but jump their eyelids. How can it be 300 million? The foreign elder looked at everyone's expressions, smiled slightly, looked at Chen and explained, Holy Lord, because of the new push mode after the update, and during this time, the PHS users in Ming Wangzhou continue to climb. The revenue of all the previous applications has skyrocketed by 50 million again. It has reached a total of 200 million top-grade spirit stones. And it adds up, it's exactly 300 million top-grade spirit stones. This time I heard the explanation. Chen is it. Version 2.0 of Big Data Push, coupled with the continuous rise of users in Ming Wangzhou, let income skyrocket again. Understandable. But the elders are still immersed in the shock brought by this terrifying mathematics. 300 million top-grade spirit stones? Don't talk about Yinzhou. Even if the Ming dynasty is rich in materials. Among those holy places that have been inherited for 10,000 years in Ming Wangzhou, there may be 3 or 5, and there can be hundreds of millions of top-grade spirit stones. But that's about it. Even if it is the most terrifying and famous Dowd sect and Feather sect, it is good if there are so many material reserves in the sect. In this case, my own holy place is only 1 month. You can earn tens of thousands of years of heritage in the top holy land. It's incredible if this is known to the outside world. I'm afraid that all the holy places will be eager to attack their own homes. As an elder of the Holy Land, the elders present even had a feeling of guilt. You can see the horror of this profit figure. Chen, however, has no such worries at all. Without him, strength is Chen's capital. A perfect breakthrough all the way, plus the 9 secret techniques that control all kinds of human limits. Let Chen be extremely confident in his combat power. The most important thing is that because the advertisements of Xianwang short videos need to queue up, the customers in the next 3 months have already paid the advertising fees in advance. This income of 300 million makes the current spiritual stone reserve of his own holy land reach as much as 700 million. And break through the middle stage of refining the void yourself. Only 500 million top-grade spirit stones are needed. That is, only this meeting needs to end. You can go to retreat before and perfectly break through the middle stage of refining the void. And once he perfects his strength again, the combat power will become more and more terrifying. And he will also get a 9 secrets again. 0 ask for flowers. Until then, the strong people on the table in the entire immortal cultivation world can suppress them at will. So, ASU is worried. In short, Chen's mood was extraordinarily reserved next. By the way, 100 million Shangpin spirit stones were allocated and handed over to the foreign elders. Let him choose the location of the branch in Ming Wangzhou. There is no need to be stingy. Not even a place. It is completely possible to waive the spirit stone and discuss with some forces that occupy the good spiritual land. Let them relocate by their spiritual land, or by their entire sect, and transform it into their own subsect. There is no need for your own family to do bullying things. But the money is moving. Although the spiritual land of power is very important, it is about inheritance and face. But as long as you own King Lingshi, there is nothing that cannot be done. Unfortunately, most of the holy places are not sold. Otherwise, if you buy a holy place to be a branch sect in Ming Wangzhou, that is the real hanging. After Chen finished his orders, he clapped his hands and prepared to end the meeting. Now the spirit stone is enough. I can't wait to go to the retreat, ready for a breakthrough. However, at this moment, the foreign elder spoke again. Holy Lord, there is one more matter for you to decide. That's what the short video is about. Since the launch of short videos, the number of creators of short videos has soared sharply because of the incentive program, and the total number of short videos has increased dozens of times in a short period of time. But these short videos, the quality is uneven. But that's all. The most important thing is that the content of some videos is not too much. For example, in the Tianyan sect, the nun even shoots a short video without a vest. There are also some short videos, too cruel. There have already been many monks who have expressed their dissatisfaction with this. Shall we do something about this? Hear the words of the foreign elder. Chen's eyelids lifted slightly. Not wearing a vestment? This is not much different from an app in the previous life that has the same sound as Douyin, but different characters. Did the friars play so openly? Offense against decency. I have to criticize it. Soon, Chen saw the short videos. It is indeed against customs. For example, the female cultivators of the Tianyan sect. It is necessary to improve your cultivation through the method of double cultivation. Therefore, some low-level nuns, in order to get enough attention, the videos they shoot are particularly bold. After all, if you can attract high-level immortal cultivators, you can take care of your business once. It's not just about earning spirit stones. You can still repair 807 for a sudden rise. Why not? And the high-level female cultivators of the Tianyan sect may be high in cultivation, or they may be famous. On the contrary, for the sake of style, it will not be so bold. But it is also half-concealed, and with the art of flattery, it is actually more attractive. In addition to the Tianyan sect, there are similar sects in Ming Wangzhou, or female cultivators who practice similar exercises. And it's not just friars. There are also many male monks. Just a glance almost made Chen feel like he had a needle eye. In some of the videos that the foreign elders said, some of the too cruel videos Chen also saw, it's not a video of hunting monsters. The inheritance of the immortal cultivation world is varied, some orthodox and some side doors. There are many videos taken by the cultivators of the left side of the door, which makes the scalp of the immortal cultivators numb. For example, there are witch monks. It is that a lot of videos of worms were taken. That's fine. However, some directly show the power of worms in the video, using worms to devour enemies alive. That picture is really cruel. There are also soul refiners, corpse refiners, ghost refiners, and all kinds of evil methods. In the past, it was not common to cultivate the immortal world. But in the short video of Xian Wang, they all appeared. It seems that it is to gain attention or the cultivation of these methods is such a character. In short, most of the video content is particularly cruel. But the number of views of these videos is not low. There are a lot of likes and favorites. In the comment area, there are also scolding and curious. Some even set off a scolding war. Instead, it makes the video more popular. Chen tapped the tabletop in front of him lightly with his index finger, making a tapping sound that was neither light nor heavy. It's also thinking in my head, the world of immortal cultivation is vast, and the inheritance is unknown for many years. So there are countless all kinds of weird methods. It was good before, after all, the orthodoxy of immortals is powerful. These side doors and left roads are squeezed into remote places and are little known. But the arrival of the fairy net era. Let these rare things appear in front of most immortal cultivators again. The big data of Xian Wang's short videos is to recommend videos based on popularity. I don't care about the specifics. Therefore, this content was pushed in front of all immortal cultivators. It caused discomfort to many immortal cultivators. FFLX. Something really needs to be done. Don't let it shoot. Block these people's numbers. It's not necessary. After all, this is not the country where I was in my previous life. This is the world of immortal cultivation. Moreover, most people don't like such short videos. But there are also those who like it. The minority cannot be suppressed just because of the majority. But allowing these videos to be pushed in front of everyone is not good to affect immortal cultivators. After all, you watch the cultivation video well. A cruel video of a witch suddenly pops up and affects the mood. Conversely, it may also affect the use time of short videos on Xian Wang. FFTLX. Something must be done. Chen thought for a moment, and the corners of his mouth hooked. Simple. Introduction of a grading system. On the basis of video classification 0.0, plus a video rating system, divide all short videos into two categories. One category is normal videos. All immortal cultivators can see it. The other category is special videos. I want to watch these special videos that don't wear a vestment or are too cruel. Then you need to go to the special video area to watch it. The whole video will be brushed, and no special video will be brushed. This ensures that people who want to see it can see it. People who don't want to see it can't see. It's perfect. But after thinking about it, the corners of Chen's mouth hooked up again. By the way, there are minors who can't watch it. The immortal cultivation world can start cultivating immortals at the age of 14. Many immortal cultivators in the Qi refining period are minors. Seeing these special videos too early is bound to have an impact on their minds. The decline of the system, such as witchcraft, is naturally due to their deficiencies. Chen didn't want the young generation of immortal cultivators to be attracted by these side doors. So, minors are not allowed to watch short videos in the special video section. And the age of adulthood cannot be 18. According to the big data statistics of the age of immortal cultivators, most immortal cultivators need to be 0.4 to 24 years old to break through to the 7th layer of refining Qi. When I reached the 7th layer of Qi refining, I basically had a plan for my path of cultivating immortals, so I wouldn't change it impulsively just because of a few videos. So, immortal cultivators must be at least 24 years old to watch special videos. Moreover, underage immortal cultivators can only watch short videos for a maximum of 1 hour every day. Otherwise, the age is too young and the concentration is insufficient. Really indulge in it if you brush it for half a day. Whereas there's still time to practice. In the long run, it will affect the strength of the entire immortal cultivation world. A moment of thought. Chen set the first set of juvenile protection plans in the immortal cultivation world. And, since the grading system has been introduced, then follow the trend to promote this grading system to all applications. For example, Tianyan Cloud Classroom, with the development to this day. Now the courses are all-encompassing. What two cultivators, soul refining, corpse refining, all kinds of evil methods. And in the Fairy Net Taba line, the things sold are also varied. What special costumes, special props is not uncommon. After all, immortal cultivators are very open in this regard. And Tianyan Weibo is actually similar to Tianyan short videos. There are also all kinds of discordant things in it. As for the borrowing of Tianyan Cloud Quick Pass, etc., corresponding restrictions should also be imposed on minor immortal cultivators. Adult immortal cultivators are naturally arbitrary, have the power to choose, and what they want to see and see. But those immortal cultivators who are too young have not yet cultivated their own outlook on life, and they do not have enough determination 10 taboos. In this case, help them avoid these temptations. Let them cultivate their good deeds. Thereupon, Chen looked at the foreign elder and nodded. The question raised by the foreign elder is indeed very important. I've thought about it, and I'll spend a few days updating the PHS app and rolling out the rating system. And give specific grading criteria. Let the immortal cultivators choose whether to post in the ordinary area and the special area according to the content they publish. When using the app, immortal cultivators can choose whether to watch the content of a special area. And immortal cultivators under the age of 24 are forcibly forbidden to watch the content of the special area. Hearing Chen's proposal for the settlement, the foreign elder agreed and was puzzled. Immortal cultivators under the age of 24 are forbidden to watch? That's a strange statement. Obviously, there is no such thing as the protection of underage immortal cultivators in the immortal cultivation world. After all, the weak and the strong in the immortal cultivation world. Separate evidence. Who used to care if you had just entered the immortal cultivation world? But since the Holy Lord has said so, he must have his own reason. The foreign elder did not dwell on a little, but said with some concern, what if an immortal cultivator does not abide by our regulations when uploading content, and posts the content that should be posted in a special area to an ordinary area? Chen immediately smiled. Once the situation is discovered, the first warning, the second fine, and the third time directly ban the use of PHS. Hearing this, the foreign secretary has no worries. Judging from the importance of PHS in the immortal cultivation world today, without PHS, it is equivalent to losing most of the information channels and countless knowledge inheritances. This is a consequence that no immortal cultivator can bear. I believe that as long as immortal cultivators know the consequences of their mistakes, they will definitely not challenge the grading system introduced by their own holy master. The foreign elders also sighed with some emotion. Worthy of the Holy Lord. It's admirable to always come up with these whimsical practices. Chen saw that the foreign elders stopped talking, looked around at the elders, and asked if there was anything else to report. The elders all shook their heads. Chen waved his hand and announced the end of the meeting. Chen was about to leave the meeting and went to prepare for a perfect breakthrough. After all, the spirit stones have earned enough, and it would be a waste of time not to break through. But for now, let's get the grading system out first. However, this is not troublesome. Just need to come up with a common module and add it to all applications. Up to 3 or 2 days. Chen recalled the depressed appearance of countless miners who could not play games and go to internet cafes in his previous life, and couldn't help but smile. Obviously, a miner in the immortal cultivation world. Also to tremble in front of the grading system. I don't know if underage immortal cultivators will secretly scold themselves in their hearts for creating a grading system. However, the grading system was created by itself after being reminded by the foreign elders. Therefore, this update should focus on the names of foreign elders. Let these underage immortal cultivators know that it was the foreign elders who contributed to them. The next few days, the entire immortal cultivation world is calm and calm. Countless immortal cultivators in the outside world are still immersed in the happiness brought by brushing short videos. And in the process of brushing short videos, they all have their own feelings. 860. Quite a few benefits have been obtained, and there are more and more immortal cultivators shooting short videos. Even some teams specializing in shooting short videos have begun to take shape. After all, many immortal cultivators have already discovered it. As long as you can shoot a good, beloved short video, the benefits that can be earned are more than what you earn by hunting demon beasts, refining magic tools, and refining elixirs. As a result, the immortal cultivation world has also created a new profession. And 3 days later, Chen walked out of the forbidden place. The foreign elder was called and patted him on the shoulder, indicating that the grading system had been developed and would be updated tonight, and highlight the contributions of the foreign elders. It means that the entire immortal cultivator of the underage immortal cultivation world knows how much effort the elders of the outer road have put into it. The foreign elder listened in the clouds. What contribution? What did you do? Although I don't know exactly what happened. But looking at the expression of his own holy lord, it doesn't feel like a good thing at all. Looking at the expression of the foreign elder, Chen smiled slightly. You'll know soon. But these are small things. Chen asked the foreign elders to continue to focus on the matter of opening up a branch in Ming Wangzhou. Then came the leisurely announcement. Next, I'm going to retreat. If something happens, the foreign affairs elder can discuss it with the 2 Taishang elders. For example, today the Holy Land removes the Taishang elder who has been in retreat. It was Nangong Wan and refining elder Wang Changchun. Once he retreats, he doesn't even have a refining void. After all, he is too weak. I don't know if the rewards given by the system can solve this problem after the rewards of the 9 secrets are completed one by one. But Chen wasn't too worried. He fought in Ming Wangzhou and had already established a great name. Under such circumstances, there are absolutely few forces that dare to provoke the Tianyan Holy Land during their retreat. Moreover, I am only in retreat, and I will be out of the customs for too long. Chen's voice was flat. But when the foreign elder heard this, his eyes instantly widened. He looked at Chen in disbelief. Holy Lord, you are going to retreat again? Could it be again? If it were someone else, he wouldn't think so. After all, the Holy Lord has broken through the refining void so far, but it has only been half a year. Half a year for most cultivators. I'm afraid it's just enough to stabilize my cultivation. But his own Holy Lord is completely different. Should your own Holy Lord break through again? Looking at the indescribable shock of the foreign elder, Chen smiled slightly. It's just that I have a feeling in my heart. As for whether I can break through, it depends on fate. The corner of the foreign minister's mouth twitched. It's a feeling in the heart again. Other immortal cultivators have to rely on all kinds of hard battles, and the desperate situation can only feel something. Only the Holy Lord alone can have some understanding by hanging the opponent. It's outrageous. However, the foreign affairs elder had been following Chen for so long and had experienced so much, and he had long been accustomed to it. So he bent down and bowed at this moment. The Sacred Well has a great opportunity to enter the retreat this time. Chen had already visited Shizhuan before, and at the same time told Gu Yinyun and Gu Sinner about their retreat. So at this moment, he nodded, with a smile, and leisurely floated into the forbidden place. Wait for Chen to disappear at the entrance of the Forbidden Land. The Forbidden Land array opened violently, prohibiting outsiders from entering. In the Forbidden Land, immortal artifacts are still floating there. For tens of thousands of years, it has not changed. Chen looked at the immortal artifact and was a little moved. It's a pity that the immortal weapon is strong, and if you want to control it, you must at least be able to drive it briefly with the cultivation of the Mahayana period. But Chen holds the secret of the war. For controlling any divine weapon, it is countless times easier than others. In this case, Chen guessed that he relied on the secret of the soldier. Maybe after his integration period, he could control it for a short time. And the immortal weapon can be called the nuclear weapon of the immortal cultivation world. If you can control such weapons, even in a certain corner of the immortal cultivation world, there are really some old monsters and other existences hidden, and they can easily be shocked. Therefore, the road to improvement in cultivation cannot be slowed down in the slightest. Chen sat down cross-kneeled. Close your eyes and turn on the system. In an instant, the system interface comes into view. Host cultivation, early stage of refining the void. You can break through to the middle stage of refining the void. Please select the breakthrough level. Ordinary breakthrough. 5 million Shangpin spirit stones. Choose ordinary breakthrough. Affect the potential. After reaching the early Mahayana stage, you can no longer break through. Excellent breakthrough. 50 million top-grade spirit stones. Choose excellent breakthroughs. Affect the potential. And after reaching the early stage of the golden immortal, you can no longer break through. Perfect breakthrough. 500 million top-grade spirit stones. Choose a perfect breakthrough. It will not affect the subsequent realm breakthrough. And at the same time, give a random reward. Still a familiar option. How to choose? Naturally, there's no need to say. Perfect breakthrough. When Chen's voice fell, in an instant, endless divine light gushed out from Chen's body. The terrifying power of Chen in the early stage of refining the void burst out instantly, like the waves of the divine sea, emitting bursts of sounds. In Chen's eyebrows, the heaven and earth law phase that shook the entire immortal cultivation world loomed. Endless visions flowed, exuding a strange and terrifying aura. And Chen himself entered a state of determination in an instant. Perfect breakthrough, the beginning. Outside, the foreign elder left from outside the forbidden land and muttered, "Shouldn't the Holy Lord really break through?" The legendary refining void period, breaking through a small realm in only half a year, is really incredible. Don't say it's a drop immortal. Even if it is a legendary immortal king, the cultivation speed is probably no more. In the future, the legendary sect soars. Will the Holy Lord really be able to do it? I must also improve my cultivation. It is naturally impossible to catch up with the Holy Lord, but at least it is necessary to achieve the incarnation of God. Otherwise, it will be too dragging the Holy Lord's hind legs. The eyes of the foreign elders were filled with hope for the future. He is also Tianjiao. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to become an elder of the Tianyan Holy Land. But he himself knows it, not to mention becoming an immortal. Most of my life is not qualified to refine the void. In this case, if the Holy Lord becomes an immortal in the future, he can take the entire Tianyan Holy Land to ascend to the heavens, and the chicken dog to ascend to the sky. That is a good thing that any immortal cultivator dreams of. While the foreign elder was thinking freely, his PHS sounded. When he picked it up, the deacon's reporting voice came to his mind. Outside the mountain gate of the Tianyan Holy Land, a stunning figure stands between heaven and earth. The purple skirt sets off a peerless figure, and that alluring face made all the immortal cultivators who had seen it not only shocked. This is not flattery. It's real, heart-wrenching charm. The disciple deacon at the mountain gate didn't even dare to look at the mature, beautiful woman with half eyes, for fear of losing his mind and angering the other party. After all, the other party is not only peerless. Xiaowei is also a well-deserved second existence in the whole of Dianzhou. The person who came was the fairy of the city. Soon, inside the mountain gate, two streams of light flew in. It was the foreign affairs elder and the alchemy elder. When the foreign affairs elder saw the refining elder, his expression was calm. The fairy of the city is coming. Wang Changchun will definitely rush over. There is nothing to say. Therefore, after the foreign affairs elder stood still, he saluted the fairy of the falling city. I have seen the fairy of the falling city. And Wang Changchun's rough face was full of obsession. Why are you here, fairy of the city? Don't tell me in advance. I'll pick you up at the mountain gate in advance. This licking dog look, the foreign elder who listened shook his head inwardly. And the fairy of the city smiled slightly. Gu Panxing was bright, shook his head, and said calmly, Wang Dayu is polite. I'm here to find your holy lord something. Wang Changchun immediately replied, You're welcome. You're welcome. The fairy of the city will come with me, and I'll take you to the holy lord. However, when the foreign elder heard this, he shook his head and looked at the fairy of the city with an apologetic face and said, The 340 children of the fairy of the city are really sorry. The holy lord told me not long ago that I was going to retreat, and the great array has been closed and cannot be contacted. If there is something wrong with the ferry of the city, you can tell me, and when the Holy Lord leaves the customs, I will convey it as soon as possible." When the fairy heard this, her beautiful eyes blinked gently. "Yi Chen invitat?" No wonder I contacted Yi Chen's PHS, prompting that it couldn't be connected. It was something that the fairy did not expect. After all, Yi Chen had only broken through the refining void not long ago. It stands to reason that now is the time to accumulate strength. It's not time for a retreat. However, the fairy of the falling city only thought about what spells Yi Chen was cultivating, magical powers and the like, and did not think much. With a smile, he said, "No need to trouble Daoist friends. I'm here just to thank Yi Chen for the short video." In this wave of short video craze, Yaoqi Holy Land took the lead because of Yi Chen's advance invitation. And there are many beauties in the Yaoqi Holy Land. It's about being noticed. So in this wave of short video trends, Yaoqi Holy Land has benefited a lot. There are millions of followers. There are 2 accounts that break 100 million followers. In the future, whether it is receiving advertisements or video rewards, the spirit stones that can be earned are astronomical. Even for the Holy Land, this is a huge amount of money. So she came to thank Yi Chen. But thanks are secondary. In the eyes of Elder Qingcheng, Yi Chen must have figured out why he was able to give birth to the Yaoqi holy purpose. Last time, Yi Chen rejected himself because he thought he had a dojo. So now that you figure it out, what will be the expression when you see yourself? Will you regret rejecting yourself? Although the fairy of the Allure City is not as narcissistic as the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, but for its own advantages, it is clear. It is difficult for men to resist their charm. It's a pity that Yi Chen has gone into retreat, which is a pity. I will convey this matter after the Holy Lord leaves the customs. The foreign elder nodded. The fairy smiled, took his leave, and prepared to leave. At this time, Wang Changchun hurriedly spoke. "The fairies of the Allure City are coming. Why don't you come in for a moment, and let me entertain you?" A few days ago, I bid for 10 immortal teas produced in the Guyuan Holy Land of Mingwangzhou from the Immortal Net Auction House, and drinking it is of some help to the gods and immortal cultivators in the refining period. Why don't you come and evaluate the fairy of the city? The corners of the foreign elder's mouth twitched when he listened. He also knew that this immortal tea was definitely a luxury in the immortal cultivation world. Generally, the incarnate gods may not be willing to drink much. Wang Changchun didn't invite his old brothers to drink it. There is really no humanity of the opposite S**X. The foreign elder didn't want to listen anymore, so he took his leave and returned to the minister of the mountain gate. Wang Changchun naturally didn't care at all. It's good that the light bulb is gone. And the fairy of the falling city felt Wang Changchun's eager gaze and frowned. She is a perfectionist. The requirements for Taoists are extremely high, and it is better to lack than abuse. So over the years, I only had a good impression of Yi Chen. But Wang Changchun was the Taishang elder of the Tianyan Holy Land, Yi Chen's subordinate. Wang Changchun has always been so enthusiastic about himself. Yi Chen is willing to double practice with himself, and Bafi may reject himself because of concerns. This matter must be resolved, so the fairy of the city looked at Wang Changchun and said seriously, "Wang Daoyu, now I have someone I want." Daoist friends accept this thought. When Wang Changchun heard this, his eyes widened. His own goddess is actually an intentional person. Who is he? Does he have my cultivation as high? Does he have my wealth? You know, as an elder of the Tianyan Holy Land now, I offer a full 50,000 pieces a year. And because of the abundance of resources, I am even expected to break through the refining void within 300 years. For a time, Wang Changchun was even a little incoherent. After all, it was rejected before. The fairy of the city has always been alone, making Wang Changchun think that he still has hope. But now, the fairy of the city actually said that he had a person of interest. This will mean that you will never have a chance. Pain. It hurts so much. Wang Changchun looked at the fairy of the Allure City with a painful heart, and although the fairy of the city was a little unbearable, he still calmly said, "His cultivation is comparable to mine." As for the source of wealth, it is said that no one in the entire immortal cultivation world can compare with him. The appearance is even more to my liking. Wang Changchun was instantly struck by lightning. The fairy sighed, shook his head, and left. She hoped that Wang Changchun could figure it out on his own. And Wang Changchun stared blankly at the back of the fairy in the city. In my heart, I am thinking, a man's cultivation is comparable to that of a fairy in the city. And that is also the early stage of refining the void. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are not many such existences, but there are quite a few. But the second point, looking at the entire immortal cultivation world, there is no comparable to him in terms of financial resources. As soon as this condition comes out, who that man is, there is no need to guess at all. Just for a moment, in his mind, the figure of his own holy master appeared. Only his own holy lord can make the wind-like woman of the fairy of the city fall in love. If you are a woman, you will have to fall in love with the holy lord. Wang Changchun's heart ached incomparably, but soon relief flashed under his eyes. Indeed, the holy lord is the most suitable man for the fairy in the city. The two of them are equivalent in cultivation in order to accompany the fairy road. After all, my qualifications are not as good as the fairy of the city, and the difference in life is too great. If I fall, the fairy of the city will not be alone in this world. To love someone is to make her happy. Wang Changchun felt that he had sublimated. But he quickly thought that although his own holy master was not close to women, he cared about Gu Yunyun extraordinarily. In addition to Gu Xiner, who agreed to accept Gu Yunyun's niece. It was the stunning color of the holy lord of Yaoqi, and he also directly refused. There is also Yin Bailu of the Heavenly Sword sect, who is also obviously interested in his holy lord. But his own holy master never cared. In this case, what if the holy lord refuses to fall into the fairy? With the arrogance of the fairy in the city, if it is rejected, it will inevitably be heartbroken, and it may even affect the state of mind, resulting in a retrogression in cultivation. I must not allow this to happen. So, when the holy lord is out of the customs, he will go and persuade the holy lord to accept the fairy of the city. Thinking of this, the heart of refining elder Wang Changchun hurt even more. To love someone is to make her happy. Wang Changchun's painful psychological journey is known only to himself. The passing of the world never stops because of anyone. Yi Chen is still in retreat. When the elders of the Tianyan Holy Land learned about it, they were all shocked. There were speculations in my heart. Should the Holy Lord break through again? And on the outside world. Nowadays, the hot spot in the entire immortal cultivation world is still a short video of the Immortal Network. The short video of the Immortal Network indeed brought all immortal cultivators an extremely fresh feeling. In this short video, not only can you see some videos of teaching immortal cultivation, teaching alchemy, or beautiful women, daily life, and all sorts of strange things. For example, there are immortal cultivators when hunting monster beasts in the deep mountains, they encounter rare monster beasts with strange shapes. So they will shoot them and post them in the short video of the fairy net to ask. Real videos can show all the details of the monster. Many immortal cultivators who watched it were amazed. Some rare bloodline demon beasts even alarmed the elders of the Holy Land or the elders of Taishang, and specially went to arrest them. In an extremely short time, in the immortal cultivation world, many rare or strange bloodline demon beasts were found. And it's not all. All the major events and new things that happened in the entire immortal cultivation world. Through the short video of the Immortal Net, it can appear in front of the eyes of all immortal cultivators for the first time. The great events of the world can be known by the eyes of the sun. Where there are ruins, where there are traces of secret realms. Any news in the short video of Xian Wang can be said to be because of everything. And with the video, all the details are known. So it's not just low-level immortal cultivators. Even the powerful people who have cultivated to the profoundness of the major forces will also open the short video of the fairy net from time to time to see if anything new has happened. And in addition to the convenience of information, the types of videos in Xian Wang's short videos are also becoming more and more numerous. Evaluation, life, dance, adventure can be described as everything. But a new classification, the emergence of a different army, is particularly eye-catching and hot. That's the ranking category. Among them, the most famous and popular is the short video of the ranking list launched by the official account of Ming Wang's Tianji Resort. Heavenly Resort, famous for deduction. Especially his contemporary saint Lord Tianji Taoist, his deduction ability can be called the first in the world. Moreover, the Tianji Holy Land has extremely broad information channels and a strong ability to collect information. Even if other holy places have the need for deduction, they will seek it in the Heavenly Machine Holy Land. In its launch of the rankings, the credibility is naturally extremely high. Soon after the launch of Xian Wang's short video, Tianji Holy Land opened an account and launched its own short video ranking. The list is divided into 3 categories. One is the power list. One is the strength list. Finally, there is the Tianjiao list. The list includes all the forces of the two continents, all the strong, and only the top 10 are announced. And ranking this kind of thing has the most natural attraction history for all immortal cultivators. In addition, it is still produced by credible strength such as the Tianji Holy Land. Naturally, countless immortal cultivators flocked to it, and they were proud to be on the list. At the same time, countless immortal cultivators in Ming Guangzhou paid special attention to the ranking of the Tianyan Holy Land and that Tianyan Holy Lord. After all, most of the strong people in Ming Guangzhou already have a definite number, and the immortal cultivators in Ming Guangzhou are famous. But the Holy Lord of Tianyan came out of nowhere. Everyone was curious whether the Tianyan Holy Lord could really rank in the top 3 as the rumors said. Therefore, every video of Tianji Holy Land has reached billions of views. And in the ranking of the power list, Dowd Sect and Feathergate ranked 1st and 2nd. The Tianyan Holy Land only ranked 5th. Many immortal cultivators frowned a little at first about this ranking. After all, the Holy Lord of Tianyan Holy Land. But in the case of crossing the rank, he suppressed 3 people with 1 enemy and 4-0 begging for flowers. There is such a Holy Lord situation. Tianyan Holy Land can only rank 5th. However, below, Injige gives the principle of ranking. Although the strength of the Tianyan Holy Lord is strong, the power list is not only based on the strength of the strongest, but also related to inheritance, the number of strong people above the power god, the average cultivation of the strong, the blessed land, secret realm, and financial resources occupied. And the Tianyan Holy Land has no refining power except for the Tianyan Holy Lord. Even if it is a strong person in the transformation god stage, there are only 3 venerables, among which Nangong Wan and Wang Changchun are both not long after breaking through the early stage of the transformation god. There is also an elder in the late stage of the incarnation god, who closed the death pass 100 years ago, maybe close to the limit. There is no news so far, life and death are unknown. And in many resorts in Mingwang Prefecture, the number of strong people in the gods exceeds the number of 10 fingers. In this case, the top combat strength of the Tianyan Holy Land is seriously insufficient, and it drags its feet. At the same time, there are too few secret realms in Tianyan Holy Land, although the wealth of Tianyan Holy Land is beyond imagination by PHS. But in the secret realm, there are many treasures that are difficult to buy with cloth. In this regard, it seems that the Tianyan Holy Land is seriously insufficient. Looking at the explanation, everyone felt justified. This ranking does make sense. The Tianyan Holy Land has insufficient foundation, and it is just an upstart. Drag the Tianyan Holy Lord's hind legs. Justified, and the Tianji Pavilion is indeed powerful. Even the news that Elder Taishang had closed the Heavenly Yin Holy Land and had not been released for 100 years was known. It's amazing. This makes everyone more curious about the more eye-catching strength rankings. Tianyan Holy Lord. How many immortal cultivators can rank in the 2 states? Is it really the rumored 3rd? Or is it a little further back? After all, Ming Guangzhou, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. It is the power of the late stage of refining the void, and there are as many as 5 or 6 venerables. Yi Chun ranked in the early stage of refining the void? It's really curious. Under such expectations, after the Tianji Pavilion account officially released a short video of the Immortal Cultivation World Force ranking, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The first short video is the overall list. List the rankings. After that, 10 short videos will be sent one by one, which will be used to evaluate each strong person and explain why they are in the ranking. Number 1 in the strength ranking, Dowd Sect Master Bai Yu. 2nd place in the strength ranking list, Taboy, Sect Master of the Feather Sect. 3rd place in the strength ranking, Guyuan Holy Land, Taishang Elder Sticks Taoist. Seeing this, countless immortal cultivators widened their eyes. Tianyan Holy Lord has not even entered the top 3? And who is this Sticks man? Not to mention the immortal cultivators of Dianzhou. Even most of the immortal cultivators of the 527 in Ming Guangzhou have never heard of this person. And look further down. 4th place in the strength ranking, Yi Chun, the Holy Lord of the Tianyan Holy Land. The Tianyan Holy Lord was actually ranked 4th. And after the Tianyan Holy Lord, there are 2 heavenly flames in the late stage of refining. The rest are all mid-stage existences of refining voids. Among the top 10, only Yi Chun was on the leaderboard with his cultivation in the early stage of refining the void. For this ranking, many immortal cultivators did not agree with it. Fong Bai Yu and Tuboy. It was the world's top 2-day fishy massacre. Behind them are two top holy places with terrifying roots. They came in first and second, and everyone agreed. But the Styx people? Why is such an immortal cultivator, with no name, qualified to rank third? You know, with the strength displayed by the Tianyan Holy Lord. It is more terrifying than the ordinary late stage of refining the void. In the late stage of general refining, he is not eligible to rank in front of Chen. And for the first place, there are also many immortal cultivators who question. After all, there has been no conclusion as to whether Fang Baiyu and Tuo Boy are two powerful powers. In this case, Fang Baiyu was directly ranked on top of Tu Boy, which undoubtedly made many people unconvinced. Especially the disciples and elders of the Feathering sect even spoke out, believing that this ranking was unfair. There may be shady. So one stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The popularity of this short video of Tianji Pavilion is high horror. Discussions are all over the short videos and Weibo of Xianwang, are all arguing about the correctness of the rankings. Soon, the account of Tianjai was updated again. The immortal cultivators of the two states immediately stared intently. Dao Sect Master Fang Baiyu, excellent talent, extremely compatible with the Tao Te Ching of the Tao Te sect, and the physique is more suspected of being the rumored Dao body, suitable for the avenue, and terrifying in combat power. Fang Baiyu has already reached the peak of the late stage of refining the void, and he is invincible in the world, and only Tu Boy is qualified to compete with it. The two should have been tied for first place. But the emergence of the short video of Xianwang has simplified the process of Fang Baiyu's realization of red dust, which has benefited a lot in a short period of time and has taken a step further in his state of mind. And the Dao sect is the most important state of mind, so Fang Baiyu Daoyu must have greatly increased his strength. Therefore, Fang Baiyu is ranked first. When the explanation comes out, the original argument stopped instantly. Countless immortal cultivators' eyes widened. Fang Baiyu is in the first place. There is such a reason? But it is. The life videos in the short videos of the Immortal Network can be described as gospel for immortal cultivators such as Dao Zong, who have requirements for their state of mind. During this period of time, I have heard that many Dao sect disciples have broken through in advance. It's all the credit of Xianwang's short videos. How much should Baiyu benefit? At this moment, even the disciples of the Feather sect were silent. Fang Baiyu's name as the first strong man is well-deserved. The crowd quickly followed up on to the second video. It is to explain Takabono. There is reason and evidence, and there are even many secrets that outsiders do not know. In addition to being amazing, they all lament the strength of the heavenly machine Holy Land. And soon, everyone brushed the third video. This one is about the Styx man. For this Styx man, everyone was curious. After all, this Styx Dao man is really not famous. Not to mention outsiders. Even the disciples of the Guyuan Holy Land have never heard of Point Zero. However, some top powers looking at this name showed a thoughtful look, because they remember the name. Styx people, Elder Taishang of the Guyuan Holy Land. Cultivation is in the middle stage of refining the void. But it is said that thousands of years ago, the Styx people traveled to the endless sea to find treasures. He was eventually seriously injured and close to dying. When he returned, he was close to death, and there was no news for 1,000 years. The outside world thought that this Styx Dao man had already fallen. But I never thought that Yuan Ran was still alive. It's amazing. They also looked at it calmly. Styx Daoist, Elder Taishang of the Guyuan Holy Land. Compared with thousands of years ago, in order to break through to the endless sea to find opportunities. It is suspected that in the depths of the endless sea, he was seriously injured by the siege of the refining void demon emperor. Asterisk, the origin is shattered, close to the fall, close to death thousands of years ago. But the Styx Dao people are suspected of getting the opportunity of the ancients, and they have not fallen. But 500 years ago, they broke through the late stage of refining the void. But it is not out of the customs. It is suspected of digesting the opportunity, and the strength is unfathomable. This matter is only known to the contemporary Saint Lord and Elder Taishang of the Guyuan Holy Land. Therefore, the Styx people are in fourth place. After reading the introduction, whether it is the cultivation world of Ming Wangzhou or Dianzhou, 3.4 is shocking. The origin of the Styx people is so extraordinary. A cultivator whose origin was shattered thousands of years ago and was considered certain to die, actually survived, and the injury healed further, breaking and then standing the strength is even more terrifying. It's incredible. No wonder the Styx Tao people could rank third, suppressing the heavenly Yin Holy Lord. After all, such an old, strong man has unpredictable means, and even more inexplicable opportunities, and his combat power is beyond imagination. Although the Tianyan Holy Lord is strong, but compared to such existence, it's definitely a lot worse. The Holy Land of Heaven is really strong. It is incredible that even such a secret powerhouse knows about it. In the midst of everyone's shock, the fourth video was released. This article is about Chen. For the video about the Tianyan Holy Lord, the immortal cultivators of the two states were also full of curiosity. After all, compared to those strong people who have long been famous in the world, the Tianyan Holy Lord is really out of nowhere. As an immortal cultivator in Great Yinzhou, it is rare to cover countless strong people in Mingwangzhou. Moreover, it is said that the age of the Tianyan Holy Lord is still only over 50 years old. At this age, it is placed in the world of immortal cultivation. Being able to become a golden pill is already a talent that is not weak. And Chen actually reached the refining void. Not to mention Chen's outrageous combat power. Cross-border 1-4 is simply incredible. Behind Chen, there must be a mysterious opportunity. Tianji Pavilion may be able to calculate it. The information about Chen is not just curious to ordinary immortal cultivators. It's mighty just as curious. After all, Chen is too young to guess how far he can go in the future. In this case, they are extremely concerned about Chen's chance and greedy. Just like that, in the attention of countless people 10. The fourth video is announced. In just half an hour, the number of views reached 5 billion. It can almost be said that the immortal cultivators of the entire immortal cultivation world are paying attention. Lord of the heavenly Yin Holy Land, Chen, born in an ordinary village family, not a Xiuxin family. At the age of 18, he was discovered by his master Nangong Wan and brought into the Tianyan Holy Land. When I first entered the sect, my talent was not high. The cultivation speed of the Qi refining period and the foundation building period is only faster than that of ordinary immortal cultivators, but it is also the entire Tianjiao level. But after that, the breakthrough speed is getting faster and faster. 5 years into the foundation. 4 years of breaking the golden pill. 3 years into the Yuan baby. 2 years into a god. It's incredible, but I didn't know about the chance. It is suspected that the immortal is reincarnated, but it is by no means an ordinary immortal. It is suspected of having a special physique, but I have not seen it. Possessing magical powers, which can simulate most Tao methods with amazing speed, amazing explosive power, and strong divine sense. But it is not the inheritance of the Tianyan Holy Land, but what it is, I have not known. Conclusion, the origin is extraordinary. But in the end, the age is still low, and there is a gap in the realm, so it is temporarily ranked fourth. The evaluation of Chen in the Holy Land of heavenly machinery is particularly believable. It can be said that it condenses the life. But everyone looked at it and was not satisfied. This information is generally known to the outside world. As for Chen's extraordinary powers, through the battle videos circulating, the outside world has discussed a lot. As for Chen's speculation about immortals, it has been circulating even earlier. The introduction of the Tianji Holy Land is more like a summary. There is nothing special about it. It is dissatisfying. What specific information is unknown? So what do I see you do? After all, what everyone is curious about is what kind of inheritance Chen has obtained and what kind of opportunities he has. So for a time, the messages were all dissatisfaction. But the elder in charge of the account in the Tianji Holy Land was also quite helpless. They want to know too. But that's all I have gathered. As for deduction, some elders deduced and vomited blood directly, which was seriously damaged. Even if the Holy Lord Tianji Taoist personally deduced it, no information was deduced, and his face was even more beautiful. It is suspected that Chen also has some kind of deduction secret technique. However, I thought of the elders of the Tianyan Holy Land being robbed. The murderer has the secret technique of the Tianji Pavilion, which can cover the deduction. Born by Tianyan Saint, derived from time. Therefore, Chen probably possessed strong deduction secret techniques, and the inheritance might not even be weaker than their heavenly machine Holy Land. So even if they are scolded, they can't help it. In the face of the demon who came out of nowhere in Yinzhou, they really had no way. The ranking list of the Tianji Holy Land has set off a huge heat. The power list and the power list are the most noticeable. But the Tianjiao list also has a lot of attention. However, in the list of Tianjiao, the top Tianjiao under the age of 100 is listed. None of the greater Yinzhou made the list. It's really helpless. After all, there is really a huge gap in the strength of the two continents. But this also made the Tianjiao of Dianzhou hold their breath and practice harder, in order to be able to climb the list of heavenly pride in the future. In a word, Tianji Holy Land relied on the video of updating the leaderboard once a month, and it was completely popular. Fans directly broke 1 billion. Earn a lot. This also set off a craze for rankings. Various such as top 10 beauties, top 10 secret realms, 10 spiritual plants. Evaluation videos such as the top 10 pills appear countless times. Immortal cultivators have discovered that all ranking videos are exceptionally hot. After all, everyone has their own criteria in their hearts. It's good that the video meets your own criteria. If it doesn't match, spray it in the comment section. Others will follow suit or spray against it. In short, the creators of evaluation videos are full of 0-8 revolutions. But there are also risks. For example, a certain Dan Master selected the top 10 cultivation pills that are most suitable for the golden pill period. The elixir of a certain holy place was ranked last. The dancer who provoked the dissatisfaction of the holy place was almost killed directly. There are many such things happening. The popularity of ranking videos has plummeted. Many eye-catching creators disappeared directly. After all, you can rank, but if people see that you are unhappy, they can not only leave a message spraying you, but also really send someone to clean you up. Only a few big forces are qualified to make review videos. That's it. There's something new happening in the outside world every day. And in the forbidden land of the heavenly Yin Holy Land, an aura of terror pervaded the Holy Land. The endless aura is like a storm, surging and surging. And in the center of the forbidden land, Chen, who was sitting quietly cross-kneeled, made a thunderous sound in his body. In the center of the eyebrows, the terrifying divine light bloomed, accompanied by a loud Reiki sound. Chen opened his eyes. Perfect breakthrough. 5x. Chen officially stepped into the middle stage of refining the void, one step closer to becoming an immortal. Among the forbidden places of the heavenly Yin Holy Land, Chen felt the surging power in his body to the extreme, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This breakthrough, Chen's strength has at least multiplied several times. Whether it is divine consciousness, or the law of heaven and earth, or all other things, they have become more powerful. It is worthy of the perfect breakthrough. Every breakthrough is like a rebirth. This is a transformation that other immortal cultivators will never feel. This is also the reason why Chen's combat power is so powerful. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the middle stage of refining the void. Host cultivation, mid-stage refining void, can break through to the late stage of refining the void. Please select the breakthrough level. Ordinary breakthrough, 10 million Shangping spirit stones. Choose ordinary breakthrough, affect the potential. After reaching the middle of the Mahayana, you can't break through again. Excellent breakthrough, 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Choose excellent breakthroughs, affect the potential, and after reaching the middle stage of the golden immortal, you can't break through again. Perfect breakthrough, 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Choose a perfect breakthrough. It will not affect the breakthrough of the later realm, and at the same time, give a random reward. Looking at the updated system page of his repair, Chen had expected it. If you want to break through the late stage of refining the void, you need a huge amount of 100 million top-grade spirit stones. But this is really just a minor problem. Judging by the current income, it only takes half a year to accumulate 1 billion. The real big problem lies in the time when I break through from the late stage of refining to the integration period. Extrapolate from past experience. If you break through the integration period, you will definitely need 10 billion top-grade spirit stones. That's the truly horrible number. At that time, perhaps their breakthrough speed will gradually slow down. After all, the further you go, the bigger the number. It's not so easy to earn in a short time, but Chen didn't think much of it. Things work themselves out. Chen is more concerned about what the reward for this perfect breakthrough will be. 7 of the 9 secrets, Chen has gotten it. Those who are fighting in the army are all moving forward. Among these 9 secrets, Chen obtained the secret of the soldier, and everything is a soldier. Fighting word secret, the top fighting holy method. Every move can exert the strongest lethality. The secret of the word, the healing holy method practiced to the peak, can be dripping blood and reborn. All words are secret, and there is a chance to burst out 10 times the combat power. The secret of numbers, the method of doppelganger, writing the legendary 3 clear together has the same effect. The former word secret, the method of cultivating divine knowledge. It is possible to see the future. The line is secret, the world is fast, practice to the great achievement. The innate formation pattern cannot be trapped. The supreme Tao method cannot be blocked. That is, the 10 directions of the absolute array are laid, and it can also pass through. Chen has always believed that the secret techniques among the 9 secrets all have complementary effects. In the future, if you get all the 9 secrets in one, it will definitely be extremely strong. And now, Chen was left with only the pro word secret and the group word secret. I don't know which secret will be rewarded with this perfect breakthrough. In anticipation of Chen, the system prompt sound also sounded again. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the middle stage of refining the void perfectly. This perfect breakthrough, reward, group word secret. It's a group secret. Chen listened to the reward content and nodded calmly. Anyway, there are only 2 left. Whichever one is rewarded, Chen is not surprised. Immediately, Chen looked at the introduction of the group secret. Group secret. You can easily see all the formations and control them. Cultivate to the great achievement. Even the innate formation pattern can also be collected for your own use. The introduction of group secretaries is short. After Chen first glanced at it, he was a little unimpressed. It seems to be the 9 secrets related to the formation. This means little to Chen today. But soon, Chen noticed something and studied the secret again. Soon, Chen is just eye-catching. This set of secretaries is not only useful for the big array. The formation pattern is not something that only needs to be used in large arrays. For example, refiners also need to use formation patterns. Through a variety of formations, various functions are given to the magic weapon. For example, the multifunction of PHS is realized through formations. And alchemy is by no means what outsiders think, simply refining medicinal materials into liquids and fusing them into pills. On the contrary, it is also necessary for the alchemist to form various formations inside the pill through spiritual power, in order to achieve the purpose of stimulating and fusing the magical medicinal effect. Otherwise, if it can be refined simply, then the price of the pill will not be so expensive. So, master the secret of the group. You can let yourself easily see through and gain insight into the internal formations of all weapons and elixirs. Raise your hand to learn to copy. You can even see the weaknesses through the formation pattern of the opponent's weapon and kill with one blow. And the control of the formation is far more useful than imagined. A formation mage of the immortal cultivation world. It is to trap and kill enemies with higher combat power than themselves by arranging various killing formations. Although Chen has a line of secrets, he is not afraid of most formations. However, limited by the realm of cultivation, after all, he did not cultivate the Xingzi secret to the deepest realm. Therefore, if you encounter a top-level killing formation, it may be difficult to escape easily. But if it is combined with the group of secrets, you can easily see through the formation of the killing formation, find the weak points, and break through the level. Even more money good, a little too much. You can rely on the secret of the group to collect the killing array arranged by the enemy for your own use and occupy the magpie's nest, so as to control the killing array and kill the enemy. When he thought of this, Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up. And the group's secret, which I didn't care much about, also paid attention to it at the moment. After all, there are countless inheritances in the immortal cultivation world, and the means are unpredictable. Maybe in a certain corner of the immortal cultivation world, there is something hidden in the ancient killing array, the Taigu immortal array, and the like. If you are taken advantage of and introduce yourself into it, it will be a lot of trouble for yourself. And with the group's secret, you can let yourself be trapped in a trap, or you can be invincible. Cultivating the immortal world, the skills are not pressed. The more you will, the safer you are. So, this set of secretaries is worth Chen's practice. Anyway, the more I think about it, the more Chen felt that this set of secrets, the more useful it was. As long as he masters the secret, Chen can have the top refining tools, alchemy, and array talents. In the future, it is more likely that he will arrange a big killing array, such as the Immortal Sword Array. After all, although Chen is strong, he does not consider himself invincible. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in the immortal cultivation world. Maybe there are old monsters watching in the dark. In this case, if you encounter a strong enemy, raise your hand to lay down the killing array, which can also greatly increase your own victory rate. You can also build powerful weapons for yourself. For example, what kind of immortal sword formation and the like are also formations. But how powerful it is, everyone who understands it. In a word, although it seems that the secret of the group is not a secret method that can immediately improve your strength, but in fact, the value is not weaker than the rest of the secrets. Chen opens PHC. I plan to see if anything happens outside. After listening to the voicemail, nothing big happened, and glanced at the short video of Xian Wang. Chen saw the hottest video of the strong ranking list shot by the Tianji Holy Land today. Seeing that he was ranked 4th, Chen just smiled. Chen didn't care about this false name. Then look at the explanation of the heavenly machine Holy Land to yourself. It's all news known to the outside world. There is number 127 secret. In this regard, Chen is also hooked. The heavenly machine Holy Land can't guess anything about the whole scene. Being a traverser and having a system, this is by no means something that can be derived from a small holy place. Not to mention that he also has a former secret. In addition to enhancing divine awareness, the former word secret has a chance of the future. It also has the effect of shielding the heavens. Outsiders who want to calculate themselves will probably not get the slightest information, but may be countered. In short, after sweeping around, basically nothing happened. Chen nodded with satisfaction. Turned PHS off again. The retreat has restarted, and the cultivation group word's secret. At the same time, I was also thinking about what new applications to develop next. After all, when the time comes to break through the perfect integration period, it will require tens of billions of top-grade spirit stones. After that, the need will only increase. The road to making money can be described as a long way off. Outside, short video app. It has gradually become the application that immortal cultivators spend the most time on every day. And the content of video, along with competition, is also botchy, more and more refined. Even under the competition, teams specializing in video have emerged. After all, it is difficult to stand out in the competition of countless creators. And immortal cultivators also need to cultivate and so on. It's hard to have the time to get everything perfect. Therefore, many immortal cultivators will form a team with their friends and shoot together, such as beauty short videos. If you look good, you only need to be responsible for appearing on camera. The person who controls the fairy net photo stone shoots is someone else, and even directly controls several fairy net photo stones to shoot just to find the best angle and shoot the best video. In addition to shooting, there are also creative people in the team. Every day is what kind of video I want to shoot in order to improve the completion rate and attract more likes and tips. By the way, brush more short videos on Xian Wang to see what the most popular videos are and whether they can follow the trend or rub hot spots. And in addition to these, even immortal cultivators with a keen sense of smell have appeared, and they have begun to pay attention to marketing. That's right, marketing. After all, if an account can have more fans, it can be popular. The benefits are extraordinary. Therefore, they will even buy traffic and push more with Tianyan Holy Land for their own videos. At the same time, it will also be advertised. It can be said that the speed of development of short video content is beyond imagination. In just a few months, the speed of development is comparable to that of the Earth for several years. But it's normal to think about it. Before the immortal cultivation world, there was no internet, and all immortal cultivators did not have internet thinking. But with the release of PHS, the popularity of FairyNet, with the wisdom of immortal cultivators, the speed of accepting, understanding, and using it must be countless times faster than that of mortals on Earth. Many big forces have begun to recruit people. To recruit relevant talents in the short video industry, the conditions are very relaxed. That is, as long as you have the ability, you also have the opportunity to enter the general trend. And in the FairyNet Cloud Classroom, there are even immortal cultivators with a high number of fans who have begun to sell classes and teach how to shoot attractive short videos and so on. In a word, in addition to the short video that made Chen a lot of money, it also brought a brand new industrial chain to the entire immortal cultivation world. Many immortal cultivators have benefited greatly from it. And in addition to the excitement of short videos, the updated regulations for the protection of minors in the Tianyan Holy Land also caused an uproar in the immortal cultivation world. After all, it was too sudden. Henceforth, the content is partitioned. Some content that is not suitable for children must be placed in the special area. At the same time, immortal cultivators under the age of 24 cannot access the contents of the special area. And as soon as this new regulation came out, it's a huge controversy. There are many immortal cultivators who agree. Some things don't like this kind of special content, think that it is convenient to divide the area, and you will not suddenly brush it. Others have children. Their heirs are still young, and they are the age of hard immortals. But he was dazzled by the colorful world on the immortal net and delayed his practice. Some young immortal cultivators even broke their bodies early because of the stimulating content in the short video, affecting the future. Parents are worried about this, and they can't force their children to use PHS. And now, as soon as the grading system came out, everything was perfectly resolved. They no longer need to worry about their heirs seeing things they shouldn't. But those young, immortal cultivators were all angry. The ladies and sisters of Awanfang are so beautiful. Why can't they look at it? And in the update instructions, the credit for this update was all proposed by the foreign elders. At this moment, the foreign elder became the object of the anger of the young, immortal cultivator. There are not a few people who scold in private. This has also caused the foreign elder to sneeze every day and be depressed recently. And other than that, in Mingwangzhou, a big event happened. Just in an instant, it reached the first place in the overall hot search list, attracting the attention of countless immortal cultivators. Even the major forces, at this moment of learning the news, were also shocked. Recent, a hot spot for short videos on the fairy net. In addition to the leaderboard trend brought by Tianji Pavilion, it is the trend of the blue-clothed fairy brought by the Empress of the Great Zhou. Great Zhou is one of the supreme imperial dynasties established by the ancient immortals in the Ming dynasty, and it is also one of the holy places. And the Great Zhou Empress herself is even ranked 9th as the top power in the Tianji Pavilion. But it is different from the image of the majestic and cold goddess imagined by the outside world. Empress de Zhou actually opened a short video account, and the first short video released was a dance. In the video, the Empress of de Zhou is wearing a long blue dress dash. That perfect, bumpy body, dancing gently. The dance is light and beautiful, without the slightest smell of wind and dust. It's such a video. Once released, it became a hit of short videos on Xianwang. It attracted countless immortal cultivators to watch and indulge. Wearing a long blue dress, her face peerless, and the great Zhou Empress, who had a ghostly posture, became a goddess in the hearts of countless immortal cultivators in an instant. The level of discussion is so high that it explodes. Many immortal cultivators shouted that they wanted to go to the Continental Imperial Dynasty to become officials. There was even Tian Jiao shouting that he was going to join the Continental Dynasty. A video has increased the fame of the Continental Dynasty several times. And under this heat, many female cultivators who are confident in their appearance, figure, and temperament. She also chose to wear a long blue dress and dance the same dance as Empress de Zhou. The variety is simply too numerous to count. Even the Yuan infancy, and even the powerful female cultivators of the Incarnation God followed. A slightly fitted blue dress, plus a curvy dance style, performed by a wide variety of top nuns. Like countless immortal cultivators can't help but feast their eyes. And some female cultivators who have not yet filmed the blue dress dance. There are also many immortal cultivators in the comment area below urging them to come quickly. In short, the heat of the day is unparalleled. The short video of Immortal Net brings infinite fun to the life of immortal cultivators. And today, in Mingwangzhou, a video was born. Instantly attracted the attention of countless people. In a short period of time, it has reached the first place in the hot list of short videos on Xianwang. What makes this video so engaging? This is evident from the title. Transfer the immortal artifact. Those who are interested come. Transfer of immortal artifacts? Immortal artifacts, such a thing? And transfers? The title alone attracted countless immortal cultivators and countless forces. In this era of extinct people, the number of immortal artifacts is fixed. Only the Holy Land can possess it. And having immortal artifacts is also the biggest reason why the Holy Land can always be high. In this case, there are immortal cultivators who transfer immortal weapons. It's incredible. Immediately, countless immortal cultivators clicked into it. But most don't believe it. If it's a gimmick, they'll definitely report it. Because with the launch of the short video of the Fairy Net, there are more and more ways for immortal cultivators to play. The headline party has been around for a long time. But the title can't be fake, otherwise you will be reported to ban the video. And when countless immortal cultivators clicked into the video, the eyes that were originally skeptical instantly widened, because the first moment they saw was a ray of light. It was a simple bronze statue with 3 legs and emitting a cyan divine light. The body is not big, but the size of the palm of the hand, circulating in the void. But see this shouting moment through the video. The heartbeats of all immortal cultivators stopped in an instant. Obviously not a real immortal artifact, just a video. But at the first glance of all immortal cultivators still felt an extremely terrifying power that was suppressed by the ranks. All the oppressive immortal cultivators were terrified. Zero begging for flowers. This is a truly supreme coercion. Even the Yuan baby, the incarnation god, cannot resist, making people involuntarily fearful. Even some immortal cultivators who were not firm in their beliefs gave birth to a feeling that they were like ants at this moment, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. This is really an immortal artifact. At this moment, countless corners of the immortal cultivation world let out an astonishing shout. Without him, even the top Dao weapon, the Dao soldier, even if it appeared in front of them with its true body, could not bring them such great fear. And this bronze ding, just the impact filmed in the video, made their souls seem to be suppressed at this moment. Zero. Only immortals can do this. The word immortal has faded. Therefore, even if it is only an immortal weapon, it is not a cultivator who is still not in the mortal realm who can resist. This is suppression from the ranks. So at this moment, the two states were sensational. After all, the immortal artifact could not be seen even by the elders of the Holy Land. Only the Holy Lord of each generation, the Elder Taishang, is qualified to approach. Therefore, this is the first time countless immortal cultivators have seen the appearance of immortal weapons. How could they not be shocked? But what shocked them the most was the recall of the title. Transfer the immortal artifact? The uploader of the video can shoot the immortal artifact, which represents the identity of the other party, which is really extraordinary. It is definitely a holy lord in a certain holy land, or a top power at the level of an elder of Taishang. Only with such an identity can they be qualified to contact the mountainous area. In this case, a person with such an identity will probably not be a joke to publish such a video. But who will it be? At this moment, countless immortal cultivators in the immortal cultivation world remembered to take a look at the publisher's account. And when they saw the name written on the account that posted the video, their eyes couldn't help but widen again. No! The name of the video uploader is 3 big characters. Duan Tinya. When they saw these 3 clearly, the immortal cultivators of the 2 realms were shocked. Not unheard of. On the contrary, this Tianya is too famous. Because of this name, it appeared on the strong list of Tianji Pavilion, and it ranks extremely highly at 5th. 5th, what is this concept? Except for the demon Yi Chun, who is ranked 4th. Duan Tinya can be said to be the strongest person in the late stage of refining the void. And the identity of the other party is even more extraordinary. The head of the Duan family. The Duan family, on the other hand, is a family where immortals have appeared, when immortals were not extinct. Not all immortals have chosen to start a sect. There are also those who set up imperial dynasties. There are also family-focused ones. And the Duan family is like this. 803. 10,000 years ago, it was extremely prosperous. Even after the extinction of immortals, when it was at its strongest, it could be compared with the Dowd sect and the Feathering Gate. Only 5,000 years ago, the top powerhouse of the Duan family encountered an accident on the way to other states. All of them fell, and none of them returned. The incident caused an uproar at the time. As a result, the Duan family has fallen from a top-level holy place to a third-rate holy land, although there are immortals sitting in the town. However, the Duan family has a special bloodline, and it has always been a single line, and it is difficult to reproduce more heirs, so it has never recovered to its peak. Until 1,000 years ago, Duan Tianya was born. Duan Tianya is extraordinarily talented. Practice up and come one day. This made the Duan family overjoyed, and all the resources were smashed to Duan Tianya. And Duan Tianya is also a natural martial artist, and he only has cultivation. He became a Yuan baby at the age of 100. 200 years old to break through the incarnation of the god. 500 years old breakthrough, refining void. All the way forward. For things other than cultivation, he didn't pay attention to it at all. After the arrival of Duan Tinya's parents, the Duan family has too many chores. Duan Tinya only focused on cultivation, so he auctioned off all the secret realms of the Duan family to other holy places. And the resources earned are all used for cultivation. This incident also caused a sensation in the entire Ming Wangzhou. After all, looking at the entire continent, there is no holy place that will sell these things. But Duan Tinya sold without hesitation, because he only has cultivation and immortality in his eyes. Everything else is a chore. In his view, self-cultivation is everything. Although the secret realm of the Blessed Land can be inherited for thousands of years, it is too full after all, so it is better to directly exchange it for resources. After he cultivates strong, everything will naturally be taken back. But it backfired. After Tianyan broke through the middle stage of refining the void, he had been cultivating for 300 years, and he had not yet broken through to the late stage of refining the void. No one expected that when Tianyan appeared again, he actually planned to sell the immortal need. It was incredible to everyone. After all, don't say it is now. It is immortal goo, and I have never heard of anyone taking out immortal artifacts and selling them. Tianyan, it's really outrageous. Is Tianyan crazy? Even the immortal artifacts are sold. Isn't he afraid that his ancestor will suddenly appear and skin him? Could there be something strange about this? Not from Tianyan. After I saw the short video, I immediately went to Duan's house and asked Tianyan personally, everything is true. Is it really going to sell immortal artifacts? What did he think? You know, the immortal weapon represents the immortal inheritance, and how many first-class forces can't desire it? And he even sells it wholeheartedly. I also asked at that time, Tianyan was very confident, saying that cultivation is everything. As long as he becomes an immortal in the future, how many immortal weapons he wants. And where to put the immortal artifact is useless to him. So it is better to exchange for massive resources to help him embark on the road to becoming an immortal. Tianyan is only focused on cultivation and immortality, which is really something he can do. That's the Duan family's Huanyu furnace, a true supreme, immortal artifact. I estimate that the major forces are going crazy this time. Indeed, in the previous Tianyan auction's secret realm, the major holy places and the forces were all down. And now, the immortal artifacts have appeared, which can be seen to be lively. Many forces, in fact, the strength and number of the strong are not weaker than some holy places, but they are worse than the immortal weapons. There are immortal weapons to inherit for 10,000 years. Without immortal weapons, after all, it is short-lived. It is estimated that those first-class forces in Ming Wangzhou are crazy at this moment. Not only first-class forces, but also the Holy Land cannot turn a blind eye, who would dislike more immortal weapons in their hands. Then it will inevitably be a dragon fight. I estimate that there will also be forces in Dianzhou to join in. Yanzhou? The holy places in Dianzhou are all ordinary, and in terms of wealth, it is estimated that they may not be more than first-class forces, so it is not worth mentioning. Did the Taoist upstairs forget the Tianyan Holy Land? Now everyone has Tianyan PHS in their hands. Everyone uses short videos about wealth. Who can be richer than Tianyan Holy Land? After all, the Tianyan Holy Land is not enough in the background, so it may not be able to win, right? Countless people talk about it on Xianwang Weibo and Xianwang Short Videos .0. And the real name of the immortal, they already know. Universe. It is said that there is an endless fairy fire in the Ding, which burns everything. It is the legendary strong man in the integration period, contaminated with even a trace of fairy fire, and will fall. Tough and extraordinary. And sure enough, as discussed on the internet, the big forces in the two states are crazy at this moment. However, the power of Dianzhou, even if it is a holy land, is a bitter smile. Although they also want immortal artifacts. But looking at the heat at the moment, you can see how lively the auction will be after January. The competition is bound to be fierce. In this case, as the power of Yanzhou, they are simply incomparable in terms of financial resources. So don't think about it. And in the Ming Dynasty, the lords of the major holy places were all alarmed and left the customs. After learning the news, he did not hesitate to give an order to mobilize funds and prepare for the auction. And some first-class forces in Ming Wangzhou that are not weaker than most holy places in terms of strength are also like fighting chicken blood at this moment. 0.3 The biggest gap between them and the Holy Land lies in the immortal artifact. Without immortal weapons, no matter how strong they can only be called first-class forces. In the face of time, it will always go into decline and eventually disappear. But with immortals it is different. It will also become a supreme holy place, still standing despite the passage of time. Before, they didn't dare to think about owning immortal artifacts at all. After all, the immortals are extinct, and it is impossible for new immortal artifacts to appear. But now, fate has given them new opportunities. So at this moment, the sect masters of the major first-class strength in Ming Wangzhou and the sect masters ordered one after another. Raise spirit stones immediately. Even if you smash pots and sell iron, It is not an exaggeration to sell some precious resources. After all, as long as you have an immortal artifact, what you sell now can be bought back in the future. Compared to the possible benefits, it's totally worth the price. So at the moment, the major immortal cultivator forces on the two continents were completely crazy. Although most forces are well aware that they are not qualified to compete, but think it's not always illegal. And the big forces that think they have strength have already begun to make plans in a vigorous manner. Ming Wangzhou, Dao de sect. Fang Baiyu, the sect master of the Dao sect who had just walked out of the quiet room, was dressed in a Taoist robe. His eyes were clear, and he had the resources to flutter like an immortal. The elders beside him could clearly perceive that the realm of their own sect master had improved. And Fang Baiyu's cultivation had already reached the peak of the late stage of refining the void. Now that we are refining again, we must be on the verge of touching the integration period. Therefore, the elders congratulated in unison. Congratulations to the sect master for his cultivation. Fang Baiyu smiled slightly. You elders are polite, but they just have some understanding, and there is still a big gap from the integration period. Fang Baiyu's words were just modest. The emergence of Xianwang's short videos has helped Fang Baiyu a lot. During this period, Fang Baiyu relied on brushing short videos of life to experience the various forms of life, and his mental state of mind cultivation has increased tremendously. Fang Baiyu felt even more tan that he had touched the edge of the integration period. Once you really break through, that will become the first integration stage power in the immortal cultivation world in the past 1,000 years. The sect master is out of the customs this time. But for the Duan family's Huan Yu Ding? An elder asked. Fang Baiyu immediately smiled and nodded calmly. That's right. Although the immortal heavenly book circulated by my Dao sect is top-notch, it is not comparable to Huan Yu Ding. But in the end, immortals are precious. My Dao sect adheres to the heavenly Dao. Since this thing is about to be ownerless, it will naturally belong to my Dao sect. The elders listened to Fang Baiyu's words and nodded in agreement. However, some elders said in confusion, Sect Master, that immortal artifact, the power of non-Mahayana period cannot be controlled. We just bought it and couldn't bring it back. Is there some chicken ribs? Fang Baiyu looked at the elder, and the corners of his mouth hooked. I naturally can't control the immortal artifact, but that Tianyan shot the immortal artifact, naturally intending to give away the Duan family land together. Buying an immortal artifact becomes equivalent to buying the Duan family. Although the Duan family has declined over the years, there is no one in the territory under its control. But the Jinwu mountain range, to which the Duan family land belongs, is a top-level spiritual land. After that, it can be used as a branch of my Dao sect, and it also has other uses. Having a second immortal artifact is also good for my Dao sect. In the future, if I get the mercy of the heavenly Dao, I can break through the Mahayana period and control the immortal artifact. To use the words of this book is to respect the moral heavens. With this Huan Yuding, it is just right for me. When the elders heard this, they all sighed. Duan Tinya is a person who is dedicated to immortality. In order to practice for himself, even the family land of the immortal doctor was sold. Definitely a loser. Everyone knows that Duan Tinya wants to become an immortal. But if it is easy to become an immortal, the immortal will not be extinct for 10,000 years. In their view, Duan Tinya's move was mostly useless. But for them, that's a good thing. Getting the Duan family and Huan Yuding can greatly enhance the foundation of the Dao sect. It can also make Dao sect in the limelight. After all, looking at the entire immortal cultivation world, there is no holy place that can have a second immortal alliance. But there were also elders who showed a worried look. Sect Master, after receiving the news, the Feather Gate also made a big move. Obviously, also planning to compete for the Universal Furnace. In the major forces, there are not a few who have a mind. In this case, we have no fewer competitors. Fang Baiyu immediately smiled when he heard this. Feather Gate? Although the Feather Gate is not weak in terms of background, it is slightly inferior to my Dao sect after all. In terms of financial resources, the Feather Gate can only bow its head in front of my Dao sect. So no one is my moral match. But at this moment, an elder spoke and poured a basin of cold water on Fang Baiyu. Sect Master, the Feathering sect may not be qualified to be the opponent of my Dao sect. But that day, the Holy Land was completely thriving in terms of financial resources. That PHS is popular on 2 continents, and it is said that billions of pieces have been sold. And the application of Tianyan Holy Land earns more than PHS itself. Not to mention anything else, just the recent short video of the Immortal Network is extremely popular. And if you want to play an advertisement on it, you need tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. The wealth that the Tianyan Holy Land now possesses is unimaginable. Hearing this elder's words, the rest of the Dao sect elders frowned. Although they have always despised the Tianyan Holy Land that rose like an upstart, but it also proved the wealth possessed by the Tianyan Holy Land. Although the exact number is not clear, but anyone can guess that it is definitely a wealth that will frighten the Holy Land. If it weren't for Chen's fierce record of suppression, it is estimated that there have long been holy places united to plunder the wealth of the Tianyan Holy Land. When Fang Baiyu heard this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Although the wealth of the Tianyan Holy Land has never been said to the public, but from the popularity of major applications, you can see many clues of 670. For example, in the Nashin Network Cloud Classroom, most of the courses have tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of immortal cultivators. The daily tuition fee that Tianyan Holy Land receives is an astronomical amount. In Nashin Net Taobao shop, nowadays most immortal cultivators will buy treasures on it. The immortal cultivation world is now full of couriers flying around. You can imagine how much interest there is. Not to mention that Tianyan Holy Land also relied on the Xianwang auction house to monopolize the bidding business on 2 continents. Under the auction of the entire continent's immortal cultivation world, the treasure can be drawn without a price. And Tianyan Holy Land can get 30% of the auction fee from all the auction items on the 2 continents. What a huge stake. Then in front of such a heavenly and holy place, even if he is as proud as Fang Baiyu, he can't say that his family must be richer than Tianyan Holy Land. At this moment, another elder spoke. Some time ago, I heard that the Tianyan Holy Land planned to open a branch sect in Mingwangzhou to recruit disciples. Nowadays, most of them will not miss the Duan family. Saying this, Fang Baiyu's face became even darker. It seems that most of the Tianyan Holy Land will participate in this auction. He squinted his eyes and pondered countermeasures. After all, if the Tianyan Holy Land participates, the ultimate owner of that immortal artifact will have no suspense. But how could he allow such a thing to happen? Speaking of wealth, the Tianyan Holy Land must be a strength that the entire immortal cultivation world cannot bypass now. Even like the Dao sect, it was the existence of the top holy place in ancient times, and it did not dare to say that it was richer than the other party. Now Duan Tianya auctions second-hand immortal artifacts. As long as the Tianyan Holy Land is intentional, that Huan Yuding's belonging is no longer suspenseful. If it weren't for Chen's demon, his heavenly heaven and holy land would have already been divided. Chen's combat power is really terrifying. Although it is only in the early stage of refining the void, I feel that his strength is already comparable to the late stage of refining the void. There is a short video of the strongman in the refining void period, analyzing the details of the battle of the Tianyan Holy Lord, and finally concluded that it was completely crushing. If this person is placed in the ancient years, he must have the resources to become an immortal. In the Tao Te Ching hidden by my Dao sect, there are several books of immortals, and I have compared them. That is, the existence of those who have become immortals before becoming immortals is not as amazing as this Tianyan Holy Lord. The elders talked a lot. All of them were full of emotion at Chen's demonic posture. Fang Baiyu frowned, also feeling tricky. He is determined to win. He is quite proud that he is expected to break the confinement and become the first Mahayana existence after antiquity. The future is expected to become an immortal, and this Huan Yuding is intended to be used after his Mahayana period. Moreover, the development speed of Tianyan Holy Land is too fast. If the Tianyan Holy Land is really successfully auctioned, the Duan family will be transformed into a branch of the Tianyan Holy Land. That day, the Yin Holy Land would be able to easily absorb a large number of talents from Mingwangzhou. It will grow in a very short period of time. It would never allow it. There are numbers in the way of heaven, and virtue must be coordinated. After all, the foundation of Tianyan Holy Land is shallow. If it is greedy, it will be regretted. He can't get it. Fang Baiyu's mind turned, and he quickly made a decision and spoke flatly. When the Dao sect elders heard this, they looked at each other. They didn't know how their own sect master had this confidence. However, there is a sense of pride in the Dao sect. I believe that Dao sect is the first in the world, and good things should be possessed by virtuous people, and their moral sect is naturally virtuous. Therefore, Huan Yuding belongs to them and should be. Under the orders of Feng Baiyu, the elders retreated one after another and began to inspect the treasures of the sect's immortal treasury and collect spirit stones. Prepare for the auction when the time comes. And Feng Baiyu sat alone in the main hall. Divine Communication Tianyan PHS from PHS found a contact person, sent out a communication. Soon, communication was connected. An old and powerful voice sounded from Feng Baiyu's mind. Feng Baiyu Daoyu, what's the matter? Feng Baiyu's face also showed a smile. Guan, Holy Lord, I wonder if the ancestor of the Styx Dao of your holy land is out of the customs? If he is already out of customs, I will ask him to come out. As for the remuneration, good. I'm waiting for the arrival of the Styx Daoist here. Outside, the discussion of transferring immortal artifacts is still noisy and lively. Because in the days after, Duan Tinya has released several short videos again. Some are the details of the immortal artifact that were photographed. He also said that this auction, although it is an auction of immortal artifacts, will be delivered to the buyer together with the Duan family. By the way, I also introduced the functions of my own fairy artifact. In a word, the appearance of each video can cause an uproar in the entire immortal cultivation world. It attracted the discussion of countless immortal cultivators. So far, the fairy auction has become a hot point today. Some forces know that they do not have the financial resources to participate in the auction. But I also plan to go, and being able to see the immortal artifact with my own eyes is also an opportunity that is difficult to find in the world. At the same time, you can also film the bidding process. After being filmed into a short video and sent out, it will definitely attract the attention of countless immortal cultivators. In a word, and at the same time, the immortal cultivators of the two states also began to discuss with interest, speculating about who would participate in this auction. Mingyuan Heavenly Sect will inevitably participate. The other party has the power of the mid-stage of refining the void, and its strength is not weaker than most holy places, and it is sitting on a giant spirit stone mine, and its financial strength is not weak. You will definitely not miss this opportunity to possess an immortal artifact and be promoted to the Holy Land. The Shaking Light Holy Land will also participate. The other party's Tushing said it himself. I heard that the Refining Instrument Holy Land Heart Vessel sect will also participate. The other party used to be a refining Holy Land, rich in financial resources, and now it is relying on PHS business income skyrocketing, and it is likely that the auction will be successful. The foundation of the Heart Vessel sect is insufficient. The People's Dowd sect has been inherited for hundreds of thousands of years, and the ancestor of the Kaipai is a moral Tianzin with infinite heritage. If you really want to take out the Spirit Stone, it will absolutely shock the world. I have long heard that there are countless treasures in the Dowd sect, but I never thought that it would be so rich, worthy of being the #1 sect in the immortal cultivation world. Although I don't want to say it, in terms of money, looking at the entire immortal cultivation world, who can compare to the Tianyan Holy Land, it is the Heart Weapon sect. It also relied on the Weian Holy Land to skyrocket its income. The Heart Weapon sect is so rich. How huge should the wealth of the Tianyan Holy Land be? Tianyan Holy Land? After all, Tianyan Holy Land is located in Dianzhou, so shouldn't you go to Ming Wangzhou to participate in the auction? Ming Wangzhou is the center of the immortal cultivation world. Who doesn't want to go? If you can have immortal artifacts in Ming Wangzhou, what reason does the Tianyan Holy Land not relocate? I heard that there are elders, Li Mos, in the Tianyan Holy Land who have recently looked for a suitable residence in Ming Wangzhou, and now it seems that most of the Yian Holy Land will go to Ming in this auction. Tianyan Holy Land has participated. Then this auction, it seems that there is no suspense. Don't blow it. The Tianyan Holy Land has only risen for a few years. How can it compare with the Dowd sect and the Feather Gate with profound roots? At that time, there will inevitably be a dragon and tiger fight, and I don't know who will hold the immortal weapon back. At that time, the transaction price will definitely be astronomical. You say, will it break 100 million? Upstairs, your insight has affected your vision. It is an immortal artifact, and the transaction price will inevitably exceed 100 million. Above the fairy net, the discussion among the immortal cultivators became more and more heated. And in the depths of the Tianyan Holy Land, in the Forbidden Land, Yi Chen, who was immersed in cultivation, slowly opened his eyes. Is this the power that controls all formations? Yi Chen raised his hand in the forbidden place, randomly arranged a formation that he had learned about before, and threw out several spirit stones, Chui Dong. In an instant, a burst of blue light quietly surged, and then introduced into the ground, It seemed that the grass on the ground was still slowly floating with a light breeze, but the creatures inside could not break through the place where the blue aperture dissipated. Trapped spirit formation. Just an ordinary low-level formation. But by being exerted by himself, the power has increased at least several times. Even the immortal cultivators of the Golden Pill stage will also be trapped by this low-grade formation that only requires the use of a few medium-grade spirit stones. The group word secret, really worthy of the name. Those who are fighting in the army are all moving forward. Every secret is really top-notch. This also made Chen look forward to how strong the last secret he would be able to get after breaking through to the late stage of refining the void would be. Pro Secret, ranked first among the 9 secrets. It is said that it can allow cultivators to enter a mysterious forbidden realm. I don't know how amazing it is, but it's not the time to think about it for the time being. Chen glanced at the system. Host cultivation, mid-stage refining void, can break through to the late stage of refining the void. Please select the breakthrough level. Ordinary breakthrough, 497 break. 10 million Shangping spirit stones. Choose ordinary breakthroughs, affect the potential, and after reaching the middle Mahayana period, you can no longer break softly. Excellent breakthrough, 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Choose excellent breakthroughs, affect the potential, and after reaching the middle stage of the Golden Immortal, you can't break through again. Perfect breakthrough, 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Choose a perfect breakthrough. It will not affect the subsequent realm breakthrough, and give random rewards at the same time. The next breakthrough will already cost 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. According to the current income of Tianyan Holy Land, it will take about 5 months, but 1 billion is not too much of a headache for Chen. According to the previous law, breaking through from the refining void period to the integration period is the real big head. The spirit stones required for a perfect breakthrough have risen at least tenfold. That is to say, if you break through the integration period, you need at least 10 billion top-grade spirit stones. That's the real big money. Therefore, after that, it is still necessary to launch new applications and strive to earn spirit stones. But the retreat has been so long, let's go out first. After retreating for so long, Chen also felt a little sleepy, and with just a flick of his arm, the golden light shrouded in the forbidden place slowly opened a door. Chen's heart moved freely, and his hands fluttered and fell on the big rock erected in the forbidden place. The gentle breeze blowing Chen's clothes is actually a sense of fairy awe. Not far away, the foreign elders were walking back and forth. Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and fluttered down beside the long picture of the outer picture. Only then did the elder react, and hurriedly bowed and saluted. S+1. The foreign elder beamed and was just about to express his intentions, but found that Chen had come out of this retreat to calm down a more temperament. He had long been unable to see Chen's cultivation realm. When he was in front of Chen, there was only awe in his heart. But now, Chen is like a mountain when he is quiet, and like the sea when he moves, and the momentum makes his breathing become rapid. This is obviously the vision of the spiritual energy in the body after the immortal cultivator broke through. At this moment, the foreign elder forgot his intentions, and was stunned for a while before he said incredulously, "Sect Master, is it difficult to achieve this retreat, and you?" Chen similed, nodding slightly. At this moment, the foreign affairs elder was completely stunned, although there have long been speculations. But the Holy Lord really broke through again? These ordinary immortal cultivators, every breakthrough takes at least decades, and even some of them are insurmountable in a bottleneck period for their entire lives. But breaking through here is as simple as drinking water and eating in the Holy Lord. This, even if it happens so many times, it's still hard to believe. The Holy Lord, who was still in the Golden Pill stage a few years ago, achieved the middle stage of refining void, BAC, in the blink of an eye. It's a dreamlike feeling. Moreover, in the early days of the Holy Lord's refining of the void, he had already acted fiercely. So now that we have broken through again and achieved the middle stage of refining the void, how strong will our strength be? Elder, what happened to make you uneasy? Seeing that the foreign elder had been walking back and forth outside just now, he was obviously waiting for him. Sect Master, someone in the immortal cultivation world wants to sell immortal artifacts, just in the auction hall of Ming Wangzhou, and now other sects have rushed to Ming Wangzhou. Immortals? At this moment, even Chen, who had always been light, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Immortals? This is a fairy artifact. Someone will actually shoot the immortal artifact. Are you kidding? Moving mountains and reclaiming the sea. The power is incredible, shaking the heavens of one side. Its power is even more difficult for ordinary people to predict, and there is an immortal weapon that is enough to run amok. But the most important meaning of immortals is not power. After all, if you let go of the entire immortal cultivator, there is no immortal cultivator who can use the immortal weapon. The biggest role of immortals is deterrence. Which power owns the immortal artifact? It is equivalent to not being afraid of all enemies from the outside world. Even if you are weakened to the point of being incomparable, outsiders did not dare to invade the clan land. This is similar to the countries of the earth which have nuclear weapons, as long as you say that you have nuclear weapons. That is basically equivalent to no one daring to attack your homeland. To hold on to death is to make small moves to weaken your strength. But if you want to destroy your country, it is absolutely impossible. This kind of immortal artifact, now that the immortals are extinct, it can be said that the number is fixed, and there are only a few. Someone wants to sell? Chen couldn't understand it. Sect Master, it's true. The foreign elder nodded again and shared the short video with Chen through the FairyNet PHS. Instantly, Chen's mind began to play a series of short videos. Universe. Just like that, quietly surrender to a mountain. A towering mountain is enveloped in golden light in the blink of an eye. Endless might, like draining rivers and overturning the sea, shocked all directions. Just through the video, Chen is sure. This is a real fairy artifact. Duan Tianyan released the Buddha to prove the power of Huanyuting. He also deliberately urged the big array to control the immortal doctor. For a time, the wind and thunder in the video were raging, and the radiance was dazzling. With the power of annihilation, it is the top existence of the refining period, and in front of the immortal weapon, it is only an ant. Chen suddenly moved, at the same time full of curiosity. Who is this person, and why did you resell the immortal artifact? The foreign elder immediately explained Duan Tianyan's identity. Hearing this, Chen raised his eyebrows, revealing a look of likeness. For the sake of immortality, immortal artifacts are sold. This Tianyan's move, in the hearts of most people in the immortal cultivation world, is a standard loser. There is not the slightest doubt. But Chen somewhat agreed with Duan Tianyan's actions. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, the cultivation calendar is fundamental. Although the immortal weapon is good, it is not much use to guard the immortal artifact. Instead of this, switch to the resources that suit you. Let your fairy path go further. It is more meaningful to make your cultivation higher and your life expectancy more meaningful. If it is really a fluke, then it will not be difficult to create another immortal artifact by yourself. And Duan Tianyan is not a talent of management forces. Letting him control the Duan family would only distract him and drag down his cultivation. Instead of this, it is better to sell them all. Practice wholeheartedly. Therefore, what Duan Tianyan did, Chen quite understands. Sect Master, immortal artifacts are sold and cannot be moved. So Duan Tianyan said in the video that this auction is sold together with the Duan family land. The final bidder can get it together with the Duan family land. It seems like a good thing for us. After all, our branch in Mingwangzhou will also have to store a lot of resources in the future, and we are not enough high and strong. Although there is your power here, the Holy Lord. But if it is not guaranteed, there will be strong people who have nowhere to go, and the new students are greedy, choose to plunder and kill, and fly away. If we can take the Duan family as our subsect, with immortals such as Huanyuting sitting in the town, then we will no longer have to worry about the safety of the subsect. The foreign elder said seriously. Chen also nodded when he heard this. What the foreign elder said is very reasonable. Although now there is a fairy net, there are fairy network microblogs and short videos, as well as cloud classroom and other applications. It seems that the immortal cultivation world is particularly peaceful. But in reality, this is still a world of the jungle. Immortal cultivators with low cultivation still did not dare to leave Immortal City too far alone. Even if a disciple of the Holy Land goes out to do a mission, he will try to choose the cause of his own sphere of influence. If you go to the outside world, quite possibly falling. In short, this is still a world full of dangers. There are too few of their own top powerhouses. If the branch is opened in Mingwangzhou, if it is attacked secretly, it will inevitably suffer huge losses. And if there is an immortal artifact, with the Duan family's clan land, that day, the branch of the Yin Holy Land located in Mingwang Prefecture would become safer and more indestructible. And with immortals sitting in the town, you can also recruit more talents. In short, there is no harm in everything. I have to say that Duan Tianyan auctions immortal artifacts, which is a good time for his own family. This is a good opportunity, really sleepy, to deliver pillows. Originally, he planned to establish a branch sect in Mingwangzhou. If he could get this immortal artifact, he only needed to buckle it on the head of the sect. Even if it was a refining body, then the next sect would have the ability to protect itself in Mingwangzhou. This kind of immortal artifact, my Tianyan Holy Land is determined to get it. When the foreign elder heard this, he immediately shook. Indeed, if you compete for something else, you may not have enough background. But for bidding, the house is completely worthwhile. The Lord is in retreat for 3 months. The coverage of Tianyan PHS in Mingwang Prefecture has become higher. Incomes are also rising endlessly. Now it has risen to a monthly income of 300 million top-grade spirit stones. And in the past 3 months, his own warehouse has approached 900 million top-grade spirit stones. An immortal artifact and a branch that can be passed down for tens of millions of years. It is totally worth taking out all the spirit stones to bid. After all, spirit stones can be earned later. But fairy, you can't just buy it if you wanna. On Qinghuan Peak, surrounded by immortal qi on both sides, a white jade carved mountain gate stood in the clouds and mist, and suddenly there was a feeling of naturalness, as if the carefully carved jade gate should be there. At the gate of the Taoist sect, several Taoist disciples wearing Taoist robes and carrying long swords stood outside the jade gate, their eyes not squinting, and their expressions were cold. At this time, a figure slowly fell from midair. Zero asked for flowers. Zero. When falling, it is silent, without the slightest fireworks. But even so, the terrifying coercion still surprised the disciples guarding the gate. Who's coming? This place is the gate of my Taoist sect. One of the Daomen disciples stepped forward, forcibly endured the terrifying coercion, but still raised his head and asked. The people of the Styx River are invited by Fong Baiyu to come to visit. Knowing the identity of the comer, these disciples' eyes widened, apparently shocked by his identity. After all, the people of the Styx River are famous because of the ranking of the Tianji Pavilion. He is the 3rd strongest man in the world. However, several disciples who collected the mountain quickly recovered and saluted the Styx Taoist and said, I have seen the seniors. Please, senior, wait a moment. I'll inform Chongjia. The disciple explained 2 sentences without humility or arrogance and quickly entered the Jade Gate. The whole process is concise and orderly. The Styx Taoist was slightly surprised. The Taoist sect really deserves to be the head of the Tao Gate. Even the disciples under the sect are mortals. The name of the first holy place is indeed worthy of its name. Just as the people of the Styx River were stunned, a white robe fluttered lightly and fell at the Jade Gate. Failing to sweep away the distance, the Styx forgives sins. Baiyu doesn't hurt. The people of the Styx River said easily, and their hearts were already overturned. Zhou Fong Baiyu was the first immortal cultivator in the world, and he was not convinced when he came. After all, he was a strong man in Baiyu's previous era. I think that under the same realm, I will not be weaker than my juniors. But at this moment, Fong Baiyu is on the opposite side. Although he could see through that Fong Baiyu was in the same realm as him, he could feel a lot of pressure from Fong Baiyu's gestures. This shows that Fong Baiyu is not only unfathomable, but also completely suppressed in strength. The Styx Taoists immediately put away their contempt for it. I was overwhelmed. Fong Baiyu is undoubtedly the strongest person in the world. That's talent. Relying on chance, he barely broke through to the late stage of refining the void and died for life. True geniuses can easily break through and are more powerful than themselves. I just don't know if the two-boy of the Feathering Gate also has such a real experience. After entering the Taoist sect Mountain Gate Hall, both sides sat down as guests. The people of the Styx Tao did not dare to stand up in front of Bai Fongyu, but just stared at Fong Baiyu's eyes quietly. I don't know if Sect Master Bai invited me to the Taoist sect to discuss anything. Do Taoists know Yi Chen? Fong Baiyu spoke lightly. The Styx people nodded. Yi Chen naturally heard it. I've even seen a short video related to Yi Chen with my own eyes. He recognized Yi Chen's strength. Although it is only in the early stage of refining the void, it ranks 4th, and it deserves it. As long as Taoist is willing to help me deal with Yi Chen, the conditions are open to Daoyu. Seeing the Styx Taoist nodding, Fong Baiyu said with a smile. Against Yi Chen? The Styx Taoist's eyes widened. He had seen the video of Yi Chen fighting the enemy. When facing the enemy, 757 people of a higher realm. Yi Chen killed the other 3 with 1 enemy and 4, although there is no too bloody content in the short video. But this also makes the people of Hana Dao feel uneasy. Even in the late stage of his refining void, although he was confident that he could defeat the other three, but as easy as Yi Chen, he asked himself that he couldn't do it. What's more, Yi Chen is also a rare immortal cultivation genius in thousands of years, and it is difficult to kill the other party. If you can't kill it, it will inevitably cause endless trouble. It is really not wise to offend such a person. Moreover, why did Fang Baiyu deal with that Yi Chen? Seeing that the Styx Taoist did not immediately agree, his face showed a thoughtful look. Fang Baiyu smiled slightly. As long as Taoists are willing to help, after the matter is completed, this world can cultivate the supreme treasure Tao, Te Ching in this world, and you can lend Taoists to enlighten for a day. Moreover, it is to kill Yi Chen. Taoists only need to trap Yi Chen for 3 days when Yi Chen sets foot in Mingwangzu. Hearing this, the eyes of the Styx Taoists widened. Tao Te Ching. Frankly speaking, the people of the Styx Road were moved. The Tao Te sect can become the first holy place under the world, and the Tao Te Ching has made indispensable contributions. It is said that there is an infinite avenue in it. After watching, it is of great benefit to break through the integration period. It's about the fairy road, but the Styx people were still a little hesitant. After all, Yi Chen's strength is really not to be underestimated, although it's a shame to admit it. But the Styx people have survived death and are unwilling to take too much risk. Fang Baiyu saw that although the Styx Taoist was moved, he still did not immediately agree and smiled lightly. Taoist friends can rest assured, I still have a set of formations. Under the personal control of Taoists, I can easily trap Yi Chen for at least 3 days. When the Styx Taoist heard this, Dao Yin Immortal Array? That's right, my Dao Sect Formation Dao Yin Immortal Formation. Once launched, everyone in the formation will be suppressed by the avenue. If you are not firm in your mind, you can live and die in this formation. With the help of this formation, Daoist friends can naturally be captured and trapped at Yi Chen. The Daoyan Immortal Array is very famous. It can be said to be one of the top formations in the immortal cultivation world. But there is one drawback, that is, the strength of the opponent is very demanding. No wonder Fang Baiyu would please himself. The people of the Styx River were very excited about the conditions offered by Fang Baiyu. But for a while, there was some hesitation. Please make your own move, or no small price. That side Baiyu is obviously stronger. Why not do it yourself? The Styx Taoist looked at Fang Baiyu in confusion, and did not rush to answer whether to agree. Taoist seems to have some concerns. Fang Baiyu smiled and spoke. Sect Master Fang is the sect master of the moral sect. His cultivation is unfathomable, and he has the help of moral shackles, so why bother to find me as an outsider? Styx people are not stupid either. Seeing this, Fang Baiyu said leisurely, even though you and I are immortal cultivators, before the Mahayana era, the 7 emotions and 6 desires of this human being were inevitable. The Styx people did not answer. If the wealth of this world is in the hands of one person, but this person is a person of interests, and there are only interests in his eyes, if the wealth is in the hands of such a person, then I am afraid that this world will no longer be pure. In the long run, wouldn't the Tianyan Holy Land master the spirit stones of the whole world? At that time, how can we cultivate immortals? How will our descendants take the fairy road? So we can't let Yi Chen master another immortal artifact and expand his power. And I will personally go to the Duan family to participate in the auction. Immortal weapons, if they flood, it is not a good thing for the immortal cultivation world. In the hands of my Dao sect, it cannot affect the operation of the immortal cultivation world. The Styx people now understand point 0. Fang Baiyu watched the Tianyan Holy Land gradually become stronger and couldn't sit still. And the wealth of the Tianyan Holy Land is well known. Fang Baiyu is probably afraid that the auction will not be able to fight. That's why I asked for myself. As for what Dao sect is the best to get the immortal artifact. Sure enough, it was Deity Zong, the first sect in the world. It's just different. Red eyes can be said so fresh and unconventional. Taoist just needs to trap him for 3 days. The Styx people understood almost everything at this time. He thought for a moment. Just stuck for 3 days? Fang Baiyu nodded. As long as Yi Chen had no way to participate in the fairy auction, he was confident that Huan Yiding must be directly in the bag. Yi Chen, on the other hand, can wait for him to clean up later. After all, although Fang Baiyu is confident, looking at the combat power displayed by Yi Chen, he also feels that it is difficult to easily suppress Yi Chen. In that case, let's not make a move first. After he broke through to the integration period, he went to find Yi Chen and suppressed Yi Chen easily. Feng Baiyu took a fancy to Yi Chen's earning power. When you are in the period of your fit, you can naturally convince Yi Chen and let Yi Chen use it for yourself. Until then, the wealth of Yi Chen and the Tianyan Holy Land will naturally belong to themselves. Therefore, Feng Baiyu did not intend to kill Yi Chen. Yes, I should do this 3.7 thing. The Styx Taoist paused and said, "Then what Baiyu Taoist promised me before?" Taoists, don't worry. As long as Taoist friends take this matter to the Duan family Immortal Crystal after the auction is over, they can come to my Taoist sect to view the book. Feng Yuyu said proudly, "My moral baby will backfire." Okay, yes. The people of the Styx River agreed happily. The Styx people are also very confident in their own strength, as an existence in the late stage of refining the void. Even if the combat strength is not as good as Feng Baiyu, he does not think that Feng Baiyu will lie to himself. After all, no one needs to provoke an enemy for no reason. Moreover, the emergence of Fairy Net now makes communication convenient and fast. Feng Baiyu is backtracking. I posted it on Xianwang Weibo and Xianwang short videos. At that time, look at how much the face of the Dao sect will be lost. In the end, the Styx people laughed. With the array given by Feng Baiyu, he flew away. He went directly to the location where the interstate teleportation array was located, waiting for Yi Chen's arrival. Outside, the hot spot about the transfer of immortal artifacts is becoming more and more enthusiastic. Whether it is Ming Wangzhou or Dianzhou, all immortal cultivators are discussing. Everyone has watched the latest video uploaded by Tianyan Seniors, and there is still a world in Huanyuding. I looked, but I didn't expect that space could be created in Huanyuding, and it was said that it could block and refine enemies. It is said that the power of Huanyuding can also rank among the top ranks among the immortal weapons of the major holy places, and the power is incomparable, with the ability to raise fire and burn the sky, and there are such immortal weapon guardian forces. Absolutely peace of mind. Now those sects don't break their heads to grab this Huanyuding. Whoever breaks the head, no one will let go. I heard that the Dao sect is bound to win this Huanyuding. I see that Feng Baiyu's calculation is about to fail, but these 10 feathering doors have poured out, and I heard that a lot of good things have been taken out. The Heart Weapon sect said that they will also participate, and with the current wealth of the Heart Instrument sect, it is very likely that Huanyuding will be in hand. I seem to be moved when I see the Heavenly Sword sect. The Heavenly Sword sect was so poor before. It seems that it really earned spirit stones with the Tianyan Holy Land, and even the Immortal Alliance bid had the courage to participate. A group of experts from the Beta Holy Land on our side are also heading to the auction. I see you don't blow. This Huanyuding must belong to the Tianyan Holy Land. In terms of the degree of surplus, there is no force comparable to the entire immortal cultivation world. This ding must be the Tianyan Holy Land. Hee, the nouveau riche, my Dao sect of Ming Wangzhou, the background of these top forces of the Feather Gate. How can the Tianyan Holy Land be comparable to sitting in a well and watching the sky? Dare to scold me. You leave an address, my aunt will find you. I'm the master brother of the White Tiger sect and support offline battles. The short video of Xianwang will gradually change from the initial discussion of the power of Huanyuding, and they are discussing what the forces are. There are people who watch the excitement, and there are people who spy on immortal artifacts. There are even people who have already sighed. Huanyuding is so powerful, it is bound to have these sects go to Ming Wangzhou. After all, no matter which sect gets this ding in the end, it will greatly improve the strength of its own sect. But their own sect has been promoted. It means that the strength of other people's sects is backward. Naturally, everyone does not want to see this. But fortunately, most forces know it. Most of them don't get it. It is really possible to hold only a few top-level holy places such as Tianyan Holy Land and Dao sect. Even if it is a large sect, I am afraid that it will become a public enemy and easily attract a joint siege from other sects. Some immortal cultivators with torch-like eyes began to conspiracy theories, whether someone had deliberately led these sects to Ming Wangzhou. The world's sects gathered in Ming Wangzhou, and if they were taken advantage of, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. But this kind of video with no evidence and random speculation obviously does not attract everyone's attention, and there is no even some traffic. The only like is the video owner. This made him angrily want to smash the PHS, but his finger slid to the young lady of the White Tiger sect, and he took a few more looks. Following him, he seemed to have discovered a new land, and the video was full of young ladies and sisters from various sects, and one wore less than the other, and the other was in better shape than the other. There is actually a young lady of the Heavenly Sword sect in the middle of the refining body in how to fly with the sword. But gradually, The comment area below the young lady's video is also discussing the matter of Ming Wangzhou about the immortal auction this time. It can be seen that the heat of the transfer of immortal artifacts is very high. Let the immortal cultivators look at the beauty and can't focus. Heart Vessel Sect. Sect Master. It has been confirmed that the Tianyan Holy Land will participate in this auction. The elder paused and said with a worried face, Sect Master, it is not an exaggeration for Tianyan Saint to say that it is now to collect the world's finances. If they also participate in the auction, I am afraid that 9 out of 10 of this Huan Yu Ding will fall into Yi Chen's hands. It feels like we don't have to participate at all. When the disciple who came to report heard this, he was a little unconvinced. Elder, our heart weapon sect is a holy place for refining tools with endless heritage. Although the heavenly Yin Holy Land is in the limelight now, is it comparable to the essence of my heart ticket for thousands of years? When the elder heard this, he laughed bitterly. Now the heart weapon sect earns spirit stones by making Tianyan PHS. I know best how terrifying the income of the Tianyan Holy Land will be. But these are meaningless to the disciples. Got it, you go down first. The elder sighed. After the disciple left, the Taishang elder of the heart weapon sect sighed. Tianyan Holy Land appeared, which means that they have no scene. After all, his own family is just following the A** of Tianyan Holy Land to earn spirit stones. 273. It is a lot of money, and the wealth is at least 100 times larger than it was a few years ago. How much Yansheng land earned that day was naturally even more unimaginable. Therefore, it is the surplus Mingyuga estate. Only 3 or 2 are eligible to participate in this auction. Handful. And many sects are similar to the Heavenly Sword sect. The mood is very complicated. Now as today, the Yin Holy Land can be described as having no second momentum, and its financial resources are far ahead of the major sects. Tianyan Holy Land joined the ranks of the auction with the financial resources of the Tianyan Holy Lord. Then everyone simply stopped playing. However, the Dowd sect and the Feathergate have always been dissatisfied with the Tianyan Holy Land. Most of them will not sit back and watch the Tianyan Holy Land easily have a Holy Land level branch in Ming Wangzhou. So, auction at that time. There will probably be a dragon fight. There may even be accidents. After all, this is the world of immortal cultivation. Respect for strength. If you don't have a spirit stone, you are foolproof. They would naturally go to the Duan family land at that time. Look at the sky-high price of the first immortal artifact that has been taken out since ancient times. Over time, the day when the Duan family's immortal artifact began to be auctioned is getting closer and closer. The immortal cultivators on the whole network are paying more and more attention. They are all looking forward to who the immortal artifact will spend on. After all, as long as the auction is successful, what you get is not the immortal artifact itself. There is also the spiritual land of the Duan family land. Duan Tinya has made it clear in the video. Although the Duan family now has outside resources, it has long been sold. But within the land of the tribe, there is also a blessed land. It can produce a precious elixir. In short, getting an immortal artifact is equivalent to getting a ready-made holy place. This is of great value to any force. That is, those small forces know that even if they try their best, they will not be able to succeed in the auction. Otherwise, they will definitely do their best to participate in this auction. At noon today, it is the bidding time set by Duan Tianya. The short video of Xianwang has been boiling. Some immortal cultivators photographed the scene of the strong man of the Dowd sect driving the flying boat and heading towards the Duan family. There are also immortal cultivators who uploaded the Holy Master of the Feathering Gate to a boy to leave the Holy Land, and the mighty purple steam is 3,000 miles. The strong people of the Heart Weapon sect, the Heavenly Sword sect, and the Shaking Light Holy Land also came out one after another and flew away. Chi-Chi headed towards the Duan family. The top 10 powerhouses counted by the Tianji Pavilion basically poured out of the nest and converged towards the Duan family. And the major Tianjiao also went with the power. Get involved in this event. And in the Tianyan Holy Land, Yichen got up leisurely. The foreign elders and other elders were already waiting outside the main hall early. Master Nangong Wan is in retreat, so he will not go to Ming Wangzu with Yichen this time. I've seen the Holy Lord. Yichen walked out of the main hall. Dozens of people went to Ming Wangzhou together, and the elders who participated in this auction bowed in unison. Yichen nodded and looked at the foreign elder. Is the spirit stone belt enough? The foreign affairs elder immediately nodded. A total of 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. All of them are sufficient. 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. That's a huge number. Looking at the dozens of top-notch and largest storage rings worn by the foreign elder, you can understand what a huge number this is. When Chen heard this, the corners of his mouth also hooked. 1 billion top-grade spirit stones are actually enough for Chen to break through to the late stage of refining the void. However, the breakthrough can be dragged on first. Taking down the Duan family and Huanyuding is the most important thing. With the Duan family, it is equivalent to having a ready-made place to share. It can better develop in Ming Wangzhou, recruit genius disciples, and expand influence. And in the future, their own Tianyan PHS will definitely be sold to other continents. Ming Wangzhou is located in the center of the entire immortal cultivators. Establishing a branch sect here will undoubtedly be more convenient to expand to the rest of the sects. And with Universal Universe, it can better protect the wealth located in Ming Wangzhou. So for Universal Universe, Chen is determined to win. Breakthroughs can be slightly retreated. Anyway, with the development of these months, the popularity of PHS in Ming Wangzhou has risen again. For example, today's monthly income of Yinxing Land has reached 350 million. That is, in more than 3 months, he can break through the late stage of refining the void again. Waiting for 3 months is not a big deal. What Chen cares more about is actually the breakthrough from the refining void period to the integration period. This definitely requires tens of billions of top-grade spirit stones. With the current income, it will take at least 30 months, that is 3 years. It's been too long. So wait until the bid is successful. Chen then needs to consider what the new application is. But in fact, Chen already has a corresponding idea. That is an application such as the previous life, Zhu Beiji, 58 Tongsheng, and so on. That's right, it's the application of receiving tasks and sending tasks. After all, the number of jobs in the immortal cultivation world is still insufficient. So such an app is needed. For example, some immortal cultivators who do not have connections and want to do dangerous tasks, they can use the task application, release tasks, and recruit people. Meantime, some alchemists who are not big forces. No sect offers quests. You can take orders online. Use the mission app to customize elixirs for other immortal cultivators. Refiners, formation mages, etc. can all take orders online. This is definitely a huge market for the immortal cultivation world. Countless scattered cultivators, ordinary immortal cultivators, or large sects also need such a platform for issuing tasks. Once such an app is released, it can definitely cause a sensation in the world of immortal cultivation. And in order to ensure the security of transactions, money naturally has to circulate within the application. It's like paying for Mono Zhao treasure. Immortal cultivators who issue tasks must send money to the task application. When the task was completed, both sides confirmed. It is then sent by the application to the immortal cultivator who receives the task. It is not a small benefit to draw one by oneself. Not to mention that this spirit stone will be placed in its own application for a period of time. If you borrow it, you can also charge interest. In a word, Chen's planned new application is also promising. Once this auction is successful, research and development can begin. And Chen, who now has 1 billion top-grade spirit stones on hand, is not worried about losing the auction. Because Chen didn't believe it at all. In this immortal cultivation world, there can be immortal cultivators who have more money than themselves. So, everything is stable. Make sure you bring the spirit stone. Chen took a group of elders and left leisurely under the admiring eyes of countless disciples in the Holy Land. Nowadays, the transportation of the teleportation array in Dianzhou is extremely convenient. Tianyan Holy Land can be directly teleported to the central city. And the central immortal city has a teleportation array that directly connects to the interstate teleportation array. It only takes half an hour to reach the interstate teleportation array. Today's interstate teleportation array is particularly lively. The Holy Land of Dianzhou, as well as the first-class forces, have sent people to Ming Wangzhou to participate in this grand event. So in front of the interstate teleportation array, Chen saw the major holy masters and the sect masters of first-class forces waiting for teleportation. When everyone saw Chen, their expressions changed. The sect leaders of most of the forces immediately came to see Chen with great respect. Even the contemporary Holy Lord of the Yuqing Holy Land is the same. After all, if nothing else, just Chen's strength in the refining period. Then they can be their predecessors. Not to mention that now that the immortal net is spread throughout the entire immortal cultivation world, Any force that wants to make money must have the face of the Tianyan Holy Land. Therefore, everyone is extremely warm and respectful. Congratulations to the senior of the Tianyan Holy Lord on the fact that he was about to mention the second-hand immortal artifact and enter the Ming Wangzhou. Among the monks present, 693, only the group of people from the Taishan Holy Land stood far away and did not come to see them. And the cultivator at the forefront of this line is the Taishan Holy Lord. Yi Chun, who looked at the stars and the moon, did not have the slightest expression on the face of the Xian Saint Lord. But actually, the heart has long been distorted. Back then, Yi Chun was just a minor repair who could be shot to death by turning his own hands. And the prestige of the Tianyan Holy Land is far less than that of its own Taishan Holy Land. And now, just a few years have passed. Yi Chun actually achieved refining voids and even ranked as the fourth strongest person in Ming Wangzhou. In terms of strength, it has far exceeded the two great realms of myself in the late Yuan infant period. And the Tianyan Holy Land is even more in the sky. He Hui's fame resounded throughout the immortal cultivation world. It was Tianjiao of Ming Wangzhou who also rushed to join. Not to mention the immortal artifact that will be auctioned now. If it is obtained by the Holy Land of Heaven, it will become the only holy place in the immortal cultivation world with two immortal artifacts. The forces even shot the complete spokes, Bade, to the Ming Wangzhou. The future is even more promising. So, the Taishan Holy Lord didn't want to look at Yi Chun more. Pretending to look into the distance, he just wanted to open the teleportation array quickly and stay away from Yi Chun. Right at this moment, a shadow appeared in front of the eyes of the Taishan Holy Lord. It was a beautiful figure. Just looking at it from a distance, you can feel the maturity and elegance that rushes through your face. The perfect body is bumpy, mature, and full, but still fairy. And that beautiful face is even more haunting. The Taishang elder of the Yaoqi Holy Land, the fairy of the falling city, actually came at this moment because the Xian Holy Lord only felt his heart thumping. He felt that his wounded heart was rejuvenated. He was once moved by Gu Yunyun and came to the door to ask for relatives, but he was snatched away by Yi Chun on the spot, and his face was swept away. He had a deep affection for the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. As a result, the news of Yaoqi Holy Lord's pursuit of Yi Chun was reported on the Weibo of the Xianwang website. And now, for the first time, he saw the fairy of the falling city. The fairy himself is far more beautiful than the pictures in the fairy network. If he can be with the fairy of the city in the future, what an enviable fairy couple should he be. Although the cultivation of the fairy of the city is now higher than his own. But the Taishan Holy Lord thought that this was nothing. For his talent, the Taishan Holy Lord is still confident. Although it can't compare to Yi Chen's demon. But he also has self-confidence, and in 200 years, he has touched the edge of the refining period. At that time, there is definitely hope for my pursuit of the fairy of the city. The most important thing is that if you marry the fairy of the city, judging from the relationship between Yi Chun and the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, what did Yi Chun call himself when he saw himself? Thinking of this, the Taishan Holy Lord's mood that had been extremely bitter became open. In his heart, he was full of fighting spirit again. In the days to come, he will practice hard, as long as you can marry the fairy of the city in the future. That can not only hold the beauty back, it can also make Yi Chun nominally become his junior. This is a perfect thing. Thinking of this, the Taishan Holy Lord couldn't help but smile. In his mind, he has begun to imagine the days when he broke through to the refining void and became a fairy couple after marrying the fairy of the city. After that, it is even possible to have several children. What should a child be called? However, the child born must belong to the Taishan Holy Land. Their own children must be dragons and phoenixes among people, and they may be able to become immortals in the future. By then, the imaginary Taishan Holy Lord watched the fairy of the falling city leading a group of elders of the Yaoqi Holy Land closer and closer. He had a smile on his face, bow slightly to greet each other. I want to make a good impression. But what he didn't expect was, the fairy flew directly past her without even looking at him. The next moment, he was already standing in front of Yi Chun. At this moment, Ingshuan Holy Lord's eyes widened. A bad feeling welled up in my heart, and in front of Yi Chun, the fairy of the city smiled. Yi Chun Daoyu, I think you should already know the secret of the inheritance of my Yaoqi Holy Land by now. Now, do you have a different attitude towards the proposal I mentioned last time, that you and I will become Taoists? The fairy fell generously and did not avoid anyone when he spoke. And when her voice fell, The audience was shocked and silent. Everyone looked at the fairy and Yi Chen in disbelief. And Fong Kai even thought of the child's name, Tianyan, Holy Lord. My heart is broken at this moment. Yi Chen, you're robbing me of women again. Immortal cultivators present. Although they are all like juniors, they are extremely respectful in front of Yi Chen. But in fact, they are all much older than Yi Chen. 400 or 500 years old there are also 200 or 300 years old. In Dianzhou, after all, most of the monks who can achieve the Yuan infant are 400 or 500 years old. They have all personally experienced the era of the fairy of the city overpowering the entire Great Yanzhou, so to speak. Although there were no 100 beauties selected back then. But the fairy of the falling city is definitely the first beauty recognized in the minds of all immortal cultivators. And in the past few years, the reason why the Holy Lord of Yaoqi was able to be elected as the first beauty. In addition to his peerless appearance, a large part of the reason is that he saw the shadow of the fairy in the city on the body of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. It is conceivable that the status of the fairy in the city in the minds of these male cultivators. And at the moment, what did they hear? Goddess in their minds. He actually offered to marry the Tianyan Holy Lord. And most importantly, the Tianyan Holy Lord seems to have refused before. Asterisk. It's incredible. At this moment, countless male cultivators were sad. But the saddest thing, it should be the Tianyan Holy Lord. He just felt his heart move. As a result, he was ruthlessly shattered by Yi Chen. This feeling is really painful. Most importantly, the Holy Lord of Yaoqi fell in love with Yi Chen. Now the fairy of the fallen city is also devoted to Yi Chen. Doesn't that mean that Yi Chen may become intimate with both women? Think of the special identity of the two women. And high status. Being able to have two women around is definitely a good thing that all immortal cultivators dare not dream of. And now, Yi Chen actually wants to get it? At this moment, the Tianyan Holy Lord was completely self-contained. Pain. It really hurts. The fairy of the city is dressed in a cyan long dress, which sets off the perfect figure with a graceful posture. The beautiful face looked at Yi Chen with a smile. I don't care about the expressions of the people around me. The fairy of the city is a woman with a strong heart. She never thinks of her in the world of accidents. Do what you want. Say what you want to say. Perhaps it is this kind of character that makes her the figure forgotten in the hearts of countless male cultivators. She was just curious at the moment. What kind of expression will Yi Chen have after learning the secret of the inheritance of Yaoqi Holy Land? So not surprising at all, Taguchi asked. And Yi Chen didn't expect the fairy to be so free. But Yi Chen is not a twisted nature. Hearing this, he smiled faintly, looked at the fairy of the falling city, and said frankly, I really know that the immortal cultivation world has such a magical inheritance method. As for what I think in my heart, to say that I have no regrets is definitely false. But if you want to say that you regret it, you won't do it. Emotional things. I can't force it. I prefer to follow the fate. Yi Chen's answer was slightly unexpected by the fairy of the city. She thought Yi Chen might regret it, but was embarrassed to say. It is also speculated that Yi Chen may refuse directly for the sake of face. There is also the possibility that Yi Chen will directly promise himself. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen was so frank, but there is no sense of gain or loss. It's all about it. This made the fairy of the city appreciate Yi Chen more and more. The corners of her mouth were also hooked, and there was a smile on her face, and the national color was fragrant, and she said, in that case, then everything will follow. Yi Chen Daoist must be going to the Duan family land to participate in this immortal auction. How about we go together? Let me take a closer look at the scene of the richest man in the immortal cultivation world throwing thousands of dollars at the auction. Yi Chen also smiled when he heard this. Naturally will not refuse. Next, the two chatted casually, waiting for the teleportation array to open. And the surrounding immortal cultivators, their eyes completely widened, facing the invitation of beauties, such as the fairy of the falling city, to become a Taoist couple. In exchange for them, they definitely can't wait to agree, for fear of missing the beauty later. It turned out to be Yi Chen. Instead of directly agreeing, he came to a sentence that everything was followed. It's outrageous. Could it be that this is the realm of a genius like Yi Chen? The unattainable goddess in their eyes is just ordinary in Yi Chen's eyes. Zero asked for flowers. People are more than people. It's really angry. And the Tianyan Holy Lord has completely closed himself at this moment. He didn't even want to go to the Duan family to see the market. Although the auction of immortal artifacts is rare in the world. But seeing Yi Chen makes him uncomfortable. He really didn't want to be in a space with Yi Chen, because it's so uncomfortable. It's always yourself who is unlucky. But just as he hesitated to turn around and leave, the teleportation array is turned on. Interstate teleportation arrays can only open one channel at a time. Therefore, only when the cultivators in the teleportation array reach their destination can they teleport again. And now, finally it's come. The teleportation array lit up with white light, and Yi Chen was naturally the first to board the teleportation platform. And the falling city ferry followed. After the elders of the two holy places of Tianyan Holy Land and Yaoqi Holy Land all boarded the teleportation platform, the strong people of its and the forces have stepped onto the teleportation platform one after another. The Taishan Saint Lord hesitated, but still boarded the teleportation platform. But far away from Yi Chen, out of sight and out of mind. But he still had some hurt in his heart. Originally, he was worried that Yi Chen would take action against him after seeing him. After all, I took the initiative to find Yi Chen so much trouble. But just met. Yi Chen's gaze didn't linger on him for a moment, as if he were just a nobody. This disregard let the Taishan Holy Lord be even more hurt. One day, I will surpass you. The humiliation in his heart made the Taishan Holy Lord clench his fists, and his fighting spirit was rekindled in his heart. And at the same time, the teleportation burst of light flickered, officially launched, and in Mingwangzhu, an old man with white hair sat quietly cross-legged not far from the interstate teleportation array. He was obviously sitting there, but many cultivators who came down from the teleportation array turned a blind eye to him, as if they couldn't see him at all. Accompanied by the old PHs vibrated slightly. The Styx Daoist checked the information received in his mind, his eyelids raised slightly, revealing Gujing Wubua's pupils. Tianyan Holy Lord, is it finally coming? Yi Chen and others were in the teleportation array. The fairy net is already very lively. Yi Chen travels and will naturally be photographed. Although Yi Chen is only the fourth strongest in the immortal cultivation world, but to be able to achieve the fourth at the age of less than 100 years old is already a history-making existence in the world of immortal cultivation. Not to mention that Yi Chen was only in the early stage of refining the void, and he overwhelmed countless strong people in the middle stage of refining the void to live in the fourth, which is really incredible. Yi Chen can still be said to be the most concerned power in the immortal cultivation world. Therefore, the news of Yi Chen's ride on the interstate teleportation array had already spread throughout the entire immortal cultivation world. And while waiting for the teleportation array, there is also a short video recorded by Denung, filming Yi Chen's conversation with the fairy in the city, and posting it in the short video of the fairy network 050. At this moment, it can be said to have caused an uproar. Countless immortal cultivators were stunned by the relationship between the falling city fairy and Yi Chen. In just 100 breaths, it reached the third place on the short video hot list. Appeared on the video homepage of countless immortal cultivators. The Holy Lord actually personally participated in this immortal artifact auction, and the final transaction price must be amazing. The Tianyan Holy Lord has personally come out. It seems that the results of this auction are not worrying. Cut! Don't talk about it. I mean Wangzhou Dihua Tianbao. There are countless big forces, and in whose hands the immortal weapon will eventually go to. I don't know, don't draw conclusions too early. This is not the point. The most important thing is that the relationship between the fairy of the falling city and the Holy Lord of Tianyan is good. The two actually want to become a Taoist couple. Or is the fairy of the city taking the initiative? Could it be that the Yaoqi Holy Lord failed to court, and the city fairy helped find a venue? Incredible, really incredible. I really don't envy the talent of the Holy Lord, but I really envy the beauty of the Holy Lord. The first beauty of the previous generation and the first beauty of this generation are all devoted to the Holy Lord, which is really enviable. I dare not dream of such an excessive dream. The Holy Lord is really a winner in life. Countless immortal cultivators left envious and jealous messages under the video. The heat even overwhelmed the upcoming fairy auction, and the Styx people learned the news of Yi Chen's upcoming arrival. In Mingwangzhu, Fang Baiyu was originally using a short video of Xian Wang to continue to polish his state of mind. At the moment, I brushed the video and shook my head. He didn't envy Yi Chen for having beautiful women with him. He just sighed a little. Yi Chen actually arrived. Complacency is not a good thing after all. Immortal cultivators can only grow when they face setbacks. So you won't use this auction. As for the future, I will plan for you and let you calm down. Fang Baiyu said indifferently. Fang Baiyu did not have the slightest murderous intention for Yi Chen. He just wanted to trap Yi Chen for 3 days and prevent Yi Chen from participating in this auction. As for Yi Chen himself, he intends to take it for himself. After all, he saw that Tianyan PHS can have today's glory, and riding Yi Chen is inseparable. Yi Chen's intelligence is the best in the entire immortal cultivation world, especially when it comes to making money. So stay until you break through the integration period. Take Yi Chen to your own use. This is the best ending. Just plundering the ownership of PHS is meaningless and prone to bad reputation. So, there's no need to rush. At this moment, the flying boat of the Dao sect is fluttering. In Fong Baiyu's ears, the elder's reporting voice was heard. Sect leader, you are about to arrive at the Duan family. Fong Baiyu nodded slightly and then closed his eyes. Continue to start brushing short videos to sharpen your state of mind. At the other end of the teleportation array, there are many immortal cultivators gathered. Among them, there are even many elders or sect leaders of the great sect, all of whom are figures with great names. They all got the news of Yi Chen's arrival, want to set up close to point zero, and when time passes slowly, the light of the interstate teleportation array instantly lit up and bloomed. And when the light spreads, a group of people appeared above the teleportation array. Standing at the forefront, naturally, is Yi Chen. Everyone who had been waiting here for a long time immediately wanted to come forward to see them, and they all said their identities. I even want to ask Yi Chen to entertain Yi Chen after the auction. In this regard, Yi Chen smiled lightly and did not agree. With a simple nod, he took the group of fairies of the city and prepared to fly towards the Duan family. Everyone did not have any dissatisfaction or resentment towards Yi Chen's cold attitude. After all, Yi Chen has high cold capital. It would be strange to be too polite to them. Everyone watched Yi Chen's distant figure, and then they also flew up one after another, ready to get up and go to the Duan family. The Duan family Immortal Artifact Auction is definitely a grand event. It is said that the top 10 masters will basically arrive. You have to get involved. Even if you are not eligible to bid, it is good to shoot the video and see the excitement. And there are many people who speculate that there may be a big war. After all, the power of Ming Wangzhou is not willing to continue to develop in Tianyan Holy Land. If Tianyan 0.9 Holy Land also has a Holy Land dojo in Ming Wangzhou, that would compete with them for genius disciples and new blood. No one wants to see one more force dividing up interests. Therefore, although the major holy places in Mingwang Prefecture are forced by Yi Chen's prestige to say it clearly, this auction will definitely not be so smooth. There will inevitably be waves. Therefore, the excitement is just around the corner, and those who have the strength to go there are not willing to miss it. But just when everyone was thinking about it, they each sacrificed their treasure weapons and flew to the Duan family. Instead, they saw an old man flying leisurely from the ground. Without the slightest fireworks, it blocked in front of Yi Chen and his party and said leisurely, "Yi Chen Daoist, please stay." The old man with white hair blocked in front of Yi Chen and his party. A leisurely salute. Yi Chen looked at the old man, although he didn't know him. But when Yi Chen felt the realm of the other party, the corners of his mouth hooked. Beside Yi Chen, the elders of the Tianyan Holy Land were suddenly stopped, their faces unhappy. But when they saw the old man's face clearly, they all felt a little familiar. When they thought of where they had seen the old man, their faces involuntarily changed. Styx Daoist. The foreign elders said the old man's name in a deep voice. The Styx Daoist became famous because of the ranking of the Tianji Pavilion, and after shaking the entire immortal cultivation world, some sects turned over the shadow stones that recorded the battle of the Styx Daoist from the warehouse. After editing, it was posted in the short video of Xianwang. Therefore, at this moment, there are not many immortal cultivators who recognize the Styx Daoists. But at this moment, the Styx Daoist who saw the end of the dragon suddenly appeared. He also stayed here, seemingly for Yi Chen. Even if the Styx people looked kind, there was not the slightest hostility. But the 10 elders of the Tianyan Holy Land still felt that the Comer was not good. And in the distance, those immortal cultivators who were waiting for Yi Chen and wanted to get close to Yi Chen were also shocked when they saw the appearance of the Styx Daoist. The looks are all different. After all, they have long guessed that this immortal auction will definitely not be all sailing. But no one expected it. It was only at this moment, when the Tianyan Holy Lord had just set foot on the Ming Wangzhou. The Styx people, who had not appeared for thousands of years, appeared. It's a big scene. And the immortal cultivators of the major forces in Yinzhou who arrived with Yi Chen and others were all a little dissatisfied. Obviously, This is the power of Ming Wangzhou, and they don't want Yi Chun to get the immortal artifact. So make the stumbling. The same forces in Great Yinzhou, seeing that the Tianyan Holy Land was so targeted by Ming Wangzhou, made them feel empathy. In the midst of the scene, only the Taishan Holy Lord, who was originally unhappy, had a trace of arc at the corner of his mouth at this moment. The smoother Yi Chun goes, the more unhappy he becomes. And if Yi Chun is troubled, it is the greatest good thing for him. He was full of confidence in the Styx people. After all, that was the ranking given by the Tianji Pavilion, and the Styx Taoist was one place higher than Yi Chun. If Yi Chun is killed on the spot by the Styx people, that is the best ending. The Taishan Holy Lord silently looked forward to it in his heart. Yi Chun heard the 4 words of the Styx Taoist, and the corners of his mouth hooked up with a smile. And beside Yi Chun, although the foreign elder knew that his own holy master was unfathomable, he was still a little worried. After all, these days the achievements of the Styx Taoists thousands of years ago have been excavated. The people of the Styx are the supreme heavenly pride. Thousands of years ago, you could cross the level to kill the enemy, and in the same realm, it was an invincible existence. It suppressed Ming Wangzhou for hundreds of years. It was not until it was rumored to fall that it was gradually forgotten. Such an existence gets an indescribable opportunity in the endless sea. It is even more breakthrough to the late stage of refining the void. So now the strength of the Styx Tao people is really unfathomable. He was worried that his holy master would have an accident, so he whispered to Yi Chun about the information he knew. Holy Lord, the reason why the Styx Taoist got its name is because he once sacrificed a sinking river and built it into a supreme Tao weapon. If they are swallowed by this Styx, all cultivators will sink and refine. All kinds of magical powers of this person, the Tao law is also the pinnacle. And what we see is still a video from 1,000 years ago, and now that 1,000 years have passed, the strength of the Styx people is even more unfathomable. The foreign elder's words made Yi Chun nod. Yi Chun is confident, but never underestimates the enemy. Once shot, it is a thunderous blow. Therefore, Yi Chun looked at the Styx Tao people in front of him and smiled lightly. It is not easy for the Styx Tao friendly to recover the origin and survive. Why not continue to climb the fairy road, but to mix some side things? Yi Chun did not face the politeness of the old-timers in the slightest. The tone was indifferent. Yi Chun saw that most of the Styx people were entrusted to stop him. After all, the Guyuan Holy Land can only be said to be an ordinary holy land. There is no capital to participate in this auction at all. When the Styx Taoist heard this, he shook his head. The road of cultivating immortals cannot be smooth and stable, and only by fighting can we continue to move forward. But I'm not hostile to Yi Chun. Taoist friends might as well sit down and talk to me for 3 days. In the past 3 days, if Taoist friends have anything to ask, I know everything. After 3 days, the world is so big, Taoists can naturally go anywhere. The Styx people were still smiling. He actually didn't want to be hostile to the genius of Yi Chun, but the Tao Te Ching is really attractive. So if you can persuade Yi Chun to preach for 3 days, it will be a good ending. Yi Chun laughed when he heard this. 3 days of preaching? 3 days later, the auction of immortals had long ended. Sure enough, someone asked the Styx Taoist to block him. Yi Chun looked at the Styx Taoist, and the corners of his mouth raised. What if I don't? The Styx Taoist sighed. Then you can only discuss with Taoists. In a word, a big war is inevitable. The onlookers of immortal cultivators were all amazed. Many of the 850 have already taken out the fairy net photostone. Start shooting short videos. The third battle between the third and fourth in the world is definitely a rare scene. Once it's published, it will definitely attract the attention of countless immortal cultivators. And the Taishan Holy Lord smiled, even happier. Yi Chun is too arrogant. The gods of Tianji Pavilion are invincible, and the deduction is extremely accurate. Since Yi Chun is said to be the third, then Yi Chun is by no means the opponent of the Styx people. In this case, Yi Chun is still so arrogant. It is really self-defeating. Not caring about the crowds around him, Yi Chun glanced at the Styx Taoist with indifference in his eyes. Stop me for 3 days? Is it the ranking of the Tianji Pavilion that gives you courage? The next moment, the terrifying spiritual power above Yi Chun's body erupted. Endless divine light blooms. The majestic to the extreme coercion made all the immortal cultivators turn pale. The fairy who was very close to Yi Chun showed an incredulous look on his face. This breath. It's not the early days of refining the void. The Tianyan Holy Lord actually broke through. And at the moment, the Styx Taoist, who has always been indifferent, also changed color on his face. Chen, how did you break through? The so-called ranking. Chen never took it to heart. Take the solid foundation that Chen has made a perfect breakthrough all the way. When Chen broke through to the early stage of refining the void, Chen was confident that he was invincible throughout the refining period. Not to mention that Chen also has peerless magical powers such as the 9 secrets. It can be said that in front of Chen, it doesn't matter if you are in the middle stage of refining the void or the late stage of refining the void. It doesn't matter if you're a top genius or a top talent. In front of Chen can raise his hand to suppress everything. So the so-called ranking, Chen is completely a joke. Unexpectedly, someone took it seriously. He also came to stop himself with a confident look and did not let himself participate in this auction. It's ridiculous. Case that Chen showed his cultivation in the middle stage of refining the void. Let's see if this third in the world has the courage to stop himself. At this moment, when Chen will cultivate for the burst out. The most frightening thing is undoubtedly the fairy around him. Chen actually broke through again? How is this possible? She thought of the last time she went to the Tianyan Holy Land to find Chen. Instead, I learned about Chen's retreat. She thought that Chen was just cultivating some magical power. But I never thought of it. Chen turned out to be breaking through. To know, it has only been half a year since Chen achieved refining the void. Tight for half a year. Break through a realm again. This is really incredible for the Falling City Fairy, who deeply understands how difficult it is to improve his cultivation after reaching the realm of refining the void. And the elders of the Tianyan Holy Land already knew. But when those outsiders heard this, their faces showed an incredible color. The Tianyan Holy Lord actually broke through again? How is this possible? If I want to break through a small realm in the Golden Pill period, it will take more than 10 years. And when it comes to the refining period, a little Miss Jing for half a year. It is incredible. Could it be that the more you cultivate, the easier it is? If the more you cultivate, the easier it will be, then Senior Sticks will run to the endless sea to find a breakthrough opportunity for the rest of his life. It's outrageous. The Holy Lord actually broke through again. That Saint Lord was able to rank 4th when he was in the middle of refining the void. And now he broke through the Banmu. Is the ranking to go up/lean on? Before, I thought the Styx people were stronger, but now I don't think so. Although the Styx Dao is amazing, for some reason, I actually feel that he is not the opponent of the Tianyan Saint Lord, who is lower than his realm. Agreed. Everyone was amazed. At this moment, even Chi Brush has become not optimistic about the Styx Dao people with a higher realm. It's not that the Styx people are weak. It's not that they're biased toward Chen. But they know Chen's record along the way, and they deeply understand how outrageous Chen's record is. Leapfrogging to kill the enemy is as simple as eating and drinking water for the Tianyan Holy Hand. The Styx people are now only a small realm higher than Chen. It's really not very optimistic. Only the Taishan Holy Lord, standing in the crowd at the moment, gritting his teeth. Chen actually broke through again. This is definitely bad news for him. With Chen bursting out his own cultivation, the audience was in an uproar. Even the people of the Styx River can't help but change color at this moment. He came today, and he did not underestimate Chen. I carefully watched all of Chen's battle videos several times. The magic powers used by Chen were all memorized, thinking about what to do if it was a real war. The Styx people have always been a steady person. I thought that this time, I stopped Chen for 3 days, and I was stable before agreeing to come down. But he didn't think of anything. Chen actually broke through. Breakthrough to the middle stage of refining void. If it was the middle stage of other refining voids, he naturally didn't care. But Chen is definitely different from other monks. The Styx Daoist squinted his eyes and showed hesitation on his face. Chen is so enchanting. I'm not sure that I will be able to trap Chen. But, Tao Te Ching, if you could take a look, you will have hope to break through the integration period in the future. Such temptations. It's hard to refuse. So, at this moment, the Styx people were in a dilemma, and the expression of the Styx people. In the eyes of everyone, it is natural to see clearly. The elders of the Tianyan Holy Land all showed a look of honor, and the rest of the strong people, looking at Chen's gaze, were also amazed. Today's Tianyan Holy Lord, just by showing his cultivation, can exist more than his own realm. Looking at the entire immortal cultivation world, there has never been such a picture. Many immortal cultivators were happy and convinced. There was even a bold idea in my head. That is to wait for the next time Tianjai releases the ranking. Chen is not possible. ascend to the throne of the first. With the cultivation of the middle stage of refining the void, suppress the existence of the late stage of refining the void, and reach the top. If this were to happen, what a sensation that would be. Yi Chen glanced at the Styx Taoist. Do Taoists still want to stop me? Yi Chen's voice was flat. And on the faces of the Styx people, the color of struggle has disappeared nords. After all, it is the existence of the late stage of refining the void, and the state of mind is not weak. Former. He broke through the hopelessness and traveled to the endless sea to find opportunities. In the end, 9 died for a lifetime, breaking through the late stage of refining the void. And now, how could he be intimidated by Yi Chen? The Tao Te Ching is the supreme immortal scripture. This may be the only hope for breaking through the integration period. How can you miss this huge opportunity because of hesitation? The fairy road is fighting. If you lose your fighting spirit, that will not advance or retreat, and there will be no chance of reaching the peak of the fairy road. So, never return. At this moment, the Styx Taoist sacrificed a formation and activated it with a bang. Yi Chen's strength is amazing, but I still want to try. The next moment, the terrifying divine light exploded with a bang, falling with the voice of the Styx people. In the hands of the Styx people, a terrifying divine light burst out. The speed of the divine light is incredible. Just blink. A radius of hundreds of miles is shrouded. Yi Chen and the elders of the Tianyan Holy Land, the fairy of the falling city, and the elders of the Yaoqi Holy Land were all enveloped at the same time. There is no longer a shadow in sight. Only endless divine patterns and flowing divine radiance. Isolate this place into 2 worlds. This moment, everyone was shocked. No one expected that the Styx Taoist would suddenly make a move. And looking at the terrifying big array in front of him, it made the immortal cultivators watching the battle even more lucky. Previously, they were worried that the Tianyan Holy Lord would break out into a big war with the Styx Taoists, so they retreated hundreds of miles. After all, the great war that exists like the power of refining the void has affected countless people and destroyed the heavens and the earth. If it's close, the incarnation period may fall due to the ripples. In the world of immortal cultivation, stay away from the strong in the big war. This is a truth that all smart people will obey. Now, they're extremely glad of this decision. The Styx Taoists suddenly made a move. The Tianyan Holy Lord and his party were trapped by the Great Array for 727. This development is undoubtedly shocking. What kind of formation is this? It looks so mighty. I haven't seen it either, but it must be extraordinary for the Styx Taoists to use it on the Tianyan Holy Lord. 117. I seem to have seen this formation somewhere, and the runes on it are somewhat familiar. But where is it? Whoosh! I thought about it. I saw a video about the big battle of the previous moral and religious master in the short video of the fairy net before, and a similar formation was sacrificed to the convenience. And the divine tattoo on it was very different from the formation in front of me, as if it was called the Daoyin Immortal Formation. I went, it was really the same. As the Styx Taoist suddenly appeared to stop the Tianyan Holy Lord, and there was the shadow of the Taoist sect behind him. Could it be that it was the one? Sincerely, don't talk nonsense about the affairs of the Taoist sect. When the onlookers learned the origin of the formation, they were all shocked. It turned out to be related to the Taoist sect. But this time, no one dared to say anymore. Taoist sect has always been extremely domineering in Ming Wangzhou. In the name of the heavenly Tao, the Taoist sect wantonly intervened in the disputes between major forces, seemingly upholding justice, but in fact seeking benefits. And the disciples of the Taoist sect are also the same. On weekdays, he looks gentle and elegant, but if a treasure is born, he will not hesitate to possess it in the name of righteousness. And the Taoist sect is particularly ruthless when it should strike. Therefore, in Ming Wangzhou, there are not too many forces to recruit moral ministers. I don't even want to talk too much about deity Zong, but let's not talk about it. It's time to post a video. The Tianyan Holy Lord was trapped by the Styx Taoist with a large array, which was definitely a major event that caused a sensation in the entire immortal cultivation world. Not to mention that if the Tianyan Holy Lord was really trapped for 3 days, that would definitely miss the fairy auction. The impact on the auction of immortals is also huge. Such major events will certainly attract attention. So in the blink of an eye, many immortal cultivators filmed it and transmitted it to the short video of the Immortal Net. After all, posting videos can earn spirit stones and attract attention. No one wants to miss out. And in the fairy net, immortal cultivators were already looking forward to the upcoming auction of immortal artifacts. They have brushed Weibo or short video applications, waiting for the latest news. And when the incident, BA, in Mingwangzhou was posted online, the entire fairy net shook. The third Six Dao man in the world has appeared. The Tianyan Holy Lord broke through the middle stage of refining the void. The Six Daoists used a large array that was suspected of being the Dao sect to trap the Weiyan Saint Lord. Everything is a major event that is enough to sensationalize the entire immortal cultivation world. This matter reached the top of the hot list in the blink of an eye. The homepage of the unknown immortal cultivator pushed related videos. A lively discussion sparked. Hey, it's actually the Dao sect's behind-the-scenes instructions? I dare not say the reality, but I am not afraid on the internet. This is the style of the Dao sect, and I am not surprised at all as an immortal cultivator in Mingwangzhou. Upstairs, you dare to insult my Dao sect's reputation, but you dare to leave your name. Hee, I haven't sent a message about myself. If you are moral, come and beat me through the fairy net. That Dao sect is really sanctimonious. Knowing that the auction is not enough, it is really despicable to use means to prevent the Holy Lord from participating in this auction. With the invincible posture of the Holy Lord, you should be able to walk out easily. That big formation is the Dao Yin Immortal Formation, the top formation of the Dao sect. It is said that the power is infinite, and within the formation, it can become a world of its own. The enemies in the formation will be suppressed and cultivated by the heavenly Dao Emperor Qi, and the action will become extremely difficult. What is said upstairs is not comprehensive. I am a top formation mage. I have seen the ancestor left by the ancestor in the inheritance. In the description of the Dao Yin Immortal Formation, it is said that this is the most exquisite formation, secretly combining the heavenly Dao, and breaking the formation is difficult. The only drawback of this formation is that it has extremely high requirements for the cultivators who maintain the formation, but the Yin Daoist can naturally maintain it easily. Therefore, even if the Holy Lord is strong and matchless, it is extremely difficult to break the formation easily. Doesn't that Qi mean that the Holy Lord really can't participate in this immortal auction? Above the fairy net, many people do not have so many scruples. Speak one's mind. Luo listed information about the Dao Yin Immortal Array. And the more the immortal cultivators understand, the more they are in a state of mind. Dao sect is worthy of being the first great holy place. The background is really terrifying. Tianyan, Holy Lord, I really want to be trapped this time. In this immortal auction, the Tianyan Holy Lord, who has the greatest winning rate, will not be able to participate. The news that the Tianyan Holy Lord was sniped by the Six Daoists and trapped in the Daoyin Immortal Array instantly spread throughout the entire immortal cultivation world. Someone showed concern. There are also people with a smile on their lips. For example, the major forces participating in the auction this time, after learning the news, all put down their hearts. If it was Tianyan Holy Land before, it would also participate. Then the probability of their successful auction is very small. Very small. And now, the Tianyan Holy Lord and his party were trapped. You will not be able to come to the auction. Their odds of success are due to work. There are even many great powers, and I hope that Chen will fall. Chen is too enchanting, too dazzling. Make them feel terrified. If Chen falls, it is the most perfect thing. And on the flying boat heading to the Duan family, Fang Baiyu, who was scrolling through the video, also got a gift. Look at the video content recorded by the Immortal Cultivator. The corners of Fang Baiyu's mouth hooked. As for the many unhappy and abusive comments about Dao Zone below, Fang Baiyu didn't care. To this extent, the outside world's remarks have long been unable to have any impact on him. As for the Dao Yin Immortal Array being recognized, it was also expected by Fang Baiyu. Or rather, that's what he's for. My Dao sect doesn't even need to take action myself. As long as you take out the formation, you can suppress Chen. The strength of the Dao sect is undoubtedly evident at this moment. And in the Duan family, a man sits in a forbidden area. He looked at Huan Yuding, who was burning with heavenly fire, and there was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. But more than that, it was open-mindedness. The ancestor is above. I Duan Tinya is not filial. But if I can present it in the future, I will definitely redeem Huan Yuding, and it will be able to make my Duan family shock the entire immortal cultivation world. So, ask the ancestors to atone for their sins, Duan Tinya said seriously. Immediately, he calmed down and pondered his way back. In this auction, you will definitely get a huge amount of cultivation resources. It can even be said that this auction will allow me to get all the essence of the top Holy Land. This resource is enough for me to keep moving forward in the fairy road. But the most important thing depends on the Holy Lord of that day. This person is really enviable. His talent is matchless, and his ability to earn spirit stones is unprecedented, even surpassing immortals. I'm so inferior to this person, but hard work can make up for it. I am dedicated to cultivation, and with countless resources who will go further in the future, I still don't know. When this auction is over, I will leave for other states. Thinking about it, Tianyan made up her mind. Wait for the bidding to end and receive the spirit stone. He will leave. After all, the price of the immortal artifact auction is absolutely unimaginable. Even if he is in the middle stage of refining the void, he will definitely not be able to keep it. So, when he receives the spirit stone, he will activate the one-time teleportation array that he has already prepared, disappear into the eyes of the world, and go to other continents. Never again. But just as he was ready for everything to begin, he received a message. When the content is clear, Duan Tianyan was furious. Dao Zong, you deceive people too much. The Dao sect actually drove the Styx Daoist to trap the biggest gold lord in his eyes in the big array. If the Tianyan Holy Lord could not participate in this auction, the final turnover would inevitably fall. The most important thing is that who knows if the Dao sect will coerce and lure other forces not to participate in the auction for the sake of immortal weapons. This makes the transaction price even lower. It can be said that such actions of Dao Zong are completely harming their own interests. But thinking of the power of the Dao sect and the terrifying strength of Feng Baiyu, Duan Tianyan was instantly like a deflated ball. Immortal cultivation is really the first place to cultivate. If I am also in the late stage of refining the void, then how can Baiyu dare to deceive me like this? So, no matter what, first exchange the immortal artifact for resources, and when I reach the peak of the immortal road, I will double the humiliation of today's Baiyu to spit out. 0 begging for flowers. Duan Tianyan was in a particularly bad mood at the moment, the most financially unable to participate. As for the possibility of Chen breaking through the injection, Duan Tianyan didn't even think about it. The Styx Daoist personally drove the Dao Yin immortal array. It is the existence of the late stage of refining the void, and it is not so simple to get out of trouble. Therefore, Chen will definitely miss this auction, and there is no other possibility. In Duan Tianyan's thoughts, it was the idea of the cultivators of the entire immortal cultivation world. The Styx Dao people added the Dao Yin immortal array and the strong alliance. Chen is not weak though, but trying to get out is definitely not so easy. Therefore, Chen must be absent from this fairy auction. Tianyan Holy Land's plan to open a Holy Land level sect in Mingwangzhou was obviously frustrated. This result made the onlookers of immortal cultivators on the scene all have different expressions. Some shook their heads, but there are also many powerful sect leaders, but the Holy Lord relaxes. Chen is too enchanting. The development momentum of Tianyan Holy Land is too strong. If you can have a Holy Land level sect in Mingwangzhou, the development of the Heavenly Yin Holy Land will be even faster, and at an extremely terrifying speed. It will grow into a behemoth. But the problem is that no one wants Mingwangzhou to have another top power to share the cake. So Chen is trapped, but it is more in their interest. And in the crowd, the Taishan Holy Lord, who was not eye-catching, couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth at this moment. Chen is trapped. The name of invincibility was finally broken for the first time. Not to mention that this trapping will also block the expansion of the Tianyan Holy Land. This is definitely a great good thing for the Taishan Holy Lord. He looked at the terrifying formation, and the corners of his mouth raised. Chen, I have felt the taste of failure for so long, and it is finally your turn. And as long as there is a failure, Xuanji Xian's fortune will be interrupted. I think you'll gradually become accustomed to failure. Small table. What's going on? The Styx Daoists actually suddenly made a move and attacked us with a large array. What kind of big array is this, which can become a world by itself? I feel that my strength is suppressed, and the spiritual power is extremely dysfunctional. Within the Dao Yin immortal array, the group of Tianyan Holy Land and Yaoqi Holy Land who were suddenly trapped all changed their faces. The elders of the Tianyan Holy Land are okay and calm, but the elders of the Yaoqi Holy Land were extremely flustered. In the big array, there is nothingness. There is no end in sight. as if isolated into another space. But the most important thing is that in this big array, there is a mysterious force that suppresses everyone present. 020 made them feel that their spiritual power was particularly unsmooth. The cultivators of the incarnation stage all felt that their strength had been sharply reduced by half, and the elders in the Yuan infancy stage felt that their own strength did not exist. Even the fairy of the refining void period is frowning at this moment. Because of her strength, she was also suppressed by at least 2% by this inexplicable force. This kind of suppressive force is actually somewhat similar to the avenue. The fairy of the city spoke calmly, but she also knew that this obviously could not be heavenly Tao suppression. It's just a formation simulation, borrowed power. But even so, it also shows the extraordinary nature of this formation. It can actually simulate the power of the avenue to suppress the immortal cultivators. This kind of formation is really strong. At this moment, an elder spoke. PHS can also go online. The news that we are trapped has been on the hot search of Xianwang and discussed by countless people. There are even more knowledgeable immortal cultivators who have already recognized the name of the formation outside. It is the Dao Yin immortal formation of the Dao sect. When the elder finished, the hearts of the people sank again. It turned out to be the Dao Yin immortal array of the Dao sect. Everyone has heard the name of the Dao sect. It deserves to be the #1 force in the immortal cultivation world. And the Dao Yin immortal array, although most elders had never heard of it. But the production of Dao Zong is bound to be extraordinary. And at this moment, the mature and soft brows of the fairy of the falling city were also wrinkled. Dao Yin immortal array, I heard it when I traveled in Mingwang Prefecture. This array is famous. It is said that thousands of years ago, the Dao sect used this formation to trap and kill a statue of Guangshi in the late stage of refining the void. This formation simulates the power of the avenue suppression, and it is even more self-contained. Once a cultivator is suppressed, it will be extremely difficult to get out. Even the fairy of the city said so. It made everyone understand the seriousness of the matter. There are no unintelligent people present. This must be that Dao Zong does not want his family to participate in this auction, and can invite the existence of the Styx people. Only Fong Baiyu. The elders of the Tianyan Holy Land looked at Elder Chen at this moment. Elder Chen is the formation grandmaster of the Tianyan Holy Land. Only he can break the formation. As for his own holy master, although his strength is incredible, but his own holy master is not good at life fields such as formation, Dan Dao, and Qi refining. Everyone knows it. And at this moment, trapped in the big formation, it is difficult to break the formation with pure strength. Therefore, it is better not to disturb the Holy Lord for the time being. Elder Chen was already looking for the formation eye. On the other side of the Yaoqi Holy Land, there are also elders who are good at formations looking for formation-breaking law enforcement. But the more the two observed the big array, the more solemn their faces became. After hundreds of breaths, Elder Chen and the two shook their heads in the expectant eyes of everyone. This formation is too exquisite, and it is natural to look at it at a glance. In a short time, I couldn't find the eye at all. Unless you give me a month to wait, it's hard to break the formation. Hearing the words of the two, everyone's faces were full of disappointment. A month passed. The yellow cauliflower is cold. 0. This auction is also bound to be missed. His own idea of opening a top-level holy place in Mingwangzhou was completely frustrated. I have to say that Fong Baiyu's move is really ruthless. Directly let yourself out. This is the moment. =Q_IV hashtag. The elders present were all disappointed. Especially the elders of the Tianyan Holy Land were even more shocked. Cultivating the immortal world. Sure enough, strength is respected. Although its own Tianyan Holy Land is developing rapidly. But the heritage and power are much worse than those top holy places after all. If people casually take out the formation, they can trap their own home for a month. It's a huge difference, and the fairy of the falling city also feels tricky. But when she looked at Yi Chun in front of her, her beautiful eyes blinked slightly, revealing a curious look. Because of Yi Chun in front of him, there was not the slightest anger or other expression on his face. This defies common sense. After all, being trapped here, for the Tianyan Holy Land, the loss is huge. Immortal artifacts are such things that cannot be sought. Miss the Duan family's Huanyuting. It is difficult to meet the strength of Duan Tianya, who is willing to sell immortal artifact for the sake of immortality. Not to mention 3.5 being so targeted. In other words, I will be angry. But Chen in front of him looked so flat. This kind of mentality made the fairy admire and also gave birth to curiosity. Chen has a way? But I have never heard of Chen's achievements in the formation. Moreover, Chen has only been on the road of Xiaoxian for a few years. It is already inconceivable to have such a cultivation. If you can still have a high level of profundity in the formation, it is really outrageous. Therefore, there is a solution to the fact that the fairy of the falling city is not very sympathetic. But the curiosity in her heart made her still can't help but ask, Chen Daoyu, do you have any good plan to break the formation? Listen to the curious inquiry of the fairy of the falling city. Chen laughed lightly, his eyes shining. His group's secret, although he is not yet cultivated to the Deshang realm. But now that hundreds of breaths are trapped in the formation, it is enough to see many things. All the mysteries of the formation are traced in Chen's eyes. Facing the Dao Yin immortal array, he just scanned it. In the eyes of others, this is an extremely exquisite formation. And in Chen's eyes, he has already found a lot of life. In the immortal array, the breadth of that avenue was just a fake-infused illusion. With this formation, trying to trap Chen is simply a fantasy. He wanted to escape from this formation, turn around, and leave. No one could stop him. Chen looked at the elders and the fairy of the city. It was easy for him to go, but it was not so simple for everyone present to leave with him. Chen naturally couldn't leave the others behind and go to the fairy auction alone. It seems that this array is bound to break. The difficulty of breaking the formation is undoubtedly higher. However, Chen has this confidence. With the flaws he saw, this big array in front of him, at most he could not hold on to 100 breath time. And as long as you want to, just a little more effort, all can reverse the control of the great array. Thinking of this, Chen's eyes were deep and looked into the depths of the big array. After just a few breaths, I saw a deep place in the immortal array. Chen's eyes suddenly twinkled. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked. This array, break it with your hand. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. Looking at Chen's confident demeanor, the fairy couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. With such an exquisite formation, he can actually break it with a raised hand? Could it be that he is really proficient in the secret technique of formation? Although Chen is already a heroic posture in terms of cultivation, proud of the existence of the two states of Dian and King Ming. And the formation is not based solely on talent and resources. Even if the talent is superior and the resources are managed enough, there must be millions of years of in-depth research. To be proficient in attainment, this takes time to accumulate. And Chen, it's only 100 years old. At this time, Chen has already felt incredible just by cultivating to the middle stage of refining the void. If Chen still has outstanding achievements in formation, that's outrageous. Even if you don't sleep for hundreds of years, this is absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, the beautiful eyes of the fairy of the city flowed. Her insight and vision made her instinctively not believe Chen's words. But for some reason, in her heart, there was a faint illusion that the Holy Lord could do it. And the elders on the side also had different faces at this moment. The elders of the Tianyan Holy Land were immediately overjoyed when they saw Chen's light and cloudy expression. They know the power of their own Holy Lord best. The Holy Lord said that if you can break the formation, it must be broken with a raised hand. As for whether he is proficient in formations, does this need to be said? Since the Holy Lord took the throne, which thing and which skill has not all surprised everyone, and the hand has reached the hall? Even so many incredible things have been done. Now he says he can raise his hand to break the formation. It's not so shocking. For a while, all the elders were relieved, and a faint smile appeared on their faces. But the elders of the Yaoqi Holy Land were all shocked and suspicious. Just now, among them, the elders who were proficient in the formation had already investigated. What the elders said, the Dao Yin immortal array is exquisite. Not to mention breaking the formation in 3 days. Even if you want to escape, it is difficult and almost impossible. If you want to break the formation strongly, you also need at least 5 or more masters in the middle of the refining period to work together. Only 30% sure that he would break the Dao Yin immortal array within 3 days. Such a formation has been passed down for 10,000 years. It is the dominant formation of the Dao sect. Such a formation, if it really raises your hand, it can be broken. The Yin immortal array had already been broken 10,000 times. How can there be such a prestige? For a while, The elders of the Yaoqi Holy Land secretly shook their heads. But despite the unbelief in my heart, but they did not dare to show a single minute on their faces. That is the Tianyan Holy Lord, and they are not qualified to disrespect in front of the Holy Lord. They are not in a hurry. After all, it seems that the Styx Dao people do not have the intention to kill. He was just entrusted to trap the Tianyan Holy Lord for 3 days. They were just caught in the pond, and most of the people of the Styx Dao will not offend the Tianyan Holy Lord, the Tianjiao, in death. So, after 3 days, most of the time, there will be nothing to do. So at this moment, Elder Yaoqi had already sat down cross-kneeled and began to pranayama. There were even elders who felt the aura of the avenue within the Dao Yin immortal array and wanted to feel the simulation. And above the formation, the Styx Taoists looked at Yi Chen's group. Their eyes locked on Yi Chen through the large burst of light. In his eyes, there is hesitation but also greed. Since he left the customs, his ears have been filled with Yi Chen's deeds and fame. In a short period of time, this person has continuously broken through from the Jindan stage to the middle stage of refining the void. A small realm of others may not have enough time to break through. Yi Chen has broken through several great realms in a row. He has become one of the top powerhouses in the immortal cultivation world. The speed of this breakthrough is simply unseen and unheard of in 070. Even the immortal assets in the book are inferior in front of Yi Chen. In addition, he came up with magical things such as PHS. Possess a huge amount of wealth. It's incredible. Let the people of the Styx Dao, in their hearts, have already expected that Yi Chen must have obtained a huge and incomparable opportunity to soar to the sky like this. Such an opportunity if he took it. In addition, the Dao Sek by you, the promised Tao Te Ching. Not to mention breaking through the integration period that has trapped yourself for a long time. Even if you become an immortal, it is no longer an unattainable thing. Thinking of this, the people of the Styx Dao couldn't hold back anymore, and the thick greed in their hearts. I heard that Yi Chen is very vindictive, although I didn't hurt him and the people around him in the slightest this time. Causing him to miss the immortal artifact is already a great enmity. After all, the Tianyan Holy Land obviously wants to have a Holy Land-level stronghold in Ming-Wangzhou. This is already a great feud, and Yi Chen is very likely to take revenge in the future. And now he has broken through the middle stage of refining the void, and I have no chance of winning in the face. If I wait for him to break through again and come to me for trouble, I will kill Dorji District. Instead of sitting still, wait for him to grow stronger in the future and find me trouble. It's better to take this opportunity and take the initiative to plunder everything. The more Taoist Mingi muttered to himself, the more gloomy the expression on his face became. A strong man like him would not waste time on hesitation at all. In an instant, Taoist Mingi made up his mind. He immediately raised his hand, flicked his sleeves and robes, and moved in a great formation. The Daoyin immortal formation moves with the trend. In an instant, a large gust of wind and thunder erupted in all directions, and the astral wind bursts. The breath of the avenue is crazy. An aura of annihilation spreads out from the depths of the great formation. At this moment, Taoist Mingi urged the ultimate move of Daoyin immortal formation. Within the great formation, at this moment, it seems to usher in the extinction of the world. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Taoist Mingi suddenly made a move. And this movement is by no means a simple trap. Anyone can feel a strong killing intent. Does this Taoist Mingi want to kill me and wait? An elder of Tianyan Holy Land, feeling the strong murderous intent, revealed his color. The Taoist Mingi actually gave birth to a murderous intention. Isn't he afraid of revenge? The first elder of Yaoqi was equally shocked and furious. Beside Yi Chen, Fairy Allure stood with her eyebrows horizontal, and her face was instantly covered with a layer of yin qi. In front of such a world-destroying scene, there is a faint, condensed, terrifying power. Let Fairy Qingqing know that most Taoist Mingi people are not what he said, just want to trap them for 3 days. A late stage of virtual refining, plus the special features of this immortal formation. In this immortal cultivation realm, where there is no fusion period, it is already an invincible existence. Not to mention the elders who followed in the Jade Pool Holy Land. Can you leave the formation? Even myself, I can't resist. Taoist Mingi, if he really moved his murderous intentions. Yaoqi Holy Land is greatly damaged. When she was worried, Fairy Qingqing couldn't help but look at Yi Chen. Her beautiful eyes were stunned for a moment. Because in the face of the crisis, Yi Chen still looked indifferent, with an inexplicable smile on his face. It seems that he doesn't care about Taoist Mingyi's about to launch a devastating blow. At this time, I thought of Yi Chen's previous sentence. This formation can be broken by raising your hand. Fairy Allure stared at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes. For some reason, she felt a little more at ease. He will definitely find a way. Outside the immortal formation, countless immortal cultivators saw the originally peaceful Dao Yin immortal formation. At this moment, it actually showed the murderous intent, almost condensed into a real murderous aura. Following the extremely powerful coercion, it escaped from the immortal formation. What's the situation? A cultivator in the late stage of God transformation involuntarily widened his eyes and looked at the immortal formation in horror. The fairy formation actually moved. During the operation of the immortal formation, a breath of breath leaked out, which made him feel palpitations and fear. He opened his mouth and looked at the people around him. The onlookers were also dumbfounded. What is this doing? Taoist Mingyi actually ran the Dao Yinxian formation with all his strength. Is this trying to kill the Holy Master Tianyan? Doesn't it mean that he was only trapped in the Holy Master of Tianyan for 3 days, and the Holy Master was not allowed to participate in this auction? In broad daylight, in front of thousands of immortal cultivators, such a sudden change occurred. The onlookers were all shocked. Then almost everyone took out PHS, or tell the sect about this. Or it was aimed at the Immortal Array and recorded the operation of the Immortal Array. At the same time talking about the scene, all the murderous intentions are included in the photo stone. Send it to the Xianwang short video application in real time. For a time, the drastic changes that took place here were spread throughout the entire Immortal World. All details were photographed, and those who were not eligible to arrive at the scene. The crowd who could only wait for news on Xianwang, guessing whether Holy Master Tianyan could break through the formation, were shocked when they saw the news that they suddenly appeared. The Dao Yinxian formation is too terrifying. Even across the video, the distance is tens of millions of miles, but still can feel the huge pressure very real. Can't help but feel a burst of heart palpitations, panic. It was as if there was an invisible, immortal mountain pressing on their bodies. Shortly after, the discussion on the internet immediately boiled over. I thought that when the two great masters met this time, there would not be a real war, but I didn't expect. The Holy Master is in danger. The Taoist Mingyi is a powerhouse in the late stage of virtual refining, ranking 3rd in the Tianji Pavilion strength rankings. The Holy Master Tianyan is only 4th. In addition, the Taoist Mingyi is in charge of the Dao Yangxian formation. Within the eyes of Pindao, the probability of Holy Master Tianyan surviving with all his strength is probably less than 10%. Indeed, the strength of Taoist Mingyi is no weaker than that of the Holy Master of Tianyan. And with the blessing of the Daoyan Immortal Array, under this situation, the Holy Master may really not be an opponent. Why did Taoist Mingyi suddenly take action? Is the Holy Master really going to drink hate? The Taoist Mingyi is really shameless. There is nothing shameless. The immortal cultivation world eats the weak, and the formation is also part of the strength. It's a pity Holy Master Tianyan, a generation of Tianjiao. I even thought that he could become the first immortal after ancient times, and let the world of immortals re-enter the era of immortals. But I never thought that he would die halfway. Hey, are there still few geniuses who die halfway? There is no shortage of geniuses in the world of cultivating immortals. Those who can grow up are truly rare. You strong people, after seeing the video, they're all sighed. They seem to have seen the scene of a generation of arrogance that was about to fall. But their views immediately aroused doubts. That's too much. As soon as the Holy Master Tianyan was born, he swept the 2 states with invincible resources. I think that the Holy Master Tianyan is not as strong as the Taoist Mingyi, even if he is on paper. If you want to kill the Holy Master, it is not so easy. Yes, recognize fellow Taoist upstairs. The strength of the Holy Master is unfathomable. From the previous battles and never encountered hard battles, it can be seen that the strength of the Holy Master, Li's, is far more terrifying than the outside world imagines. The Holy Master can even create such incredible things as PHS. I believe that the Holy Master must have other miraculous means. Yes, it is impossible for the Holy Master to have no cards. This time we may be able to see the true strength of the Holy Master. Indeed, I have seen so many times that the Holy Master crosses borders and kills the enemy like a dog. The desperate situation in front of me has not even a trace of waves, and I feel that there will be a big scene. Upstairs, you registered your name. Holy Master Tianyan killed the supreme elder of my floating life holy land, and we also recognized it. But you dare to say that you are like a dog? I have written down such humiliation. The supreme elder who insulted me in the holy land of reincarnation, I also wrote it down in the holy land of samsara. When I discover your identity, you will definitely be immortal. Many forces who had been killed by Yi Chen's ancestors expressed their offense. Yi Chen is a strong altar, but to say anything like butchering a dog is too much. Many immortal cultivators left messages under a strong man's video, but most of them did not agree with the strong man's speech in the video. And the strong man was a little dissatisfied with the comments. Immediately sent another video response. It means that the short video of Xian Wang does not show the cultivation level. It is estimated that these commenters are not as tall as Jindan. They're just a bunch of strong mouths. Standing in front of me, you are not qualified to speak. How can you imagine the horror of the void refining stage? The further you go in cultivating immortality, the greater the gap will be at every other realm. What's more, Taoist Mingi is a senior from the previous era. How can you guess his strength? And that Daoyan immortal formation was famous in Ming Wangzhou with the blood of countless strong men. Your knowledge limits your imagination. The moment senior sticks became murderous, the outcome was already doomed. As soon as these words came out, many people nodded. But it also drew a lot of objections. Every time the Holy Master fights, some people say that he will definitely lose. What will happen? The grass on the graves of the Holy Lord's previous enemies must be 3 meters high. Of course, if they still have 33's remains. A group of old antiques from Ming Wangzhou. You are the ones with short-sightedness. And you don't even understand how many incredible things the Holy Master has created along the way. These great powers in Ming Wangzhou are just ordinary immortal cultivators like us. They don't understand how monstrous the Holy Master is. Moments after the killing intent was leaked from the immortal formation, chaos broke out on the internet. Those who support Yi Chen, those who oppose Yi Chen. There are even some people who bluntly curse. All of a sudden, those who are not used to seeing BCJ, the rise of Tianyan Holy Land on weekdays, all jumped out. Let's fight online. After all, Xianwang is not a real name system. As long as you don't disclose information yourself, no one can find you. That's why many immortal cultivators in the Qi refining stage even dared to yell at the superpowers in the spirit transformation stage. Whether it is some sect elders, casual cultivators, or big disciples. For a time, it can be described as a group of demons dancing wildly. Some people can even scold them, and their anger is surging. But everyone is more worried about the Taoist sect behind Taoistics. That Daoyan immortal formation is a means of Taoism, and now everyone knows it. At present, only Taoistics made a move, so what about deities on? Will they, like hungry wolves hiding in the dark, ready to kill Yi Chen together? And at this moment, a burst of waves came from Tehran immortal formation. The formation swayed, and there was a sudden change. An extremely oppressive coercion came from the fairy formation. Everyone felt like they were sinking. Many people have even discovered that their cultivation has been suppressed. A Jindanki who joined in the fun found out that his strength dropped by 50%. Immediately terrified, run away in a hurry. It wasn't until flying hundreds of miles away from the fairy formation that he felt that he was far away from that power, and his strength recovered. Seeing this situation, everyone present changed their expressions. Many people clenched their PHS tightly, looked at the fairy formation with reluctant eyes, and stepped back first. After all, life matters. When the strong fight against each other, how far can the weak run? This is the eternal truth in the world of cultivating immortals. And that coercion continued to intensify. Within a few breaths, within 100 miles of the immortal formation, they couldn't even stay in the early stage of void refinement. Only a few characters in the mid-stage of void refinement remained, frowning. But it also feels stressful. The coercion emanating from the fairy formation is so strong. Taoist Mingi must have made another move. The battle to the death between the two void refining powerhouses is about to start. Immortal cultivators at the scene immediately uploaded this news together with a video to the internet. As soon as the video was uploaded, it went straight to the top of the hot search list. Played through the photo stone, all kinds of voices on the internet, such as quarreling, scolding, analysis, etc., stopped at this moment. They kept scrolling through the live pictures in the short video. The coercion is suffocating. The traces of aura emitted by the video made them all inexplicably feel that the blood in their bodies was agitated. Even the aura in the body was mobilized to run uncontrollably automatically. At this moment, there is an eerie silence on the internet. Everyone wants to know what happened. A holy master of the supreme religion shook his head and sighed. This is the imperial spirit of heavenly Tao unique to the Taoist sect, which can easily seriously injure the existence of the Lianshu period. On the side, a Holy Land Supreme Elder known for his formations also shook his head again and again. Sigh. I didn't expect Taoistics to use the strongest killer move. The most terrifying thing about the Daoyin immortal formation is the ray of heavenly imperial aura in it, which can simulate the manifestation of the Tao. Once this avenue develops, it will be an invincible existence in the void refining stage. And the cultivation of Holy Lord Tianyan has been suppressed. Holy Lord Tianyan died under the imperial aura of heaven, and he did not live up to his reputation. Hey, a generation of arrogant people. It's so sad and deplorable. In the immortal net, it has become silent. Everyone has no time to argue. Just want to see what's next. They stared at the fairy formation in the video. In my heart, I meditated, Holy Master Tianyan, I will definitely win. They firmly believe that even if the avenue is developed, even if it is the Emperor of the Heavens, the Holy Master of Tianyan can find a way to deal with it. At the moment, whether it's online, still in the real scene, everyone held their breaths, holding various moods, or worry about Chen, or think, Chen will lose, and sad. Everyone pays attention to the situation of the immortal formation, and the Holy Master Taishian in the crowd watching the battle was extremely happy at the moment. He also withdrew from the immortal formation for 100 miles and stood in the corner of the crowd. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise proudly. Can't help but laugh inwardly. Ha! Taoist Mingi, plus the shadow of the Tao of heaven's straightness. Chen, this time you will definitely lose. You are indeed a genius. Your talent far surpasses mine. But so what? The genius who can grow up is the real genius. You have finally fallen, and I'm still alive. In the future, I will also break through the refinement, or even a higher realm. So you lost. I finally won, and won completely. Ha 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 ha. Holy Master Taishian, thinking distortedly in his heart, shouting wildly in his heart. He looked at the fairy array with hot eyes. Looking forward to it, White Zone, hurry up. He couldn't wait to see Chen, the old enemy who brought him endless humiliation, fell. On the other side, on the way to Duan's house. Fang Baiyu, the suzerain of Taoism, holds PHS in his hand and watches the video on the internet, feeling the bursts of murderous intent blowing towards the face. Brows furrowed. Looking at the situation, Taoist Mingi did not do what he entrusted to do. Has the situation changed? His agreement with Taoist Mingi was to trap Chen for 3 days. But he never said that he was going to kill him. After all, he is very confident. I want to use Chen for my own use in the future. Thinking of this, a layer of gloomy frost immediately hung on Fang Baiyu's face. With a cold face, he stared in the direction of Chen and others with deep and cold eyes. It seems to travel thousands of miles and see everything. After a while, Fang Baiyu sneered twice. Oh, not enough greed. Fang Baiyu, who knows human nature, sneered disdainfully. As for Taoist Mingi's thoughts, he could understand it almost instantly. Wanting to kill Chen, rob him of luck, and rob him of opportunity. Fang Baiyu is very unhappy about the self-assertion of Taoist sticks. However, as a cultivator, go against the sky. Greed is the nature of all cultivators. Moreover, Taoist Mingi is strong and has the help of Dao Yangxian formation. With such a strong strength, it is normal to have a murderous intention to Chen. Even if Holy Master Yin really had some means that day, with Minghi's ability, it would not be a problem. Now that Taoist Mingi has made this decision, Fang Baiyu's mouth suddenly showed an indifferent smile. After all, it doesn't matter whether Chen is trapped or fallen. All means that they cannot participate in this fairy artifact auction. You can definitely get it at home, and after getting the Duan family's immortal artifact, you can take a walk in front of the river Styx, treasures of heaven and earth, those who are destined to live in it. That Taoist Mingi trapped Yi Chen with his own immortal formation in order to plunder the opportunity. This means that chance does not belong to Taoist sticks. Therefore, Taoist Mingi must hand over everything after all. If you don't want to, Fang Baiyu is confident. He can easily suppress the old senior of Taoist Mingi. Except for the chance that Yi Chen broke through quickly, everything in Tianyan Holy Land should be taken over by himself. For flowers, in just a few short years, the Tianyan Holy Land has accumulated as much as any holy land with profound heritage for thousands of years. This huge amount of resources, no matter who gets it, can make the power where they belong to a new level, enough to make any force move. So Yi Chen fell behind. Great Yinzhou is bound to set off a bloody storm. As for his own moral sect, how could he see this tragedy happen in the world of immortals? Therefore, it is necessary to act on behalf of the sky, temporarily protect everything in Guan Tianyan Holy Land, and redistribute it to the entire cultivator in the future. In comparison, no force should doubt its own impartiality. Thought here. Fang Baiyu's dissatisfaction because of Taoist Mingi's self-assertion also calmed down immediately. Asterisk, with his hands behind his back, with a smile that controlled everything, he set off on the road again. Within a large array, the elders were indeed extremely panicked. After counting the breaths, in the depths of the great formation, the aura of destruction became stronger and stronger. A blurred avenue develops and gradually takes shape. Just because of this more and more powerful aura, some elders couldn't resist, and they all turned pale and blood spilled from the corners of their mouths. Such horrible things. It is simply not something that ordinary cultivators can contend against. At this time, Yi Chen finally moved. He raised his hand lightly. The palm of his hand developed towards the avenue in front of him, and he held it in the void. Next moment, an invisible force emerged in the great formation. In that terrifying avenue development, after a roaring sound, the whole body is densely cracked, like a rapidly woven cobweb, spreading out. Boom! A loud bang that shocked the world. The avenue developed. It was actually broken. How can that be? Such a horrible avenue developed. It was only under the distant grasp of the Holy Master without the slightest hint of smoke. Just shattered. At this moment, the whole place was silent. It is Taoist Ming, he who is staring closely outside the big formation, and his pupils can't help shrinking at this moment. The avenue develops, and the pieces disintegrate. Like a giant hand, I am born. The residual pseudo-avenue breath, like a tide, rushed away. Seeing this, the elders in the immortal array urged their aura one by one, covering themselves in it, resisting the shattered medical waves of the great Tao. The aura of the avenue passed by, and the various colors of light kept flickering. As soon as they came into contact, the faces of the elders changed one after another. The protective shield formed by the aura flickered on and off under the violent impact. The elders who were slightly lacking in strength all turned pale, and they ran the protective shield with all their strength, but they were still shaky. The power of the Tao Yin Immortal Array, as well as the aftermath of the collision of the Holy Lord's casual blow, was so terrifying. The elders were only one realm behind, and in the aftermath of the battle between the refining powerhouses, they were actually unable to resist the Y20 resistance. The aftermath of this avenue breath made the fairy in the city instantly change color. This avenue aura that swept across heaven and earth, casually glued a wisp, is no less than a blow from a refining void powerhouse. Even if she was swept away defenselessly, I am afraid that she would be slightly injured. She is also in the refining period, and she knows the horror of this. At this moment, she looked at Yi Chen's beautiful eyes, and they were even brighter. Under the suppression of large arrays, Yi Chen's blow turned out to be so strong. It's incredible. Yi Chen's strength is really outrageous. Seeing that the elders of the Holy Land were struggling to resist the aftermath. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth smiled lightly, his fingers hooked slightly, and the aftermath was like encountering a natural enemy, instantly dissolved, scattered, and invisible. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. The beautiful eyes of the fairy blinked, and the look of surprise was overflowing. Yi Saint Lord Yu, the fairy of Yingqing, looked at Yi Chen, and the whole person was so shocked that he couldn't speak. In just a few breaths, Yi Chen lightly defused the first attack of the Styx Taoists. It was easily shattered, and the avenue that made the fairies in the city palpitate appeared. The fairy of the city couldn't help but be a little skeptical at the moment. Should the Holy Lord really not understand the formation, but plan to rely on his own strength to fight out of the formation abruptly? If others had this idea, she would definitely think it was a fool's dream. But the words of the Holy Lord of Heaven? The fairy actually believed that Chen could do all this. Sure enough, the strength of the Tianyan Saint Lord cannot be guessed by the realm. The city fairy even felt. Wait for the next ranking update of Tianji Pavilion. Chen's first place at the top is not impossible. And in the outside world, the Styx people who are considered victorious by almost everyone. At this moment, his face was so gloomy that it almost dripped down. He urged the wisp of heavenly Tao Imperial Qi in the immortal array, and the simulated Tao appeared. The power is extraordinary. Even if it is him, you have to be careful. However, Chen's light blow actually shattered it directly. This made the Styx Taoist face sink, and the murderous intention in the heart is even more blazing. Chen is far more powerful than he thought. Such a heavenly arrogance, talent against the sky, strength can even fight across borders. Feng Kai made a move, and he completely formed a mortal feud. If he still couldn't kill him this time in the case of the Tao Yin Immortal Array, he would definitely become a big disaster in the future. So, today Chen must die. The people of the Styx River figured out the powerful relationship. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and went to the immortal array. Forced that wisp of heavenly Tao Imperial Qi to the extreme. The avenue that had just slowly condensed appeared, and at this moment, it actually took shape in an instant. A great avenue aura that swept the heavens, and the earth swept away in an instant. In the immortal array, the fairy of the city suddenly changed greatly. As an existence in the early stage of refining void, she was no longer a weak person in the immortal cultivation world. But this breath alone made her unbearable. The horror in it can be imagined. As for the rest of the elders, there is no need to say more. She hurriedly laid down a protective shield to protect the elders and herself. But in the face of the completely activated large array, it is still not enough to resist. Seeing this, Chen came to everyone with a flash, directly waved his big hand, and slashed forward. That hand was like a sharp knife, piercing into the sweeping avenue aura, and it split into two. For the elders, blocked the front. The fairy who sheltered everyone suddenly felt that his body was light, and his miserable white face also recovered a trace of blood. Just 2 or 3 breaths of time made her feel very difficult to resist. If it weren't for Chen, she wouldn't be able to solve this breath. The fairy looked at Chen's gaze, and suddenly had a hint of anticipation. And the Yaoqi elders behind them all suffered from white matter. They looked at Chen, dressed in blue clothes hunting, and the figure was like a pillar of heaven, blocking everything for them. Thank you, Holy Lord. The elders of the Yaoqi Holy Land bowed respectfully to Chen's back. Chen's toughness really refreshes their imagination every time. And after the immortal array was running at full strength, even the immortal cultivators outside the immortal array were affected at this moment. Countless people, directly leaked out of the avenue breath, town kill, felt more pressure. The Tianyan Saint Lord was a little closer because he was too excited, plus he thought that his strength was not weak. As a result, because of the coercion exuded by the immortal array, a mouthful of blood was directly vomited. The Tianyan Saint Lord's face was pale at the moment, but 5.5 reached out to wipe it without care, grinning with a mouth full of bright red and laughing proudly. Under such a powerful immortal array, Chen, how could he survive? Tianyan Saint Lord, his eyes became more and more fiery. He desperately wanted to hear and see Chen's fall for the first time. And within the big array, Chen, his face was also a little solemn at the moment. The Tao Yin Immortal Array really lived up to its name. If he hadn't learned the secret of the group and was deeply trapped in it, it would have been a little difficult to get out. However, it is a pity that group word secret special formation. And now, he has completely analyzed this immortal array. Only the last step away. Thinking of this, the corners of Chen's mouth hooked. Now, in the depths of the immortal array, there was a shrill laughter. In the distance, the sound of monstrous water is mixed with hideous sounds. Tianyan Holy Lord. Sure enough, it lives up to its name. It seems that the old man is really coming to the scene and competing with the Holy Lord. The words fell. Follow the sound of the monstrous water. Look. A heavenly Styx appeared in the air. That Styx winds thousands of miles in the air. Wind and waves, stirring nonstop. From afar, It looks like the underworld has reappeared. That terrifying aura made the surrounding temperature drop a lot. After taking a closer look, I found that it was full of all kinds of revenants. They screamed in misery, wailed, and bitter. That monstrous sound of water is clearly the cry of the revenant. Styx Taoist, the real body, entered the great array. Standing proudly in the void above the river Styx, his robe is fierce. Gray eyes, looking directly at Chen in the distance. As soon as he spoke, the river Styx was filled with dead air. Even the surrounding flowers and trees have withered and died. Looking at Chen, the corner of the Styx Taoist's mouth hooked a confident smile. That Chen is incredibly strong, though. It is not like the power that should be in the middle of refining the void. But the Tao Yin Immortal Array is strong and unmatched, and it is worthy of its name. Chen 16 is Tianjiao, and he will also be suppressed by the Big Array, 10% strength, at least 3%, and himself, backed by the Big Array, or the heyday of the calendar. One trade-off. Chen must not be his opponent. Thinking that he was about to kill Chen, the demon, with his own hands. Plunder Chen's chances. The people of the Styx River are boiling and excited. Tianyan, Holy Lord, you will surely fall today. But the rest of the people in the formation still have a glimmer of life. If you are willing to voluntarily hand over your chance, I can leave your remnant soul and let you seek the opportunity of reincarnation. As for the women and elders around you, I can let them go. The cold voice was like a monstrous wave, echoing in the great array. Looking at the Styx Taoist who suddenly stepped into the great array. Looking at the angry Styx behind him. The elders of the Yaoqi Holy Land and the Tianyan Holy Land couldn't help but tremble in their hearts, and their hearts involuntarily gave birth to extreme fear. In an instant, the breath of death shrouded everyone's heart. This is a great power in the late stage of refining. Now I am in the big formation. It also hit the river Styx in the state of King Megatron a few generations ago. Who can stop such power? The Tianyan Saint Lord is indeed strong. Being in the midst of a large array, in the case of being suppressed, it can still resist the Tao Yin Immortal Array. But the problem is, the people of the Styx Tao are already higher than the Holy Lord. In the case of being suppressed, can the Holy Lord really block the people of the Styx? Time. The great array was filled with endless killing aura. Everyone was in a heavy state of mind and panicked. Even the Downfall Fairy. At this moment, the absolutely beautiful face was also full of heavy color. She's also in the refining period. The most aware of the horror of the Styx Tao people in the late stage of refining the void. The third Styx Taoist in the world, plus the Tao Yin Immortal Array. Looking at the entire immortal cultivation realm. Even Feng Baiyu, who is known as the #1 in the world, may not be able to block it, but also avoid its edge. Holy Lord, can it really be stopped? Thinking about it, the fairy shook his silver teeth lightly, turned his pretty face sideways, and looked at Chen. And in the gaze of the fairy in the city, Chen still looks like a light and breezy. There was no change in expression because of the arrival of the Styx people. Even, the fairy of allure was faintly still on the corner of Chen's mouth, and saw a hint of a smile. The fairy of the city was really shocked at the moment. At such moments, Chen is still so indifferent. Does Chen really still have whole cards? But is this really possible? If this is the case, Chen still has whole cards to solve the situation at hand. That Chen's true strength is too terrifying. For a while, the city fairy was in a state of confusion. And Chen in the eyes of the fairy in the city is indeed particularly dull. Watch the Styx Taoist really end. Condense a river of Styx. Chen is still not half a wave. Even kind of want to laugh. Chen was indeed suppressed in strength, but even if it was suppressed by 3%, Chen, who has made a perfect breakthrough all the way, is still confident that he can easily suppress the people of the Styx. It's strange if not. After all, every realm is perfect, but there is not even this bit of strength. Then this perfect breakthrough, the moisture is too big. So the people of the Styx came in person. It's nothing more than giving it for nothing. The most interesting is that Chen has discovered the core and loopholes of the formation through the group's secret. With only one step away, he could take away the control of the Tao Yin Immortal Array. In this case, the Styx Taoist really entered the Great Array. Is this planning to experience the strength of the Tao Yin Immortal Array for yourself? Anyway, Chen smiled. And the Styx people who came with the Styx, looking at Chen's appearance, the killing intent in their eyes was even better. Outside, the scene where the Styx Taoist entered the formation was seen by onlookers. Most of the onlookers showed a puzzled look. Among the immortal nets, there were also immortal cultivators who looked at the latest short video and asked, why did the Styx Taoist personally enter the Great Array? But there was also great power on the scene, seeing the clue and opening his mouth to explain for the junior next to him. That heavenly Yin Saint Lord was indeed strong, and the Tao Yin Immortal Array was running at full strength, and it was impossible to wipe him out. In order to completely kill Yi Chen, the Styx Taoist chose to enter the formation in person. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of many onlookers widened. The Tianyan Saint Lord actually resisted the Tao Yin Immortal Array with countless brilliant achievements. The strength of the Tianyan Saint Lord is really 797 terrifying. Indeed, cultivation in the middle stage of refining void can block the formation, killing moves of powerful abbots in the late stage of refining void, which is unheard of. The talent of the Tianyan Saint Lord is too devilish. It is estimated that it is precisely because of the talent of the Tianyan Saint Lord. So the Styx Tao has really entered. After all, it is a vendetta with such a talented existence. In other words, no one can sleep. Indeed, with the outrageous breakthrough speed of the Holy Lord, whoever has an enmity with the Holy Lord must be fearful. Everyone talked about it. All of them marveled at Yi Chen's talent. When the Tianyan Saint Lord heard this, he frowned. Is it so undead? Yi Chen, how strong are you? However, when it comes to this situation, the people of the Styx Tao will never let you go. So, you will surely die. And in the world of immortal cultivation, countless immortal cultivators were amazed. But most of them were not optimistic that the Tianyan Saint Lord could survive. After all, the strength of the Styx Tao people is unfathomable. Now he personally entered the Great Array to suppress Yi Chen. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was suppressed by the large array by 3% of his strength. One trade-off. The gap between the two will be further magnified. In this case, Yi Chen's chances of winning are slim. So at the moment, look at the entire immortal cultivation world. Except for a few immortal cultivators who were impressed by Yi Chen's achievements and believed that Yi Chen would inevitably create another miracle. Most of the immortal cultivators were already waiting for the news of the fall of the Tianyan Saint Lord. The outside world is pessimistic about the end of the Tianyan Holy Lord. And in the midst of the big array, the elders of the Tianyan Holy Land and the Yaoqi Holy Land couldn't help but shake their hearts when they looked at the terrifying powers of the Styx Taoists. The river Styx, which was rippling in the air, seemed to send them an invitation to death. Death is close at hand. The elders looked desperately at the Styx and the Styx. The gap was really too big, like a heavenly Graben straight in front of them. Is this the true strength of the top powerhouse in Mingwang State? Just the breath emanating from the Styx River caused several elders in the early stage of transformation God to shock their internal injuries. As for cultivation to a lower Yuan infancy stage, that's even worse. They had all seen the Holy Lord fight with the Taishang Elder of the four great refining void stage before. Those four were invincible. It's daunting. But compared with the people of the Styx, it is simply a small witch. The gap between the middle and late stages of refining is simply too big. The later the cultivation, the greater the gap, and this sentence is indeed true. Even if the Holy Lord has broken through to the middle stage of refining the void, it has the strength of cross-border wars. But in the big array, the strength is suppressed. How to block the Styx Tao people who seem to be about to perish? The elders of the Tianyan Holy Land are okay. Even at this moment, he still has faith in his Holy Lord. However, many elders of the Yaoqi Holy Land had completely given up their desire to resist. They all look like ashes. There were even a few people slumped on the ground in despair, frightened and dumbfounded, waiting for the Styx people to kill them and sacrifice their souls to the river Styx. The fairy of the city is even more heavy as water. She felt a strong sense of oppression in the Styx River that stretched across the sky. The beautiful eyebrows floated with a gloomy and determined look. Subconsciously summoned his magic weapon, and a pair of white hands held it tightly. Now, there is only one way to fight to the death with the people of the Styx. The fairy turned his head to look at the elders behind him. The high-end combat power of the entire Yaoqi Holy Land was almost all dispatched in order to see that family immortal weapon. If it were here, it would be slaughtered by the people of the Styx. Yaoqi will fall into the name of the holy place from now on. Even, it will be wiped out by the enemies of the past and will no longer exist. In the heart of the fairy in the city, a sense of sorrow suddenly struck. She bit her lip, and her bright eyes flashed with anger and determination. She's not a shackler. Even if you are desperate, you have to fight. Thinking of this, the fairy looked at Yi Chen's figure. Just because she was in the early stage of refining, facing the Styx Taoist, she was just a slightly larger ant. Not to mention, the people of the Styx Tao also have the help of the Immortal Array. So, if she wants to break the game, she can only pin her hopes on Yi Chen. Only Yi Chen has a slight chance of winning. However, in her heart, she could only determine that there was a glimmer of possibility. After all, it was a late refining week with the help of a large array. She and Yi Chen are in the same refining period, and they can understand the power of the Styx Tao people better than those Avatar elders. Yi Chen, the fairy whispered, Yi Chen's famous courtier. His gaze flickered, and a worried look emerged. Staring at Yi Chen's figure, she opened her mouth and was just about to speak. The figure that had been indifferent in front of everyone let out a sneer. Huh. Yi Chen smiled disdainfully. His eyes are like swords. The gaze shot out across the river Styx and shot straight at the Styx people standing proudly in the air above. At the same time, the Styx Taoist seemed to feel something, and his brows wrinkled slightly. Yi Chen sneered and shook his head. He tilted his head slightly and looked at the people behind him. Seeing the desperate state of everyone, there was also the determination in the eyes of Chung Fairy. In an instant, Yi Chen understood what they were thinking. He smiled calmly at everyone, dressed in blue clothes hunting in the wind. Don't worry, it's just a trifle. Huh. Hearing this, the fairy of the city was stunned. Is it all such a desperate situation? Or is it not heavy? Yi Chen, you? Yi Chen waved his hand, interrupting the fairy. Immediately looked at the Styx Taoist and leisurely spoke. Styx, I heard that you almost survived, and finally survived, and further. Such a blessing, but you don't cherish it. Run to die. It's really sad and lamentable. Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone present was shocked. When the Holy Lord arrived at this kind of thing, he was still so confident. Could it be? Many elders who were desperate in their hearts thought of Yi Chenji, Li Feng's various achievements at this moment. Hope is born in my heart, and above the dome of the sky, the river Styx in the sky suddenly came out with a strange movement. The river Styx suddenly set off 1,000 waves. The powerful and cold momentum swept in all directions. Seeing this, everyone panicked. From this, they felt the monstrous anger of the Styx Taoists. Then there was a heavy snore from the Styx Taoist. I don't know if I'm alive or dead. Yi Chen it. Too lazy to talk nonsense. Directly used the fighting word secret to respond to him. He stood still, his hands evolving into a fighting secret. The next moment, the flesh was like a cannonball out of the chamber, shot violently and flew into the air. Behind, the fairy looked at Yi Chen. His eyes were filled with deep worry. After all, if it is a fair battle, the fairy of the city cannot worry. But in this big array, Yi Chen's strength was suppressed by 3%. In this case, the gap is enormous. But the fairy of the city also knew that he was not qualified to intervene in this big war at all. At this moment, the fairy can only look forward to it in his heart. Hopefully, Yi Chen might be able to do a miracle. The fate of her and the Yaoqi Holy Land. At this moment, they were all tied to that figure of Ling ran in the air. And Yi Chen was in the air, the corners of his mouth lightly picked. This was his first time out of the people after breaking through the middle stage of refining. I don't know how much the doozy secret has improved after the breakthrough. Just right. Take this Styx person, practice your hands, and experiment. Yi Chen's gaze condensed, and an aura far superior to that of the people of the Styx River suddenly erupted. Soar into the sky. Even the aura of the Great Avenue in the Dharma formation was shocked. Less than a breath, Yi Chen's figure is rapidly approaching the Styx Taoist. The Styx people hadn't reacted yet. Yi Chen's eyes, 283, flashed sharply. The river Styx, since you like rivers. Then I will evolve into a galaxy and play with you. Yi Chen whispered. Next, burst into drink. Evolution Galaxy. The moon falls, and the stars turn. In an instant, the sky suddenly darkened. In a trance, people saw a crescent moon falling. A river of stars suddenly appeared in the sky. Endless flow of starlight, covering the entire sky. Convection of the galaxy and the river Styx. The crescent moon falls, and the stars move. Two rushing rivers, suddenly colliding. In an instant, the whole heaven and earth seemed to be quiet. Everything in the world seems to have frozen in this instant. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, that little bit of starlight shook. One by one, the king of the evil ghosts and souls who fell and smashed the ancient Styx. In the river Styx, the dead air boils. One by one, the evil ghosts and revenants screamed. No resistance. Where the river of stars meets the river Styx, the magnificent momentum that erupted made the entire immortal array tremble slightly. When the Styx people saw Yi Chen's evolved galaxy, they were shocked. He clearly felt that the power of that star river had completely crushed his Styx. This is impossible. That heavenly Saint Lord was just a mid-stage refining void that had just broken through. Facing himself, the Tianyan Saint Lord should have no power to deal with it. In this immortal formation, his strength was suppressed by at least 3%. Now I came in person. How is it possible? And in turn it was crushed. The strength of this sun is 2 against the sky. For a time, while the people of the Styx Dao were terrified, the Sacred Heart was even more victorious. He immediately put away his contempt. His face was full of fierceness and violentness. Boom boom, a loud noise that shocked the heavens, and the earth swept in all directions. The river of stars and the river of Styx crosses the sky, and the huge waves that spread across the sky are set off. 2 rivers collide heavily. The river Styx was directly knocked apart. On earth, the elders saw this scene. I felt a great shock from the depths of my soul. Yi Chen's starry river blow was tantamount to a move against the sky in their eyes. The heavenly Yin Saint Lord is really strong. He blocked the river Styx. Even BHBB has the upper hand. Everyone instantly energized, the elders who thought they were dead. In his eyes, the desire to survive erupted again. See this scenario. The hand of the Tao instrument that the immortal tilting city was holding even became a little pale, and the jade hand was instantly released. Originally, she was still worried that Yi Chen would be defeated. He will inevitably rush into the battlefield and use his own modest strength to help Yi Chen. Look at the current situation. I really overthought it. The fairy of the city had a somewhat white face, revealing a wry smile. I didn't expect it at all. Even in the face of the Styx people, Yi Chen is still so unbeatable. Even in the late stage of refining the void, it was still suppressed by him. Is this the real Tianjiao? Even the legendary immortals will be inferior in front of him. The tense body of the fairy of the city loosened. Put away the Taoist apparatus. His eyes wandered, staring at the figure. The look in your eyes is even brighter. Above the dome, Yi Chen stood there leisurely, carrying the river of stars. The endless streamers descend, reflecting Yi Chen as if a star had descended. He looked at the Styx people indifferently, and the Styx Taoist looked at the Styx River with a fierce face at this moment, and the Styx River that had been recondensed under his feet. He sacrificed thousands of living beings and practiced the river Styx. At this moment, he was actually injured by Yi Chen. Most of the wrong souls in the river Styx were wiped out by Yi Chen's galaxy. This is what he has spent countless years accumulating. The power contained in it can easily kill a mid-refining void refining and seriously injure a late-stage refining void. This time, it can be said that most of it has been wasted. The Styx people looked at Yi Chen with hatred. The whole person is shaking. He was angry and hateful, frightened and scared. Yi Chen actually stood safely in the distance, without the slightest trace of injury. Other words, Yi Chen's cultivation in the middle of refining the void wiped out his divine powers unscathed. How the hell did Yi Chen do it? Under the suppression of the Tao Yin Immortal Array, his skills were reduced by at least 3%. You can actually fight against him. You can still get the upper hand. Demon. Proper demon. The eyes of the Styx Taoist looking at Yi Chen had more hatred than ever. The monstrous killing intent was brewing in his heart. Yi Chen, you must die. Such a person, once he fights evil, must be exterminated. Otherwise, with his ability, his potential. When the Styx Taoist thought of this, a chill suddenly felt in his heart. I don't even dare to think about it. It's terrible. At this moment, the Styx people have only one thought in their hearts. No matter how much it costs, you must kill Yi Chen here. He looked at Yi Chen with a solemn face, and a trace of absolute color flashed in his resentful eyes. A gray glow flashed between his eyebrows. A huge wound appeared strangely in the center of the eyebrow. A huge amount of blood shimmering with black light gushed out. Strangely, that blood was full of powerful momentum. In every drop of blood, there is a huge amount of energy. That's his blood. However, this blood turned out to be black. Obviously, It has always been rumored from the outside world that the Styx Dao people practice the Demon Dao technique. Now it seems to be a real hammer. Essence blood, slowly falling in the air. Drop by drop, fall into the king of Styx below. The evil spirits of the Styx greedily snatch the dripping blood. Every drop of essence blood melts into the river Styx. Then the momentum of the Styx will rise by 1 point. After just a few breaths, dozens of drops of essence blood dripped into the river Styx. That Styx was transformed into a sea of blood. Among them, the revenants who cried wolves and howled also turned into hideous pets, like a ghost king descending into the world. Today's blood river is far better than the Styx river just now. Across the sky, overshadowing all celestial phenomena, swallowing mountains and rivers with anger, it seems to have the momentum to devour everything. The river of stars at Yi Chen's feet is compared with the current river of blood. It's just the difference between a river and the sea. The people of the Styx River also paid a huge price for this. Now he looks completely devoid of spirit. The face is full of folds. The body also atrophied. He grew old almost instantly, like a dying old man. But his face did not have the kindness of an old man, but a killing intent and resentment that was so rich that it was almost substantial. He paid for almost 1,000 years of life just to kill Yi Chen. The losses are enormous. His lifespan is not much left. It now takes thousands of years of life. The time left for her is only 100 years. If he can't break through the fit in this 100 years, his immortal path will be completely cut off and turn into a pot of lust. So, Yi Chen must die. Get Yi Chen's chance, plus the Tao Te Ching. Only in this way can there be hope to break through the convergence period within 100 years. Just one hit. See this weird scene? The fairy and the elders were so nervous that they held their breath. They know how powerful Yi Chen is, but a fatal blow in the late stage of refining. It's horrifying. Just looking at it makes people's hearts tremble. The fairy of the city was even more solemn. From the monstrous sea of blood, she felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Next breath, the old Styx Taoist looked at Yi Chen with dark eyes. Shaft, I admit you're strong. It can be said that you are a genius that I have never heard of, and you have absolute resources against the sky. So, you can force me to use the sea that has never been used. 1,000 years of life ruined. You're proud enough? The Styx people gritted their teeth. He directly waved his hand. The boundless sea of blood, wrapped in monstrous hatred, swept around. Obviously, no one is going to let it go. The people of Styx, who have lost 1,000 years of life, will let everyone fall. Ground. The elders of the Holy Land stood frozen in place. Just now, Yi Chen's blow that crushed the people of the Styx River gave them a little hope. At the moment, there is nothing left. The sea of blood that swept the heavens and the earth completely made them despair. The power bred in it is enough to kill them countless times. As for flowers, refining the void and anger, blood splattered thousands of miles. Not to mention the desperate blow of the Styx people. An elder of the Yaoqi Holy Land smiled bitterly. He hung his head and closed his eyes almost in despair. Don't say being swept into that sea of blood, just a drop of blood splattered out, is enough to kill him. The fairy of the city looked at the rushing sea of blood, and his face was also pale. She finally knew how big the gap between the early and late stages of refining was. It's too big to think of resistance. In the sea of blood, any rushing branch can seriously injure her or even kill her. 0-0. Not to mention, the country dares to devour everything with the blood sea itself. The fairy of the city, his slender hands tightly grasped his Dao weapon. The fingers are slightly white due to excessive force. Death, only within easy reach. She had no way to escape. This was the only time since she stepped into the refining period that she felt threatened with death. The river of blood was getting closer and closer, and the powerful and violent momentum forced her agile eyelashes to tremble. She resisted the endless oppression of the sea of blood and raised her head with all her strength. Go see the figure. Yi Chen. Only he can fight against this sea of blood. She knew that Yi Chen was far from giving his full strength. He must still have a way. Yi Chen, on the other hand, has always looked calm, stand above the galaxy. Even if the river of blood appeared, he did not move. The face is always indifferent. The reason why the Styx people were not blocked. It's because of the group's secret at this moment. Totally done. In front of him, rivers of blood overflowed. Rush, indiscriminately devouring everything in the world. Unstoppable, blood-colored waves beat in rows. Rushed towards Chen. 10 miles. 5 miles. 1 mile. The stench of blood has permeated the entire space. The next bloody wave was almost about to slap on Chen's body. Chen's face was calm, even though the sea of blood was coming towards him, staring at the bloody expanse that covered the sky. Still unmoved. Ground. The elders, facing the monstrous sea of blood, all had their faces distorted. They are like ants, only the part that is erased. There is no ability to resist. And the fairy in the city wore a white dress and fluttered with the bloody wind. She looked up at Chen's flat figure. Her clean and gentle face was full of worry. But in the sea of blood, the moment he was about to touch Chen still didn't hide. She watched Chen being engulfed in a sea of blood. The fairy of the city suddenly shrank his pupils. His face changed dramatically. 6'9" just when she was overwhelmed. Suddenly, that bloody wave was stagnant. The blood color of the sky seemed to be tightly imprisoned by something. No more waves. Things turned so fast. The whole person of the fairy was frozen. What is this situation? What the hell is going on? A second ago, Chen was engulfed in a sea of blood. In the next second, the sea of blood seemed to be restrained by something. The elders behind the fairy of the Allure City, seeing this scene, everyone's faces were full of Zengran. And after seeing the situation, the fairy of the city was even more surprised. Originally, in the Dao Yin Immortal Array, the circulating Dao aura actually fluctuated violently. The aura of the avenue turned into a wall, blocking the rushing momentum of the sea of blood. Almost simultaneously, all the elders felt relieved. The strength that had been suppressed by the Dao Yin Immortal Array before was all restored at this moment. The suppressive power of the Dao Yin Immortal Array had completely disappeared at this moment. An elder felt a sudden change and suddenly stared. This is really incredible. First, the sea of blood was blocked by the aura of the avenue. Then the suppressive power of the Immortal Array disappeared again. Everyone was puzzled by this situation. Could it be? Sticks don't kill us? A Yaoqi elder said in shock. Another elder determined that the sea of blood was indeed imprisoned. His face suddenly leaked a hint of a relaxed smile after the disaster, and at this moment he took a long breath and said with a bitter smile, "Maybe it's really the sticks that stops. He may have other purposes." At this moment, the elders all thought that it was the sticks Taoist who had stopped. There are other purposes, but the fairy of the city sees further. There was an incredible look in his beautiful eyes. Obviously, the people of the sticks cannot love the people. At this moment, the suppression power of the large array disappeared. Coagulation of the sea of blood. There must be other reasons. Thinking of this, the city fairy couldn't help but look at Chen. The original location of Chen in the sky is now empty. Immediately, a roar of extreme anger spread throughout every corner of the Dharma array. How so? I was actually suppressed by the Dao Yin Immortal Array. This is impossible. The formation plate is still in my hands. How can there be a problem with the formation? The sticks people roared almost hysterically, because in this moment, the array plate in his hand completely lost its connection with the Dao Yin Immortal Array. It became a dead thing. At this moment, he was no longer the master of the Dao Xing Immortal Array. Instead, he became a part of the suppression of the Dao Yin Immortal Array. And at the same time, in the incredulous gaze of the sticks people, Chen's figure suddenly appeared in the center of the Dao Yin Immortal Array. At this moment, Chen's hand was holding an illusory array plate, curiously playing. This illusory array plate is the formation eye of the Dao Yin Immortal Array. Through the group of secrets, it is simulated. On the illusory array plate, there are some supernatural writings. A quaint breath comes to the face. Through this unreal array disc, Chen can easily control the entire array. At this moment, Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotion. This is where the formation is broken. This is clearly a hard robbery. It's like a door lock in someone else's home. You sneak it in. As a result, the lock cylinder was directly replaced, so that the original owner's key was invalidated. The group of secrets, it is really a way of fading. Really, the 9 secrets are all top-notch. Even an auxiliary formation like the formation secret is really amazing. At this moment, the roar of the sticks Taoist was heard. The corners of Chen's mouth hooked, and the light on his hand turned, and he took the illusory array plate into his hand. Now, the sticks Taoist wrote that the connection of the Xingxin array was cut off in shock. Replace it yourself. Now, the Dao Yin Immortal Array has changed hands. The entire Immortal Array is under Yi Chen's control. Originally, Yi Chen thought that the Dao Yin Immortal Formation was a very exquisite formation. It is said that the Dao Sex Mountain Gate Array is also the Dao Yin Immortal Array. Even refining the void can be suppressed, and it is indeed a panic. After completely controlling it at this moment, he knew that this formation was far stronger than he thought. Now he controls the Dao Yin Immortal Array. You can learn about it. Update the Tianyan Holy Land and the upcoming 1.7 Dan Family Land Array, especially the Duan Family Land. After all, it used to be the territory of the Duan family. After the auction is completed, even if the other party hands over the big array. But there is no guarantee that there will be no backdoors. To be on the safe side, it is better to replace the large array as king. And he controls the group secret and has the Dao Yin Immortal Array as a template. It is completely possible to design a more powerful large array. Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Chen's mouth hooked. That moral sect does not want to let itself develop too fast. But now, instead, he sent the Dao Yin Immortal Array into his hands. Stealing chickens is not a loss of rice, but it's over. But that's all for later. The matter of the moral sect will be counted later. Yi Chen looked at the panicked Styx Daoist, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. If the other party just wants to trap himself and prevent himself from participating in the auction, as he did at the beginning, if he has no killing intention, then Yi Chen will not kill the Styx people either. It will only hurt him badly, teach him a lesson. But now it's different. The people of the Styx want to kill themselves. Naturally, it is impossible for him to leave the hidden danger of the Styx Daoist. Yi Chen's figure flashed. He controlled the Immortal Array and could now teleport to any place in the Immortal Array at will. So in the next moment, Yi Chen appeared directly opposite the Styx people. Looking at Yi Chen, who suddenly appeared, the Styx Daoist was suddenly shocked. Looking at Yi Chen, his eyes were full of disbelief. Yi Chen's breath skyrocketed by at least 3% compared to just now. And he himself was pressed 18 system. What this means goes without saying. Yi Chen, who controls the Dao Yin Immortal Array, abruptly took control of the formation from his own hands. But how is this possible? The Styx people survived for thousands of years. I have seen those who rely on the formation to see and directly break the formation. I have also seen that it is strong and unmatched, relying on its own strength to break the target. But directly snatch away the authority of the formation and turn it into your own use. This kind of thing is really unheard of. How is this possible? How did you get out of my hands and blink the formation? The people of the Styx Dao were really terrified at the moment. There is no fighting spirit. Yi Chen's formation attainment, to what extent, in order to do everything in front of him. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth hooked. He was too lazy to speak. Directly wave his hand to respond to the people of the Dian River. Since you suppressed me with a large array before, then I'll let you also feel the feeling of being suppressed by a large array. As Yi Chen's mind moved, the entire Dao Yin Immortal Array burst out with intense light. The avenue is restless. They have invaded the body of the Styx people. Under the suppression of the aura of the Great Avenue, the momentum of the Styx Dao people is rapidly weakening. His cultivation was even reduced by more than 40% in just a few breaths. In Yi Chen's hands, the Dao Yin Immortal Array was far more powerful than when it was controlled by the Styx Daoist. Even though the Styx Dao people were cultivators in the late stage of refining the void, they were still suppressed to death. It can be seen that the Dao Yin Immortal Array is indeed exquisite. In the terrified gaze of the Styx people, rumble, Yi Chen's evolved fighting word secret. After not suppressing the power, the edge is stronger. A terrifying sea of stars fell directly. The endless sea of blood is as small as a lake in front of the sea of stars. Endless star power falls, easily melting the sea of blood. And the unjust souls that were like the demon king descending into the world were all washed by the star power and dissipated leisurely. Now, in addition to anger, there was only fear left in the pupils of the Styx Daoist. He dripped his essence blood and exhausted his potential. At this moment, he is just a dying old man. The magical power he relies on, the river Styx, under Yi Chen's suppression, it was being rapidly dissolved. All this happened in just 10 breaths. Yi Chen went from disappearing to reappearing. The crisis situation has been completely reversed. The elders on the earth, they looked at the figure in the sky. Struck dumb, not a word can be spoken. His own holy lord is too against the sky. From the angry shouts of the sticks, they could hear that the Tianyan Saint Lord clearly had the control of the Dao Yin Immortal Array. But how is this possible? Directly snatch someone else's formation. This operation is really outrageous. Looking at the entire immortal cultivation world, even during the ancient immortal period, it was unheard of. An elder in the Yaoqi Holy Land who specializes in formations. Looking at Yi Chen at this moment, his eyes were full of incredible adoration. What is the level of Heavenly Yin Saint Lord's formation attainment to perform such an incredible feat? He racked his brains and couldn't figure it out. Why was such a powerful formation actually easily seized control by the Tianyan Saint Lord? Imagine the words that the Tianyan Holy Lord said when facing the immortal array. This array, raise your hand to break. Break a fart. All directly take control into your hands. This is 1,000 times more difficult operation than breaking the formation. And this is the Dao Yin Immortal Array. There can simply be no vulnerabilities. Otherwise, it would have been broken long ago. These 640 and other exquisite formations were directly plundered and controlled. It's outrageous. At this moment, the only explanation. It was the Heavenly Yin Saint Lord's formation attainment, which was beyond his comprehension. Thinking of his previous lack of confidence in the words of the Tianyan Saint Lord, the elder smiled bitterly. He had been immersed in the formation for many years and thought he was a grandmaster. But compared to the Holy Lord, I am afraid that he is not even an apprentice. The Holy Lord was actually in the formation, and he was also so devilish. It's outrageous. And the other elders were also shocked to the extreme. The Holy Lord is not very old, and his cultivation can already crush everyone. They are not as talented as the Holy Lord, but they can accept it. Now, the formation attainments revealed by the Holy Lord were unexpectedly high. Although they did not have a deep understanding of the meaning of the Holy Lord and seizing control of the immortal array, the elders who were not proficient in the formation did not have a deep understanding. But everyone present, the worst, is a Yuan baby and has a basic understanding of the formation. Holy Lord, this is really outrageous. The elders stared, and Yi Chen's flowing figure in the air. The admiration and adoration in his eyes is almost to the point of fanaticism. At this moment, a thought appeared in their hearts. They can forever believe in the Holy Lord. Any dilemma in the presence of the Holy Lord is ordinary. What about the people of the sticks? What about the Dao Yin Immortal Array? In front of the Holy Lord, they are all vulnerable. And the fairy of the city, she finally looked at Yi Chen. The figure on the edge of the sky, Mu Ran, gave her a great sense of security. Today, several mutations protrude. Worried about his life, Ba appeared. She was even ready to die with Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen rose to the top every time he was in crisis. Break all the attacks of the Styx Taoist people across the sky. Now even the Dao Yin Immortal Array has snatched it into their hands. The image of the Tianyan Saint Lord in the minds of the immortals of the fallen city became even taller. Her beautiful eyes shimmered, and she was more and more sucked by Yi Chen. Such a man, women all over the world are willing to fall in love with him. After Yi Chen raised his hand to dissolve the sea of blood, his expression was indifferent. He paid no attention to the psychological changes of the crowd. Those flat eyes looked directly at the Styx people, ready to hit the road, and the Styx Taoist had an extremely gloomy face. In his eyes, there was a hint of panic. Before, he had the help of the Dao Yin Immortal Array, but he couldn't suppress Yi Chen. Now, he has taken the formation. He also sacrificed his essence blood. In his heart, there was already despair. Crushed and beaten by a junior. Now his means have been suppressed by this junior. He has practiced for countless years. How has he ever held back like this? However, Yi Chen is invincible. Don't say it's yourself. Even if Fong Baiyu came, it may not be for the people. So at the moment, the people of the Styx River are extremely remorseful in their hearts. Why did he take on this task to stop Yi Chen? Why be greedy? He gritted his teeth at the moment. He looked at Yi Chen with great resentment. I'm not defeated yet. The Styx Taoist held up his momentum and resented. This remaining sea of more than half of the blood is the reliance of his words. He can also unleash an all-out blow. Just mobilize the sea of blood and concentrate your strength. Even if Yi Chen has great skills, it is difficult to survive. But the price is that he will also fall into a revolt, and he will not know whether he will live or die. Fight it. He has no choice right now. no matter how much it costs, in order to survive. The worst result is just the same death. To be able to die with such a Tianjiao, the death of a Styx Taoist is also worth it. If the immortal Tao is favored, the luck is endless. He still has a chance to survive. Yi Chen, on the other hand, seems to have seen through the inner thoughts of the people of the Styx. His deep eyes narrowed slightly. Gently raise your hand. Rumble. A loud sound that seemed to come from ancient times came from the depths of the formation. Wisps of avenue aura converge in the air. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a sea of avenues. Dao Hai. As soon as Dao Hai appeared, with an unrivaled posture, he fell straight down. The remnants of the sea of blood that had been given the last hope by the people of the Styx River Dao were completely washed away in an instant. Eliminate the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the people of the Styx Dao were completely panicked. His most powerful killing move was so easy that it was completely broken. There is not even a slight chance to resist. This Yi Chen, is he still human? Are you sure this is not one, the reincarnated immortal? At this time, in the minds of the Styx Taoists, the face of Feng Baiyu appeared. Feng Baiyu, of heaven killing. This kind of demon, you actually let me provoke him. His life is to let Feng Baiyu die. B************ D of the Taoist sect. This shit Dao Yin Immortal Array? Or what kind of Dao sect's big killing move? So easily, Yi Chen seized control. Now, Yi Chen is in charge of the cactus formation, and he is vulnerable. It's all this damn Feng Baiyu. The Styx Taoist, the hatred of the other party Baiyu in his heart, suddenly reached the extreme. In his heyday, holding the river Styx and holding the cactus formation, he is not Yi Chen's opponent. Now the tide has reversed. The disbelief in his heart disappeared. Almost instantaneously, the Styx people made a decision. Escape. Desperately escape. The Styx people did not hesitate in the slightest. Directly the figure flashed. It turned into a gray light and fled towards the outside of the Dao Yin Immortal Array. Yi Chen, on the other hand, smiled faintly and looked at his figure leisurely. Immortal Array running. The Styx people who were desperately trying to escape only felt a change in the surrounding space. He actually returned to the position where he had just begun. The Styx Taoists suddenly looked ugly. It was easy to enter the immortal formation before. But now, the Great Array changed owners. The Dao Yin Immortal Array is so good to go out. Moreover, when he was in charge of the Dao Yin Immortal Array, the immortal formation did not have this ability. How come there are so many magic uses in Yi Chen's hands? The Styx looked at Yi Chen and gritted his teeth. It turned into a wisp of gray again, fled in a different direction. Want a fine life. Yi Chen looked at his figure. Good. Shaking his head lightly. The auction is about to begin, so it's time to go. Yi Chen raised his hand and directly evolved the fighting character secret. The galaxy reappears, directly shrouded the Styx people in it. The stars are surging. Endless starlight falls. Stars smash down. Don't! The Styx Taoist shouted in despair at this moment. You can't escape and you can't escape. You can't fight and you can't fight. It's desperate. He didn't expect the large array he used to trap Yi Chen. It will become a grave that traps itself. Under this starry river, the Styx Tao people have no power to resist at all. It was submerged in an instant. He suffered serious injuries. Yi Chen flew down in front of the Styx. The cold gaze swept over the desperate face of the Styx Taoist. The fairy of the city and the others saw that the Styx Taoist was shot down. It's all a heartbeat. The elders of the Holy Land saw the people of the Styx vomit blood. A Taoist robe, long in ruins. Just half an hour ago, the people of the Styx looked down on them with contempt. This moment, the Styx people were as embarrassed as a dead dog. Holy Lord, it is really against the heavens. He cultivated in the middle of refining the void. Break the sea of blood, seize the immortal array, and seriously injure the Styx Taoist. Is this a real genius? The elders of the Holy Land looked at Yi Chen with great reverence. In the hearts of these elders, the ranking of Tianji Pavilion is completely rubbish. His own Holy Lord is definitely the strongest in Ming Wang Prefecture and Great Yin Prefecture. Easily suppressed the late stage of refining. With such strength, looking at the entire immortal cultivation world, who can be rivaled? Next, the Styx people coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. He looked at Yi Chen in horror. The despair of death hung over his heart. He doesn't want to die. 443 years ago, he almost survived in the secret realm and lived the second life, which made him more eager for the end of the fairy road. Now, how to fall in such a place? He doesn't want to die. So he looked at Yi Chen and begged in a loud voice. Tian, Holy Lord, I was offended before. But this time to block the Holy Lord from going to the Duan family was ordered by Feng Baiyu of the Dao sect. The Dao sect is the mastermind behind the scenes. I'm just blinded by profit. Holy Lord, I am willing to hand over all my treasures, and at the same time immediately submit to the Holy Lord. From now on, not only me, but also the Guyuan Holy Land, will also be used by the Holy Lord. In the face of the great horror of life and death, the people of the Styx, Dao, completely unloaded the dignity of the strong. Yi Chen faced the plea for mercy of the Styx people, and the dark color did not have any waves. The main thing is to get used to it. The elders of the Holy Land, on the other hand, were shocked by this scene. The power of the late refining period. What a noble being is BJDI. Now it looks like the opening of the Tujia. On the knees begging for mercy. They felt that their immortal cultivation view had collapsed. And the fairy of the city, look at the people of the Styx. Look at Yi Chen again. The eyes are full of light. Eyes wandering, not knowing what I was thinking. However, in her eyes, there was a faint hint of admiration for Yi Chen. In the world of immortal cultivation, the strong are respected. Previously, the fairy of Yingqing thought that the two of them were comparable in cultivation, and they could practice together and make progress together. But now it's different. The powerhouses in the late stage of refining only beg for mercy in front of Yi Chen. Fairy to Yi Chen, the strongest. More exciting. The people of the Styx River do their best to seek a glimmer of life. See Yi Chen unmoved. That cold and harsh face did not change a little because of his plea for mercy. The hearts of the people of the Styx River sank to the bottom. He practiced for countless years. It's been a lot of hard work. Finally, he has practiced the late stage of refining the void. He doesn't want to die yet. This moment, dignity was completely abandoned by him. He was in tears, begging again. May the Holy Lord spare me a dog's life. I am willing to make a contract with the Holy Lord and serve the Holy Land of Tianyan for the rest of my life. I would like to make a vow to honor the Holy Lord for the rest of my life and to be a slave of the Holy Lord forever. As long as the Holy Lord leaves me with my life, I can do anything. All this is a conspiracy made by Feng Baiyu of the Dao sect behind his back. It's all this heavenly killing Feng Baiyu. At the mention of Feng Baiyu, endless hatred suddenly rose in the hearts of the people of the Styx Dao. If Feng Baiyu asked him to stop Yi Chen, how could he end up like this? At this moment, he pushed all the faults onto Feng Baiyu. Feng Baiyu gave me the Dao Immortal Array. Asked me to come and block the Holy Lord. Come and kill the Holy Lord. He covets the Holy Lord's immortal net, PHS, and the unfinished spirit stones earned by the Lord. He's afraid that you will get the Duan family's immortal weapon again. Please let me kill the Holy Lord. It's all that traitor Feng Baiyu's fault. Yi Chen just looked at him coldly. For the things in it, even if the Styx people do not say. He also guessed a 7788. It doesn't matter if what the people of Styx say is true or not. All enemies just kill. Yi Chen sneered and shook his head. He didn't say a word. The sea of stars swept again, directly drowned the desperate Styx people completely. Just blink. The breath of the people of the Styx. It was completely wiped out. The spirit is gone, and there is no trace left. In the sea of stars, only one Dao artifact that the Styx Dao people once had was left flowing. Flew into Yi Chen's hands. After the destruction of the Styx, Yi Chen's gaze twisted into the distance. The deep gaze seems to travel thousands of miles. Feng Baiyu. Yi Chen stared into the distance, the corners of his mouth hooked. That Baiyu may not be trying to kill himself. Most of the time, they just want to trap themselves. It was the Styx people who saw that they were trapped and immediately became greedy. However, the other party certainly does not have kindness to him. So when it's time to take revenge, Yi Chen will definitely not relent. And the elders of the Holy Land looked at the Styx Taoist who had completely lost their traces. Amazed. That's a late refining stage. Just fell? The Holy Lord struck him out? How does it feel so easy? What is the strength of the Holy Lord? The elders were shocked and embarrassed in their hearts. The ferocity of the path of cultivating immortals was undoubtedly revealed at this time. What about the late stage of refining? Chose the wrong path. In front of the Holy Lord, he was still easily killed. The elders of the Tianyan Holy Land. At this time, I feel that my future is infinite, blessed by such a Holy Lord. It is simply the biggest blessing under the sky. In the future, following the Holy Lord Chicken Dog to heaven, Feisty is not impossible. And a moment later, Yi Chen withdrew his gaze. Look at the gray mango bead left by the only Styx people. In that Mangzhu looming, it seems that countless revenants are struggling and crying. Yi Chen looked at the Mangzhu. It is the Taoist instrument of the Styx, the river Styx. The Styx of the Styx is smelted in this bead. It can be called a top-level Tao instrument. Yi Chen thought about it and waved his hand directly. The Mangzhu fell into the hands of the fairy of the city. The calamity that Yao Qi suffered this time is because of me. This is the Tao instrument of the Tao people of the Styx, and the Styx is sacrificed by this Mang bead. The power is not bad, and there is merit in attacking and killing. Let's stay. Yi Chen directly gave the Tao artifact of the Styx Taoist to the immortal of the Allure City. The fairy blinked and looked at the mango bead in his hand. Eyes lit up. This is indeed precious. Placed in the outside world, it can definitely cause the strong to rush crazy. It is not impossible to sell for $1 million. Zhu's lips opened slightly. The city fairy wanted to refuse for a while. This is a Tao weapon in the late stage of refining the void. Naturally, there is no need to talk about the power. She's seen it already, but hesitated. The fairy solemnly thanked and took this instrument. It's not that the fairy is greedy. It's about courtesy. After accepting Yi Chen's gift, he will also have a reason to give Yi Chen a gift. Coming and going, the relationship between the two will inevitably accelerate the warming up. So, take it first. The elders of the Yaoqi Holy Land looked at this scene, and they all had smiles on their faces. They are naturally happy and have a relationship with the Holy Land of Heaven. And the closer the relationship, the better. Yi Chen's thigh, once hugged, the future of Yaoqi Holy Land will also be bright in an instant. However, his own Yaoqi Saint Lord also seemed to be interested in the Tianyan Saint Lord. Now the fairy of the city is on first. This relationship is really a bit confusing. Just when Yi Chen killed the people of the Styx, outside the formation, more and more onlookers came to hear the news. The current onlookers are at least cultivators around the Yuan baby. Those lower than that, they don't dare to approach at all. I was afraid that a fluctuation would sweep over and fall. They held PHS in their hands and used photo stones to shoot the scene without landing a frame. Upload Cien.com. During this period, the Tao Yin Immortal Array changed several times. The breath of the Styx Taoist's monstrous sea of blood was also transmitted through the Immortal Array. All recorded by them, uploaded. From the video I just uploaded, I felt the breath of the strongest killing move of the Styx Taoist blood sea. I felt the breath of the sea of blood from a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles, and I don't hide from you. In the late stage of my transformation into a god, the breath alone frightened me at that time. The late stage of the avatar god is frightened, and there is no shame. I once talked to a close friend of the Styx about his magical powers. That sea of blood can kill the divine power in the late stage of refining in the same realm. A drop of blood can shock and kill the Yuan baby, and a stream of blood can wipe out the avatar god. The Tianyan Saint Lord is indeed a generation of heroes, and in the great array of suppression, he can make the people of the Styx River sacrifice to the sea of blood. I am afraid that after the Styx Taoist killed him, he would also lament his disobedience. The Tao Yin Immortal Array plus the Blood Sea can be destroyed. I can't imagine that the Tianyan Saint Lord is just a person who has not practiced for more than 100 years. Zero asked for flowers. In the uploaded video, everyone was amazed. Almost everyone thought Yi Chen couldn't win. At first, there were also people who believed that Yi Chen would not lose easily. Until the video recording the breath of the Sea of Blood was uploaded to Weibo, it finally quieted down. All voices turned to the meaning of lamentation. The Tianyan Saint Lord who brought great changes to the immortal cultivators was even more evil than the immortals. It's going to be a complete fall today. In the Ming King Prefecture and the Great Yin Prefecture, the only person who can survive at the hands of the blood sea of the Styx Tao people is probably Fong Bai Yu of the Tao sect, right? With invincible resources, the Tianyan Holy Lord traversed the two states in just a few years before he was cut down by the people of the Styx Tao. Alas, it's a shame. Have you seen the latest video? The breath of that sea of blood has disappeared. It seems that the Tianyan Saint Lord has fallen. In the Immortal Array, there's also the immortal of the Yaoqi Holy Land. I'm afraid she is also less fierce, right? These two people. One is a peerless beauty who captivates the city, and the other is a domineering Tianjiao. Unexpectedly, alas, on Xianwang Weibo, the guesses of the Yin family have reached a consensus. Yi Chen is certain to lose. Even the fairy who walked into the city with him was probably going to be connected. But the immortal array has not yet fallen, and everything has not been settled. There are also people who silently pray for Yi Chen in their hearts. But the despair and sadness in my heart could not be stopped, especially countless low-level immortal cultivators. They all had a difficult ending. Since having the fairy net, the difficulty of their fairy path has become simpler. Now the Holy Lord has fallen. It really makes him sad. Gradually, the Tao Yin immortal formation became quiet. It seems that everything has been settled. The entire immortal cultivation world also seemed to be quiet at this moment. Everyone is waiting for the set ending. On the Weibo of the Immortal Network, countless immortal cultivators are paying attention. But everyone's heart is clear. The Styx Tao people are in the late stage of refining the void, and they have the help of the Tao Yin immortal array. No matter how Yi Chen went against the sky, he couldn't possibly do it. Think of my great Yinzhou, such a barren place. Originally, there was not even a strong person who refined the void, but he finally gave birth to such a hero as the Tianyan Saint Lord. Pity? He still fell. The future of the great Yinzhou, today, is ruined together with the Tianyan Holy Lord. Tian Holy Lord, I will always remember you. You will always be the pride of the Sky State. Xianwang, PHS Weibo, and all other wonderful things, I am afraid that I will never see them again. Tianyan Holy Lord, I can't bear you to die. You have brought a new 273 change to the lifeless and incomparably cold immortal cultivation world. You are the founder of Xianwang. You are the shaper of PHS, and we all use your creation. In the future, in the history books fabricated by posterity, the Jin Yin Holy Hand must be the most dazzling of the young handsome. It is also the most regrettable one. On the fairy net, there was a lamentation. Everyone is sighing. They decided that Yi Chen would be defeated. Almost everyone on the fairy net has witnessed Yi Chen's growth and his invincibility. At this moment, everyone felt a pang of sadness, but an endless sorrow. A person, but laughing wildly in his heart. Tianyan Saint Lord, at this moment, he was in a very happy mood. He was so happy. Yi Chen, finally dying. Since he was born, he has weighed himself down everywhere. Make yourself a laughing stock. Snatch the woman you want. Since he advanced to the refining void realm, the Tianyan Saint Lord didn't even have the qualifications to look up to him. Available today, all the grievances have dissipated. He brushed through the posts on Xianwang Weibo. The sadder he writes, the more he laments, the happier he laughs. Yi Chen, even if you are talented, powerful, and capable, you crush me everywhere. What can you do? You're going to die now. The power of the late refining period will kill you with his own hands. And the fairy road is still smooth. At the very least, they will live for another 1,000 years. After all, I won. At this moment, the heart of the Tianyan Saint Lord only felt extremely happy. Over time, in the eyes of countless people, the Tao Yin immortal array moved. The aura of the immortal array was weakening. The light faded. The scene was finally revealed at this moment. Tianyan Holy Lord, with eyes full of expectation and longing, looked straight at it. He wanted to see Yi Chen's body for the first time, record it, and play it 100 times a day. Everyone else also looked over. They all want to know if the outcome of this big war is what they expected. Although they lament the fall of Yi Chen, they are also looking forward to a miracle. The scene in the immortal array became clearer and clearer. First, there was a sword devastation caused by the Great War. Everyone felt a great sense of oppression in the desolate and ruined scenery. Sure enough, it's a big war. Among them, the breath of the Styx people is the strongest. It seems that the Yin family guessed correctly. It was the Styx who won. The Tao Yin immortal array must be the Styx Taoist. However, as the light of the immortal array weakened, everyone seemed to see several figures in it. At this moment, everyone's doubts rose in their hearts. Could it be that the Styx people only killed Yi Chen and released the others? Also, the people of the Yaoqi Holy Land have no grievances or enmity with him. It seems that the people of the Styx are not people who kill. After everyone looked closely, the scene that came into view made everyone exclaim involuntarily. Suddenly a burst of exclamations rang out. Tianyan Holy Lord! Is that the Tianyan Saint Lord? Am I blind? He's actually alive? How is this possible? Yi Chen's appearance stunned everyone outside. How could he still be alive? This is completely inconsistent with the scene they see outside. That immortal array exuded a sky-rushing killing intent. The monstrous death chi that permeated the sea of blood. It all indicates that this is a battle to the death. The Tianyan Saint Lord was even more as if he had been struck by lightning. The whole person is stupid. Impossible. This is impossible. How can you still be alive? Tianyan Saint Lord said in disbelief. His brow furrowed tightly, staring at Yi Chen's face. Suddenly, he seemed to have figured out something and guessed something. Could it be? That's right. Yi Chen must be defeated. He survived. It must have been his chance. Immortal Net, PHS, and Spirit Stone, all dedicated to the people of the Styx Tao. But in this way, although he survived, he lost everything, including freedom. When the Tianyan Saint Lord thought of this, the smile that had originally disappeared on his face reappeared. Yi Chen submitted, far happier than Yi Chen's fall. Yi Chen lives but loses his freedom and has been at the behest ever since. A generation of top Tianjiao, living like this, life is better than death. Everyone else thought of this possibility. To say that Yi Chen killed the Styx people is impossible. So, it could only be that Yi Chen surrendered. 0.7 comes to mind. Everyone sighed. A generation of Tianjiao has actually fallen here. Sad and lamentable. And the people of the Styx River are really making a lot of money. After all, Yi Chen's demon is obvious to all. At this moment, getting Yi Chen's chance, the people of the Styx Tao may be able to go further on the ferry road. Not to mention the countless resources provided by Yi Chen. The avenue of the Taoist of the River Styx can be expected. It's really enviable. And the Guyuan Holy Land behind the people of the Styx Tao is also about to rise. So, everyone continued to wait with mixed feelings. When the light of the immortal array completely dissipated, this space appeared in front of everyone without disguise. Everyone looked in. Immediately, they all frowned. No wonder everyone is so strange. Because the great array has completely faded at this moment. Except for the people of the two holy places of Yi Chen and the ferry of the fallen city, the figure of the Styx Tao people could not be seen at all. But the scene of the Styx Taoist entering the great array, everyone could see it clearly. So, how could it be missing? Huh? What about the Styx? Why can't I see him? Could it be that the Styx Taoist has already left first? Go? With so much power present, the people of the Styx Tao want to go. How can no one find out? Then how do you explain that you can't see the Styx people now? For a while, everyone was speechless. Yes, Styx, where did it go? Could it be that he was really killed by the Tianyan Saint? When this thought was born, it was dispelled by everyone 22 in their hearts. How is this possible? Although the Tianyan Saint Lord is Tianjiao, he returns to the heavenly battle. But the Styx Tao people were not only cultivated higher than the heavenly Yin Saint Lord. It was also the existence of an era of repression. Not to mention the terrifying Tao Yin immortal array suppressing the Tianyan Saint Lord. In this case, how could the Styx people lose? Everyone was full of confusion. Styx, where did it go? Could it be that he left quietly? But this is not at all in line with the common sense of immortal cultivators. And they looked at Yi Chen's indifferent appearance, and their hearts were even more confused. As for the powerhouses of the Guyuan Holy Land, their hearts sank at this moment. Their ancestors are gone. Suddenly disappeared. This is not the style of their ancestors. They looked at Yi Chen's gaze with a faint sense of fear. At this moment, the tightest furrowed brow was the Tianyan Saint Lord. If Yi Chen submits, he is actually the most satisfied. Watching Yi Chen lose her freedom and all the hard work is to make wedding clothes for others, it is simply cool. The current scene was completely different from what he expected. For a while, a bad feeling arose in the heart of the Tianyan Saint Lord. Could it be because of the holy record? He has experienced this feeling countless times. It can't be. Such a huge gap. How is it possible? The Tianyan Saint Lord clenched his fists. I don't want what I guessed to become true. Out of the big array, Yi Chen leisurely glanced at everyone. Immediately saw the people of the Guyuan Holy Land. The people of the Styx River belong to the Guyuan Holy Land. The excited appearance of these immortal cultivators of the Guyuan Holy Land, Yi Chen also completely saw it. So raising your hand is a slap in the face. Above the heavenly dome, the heaven-destroying hand condensed and instantly smashed down towards the people of the Guyuan Holy Land. Yi Chen shot. How terrifying. There were hundreds of people present in the Guyuan Holy Land. The two Taishang elders in the early stage of refining noticed something was wrong and immediately retreated. But the other elder disciples, such as Huashan and Yuan Ing, were all in despair, and they didn't even have a chance to dodge slightly. Under Yi Chen's blow, it turned into powder. This scene shocked the audience. What is this situation? Yi Chen actually made a move on the people of the Guyuan Holy Land? What does this mean? Yi Chen was not subject to the sticks. Otherwise, how could it be possible to make a move against the people of the Guyuan Holy Land? So, Yi Chen was typed? B. This scene really surprised everyone. For a while, everyone was at a loss. And the only two Taishang elders who escaped from the Guyuan Holy Land felt Yi Chen's killing intent, and then noticed that in the Great Array, there was not the slightest breath of their own Styx ancestor. The hearts of the two instantly sank. They have already guessed something. Sensing Yi Chen's gaze sweeping towards them again, the two fled immediately. Yi Chen swept the figure of the two leaving, and did not bother to chase. Yi Chen is just teaching the Guyuan Holy Land a lesson. After that, if the Guyuan Holy Land is sensible, it is good to send a gift. If you don't send it, you will naturally settle with the Guyuan Holy Land at that time. Yi Chen played. The powerhouses of the Guyuan Holy Land fell by hundreds. The Styx people are nowhere to be seen. Everything happened so fast that it was impossible to figure out what was going on. At this moment, the most curious thing for people is where did the Styx people go? Suddenly, someone saw the mango bead in the hands of the fairy in the city. The fairy of the fallen city is very beautiful. Even in the Ming King prefecture, it is enough to suppress countless female cultivators. But beside Yi Chen, it was overshadowed. At this moment, some clues were found by everyone's gaze. Why are the 200 things in the hands of the fairy of the fallen city so familiar? Someone said in disbelief. Mangzhu? It looks lifeless and uncomfortable. A very good-looking fairy actually uses this kind of Dao weapon, Dao instrument, in this breath. It's hard to do. At this moment, there was a great power that was familiar with the Styx Daoist, and suddenly realized something. He immediately opened his mouth wide, and his eyes widened. Straight Hook stared at the Mangzhu in the hands of the fairy in the city, and the whole person stayed in place. The dead qi exuded by that Mangzhu and the dead qi of the Sea of Blood were simply the same source. This, how can it be? How could the Styx beads, the Dao instrument of the Styx people, appear in the hands of the immortals of the fallen city? To know, the Dao tools of immortal cultivators all need to be sacrificed and cultivated, even if your own children can't give it. Let alone let it be held in the hands of others. And at the moment, in the hands of the fairy of the city, he held the Dao weapon of the Styx Daoist. What does this mean? The meaning behind this made the audience completely quiet. After a short silence, the whole world seemed to be in an uproar at this moment. Countless immortal cultivators looked at the Mang bead in the jade hand of the fairy in the city in disbelief, doubting life. How can it be? The natal Dao of the Styx people was held in their hands. That's only one possibility. That is, people of the Styx fell, but that's incredible. After all, the people of the Styx Dao are the strong people of the previous era. Get the opportunity against the sky and the endless sea, not broken or standing. This kind of existence is not an ordinary late stage of refining. Not to mention that the other party was still controlling such a terrifying killing array as the Dao Yin Immortal Array. In this case, the Styx people actually fell? This is beyond everyone's imagination. But if the Styx people fall into the hands of Yi Chen, that Yi Chen and the others walked out of the large array intact. The puzzling scenes such as Yi Chen daring to blatantly strike at the Guyuan Holy Land are not so incomprehensible. But how is this possible? How did the Styx people fall like this? Countless people have figured out reality, but it is still impossible to accept this reality. Everything is incredible. Yi Chen crossed a small realm and stared at the suppression of the Dao Yin Immortal Array. Kill the Styx. Absolutely shocking. At this moment, they thought of Yi Chen's incredible achievements before. They thought that they had overestimated the Tianyan Saint Lord as much as possible. But he never thought that it was not the limit of the heavenly Yin Saint Lord after all. The convincing ranking of Tianji Pavilion before. Now it seems to be complete, judging by the combat power that the heavenly Yin Saint Lord is showing now. Even before breaking through the middle stage of refining the void, I am afraid that it is not weaker than the Styx Daoist. The ranking of the fourth in the world is definitely low. After all, it was Feng Baiyu of the Dao sect or Tuo Boy of the Feathergate. It may not be able to have enough strength to suppress against the large array and kill the Styx Daoists. So wouldn't it be said, Yi Chen's combat power has long been unmatched. The throne of the #1 powerhouse in the immortal cultivation realm. It should have belonged to Yi Chen a long time ago. Come to think of it, Countless immortal cultivators in the audience looked at Yi Chen's gaze, even more in awe and even more shocked. And the Tianyan Holy Lord. At the moment, he was already stiff. He looked at Yi Chen in disbelief, unwilling to accept the reality in front of him. Not only did Yi Chen not die, not even surrendered. Instead, the Styx Dao people were killed on the spot. Even the supreme Dao of the Styx Dao people was given to the woman next to him. Why is Yi Chen's strength growing so fast? I can't accept all this. Tianyan Saint Lord clenched his fists. He only felt that the gap between himself and the Tianyan Saint Lord was getting bigger and bigger. Big enough to make him desperate. Even the Styx Dao man and the Dao Immortal Array couldn't kill Yi Chen. That looks at the entire immortal cultivation realm. Who else can pose a threat to Yi Chen? In the future, won't he only be looking up to Yi Chen all his life, watching Yi Chen hold the woman he wants and climb to the peak of Xianlu? Tianyan Saint Lord lowered his head, clenched his fists. His heart was full of unwillingness. But at the same time, there is despair. In the same era, it is too desperate to have a demon like Yi Chen who has never been seen before. Yi Chen looked around leisurely. Everyone did not dare to meet Yi Chen's gaze directly. In front of Yi Chen's gaze, even the thousands of years old refining power bowed his head instantly. There was silence. Yi Chen didn't bother to speak again and glanced at the foreign elder. The foreign affairs elder immediately understood what his holy lord meant. Raise your hand and release a 1,000-meter-long majestic flying boat. Yi Chen was the first aboard the ship. The elders of the Tianyan Holy Land and the Yaoqi Holy Land also boarded up in turn, in the awe-inspiring gazes of countless immortal cultivators. The flying boat floated away in the direction of the Duan family. Above the flying boat, there was endless glory and pride in the eyes of the elders. After all, in front of the major forces of the Ming King state, whether it is the Tianyan Holy Land or the Yaoqi Holy Lord, it can only be regarded as the last force. And today, the entire Ming King state is to be in awe. And all this, all brought by the Lord. The elders of the Tianyan Holy Land were more and more in awe of their holy lord at this moment. And the elders of the Yaoqi Holy Land were also particularly reverent in their hearts. They desperately hoped that the immortal of the fallen city would become a Taoist couple with the unborn Saint Lord as soon as possible. As for the holy lord of his own, Yaoqi Pond, it is not impossible to marry the Tianyan Saint Lord together. After all, the heavenly Yin Saint Lord is really two against the sky. Stay until Yi Chen leaves. The oppression felt by the crowd, the regiment was instantly subordinate. Countless immortal cultivators of the Yuan infant transformation, God, even felt that they couldn't stabilize their figures. The pressure Yi Chen brought to them was too great. Wait for Yi Chen to leave. They were relaxed. After the shock, countless immortal cultivators immediately used their consciousness to communicate PHS. Fong Kai's video was posted to the short video of Xian Wang, Mo Li Zhao. Everyone knows. This will be a major event that will shock the entire immortal cultivation world. And sure enough, countless immortal cultivators who were in the immortal net, waiting for the follow-up, pinched a handful of sweat for Yi Chen. After seeing the video, they all showed an incredible look. The people of the Styx have fallen. The Dao Yin Immortal Array was broken. The Tianyan Saint Lord was unscathed, and even shook and killed a group of powerhouses in the Guyuan Holy Land. 2 Taishang elders escaped. This piece of news is really shocking. Let them simply not believe it for a while. How can it be? For a time, the whole network was in an uproar. The lively fairy net, at this moment, actually fell into silence. It can be seen how shocking these news has brought to the entire immortal cultivation world, and what a huge reason it is. The video shot on the spot went viral on the fairy net. On that desolate land, the sound of fierce winds passed by. Yi Chen's cold eyes swept around. He once again took an invincible posture, eating the remnants of the Great War. Through video, countless immortal cultivators saw Yi Chen's gesture. Everyone immediately took a deep breath. It's so domineering. Almost everyone who saw this video had an incredulous expression. Tianyan Saint Lord. He is just a young man who has not practiced for more than 100 years. In front of the Styx Taoist, a person who has been practicing for 100 years is just like a baby. But this peerless baby was actually saying that he had killed the Styx Taoist. The middle of 100 years of refining. Kill late refining. Suddenly, Everyone felt that their hearts were faintly aching. It's really unbearable. Yi Chen is so devilish. Everyone looked at the invincible gesture in the video with awe. Although before, there are many immortal cultivators who think that Saint Lord 640 will not lose and have hope for Yi Chen. But when it really happened, it shocked them to the extreme. What's more, the Holy Lord didn't just break the formation. He also killed the sticks. It's outrageous. That's the Dao Yin Immortal Array. The top killing formation that has been famous for so many years has been silently broken like this. Looking at the Tianyan Holy Land and the Yaoqi Holy Land, they had never heard of such a powerful formation. But if it was said that the Holy Lord himself broke the array, it would be even more outrageous. How old is the Holy Lord? Just cultivating to this realm is already incredible. If he could still have the ability to break the Dao Immortal Array on the formation path, no one would want to believe it. So, who broke the big array? However, for the time being, everyone was immersed in the great event of the fall of the Styx people. Not many people pay attention to the formation. On the Xianwang hot search list, the first position was quickly replaced. The title is simple. Confirmed, the main force of the Tianyan Saint to fight the Styx Dao people. The Styx Dao people have now fallen. With more videos uploaded on the scene, there are more posts on Xian.com. It's changed. The sky has changed. The Tianyan Saint Lord is afraid to become the #1 expert in the two states. The Tianyan Holy Lord killed the people of the Styx Dao, and from now on, the Tianyan Holy Land can right the battle of the Taoist sect. Tianji Pavilion issued a statement. Tianji Pavilion strength ranking, Styx Dao people removed, Tianyan Saint Lord ranked 2nd. The Tianyan Saint Lord has decided to continue to the Duan family and participate in the Immortal Weapon Auction. After this war, Daobao may become the biggest loser. For a while, the Immortal Net was boiling. On the hot search list, all pigs are Yi Chen's news. At this time, the major sect holy places learned the news. It's even more jaw-dropping. Many sects even decided to awaken the old antiques who could not come out. This matter is really too impactful. Even in the late stage of refining the void, he was easily killed by Yi Chen. You know, the strongest combat power of the Great Yinzhou and the Ming King Prefecture is the late stage of refining the void. Naturally, there is no such strong person in Daiyinzhou. Only Ming Wang Prefecture has 3, and now one has fallen. The impact behind this goes far beyond what we see now. After this war, the status of Daiyinzhou will rise with it. You can even treat Mingwang State CFEA as an equal. This is a huge change for the major sects of Great Yinzhou and Ming King Prefecture. After that, who would dare to underestimate the immortal cultivators of Great Yinzhou? The Tianyan Saint Lord can all kill the late stage of cross-border slashing and refining void. With the Saint Lord's cultivation speed, who knows if after a few more years, the Holy Lord will break through to the late stage of refining. If the Holy Master is really going forward, that is not too much. It is deservedly the strongest in the two states. The current power structure will change accordingly. In the face of such a change, even the masters of the major sects couldn't make up their minds. One after another, they ordered to wake up Elder Taishang, who could not be closed from their own sect. There were suddenly more on the land of the two states, dozens of breaths of incomparably strong strength. They all looked suspiciously, kneeling in front of the Holy Lord of the sect. Later, watch the video of Yi Chen's battle with the sticks. The Taishang elders who were accustomed to the wind and rain were not calm. At the scene, Yin Xiansheng's hand was hiding in the crowd at the moment. He looked at the majestic Qianzhong flying boat, flying rapidly and disappearing into the sky. Clench your fists. His eyes were bloodshot. The heart is full of despair. At the thought of it, Yi Chen gestured with great enthusiasm. The immortal of the Allure City and the elders of the Holy Land respectfully gathered around him. Taishan, Saint Lord, suddenly crunched his teeth. Yi Chen, he roared in his heart. Resentful eyes, looking to the sky. You won't be proud for long. If the Dao sect can send someone to stop you this time, it means that they are dissatisfied with you. Feng Baiyu will not allow such a demon like you to threaten him. So, your ending will not become. Preventing defeat is the power of nearly 1,000 years in the late stage of refining. Perhaps they have already touched the next threshold. His skills are far from being comparable to those of the Styx Tao. It is recognized as the #1 stronger. When Fong Baiyu makes a move, no matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to escape. Thinking of this, the Tianyan Saint Lord sneered. You can kill the Styx Taoist, can't you defeat Fong Yuan? Ha! This Duan family, Yi Chen, you will definitely die. At this moment, Yi Chen's group was standing on the flying boat. In front of the great rivers and mountains of Mingwang Prefecture, the waves are magnificent. Behind Yi Chen, the elders of the two holy lands were full of pride at the moment. One by one, they hold their heads high and show their grandeur. The stunning fairy of the city also stood one step after Yi Chen. Before Yi Chen easily killed the Styx people, the fairy of the city was still level with Yi Chen. Now, she's completely named Yi Chen. She held the Styx bead in her hand and looked at Yi Chen. In her beautiful eyes, she showed a strange look. With a faint smile on his face, he asked in a voice, Holy Lord, where are we going next? Still going to Duan's house? The corners of Yi Chen's mouth picked up lightly and smiled sarcastically. Coldly said, with such a big deal, I invited the Styx Taoist and laid out the Dao Yin Immortal Array. The purpose is so that we can't go to the Duan family and participate in this auction. The more the enemy is unwilling to let us do something, the more we have to do it. So this auction, I am determined to get it. The beautiful eyes of the fairy shining brightly. Looking at Yi Chen's confident appearance, her heart throbbed a little. Everyone was shocked. Behind the Styx Taoist move, it must be related to Fong Baiyu, the Dao sect. That's a real behemoth. The power of the great Yinzhou is unattainable. But Yi Chen in front of him already has the experience of facing this behemoth. It's amazing. The voice fell. Yi Chen's gaze drifted into the distance. In the eyes, there is a cold light. Duan family. Duan Tianyan sat in the hall of his house, holding a PHS. After learning the news and seeing Yi Chen embark on the journey to Duan's house again, an incomparably happy smile appeared on his face. The mood is even more joyful. He's going to run away anyway, and he will not climb Deccan. So at the moment, unabashedly laughed twice. He praised loudly. This heavenly Yin Saint Lord is really an extraordinary means. Even the Styx Taoist, he can be killed unscathed. It seems that the people underestimated him. Duan Tianyan said. His gaze glanced at a Taoist with a flat expression sitting in the hall. This person is none other than Baiyu, the sect master of the Dao sect. Just now, Fong Baiyu was still saying that the Tianyan Saint Lord would inevitably be defeated at the hands of the Styx Tao people. With a disgusting look, he sighed at the fall of the genius of great Yinzhou. The next moment, his face was swollen by himself and Fong Baiyu. He held PHS. His eyes were extremely gloomy, looking at the broadcast screen. His face is getting more and more ugly. In the end, the PHS in his hand was all held to pieces, broken to the ground. It caused the eyes of everyone present. Fong Baiyu, he calculated all possibilities. But he never expected that the Styx Taoist was actually killed by Yi Chen Town. The people of the Styx are all dead, not to mention the agreement that trapped Yi Chen for 3 days. Not even an hour, not trapped. At this moment, there is still a time for incense before the time of the immortal weapon auction. Such a long time was enough for Yi Chen to rush to Duan's house before the auction began. Everything he calculated will fall through. The heavenly Yin Holy Land, with the heavenly Emperor Spirit Stones accumulated by the small PHS, is difficult to compare with even the Dao sect. Once the Tianyan Holy Lord arrived, the Duan family's immortal weapon is about to fall into Yi Chen's hands. Waste! Fong Baiyu was in his heart, and he scolded him indisputably. Looking at the video uploaded on the scene, the Styx Taoist and even the Dao Yin Immortal Array were taken away by Yi Chen. It's simply a loss of madam and a broken army. Fong Baiyu gritted his teeth in anger in his heart. That immortal formation is the supreme treasure of the Dao sect. It is a powerful means of the Dao sect as a foundation. It can only be called when facing a big enemy. But now, even the Dao Yin Immortal Array has been lost. Fong Baiyu's intestines were repentant. Fong Baiyu gritted his teeth. He even wanted to take action himself and kill Yi Chen. Ask for flowers. But there is jealousy in my heart. The strength shown by Yi Chen is really incomprehensible. He was also not sure. He calculated angrily in his heart. But on the surface, it is still quiet. In the hall of the Duan family, Fong Baiyu smiled even happier when he saw Fong Baiyu's appearance. Let you want to pit my Duan family to bid for the immortal weapon at a low price. Now it's lost madam and folded the army. It seems that the Tianyan Holy Lord can arrive on time. At this moment, the hall master of the Duan family. Everyone who was invited by Duan Tianya had different faces. They looked at Fong Baiyu and forcibly suppressed their angry faces. I couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in my heart. On weekdays, the Tao sect flaunts its might everywhere, and its sect is the strongest. He didn't put the people of other sects in his eyes at all. Today, the Tianyan Saint Lord of Great Yinzhou has really come to a dismount. The holy lords of many holy places present, the heads of the house, all smiled faintly. Fong Baiyu looked at them, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. In the depths of his eyes, there was a wolf color. Yi Chen's power is beyond his control. It posed a great threat to the Tao sect, and even to him, the sect master. Today, Yi Chen killed the sticks. Due to the existence of the Immortal Net and PHS, the Tao Yin Immortal Array was also seen by everyone in the world. Who in the world does not know the Styx Taoist suddenly made a move against Yi Chen, and there is the shadow of the Tao sect behind it. Afraid of Yi Chen and his Tianyan Holy Land obtaining the Duan family's immortal weapon, they actually used such a subtle method. If the Styx Taoist wins, no one dares to say more. But the people of the Styx were defeated. The Styx Mangju was captured by Yi Chen, and the Tao Yin Immortal Array was also captured by him. The face of the Tao Zone was beaten to nothing by Yi Chen. The different gazes of everyone present deeply stimulated Fong Baiyu. At this moment, Yi Chen's figure was extremely deeply imprinted on Fong Baiyu's heart. He secretly gritted his teeth. Originally, I thought that after I broke through the merging period, I would accept Yi Chen as my subordinate. Now it is full of killing intent. Fong Baiyu, although annoyed and angry, but he still pressed the anger in his heart. He sneered schemingly. The fierce, gloomy gaze swept over one by one, and all the holy lords and leaders present. Fong Baiyu is deflated at Yi Chen's place today, but he is still the strongest in both states. All the saint lords were in charge, but no one dared to fight him. They all bowed their heads. But in his heart, the other party's Baiyu's overwhelming power is even more dissatisfied. You bullied the Tianyan Holy Land to go. What's the use of scaring us? Finally, Fong Baiyu's gaze was on Duan Tianya's body. 2. He sneered and said loudly, Duan Daoyu, immortal weapons are not easy to play. Hearing these words, Duan Tianya's eyes flashed and looked at Fong Baiyu. Fong Baiyu's gaze was cold, and he said seriously with a hint of threat, This immortal weapon, if it is obtained by some immoral thief with many spirit stones, in the future, when you want to restore the Duan family and want to redeem it, it will be difficult. I hope, Duan Daoyu, it's better to think about it. I have a deep moral lineage, and acting with virtue is undoubtedly your best choice. If Duan Daoyu is willing, my Daoist sect is willing to give 80 million top-grade spirit stones to temporarily keep the immortal artifact for Daoyu. Dynasty, if Duan Daoyu has the need for redemption, he can come to the Tao Zone to redeem it. If you are a sect that relies on a crooked sect and suddenly gets an immortal weapon, Duan Daoyu, are you still worthy of your ancestors? Fong Baiyu didn't want the auction to start. After all, when it comes to spirit stone resources, Fong Baiyu is not confident that he can compare with the Tianyan Holy Land. Everyone knew that the only forces that were qualified to compete for the Duan family immortal weapon were the Tao sect and the Tianyan Holy Land. The Tao sect has a long tradition, and its accumulation is bottomless. Tianyan Holy Land created the Immortal Net, and in a short period of time, it gathered countless emperors' spirit stones. Originally, the Tao sect overwhelmed the Holy Land of Tianyan in the hearts of everyone. Today's Tianyan Holy Lord battled, and Tianyan Holy Land defeated the Tao sect. Fong Baiyu is also faintly worried. Tianyan Holy Land recaptured the immortal weapon, and the faces of him and Daozong were really swollen. Fong Baiyu jumped off the wall with some dogs, and even ignored morality and directly threatened Duan Tianya. Duan Tianya listened to Fong Baiyu's words. He smiled indifferently. Sect Master Fong has thought too much. In the eyes of poor Dao, there is only strength, spirit stone, resources. If I become an immortal in the future, what is the 4 openings? If I can't become an immortal, there is no need for the Duan family to exist. As for Sect Master Fang's suggestion, let's take it back. The next moment, Duan Tianyan was focused on the Immortal Road and did not care about the family inheritance, and turned his head to look at the sky. A distant gaze straight in a certain direction, with a slight sarcasm. He smiled lightly. As for those 80 million top-grade spirit stones, the Tianyan Saint Lord may not be able to take them. Fang Baiyu's face suddenly darkened. But at the moment, he was in the Duan family. Duan Tianyan controls the Duan family array. The same is true for immortal weapons. There is no advantage in attacking Duan Tianyan here. He glared angrily at Duan Tianyan. But in my heart, I hate Yi Chen even more. Little by little over time, there are more and more immortal cultivators gathered near the Duan family. The vast majority of immortal cultivators gathered outside the door of the Duan family. Their strength is low, and they are not qualified to enter the Duanjia cave mansion. Those who can be invited into the Duan family are powerful. On weekdays, the rare power of refining the void actually came 30 or 40 today. There are also some old antiques of the Holy Land with a very high generation. They are not born on weekdays, and there is not even any news about them. Even the outside world speculates that 7 or 8 characters who have been seated have appeared at this moment. These old antiques, although they are about to die, but they are extremely high. It is basically the existence of the middle stage of refining the void. They did not come to participate in the auction. Rather, he wanted to see the heavenly wealth of the heavenly Saint Lord. Many people come with the intention of making good friends with Yi Chen. It's really a talented person from Jiangshan generation. The old immortal has not seen it for a long time. Tianyan Saint uses this talent. If you can see such a demon genius, the old immortal will not go out once in vain. The Tianyan Saint Lord may really be able to see the scenery above the refining void, the existence of the merging period. The Ming King Prefecture has not appeared for a long time. Not only in the merging period, the Tianyan Saint Lord is even expected to become an immortal. After all, even in the immortal ancient period, there has never been such a demon as the Tianyan Saint Lord. Several old antiques all had light smiles on their faces, brushed their beards, and talked and laughed. They are old, and there is no hope of breaking through. Already waiting for death. So there is not much hostility towards Yi Chen, the demon. I want to make good friends with them. After all, PHS has already brought the immortal cultivation world into a new pattern. Adapt to change. And Fang Baiyu also calmed down at the moment. He is still the strongest man. Moreover, he felt that the fit period was not far away from him. After all, compared to these old antiques, he is still young and stronger. Stay until you break through the fit period. All results will change of their own volition. Then, 1.4 whether it is a low-level immortal cultivator outside the Duan family, or the old antiques who were invited into the Duan family. All eagerly awaited Yi Chen's arrival. Suddenly, a blue light suddenly appeared in the sky. A 1,000-jong dragon boat flew rapidly from the sky. A suffocating sense of oppression, falling out of thin air. The low-level immortal cultivators outside the Duan family looked at the Xinjiang dragon boat almost instantly, and they traveled 100 miles. Stopped at their heads. Everyone raised their heads and stared at the flying ship with awe. They seemed to see that above the dragon head of the flying boat, there was a person. That man stood with his hands in his hands, the world. Although his expression was plain, everyone could see the magnificent spirit. Tianyan, Holy Lord, it's here. Tianyan, Holy Lord. A Yuan infant muttered with a shocked face. Is this the heavenly Saint Lord who killed the people of the Styx Dao? XT. The rest of the crowd also nodded. He looked at Yi Chen standing on the dragon's head with adoration. His invincible demeanor is deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. And within the Duan family, there was also a commotion. This breath. Sure enough, he was still in the middle of refining. Unexpectedly killed the Styx in the late stage of refining the void. Terrible. An old antique in the late refining period looked at the dragon boat with cloudy eyes. The same face is full of shock. The other elder is more direct. With a slightly bent waist, he smiled at all the old people. Old age, take a step first. Finished speaking. He jumped up and flew straight to the dragon boat. Yi Daoyu, the former holy lord in the lower pure holy land, specially come to make little friends. Seeing this, the other old antiques snorted disdainfully. This old shameless, really, after so many years, I have lived to the cheek 01. Although the words did not despise the old man's behavior, everyone was still very honest and flew to the air minister. With a smiling face full of folds, he shouted goodwill to Chen. More than a dozen old antiques in the refining period actually greeted Chen together. Self-lowering identity, good after writing. This picture was seen by the immortal cultivators outside the Duan family, and they were all stunned. Even more quickly, he recorded this scene and uploaded it to the fairy net. For a time, it caused another wave. Those who have good deeds will reveal the identities of those dozen old people. It even shocked the forces of Ming Wang Prefecture. Many sects believed that the Tianyan Holy Land would change the power structure of the two states under the leadership of the Tianyan Holy Lord. But they didn't expect that some forces would actually do so out of line. Even the former head of the Holy Lord, and even Elder Taishang, came to befriend Chen. For a while, the emotion of regretting that he did not befriend Chen in time was still spreading wildly among the many forces in Ming Wangzhou. Duan Tianya saw Chen coming. He smiled even more. The rich man has finally arrived. With the addition of the Tianyan Holy Land, the auction price of the immortal weapon would definitely be greatly unexpected to him. Thinking of this, Duan Tianya turned his head to look at Fang Baiyu on the side. Fang Baiyu, his face is extremely gloomy at the moment. He spent thousands of years practicing the late stage of refining the void. When he broke through, there were not so many old antiques coming out of the mountain, congratulating him and making friends. Chen, but a mid-refining period. On what basis did he get much better than his treatment? Fang Baiyu looked at the scene on the dragon boat in the air, and his teeth itched with anger. Chen saw so many old antiques and suddenly appeared in front of him. I couldn't help but be slightly surprised. But when I think about it, I understand why. He also smiled and said hello to everyone. Chen, whoever honors him, he will treat him with courtesy. If there are some intrigues, they will break them with force. Surrounded by all the seniors, Chen walked into the Duan family. Duan Tianya smiled and immediately responded. Yi Daoyu, if you don't come, I'm afraid this immortal weapon auction will be out of place. Chen smiled indifferently. The next moment, behind Chen, the elders of the Tianyan Saint Lord took off the storage rings on their hands one after another. Packed in a small cloth bag, handed to Chen. Chen took the cloth bag and flipped it twice. Lightly said, "It won't let you down. Duan Tianya?" Looking at the storage rings in that cloth bag, they're all high level. A little estimate. They are all hundreds of millions of top-grade spirit stones. With so many spirit stones, I am afraid that it is worth the accumulation of 1,000 years in a holy place. Tianyan Holy Land, really rich and powerful. Suddenly, Duan Tianya's breathing became a little rapid. This is a resource related to his future cultivation. His eyes lit up and he stared straight at the cloth bag in Chen's hand. Quickly put Chen on the seat. Chen sat down. Surprisingly, the city-like fairy did not sit in his seat. She looked calm and stood behind Chen, completely in a posture of Chen. The fairy of the fallen city, with killing intent in his eyes at this moment, stared at one of the people in the hall. Chen also suddenly frowned. On the opposite side of his seat came an extremely unkind gaze. Chen looked up. A man in white who looked like a young man smiled faintly to himself. Chen saw him and smiled on his face. This person is officially the sect master of the Dao sect, Fang Baiyu. Finally met this person. Before the Styx Daoist died, he confessed the mastermind behind it. It was Fang Baiyu. In order to prevent him from participating in the auction, take out the immortal array and ask the Styx Daoist to stop himself. Moral sect? Morality? This kind of behavior really makes everyone in the world feel disgusted. Chen makes no secret of it. His icy eyes look directly at Fang Baiyu. Do not hide the unwillingness and hostility of their other party Baiyu. Seeing this, Fang Baiyu also smiled fakely. Yi Daoyu's battle with the Styx River is really earth-shattering. Yi Daoyu is serious, invincible in the world. Fang Baiyu forced a smile out of his face. Chen glanced at him disdainfully. Snorted coldly. The contempt of the other party, Baiyu, was undoubtedly revealed. Not a little bit of face was left to him. Fang Baiyu saw this. Suddenly out of breath. His face was red for a while, and he looked at Chen, gritting his teeth. 920 His deep city government forcibly suppressed his anger. I had to turn my head away from Chen. He is also not sure that he can completely kill Chen now. Endure. Now. You can only endure. When the auction begins, use the heritage of the sect to crush the Tianyan Holy Land and obtain the immortal weapon. and the other old antiques sitting on the upper seat after they saw Yi Chen's gesture. I can't help but appreciate it even more. This Tianyan Saint Lord is extremely talented, powerful, and wise. Still a frank gentleman. Everyone felt that their trip was worthwhile. Just after Yi Chen arrived, some holy lords also took out the spirit stones accumulated by their own forces. Although they can't compare with the Tianyan Holy Land, but they're also eager to try. Looking forward to his own sect, he may be able to pick up a leak. Since then, with the immortal weapon, it has soared into the sky, become a top-notch Holy Land sect. People present minds. Duan Tianya, on the other hand, didn't care about it. He just wanted to auction the immortal weapon, obtain the spirit stone, and then use the resources of the emperor to help him cultivate into an immortal. Duan Tianya stepped onto the high platform of the advanced sprinkles. He looked around at everyone. For a while, the hall of the Duan family also fell silent. The crowd of dozens of people was instantly silent. The real big play is coming. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath and look at Duan Tianya on the high platform. All of you Taoists are gathered here today, and everyone knows exactly what happened. In that case, I won't say more. Guys, please look. Duan Tianya spoke calmly, not wasting everyone's time. A big wave of your hand. A terrifying aura rose up in the back mountain. The entire Duan family's million-square-kilometer clan trembled violently at this moment. All the powerful people present looked stunned at this moment, because above the main peak of the Duan family, a huge peak rose. The bronze giant Ding, vast and ancient. Above the body, there is an incomparable, mysterious, divine pattern. The breath of truth and reason is intertwined and daunting. Many people present, even some Holy Land powerhouses, were seeing the immortal weapon with their own eyes for the first time. After all, even holy places, only a few people are eligible to touch immortal artifacts. For most immortal cultivators, immortal artifacts are legendary things that can only be heard of in a lifetime, and it is impossible to see. I finally saw it with my own eyes today, even if it is the existence of the refining period. In front of the wisps of breath emitted by the immortal weapon, he could only feel his own insignificance and vulnerability. It was as if the immortal weapon only needed to move slightly. It can make anyone disappear. The immortal weapon picture recorded in the short video is terrifying enough. But seeing it with my own eyes, I finally understood the power of the immortal weapon. Huan Yuding, the ancestor of the Duan family, personally picked the sunfire to create. It is terrifying. It is said that on the day of Dingsheng, it attracted a terrifying demon immortal who wanted to plunder, but in the end it was refined by Huan Yuding. This breath is not the true power of Huan Yuding at all. After all, Duan Tianya just relied on the Duan family array to sacrifice Huan Yuding. In this era when immortals do not come out and Mahayana does not exist, there is no one who can really stimulate the power of immortal weapons. Even if no one can really urge the immortal weapon, in this semi-activated state, the immortal weapon can still kill any existence with a random blow. This is the immortal weapon. The immortal weapon is already so terrifying. How brilliant should the immortals of that year be? I wondered why they suddenly disappeared here. Everyone was talking about it, and they were all shocked. Such scenes are really rare. Even Yi Chen himself, looking at Huan Yuding, who seemed to be burning with heavenly fire in the Ding, was quite emotional. This is the second immortal artifact Yi Chen has ever seen. It is different from its own Tianyan immortal book. Huan Yuding seems to be more domineering. However, for Yi Chen, the Tianyan immortal book is obviously more important. After all, the Tianyan immortal book is the core of the immortal net. This is unmatched by other immortal weapons. But Huan Yuding also made Yi Chen's heart particularly moved. Yi Chen has mastered the secret of military characters and is now close to Desheng. The secret of the word of war controls all things, and everything is a soldier. This is not an empty phrase. Immortal artifacts require the Mahayana period to be eligible to barely control. But for Yi Chen, who controls the secret of the soldiers, it may be earlier. Maybe Yi Chen can control the immortal weapon during the merging period. If so, then Yi Chen's combat effectiveness will skyrocket. The most important thing is that even if the enemy is also a holy place, it can cut down the grass and remove the roots. After all, in the past, if the enemy hid in the Holy Land, there was an immortal doctor to protect him. Even if Yi Chen is strong, it is impossible to kill the door. But if Yi Chen can control the immortal weapon, no matter how strong the holy place is, Yi Chen is also lost. By then, the Holy Land would no longer be unbreakable. the entire pattern of the immortal cultivation realm will change. However, Tianyan Immortal Book is the core of Xianet. If Chen took it out to fight, causing the immortal net to go down and affect the earning spirit stone, it would not be good. But in Huan Yuding's words, there is no problem. So, to win this Huan Yuding, Chen is bound to win. Huan Yuding's terrifying aura swept the entire Duan family's radius of tens of thousands of miles. Countless immortal cultivators trembled under this terrifying aura. And Duan Tianyao looked at the immortal weapon, and his expression was also a little melancholy and reluctant. But soon, Duan Tianyao's expression turned firm. He was immortal. There is only Tringxian in his eyes. Although the immortal weapon is strong, it is only a foreign object after all. Only by changing to enough resources can you help yourself become an immortal. So, when it breaks, it breaks. Duan Tianyao waved his hand. Huan Yuding slowly fell, returning to the Duan family's forbidden land, and his breath was sealed by the large array. Wait until the breath is gone. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Duan Tianyao raised his head and scanned everyone present. You should have seen it clearly. That is Huan Yuding. As for the details of the immortal weapon, I think you have already learned from the immortal short video, so I don't need to say more. In short, in this immortal weapon auction, I will directly hand over the formation core of the Forbidden Land to the immortal weapon to Taoist. At the same time, my Duan family's million-kilometer clan land will also be delivered to Taoists. However, I want to make it clear here that the formation of the Duan family's million-li clan land has been damaged in many places because it has not been maintained for a long time. Duan Tianya did not hide anything and said in detail to Li Zhao. When everyone heard this, they didn't care. They all came for the immortal weapon. Who cares if the big array is broken? And Duan Tianya also understood what everyone meant, looked serious, and spoke loudly. Huan Yuding bidding officially started. The starting price is 50 million top-grade spirit stones. Each price increase must not be less than 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Fellow Taoists, please. When Tianya's voice fell, the audience was in an uproar. Although I know that immortal artifacts are precious, but the starting price of 50 million top-grade spirit stones still shocked everyone. Everyone was shocked and even more excited to order. The starting price is so high. What a terrifying figure would the transaction price of that immortal weapon be? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but look at the Tianyan Saint Lord. Immortal artifact, the most terrifying weapon in the entire immortal cultivation world. After the immortals became extinct, the number of immortal artifacts was completely fixed, and it was impossible to have any more. In this case, the opportunity to possess an immortal artifact is just like that. The leaders of countless major forces only felt their hearts accelerate, and there was an unconcealed possessiveness in their eyes. Without anyone, the dog refused a fairy artifact. Because this means that you are invincible. As long as you don't die, no one can pass through the protection of the immortal weapon and kill you. At the same time, immortal artifacts also represent an immortal inheritance. The power that possesses immortal weapons, even if it declines, will never be cut off, because no one can exterminate the forces with immortal weapons. So, when Tinya's voice fell, after the immortal artifact auction officially began, even those who were quite self-aware at the beginning and thought that they would definitely not have a chance to compete for Huan Yuding, they couldn't help but speak at this moment. I shook the Holy Land and bid 50 million top-grade spirit stones. My Beta Holy Land bid 55 million Shangping Ling 877 stones. I Ming Yaozong bid 60 million top-grade spirit stones. Although each time the price is raised, the minimum limit is 1 million top-grade spirit stones. But really bid up. Immortal cultivators couldn't calm down at all. The markup is even more unimaginable. In a very short period of time, the bidding price of the immortal weapon was pushed to the terrifying figure of 90 million top-grade spirit stones. This number, the leaders of many forces present were saddened. It's good that the forces that are already holy places are okay. It's nothing more than not being able to have a second immortal weapon, so it won't be too uncomfortable. However, those emerging forces that were not holy places, sect masters and sect masters, were all despondent, and they were extremely hopeful. An opportunity to promote to the Holy Land was just like this in front of them, but they couldn't grasp it. 90 million top-grade spirit stones were far beyond the limit they could come up with. And most importantly, the heavenly Yin Holy Lord still hadn't spoken. AI, and the Taoist Fong by you has not yet ended. Obviously, the real competition has not yet begun. And in the field, many Tianjiao who were brought to the world by their elders. This rare bidding scene has already been filmed from multiple angles and uploaded to the short video of Xianwang. This fairy auction. It had already caused a sensation in the entire immortal cultivation world because of the attack on the Tianyan Saint Lord, the mastermind behind the Dao sect, and the fall of the Styx Taoist. This also made the immortal cultivation world look forward to this auction that attracted countless major forces. Now finally ushered in the video, which immediately caused an uproar. Oh my god, the starting price is 50 million top-grade spirit stones, which is worthy of being an immortal weapon. The Tianyan sect also bid 80 million top-grade spirit stones. It can be said that it is smashing pots and selling iron. The Tianyan sect has 2 refining void powers, although it is not a holy land, but it has the strength of a holy land. If it can bid for the immortal weapon, Mingwang Prefecture will have another holy place high above. It's a pity that the gap between ordinary forces and the Holy Land is not only inheritance, but also heritage. The refining Holy Land Heart Instrument sect directly bid 90 million, and the Heavenly Heart sect master looked completely desperate. 90 million top-grade spirit stones, what a terrifying number. I remember that when the Immortal Net Auction House bid for the first time, a longevity pill was auctioned for a high price of 400,000, which has shocked the entire Great Yinzhou, and now the number of 90 million is really unimaginable. The most qualified forces such as the Tianyan Holy Land, the Dao sect, and the Feather Gate have not yet spoken. Obviously, this number has not yet reached the end. Countless immortal cultivators were talking about it under the short video on the scene. Obviously, 90 million top-grade spirit stones are just the beginning. Before the auction began, many immortal cultivators did not discuss whether the immortal crystal could be auctioned for hundreds of millions. Now it seems that there is no suspense, and the real transaction price of the immortal weapon will be beyond everyone's imagination. And sure enough, as the shaking light, Holy Land spoke again. The auction price of the immortal weapon officially reached 100 million. After reaching this number, the Holy Lord of the major forces, Elder Taishang, officially gave up. This number, even for most holy places, is unbearable. The shaking light Saint Lord shouted a price of 100 million, causing the audience to be quiet for a moment. But the crowd did not look at the shaking light Holy Lord. Instead, he couldn't help but look at the Dao sect, where the holy land of Tianyan was located. And sure enough, Fang Baiyu calmly spoke. 111 million. As soon as he opened his mouth, he added 10 million. The richness of the Taoist sect can be said to be undoubtedly displayed. As for Takabino, who was in the Feather Gate, although he is really here, but he didn't speak at the moment. Apparently, immortal weapons are precious to ordinary forces. But for the Holy Land that already possessed the immortal weapon, the precious was precious, but it was not to the extent that it had to be possessed. Yuaman did not intend to give all its wealth for the sake of immortal weapons. Tua Boy did not make a sound, causing Fang Baiyu to nod in his heart. However, he did not let go of his heart, but looked in the direction of the Tianyan Holy Land. Yi Chun, this is his real rival in this auction. And the moment Fang Baiyu's gaze swept over, Yi Chun noticed something. His gaze also swept towards each other, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he spoke faintly. 150 million. Yi Chun's voice was flat, but these fluttering words instantly made everyone present widen their eyes. 150 million? Direct price increase of 40 million? The audience was in an uproar at this moment, and Fang Baiyu's face was instantly gloomy to the extreme. For this immortal weapon auction, Yi Chun prepared 200 million top-grade spirit stones. After all, the competitors they face are the major holy places in the Ming King state. There are also some forces, although not holy places, but also rose for thousands of years, extremely strong, not weaker than holy places. Such an opponent may be beyond imagination. So when Fang Baiyu shouted Setsuna, Yi Chun directly raised the price by 40 million. Raised the offer to a terrifying 150 million top-grade spirit stones. As we all know, when bidding, suddenly raising the price to scare the opponent is very effective. Yi Chun has already made plans. As long as there are more people to follow the price, it will be directly raised to 2.1 billion. At that time, even if the major forces can withstand this price, most of them will not dare to follow. After all, the number of spirit stones earned by the Tianyan Holy Land Mastering PHS is simply a mystery. They wouldn't know that most of the spirit stones had actually been consumed by themselves. And sure enough, Chen's blurted bidding price made the strong people of the major forces present twitch the corners of their mouths. To the extent that it has exceeded 100 million, the price will be raised by 40 million. The Tianyan Holy Lord is probably too rich. In fact, when the price reaches the level of 100 million, most forces can only give up this path. If they knew Chen's idea, they would definitely be flattered. Chen simply overestimated their financial resources. And scare them? It's not necessary at all. You can't keep up at all. Of those present, the only two who were still qualified to compete with Chen were Daozong and Yuaman. Yuaman had no intention of participating. Takamino naturally does not make a sound. And by the general morality instantly turned gloomy. The number of 150 million is terrifying. The Dao sect could indeed take out some more spirit stones to compete. But pointless. The financial strength shown by Chen has given Fang Baiyu a real understanding. That was the Tianyan Holy Land that invented Tianyan PHS, and the wealth it possessed was beyond their imagination. Even if you continue to bid, it is impossible to compete. On the contrary, it can only become the background board for the achievement of the heavenly Yin Holy Land. Thereupon, Fang Baiyu took a deep look at Chen. No more openings. Countless people were paying attention to Fang Baiyu's expression. What Fang Baiyu's appearance represents is self-evident. Daozong, apparently admitted defeat, withdrew from the auction. At this moment, the scene was in an uproar. For the first time since ancient times, the fairy weapon auction took place. I thought it would be a dragon and tiger fight, but no one expected it. This auction turned out to be after the Tianyan Saint Lord spoke for the first time. It ended so quickly. It's outrageous, but everyone can understand if they think about it. After all, the wealth of the Tianyan Holy Land is beyond imagination. With such competitors, who still has the courage to continue fighting? It is no wonder that Fang Baiyu sent the Styx Daoists to block the Tianyan Holy Land from participating in this auction before the auction began. The idea is correct. It's a pity that the Tianyan Saint Lord is too devilish. And in the field, someone has already filmed the video of the scene and posted it on the Minister of Xianwang short video. Only in China, it caused a sensation in the entire immortal cultivation world. The immortal weapon auction that attracted the attention of countless people ended so quickly. And for the final transaction price, it attracted a lot of amazement. 150 million top-grade spirit stones? If so many spirit stones are placed in front of me, I am afraid that I can be piled up into an immortal. The plain words of the Tianyan Saint Lord were hammered down. Someone else argued with me before, saying that the moral sect is stronger than the Tianyan Holy Land. But today's incident should have hit you morality blowing in the face, right? Your Dao sect Great Array, the heavenly Yin Holy Land can be broken casually, and the people invited by your Dao sect, the heavenly sect can be killed casually. It is a spirit stone, and the Dao sect is not an opponent at all. 0. Ask for flowers 00. Indeed, the strength displayed by the Tianyan Holy Lord is definitely not weaker than Fang Baiyu. Or even better, and the Tianyan Holy Land now has a Holy Land branch in Mingwang Prefecture and can recruit countless geniuses in Mingwang Prefecture in the future, and it will inevitably usher in a rapid development cycle. 1 and 2 immortal weapons. It can be described as unique. At this moment, countless people were amazed above the immortal net. 0. There are also countless strong people in Dianzhou who are particularly emotional. A few years ago, the Tianyan Holy Land was among the 4 holy lands in Dianzhou. It can only be said that it is the existence of the bottom. It's only been a few years now. The Tianyan Holy Land not only completely suppressed the Great Yinzhou, it is the top holy place of the Ming King state, and it must also bow its head in front of the Tianyan Holy Land. And all this was brought by the heavenly Yin Holy Lord. Thinking of the demon of the Tianyan Saint Lord, countless immortal cultivators even gave birth to a bold idea. B. Will it really become the first immortal after Immortal Gu? The scene was quiet. See that no one is bidding with you anymore. Even Fang Baiyu lowered his head and stopped speaking. Chen was slightly stunned and then reacted. It seems that he has overestimated the financial resources of the major holy places in Mingwang Prefecture. The 200 million top-grade spirit stones prepared were not used up. Just 150 million took down the immortal weapon. It was a bonus. The thought of having a Holy Land-level sect is about to be held. There is also a famous, terrifying immortal weapon. Chen's face couldn't help but smile. The major holy places in Mingwang Prefecture are not enough to fight A0. Is anyone else bidding? If not, Then congratulations to the Tianyan Saint Lord Taoist. Happy to mention Huan Yuding. The audience was already quiet. No one is participating in the auction again. Duan Tianyan on stage had mixed feelings. This price is actually not low. 150 million top-grade spirit stones. It's enough for the rest of my life, and I don't need to think about resources anymore. It's just that the thought of selling the Duan family that has been passed down for 10,000 years in order to become an immortal is really a little heavy. Eh? Duan Tianyan has no regrets. He was immortal, especially after seeing Yi Chen's toughness. This made Duan Tianyan look forward to the road after the immortal Dao. I must become an immortal 713. Look at that Baiyu, who is rampant, and the Lord of the Great Holy Land will treat him with courtesy. But in front of the Tianyan Saint Lord, Fang Baiyu can only bow his head. That's strength. In the world of immortal cultivation, strength is respected. If he becomes an immortal in the future, he can rebuild the Duan family. So I don't regret it. After Duan Tianyan figured it out, he dispelled the distractions in his heart. Looking at Yi Chen, he smiled. Yi Chen, congratulations. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Directly from the bag prepared by the Foreign Affairs Elder, he took out 15 top-level storage rings. In each ring, there are 10 million top-grade spirit stones. That adds up to exactly 150 million. Yi Chen raised his hand. The ring flew in front of Duan Tianyan. Duan Tianyan, as a great power in the middle stage of refining the void, can confirm the quantity with just a sweep of his divine sense. The ring is put away. A smile appeared on his face. Yi Chen Daoist is really happy. Then next, I will give the core of the Immortal Weapons Control Formation and the core of the Duan Family Guarding Mountain Formation to Dao Yu. At the same time, the method of the Imperial Envoy Immortal Weapon, I will also write the first release together. Duan Tianyan was also very happy and did not have the idea of accepting the Linkshire account. However, Yi Chen is not afraid of Duan Tianyan's debt. If Duan Tianyan really dared to collect the Spirit Stone, he would not come out of the Duan family, relying on the immortal weapon to protect himself. That is after Yi Chen breaks through to the body, even after the Mahayana period. Naturally, he would come to the Duan family with the Tianyan Immortal Book, beat Duan Tianyan's head to pieces. But fortunately, Duan Tianyan did not die. Duan Tianyan waved his hand. Suddenly, a void cut off everyone's sight, enveloping him and Yi Chen from outsiders. Duan Tianyan was among them, giving Yi Chen the closing of the auction, and above the main peak of the Duan family. Everyone looked at this scene with great emotion. One immortal weapon, this matter can be described as unprecedented. The Tianyan Holy Land is in Dianzhou. It is the supreme holy land, and any genius is eager to join. Now in Mingwang State, there is also a holy place about to be owned. It will definitely attract the endless geniuses of Mingwang State to rush in. Under such circumstances, the rise of the Tianyan Holy Land was already unstoppable. Maybe it won't be too long. The Tianyan Holy Land will become the #1 force in the immortal cultivation realm. Even the former overlords Daozong and Yuamen had to bow their proud heads. And in the field, Fang Baiyu's face was the most ugly. I have painstakingly prepared enough, and after all, it is a bamboo basket to fetch water. But in the face of absolute strength and financial resources, all intrigues and tricks are useless. Yi Chen. Fang Baiyu read Yi Chen's name, his eyes boiling. Closing is not a hassle. Just for a moment, the isolated void where Yi Chen and Duan Tianyan are located is to disappear. When the two reappeared in front of everyone, everyone looked at the figure of the Tianyan Saint Lord, and they all understood that the Duan family had changed hands today. Tianyan Holy Land truly entered the Ming King state, and in the sight of everyone, Yi Chen raised his hand leisurely. In the Duan family Forbidden Land, there are terrifying fluctuations. Apparently, Yi Chen is communicating fairy weapons. However, Huan Yuding did not appear, and Yi Chen's face showed satisfaction. Said, Yi Chen scanned the millions of square kilometers of the Duan family's ethnic land. The Duan family was in a big array and launched with a bang. The great array of Holy Land Mountain Gate is extraordinary. The purple chi rises, and it can even condense a purple fire spirit to ward off the enemy. However, since Duan Tianyan took control of the Duan family, only one's own cultivation. Keep the resources all to yourself. Therefore, the Duanja Mountain Gate array, under the long-term maintenance, was damaged a lot. Vulnerabilities have appeared in many locations, and the condensed fire spirit only has the combat power of the early stage of refining. Maybe not weak, but for the Holy Land, it is average. Chen shook his head and spoke leisurely. Next, we have to reorganize the mountain gate array, and instead of repairing it, it is better to rearrange it. After all, this is the Duan family's mountain gate array. Duan Tianyan, as a former owner, must know the back door. And this place, as a branch of the Tianyan Holy Land in the Ming King Prefecture, will inevitably store a lot of resources. Duan Tianyan is a fairy and a loner. If the resources obtained from this auction run out of 1.2, maybe a bold idea will be born. Instead of this, it is better to directly rearrange the brand new mountain gate array. Hearing this, everyone present explained their amazement. The stronger the mountain gate array, the more expensive it is. The Duan family's mountain gate array, which can condense the refining period fire spirit, is already powerful, and the materials used are all top-notch, at least worth tens of millions. Such a large array is abandoned if it is said to be rearranged. Looking at the entire immortal cultivation world, I am afraid that only the Tianyan Saint Lord has such qualifications to say such words. After throwing 150 million top-grade spirit stones, it was still so light. The richness of the Tianyan Holy Land is really beyond everyone's imagination. Congratulations to the Tianyan Saint Lord for obtaining the Universal Ding, immortal weapon. Even if it costs a lot, it is worth it. 1 immortal weapon, 2 states, and 2 holy lands. The Holy Lord can be said to have made history. The Holy Lord is young. Not only has his cultivation progressed amazingly, but even the Holy Land he leads has developed so rapidly. I am afraid that he will soon become the #1 holy land in the immortal cultivation realm. The Holy Lord rebuilt the Mountain Gate Great Array. So how about my Heavenly Array Holy Land? The formations designed and arranged by my Heavenly Array Holy Land are all top-notch. Although the price is not cheap, but they are definitely rare and powerful in the world, and the functions are even richer. A group of holy places, the helm of great forces. No matter what the mood is at the moment, it is a step forward to congratulate you. Chen's combat power needs no doubt, and the future of Tianyan Holy Land is even brighter. The benefits of the 2 holy place level stations are huge. Whether it is to absorb talents or resources, they are excellent. This is already the most potential force in the immortal cultivation world. It is naturally not harmful to befriend it. Naturally 12. There were even forces related to the main formation that saw business opportunities after hearing Chen's words. Hurry forward and sell it. The wealth of the Tianyan Holy Land, the entire immortal cultivation realm, can all see it clearly. This is definitely the most wealthy patron in the immortal cultivation world today. If you can win this order, it must be a lot of money. Looking at Chen, who was praised by everyone, Fang Baiyu's face was cold and his expression indifferent. This auction, whether it was himself or the Dao sect, was reduced to the background board of the Tianyan Holy Land. Fang Baiyu was particularly dissatisfied with this. But at the moment, Chen is left. Fang Baiyu didn't want to say more. But in the distance, the Tianyan Saint Lord had a complicated mood. Chen is his life and death enemy. However, now, he can only watch Chen get stronger and higher. He originally thought that Fang Baiyu, the #1 strongman, would make a move. I didn't think about it. In front of Chen, Fang Baiyu bowed his head. This feeling really made the Tianyan Saint Lord painful. The Tianyan Saint Lord is clear. Now I don't even have the qualifications to get close to Chen. Looking around, there were still fierce discussions about the 150 million sky-high immortal cultivators. The Tianyan Saint Lord only felt bored. He was going to abdicate and retreat. The world is bustling and wonderful, but it belongs to Chen's time, not to him. And in the compliments of the crowd, Chen heard the sales of several powerful people about the formation and immediately shook his head with a smile. Thank you for your kindness. However, I also have a little understanding of the way of formation, and it just so happens that not long ago, I got some understanding in the Dao Yin Immortal Array. I intend to add the functions of the Dao Yin Immortal Array's Dao Manifestation and Dao Qi to the Mountain Gate Array. This time I rearranged the Mountain Gate Array, I plan to try it. Everyone who was originally smiling couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. The Dao Yin Immortal Array naturally knew about it. After all, the previous Styx Dao people blocked the way, which caused a sensation in the entire immortal cultivation world. At the same time, it also let the name of the Dao Yin Immortal Array reach everyone's ears. Before, everyone had actually been curious about how the Tianyan Saint Lord and his group had broken through the Dao Yin Immortal Array. Many people speculate. It is Chen who is strong. Even if he carries the suppression of the Tao Yin Immortal Array, he can still kill the Styx Taoist. The master of the formation of the Styx Taoist fell. The large array was naturally broken. Even Fang Baiyu thinks so. In his heart, he secretly scolded the people of the Styx for being greedy. If it weren't for greed and initiative to join the formation, Yi Chen would have a chance to break the formation. But now listen to Yi Chen. It doesn't seem to be the case. The Tianyan Saint Lord actually understood the way of formation. This is something that outsiders have never heard of. After all, judging from Yi Chen's current age and cultivation, he is practicing hard day and night, and it is already incredible to achieve this realm. And Yi Chen can still master the way of the law? To be honest, the crowd was a little unconvinced. Fang Baiyu listened to Yi Chen mention the Tao Yin Immortal Array, and his face was also cold. But for Yi Chen's words, he also didn't believe it at all. If the Tao Yin Immortal Array, the top formation in the immortal cultivation world, could be easily seen as mysterious, it would not have such a great reputation. Yi Chen saw everyone's doubts, smiled slightly, and didn't care. Just looking at the several great masters of the formation present, the voice transmission spoke, asking about some of the gates of the Great Array. Yi Chen mastered the secrets. But after all, it has not reached the realm of Deshang, and there are still some omissions in some details. So I took this opportunity to discuss it with Wang. Several of the top formation grandmasters present heard Yi Chen's transmission. Only when Yi Chen wanted to ask them. Don't skimp on that either. After all, there are not many opportunities to make friends with Yi Chen. However, as the exchange deepened, the faces of several people changed. Yi Chen's way of formation, although it is somewhat weak in many details. But on the whole, it is from a high place, many ideas, many opinions said. Even these grandmasters cannot help but give birth to a sense of empowerment. The mouth is suddenly opened. At this moment, several people were completely shocked. 533. After all, in terms of cultivation and combat power, they considered themselves not Yi Chen's opponents. But the way of formation, they have been immersed in their whole lives, and they are particularly proud. But now, he was shocked by Yi Chen's words about building the Mountain Gate Array. What does this mean? Immediately, Elder Taishang of the Heavenly Array Holy Land, the most prestigious Heavenly Array Taoist in the world formation path, opened his mouth incredulously. Tianyan Saint Lord Taoist, he really has such achievements in the formation together. Could it be that the Tao Immortal Array was really broken by Taoist friends himself? When the person's words come out, the audience was shocked, although they could not hear the voice of Fang, Kai Yi Chen, and others. But also know that several people are communicating. No one had thought that just after some exchanges, the Heavenly Array Taoist would say these words in such a gaffe. What this means is self-evident. Just a simple exchange could make the Heavenly Array Taoist and other formation grandmasters so amazed. Could it be? The Tianyan Saint Lord actually had extremely high attainments in the formation. But think of Yi Chen's youthful excessiveness. It's incredible. However, what makes everyone unbelievable is yet to come. For the Heavenly Array Taoist asked in surprise. Yi Chen just smiled faintly and nodded. In Yi Chen's current position, there is no need to deliberately pretend to be anything. When he was communicating with several great masters of the formation Tao, some of what he said was enough for them to speculate about this fact. When Yi Chen nodded, the Heavenly Array Taoist sighed with emotion. At the current age of the Holy Lord, cultivation is so strong, it already makes me feel ashamed of myself. I never expected that the Holy Lord would have such a realm in terms of formation. In the past, I always thought that my formation attainments were unique in the world, but today I know that there are people outside the people, and there is a sky outside the world. Yi Chen's admission, with the emotion of the people of Heavenly Tao, it made the audience in an uproar. The Tianyan Saint Lord not only really understood the formation, but also broke the Tao Yin Immortal Formation on his own. It was even possible to make the Heavenly Array Taoist gesture like this. It's incredible. Tianyan Saint Lord, maybe it's too outrageous. The crowd was truly shocked. How could there be such an all-round talent as the Heavenly Saint Lord in the world? And in the distance, Fang Baiyu was reluctant to see Yi Chen more. Since it has failed, then prepare to leave. In the future, it will definitely be able to find the field. But at this moment, listening to the words of the Heavenly Array Taoist, Fang Baiyu was moved again. Is it really Yi Chen who broke the Tao Yin Immortal Array on his own? How is this possible? The Tao Immortal Array is broad and profound. It was handed down by the moral immortals who opened the sect that year. Even now, The Tao sect can only produce the Tao Yin Immortal Array in the refining period, but still subtle, not to mention cracked by outsiders. Even if you want to learn it from your parents, you may not be able to delve into the mystery in 3 or 5 years. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was trapped for less than an hour. Just found the mystery and broke the formation? How can it be? Fang Baiyu was really shocked and didn't want to believe it. But the status of the Heavenly Array Taoist was there. With his strength and realm in the formation, it is completely impossible to lie, and there is no need to curry favor with Yi Chen, because Yi Chen creates momentum. So, what the Heavenly Array Taoist said was true. This moment, Fang Baiyu's face was completely livid. The Tao Yin Immortal Array was broken, which was definitely a huge loss for his own Tao sect. Fang Baiyu really regretted it this time. He doesn't regret blocking Yi Chen. I only regret that I actually asked the Styx Taoist to make a move. It's time to take action yourself, taking advantage of Yi Chen's first contact with the Tao Yin Immortal Array, and he can't. With a fierce force, kill Yi Chen. How else could it have come to such a troublesome situation? Fang Baiyu stared at Yi Chen coldly. The mysteries of the Tao Yin Immortal Array must not be worn outside. Wait for yourself to break through the fit period. The first thing was to shut Yi Chen completely. This is the moment. Yi Chen is the heart of the place. Those formation grandmasters were just holding the mentality of befriending Yi Chen before, and they planned to give Yi Chen 2 words. At this moment, his expression is solemn. It has become a mutual exchange between fellow practitioners. And the more the way of exchanging formations, the more frightened the few people became. After a long time, the Heavenly Array Taoist of the Heavenly Array Holy Land sighed with emotion. This mountain-guarding array, involved by the Holy Lord, is indeed mysterious, learning from each other's strengths, and my Heavenly Array Holy Land is ashamed of itself. On the other side, a Taishang elder of the formation Holy Land also nodded, revealing a worried look. The formation I am waiting for is a huge gap compared to the formation that the Holy Lord said. If the Tianyan Holy Land enters the formation market, then I may all have to lose. The rest of the people also nodded. These grandmasters are really obedient at this moment. Yi Chen only said a few words, and with incredible means, he added all the magical aspects of the Tao Yin Immortal Array to the Mountain Guarding Array. Extremely feasible. This insight is not comparable to them, and the Mountain Defense Array designed in this way is even more powerful to the extent that it is incomparable. Several formation grandmasters made such a gesture. It shocked the surrounding onlookers. The Heavenly Yin Saint Lord's formation attainments. Even these formation grandmasters were ashamed of themselves? It's outrageous. To know. Yi Chen's strength has been considered by many to be the first in the world. Now the way of formation even has the possibility of being the first. It's really too devilish. And Fang Baiyu listened. His face was even more ugly. The strength is demon, and the way of formation is even more grandmaster. Although he and Yi Chen were at this auction, he did not tear his face. But the attack of the Styx people is known to the world. He and the Tianyan Holy Lord have already made a feud. As evil as the Heavenly Saint Lord. Either befriend it and don't have a vendetta. But if there is a vendetta, it must be completely killed. Originally, Fang Baiyu also thought that after he broke through the merging period, he would suppress Yi Chen, make Yi Chen submit, and do things for himself. But now, Fang Baiyu felt unstable. Do not suppress, and do not want to surrender. Don't give Yi Chen any chance of possible retaliation. After you break through the fit period, the first thing was to kill Yi Chen. No one knew how murderous Fang Baiyu was at the moment. Yi Chen exchanged 2 polite words with the formation masters. That's the end of it. The matter of the Mountain Gate Array. Yi Chen already has a prototype in his heart. It takes a moment to get the design ready. At that time, even the Mountain Gate Array with the Tianyan Holy Land will be changed. And at the moment, Duan Tinya also smiled and said goodbye to Yi Chen. The talent of the Tianyan Saint Lord really makes me jealous. The demeanor of the Tianyan Saint Lord also makes me look forward to becoming an immortal fall in the future. Farewell to the Holy Lord. I, Duan Tinya, are also chasing the immortal Tao. I hope that one day in the future, I will ascend the true path to immortal attainment with the holy day. After Tinya said goodbye, sprinkle away. The figure disappeared directly in place. Obviously, the shifting array was arranged in advance. This teleportation is at least tens of thousands of miles away. There is simply nowhere to be found. This made many people who had been staring at Duan Tinya's power and disappointed. The huge amount of 150 million on Duan Tianya's body is the heart of the Holy Land. Although Duan Tianya is known as the fifth strongest in the immortal cultivation realm, but his strength simply could not keep such a large amount of spirit stones. However, Duan Tianya had obviously thought of it earlier. Drift away, leaving no one a chance to track themselves down. It would be difficult to find him again. And Chen watched Duan Tianya leave, also smiled. In order to seek immortals, this person can sell the immortal weapon, but he has a decision. Chen still hopes that this kind of person can become an immortal in the future. Thoughts are fleeting. Chen looked at the large area of land of the Duan family, looked at the elders of his family, and smiled and said, "From today, this land belongs to my heavenly holy land." When the elders heard this, they were all overjoyed. The rise of the Tianyan Holy Land is unstoppable, and all this was brought by his own holy lord. This auction ended like this, but its impact is only just beginning to spread. Above the fairy net, there is no doubt that it is all news about this auction. This auction was also the most precious auction in the history of the immortal cultivation world, and the most expensive auction in the end. And what happened around the auction? It's even more extraordinary. With incredible speed, the Tianyan Saint Lord broke through again and achieved the middle stage of refining the void. The strong man of the previous era, the third in the world, suddenly blocked the way. Behind it, there is also the figure of the first holy place of the Tao sect. However, the Dao Yin immortal array was broken. The third fall of the world. Chen's invincibility is on full display. What's more, at the immortal weapon auction, he only opened his mouth once, and he obtained the ownership of the immortal weapon. This kind of big event, anyone that happens, is enough to shock the entire immortal cultivation world. Not to mention that these things were all done by the heavenly Saint Lord alone. It's incredible. Therefore, the discussion above the fairy net endures. The heavenly 943 Holy Land has become even more famous. In the minds of immortal cultivators, his status is no weaker than the two top holy places of the Tao sect and the Feather Gate. Even in some ways, it is even more so. A few days later, Tianji Pavilion released a new ranking of the strong. And on this new list, the name of the Styx man disappears. Fang Baiyu came in second. Chen topped the top. When the short video of this ranking appeared, it instantly made Xian Wang boil again. Although many people are speculating about Chen's real combat power, it is no weaker than Fang Baiyu. But even Tianji Pavilion believes so. It's incredible. The Tianyan Saint Lord actually suppressed everything with the realm of the middle stage of refining the void. Ascend to the top of the throne of the #1 powerhouse in the immortal cultivation realm. But there are also many strong people who have different opinions. They believe that the Tianyan Saint Lord was indeed very strong. But the Tianyan Saint Lord was able to kill the Styx Dao people, and he still relied on the formation Dao attainments. The Tianyan Saint Lord cracked the Great Array and even took control of the Cause Array. And the Styx Daoist carelessly entered the Dao Yin Immortal Array and was suppressed by the Dao Yin Immortal Array and was killed by Chen. Killing in this case, it was far less impactful than the Immortal Cultivator had guessed at the beginning, and Chen was more impactful in killing the Styx Daoist with a large array of suppression. Although the formation is also a kind of strength, but compared to pure combat power, it is worse after all. And Fang Baiyu's words. Many strong people saw Fang Baiyu with their own eyes on the day of the auction. That day, Fang Baiyu's temperament was fluttering, and his realm was unfathomable. Outsiders simply can't figure it out. Fang Baiyu is still only 1,000 years old. It was already 200 years ago, breaking through the late stage of refining the void. It is a well-deserved dazzling Tianjiao of this era. Back then, Fang Baiyu had just broken through the late stage of refining the void. He had hunted down and killed a late, refining demon emperor who had provoked the Dao sect for 3 years. In the end, he was killed on the edge of the endless sea, and blood stained the sea for thousands of miles. Just broke through and has such a strong combat power. Now, 200 years later, Fang Baiyu's strength is bound to be even more unfathomable. Therefore, they all believe that it is inaccurate to judge Chen to surpass Fang Baiyu just based on Chen's battle with the Styx Daoist. After all, Fang Baiyu has not made a move for a long time. There are many people who think this way. The two sides argued endlessly, and the Tianji Holy Land, which provoked the heat, is making a lot of money by relying on traffic. But regardless of the argument, all the immortal cultivators on the two continents admitted that Chen's combat power was already at the peak of the two fact states. Only two people who are eligible to stand side by side with Yi Chen are Feng Baiyu and Tuo Boy. And these three people are also regarded as the strongest three in the immortal cultivation world. As for the other three continents, it is not worth mentioning. After all, Mingwang Prefecture has been the strongest continent since the immortal ancient period. The strong can easily suppress the rest of the states. It is also the bad luck of Yinzhou and such a demon as Yichun. The rest of the states are set at most at the level of the big, empty states before the advent of Yichun. There can simply be too bright a strong person. There is such a powerful holy lord as Yichun. The attraction of Tianyan Holy Land to Tianjiao is even greater. The immortal cultivation realm is originally winner-take-all. In Dianzhou, because of the development of the teleportation array, Tianjiao and all corners of Great Yinzhou, as long as it can meet the standard of accepting people from the unrefined Holy Land. He will choose to join the Tianyan Holy Land without hesitation. Unless you can't join, you will choose other holy places, and the power will be regarded as the second choice. But if you can enter, you will never go to other forces. And in Mingwang State, although everyone knew that the branch of the Tianyan Holy Land located in the Ming King Prefecture was still just an empty shell, even the Mountain Gate Array was not built. But the Tianjiao of Mingwang Prefecture did not mind. On the contrary, they're also more excited. After all, there are fewer people now, and the sooner you join it, the more prospects you have. In the past, the first choice ladder for Tianjiao of Mingwangzhou to join the forces is basically the Dao sect or the Feather Gate. And now, the Tianyan Holy Land also entered the first step. Countless geniuses were sent to the Tianyan Holy Land by the family elders. The Tianyan Holy Land had taken away too many genius disciples who should have belonged to the Dao sect and the Feather sect. These two are not easy to talk about, but in the face of the Tianyan Holy Land to snatch new blood, the two major forces did not speak, as if it did not happen. This alone is enough to prove how powerful the deterrent power of the Holy Lord is today. And in the Duan family, Yichen hasn't left immediately since the auction ended. Instead, he chose to sit in the new branch for a period of time. After all, the sect is still in the development stage. Even the great array of mountain gates was dilapidated. In the case of the opponent of the Dao sect, in their absence, the elders are likely to be unable to calm the scene. There will be various hidden dangers, which will affect the development momentum that is being laid down today. And as long as you are there, no one dared to come and make a mistake. But Yichen didn't waste time. This time, Yichen first designed the new Sanmin array construction drawings. Immediately began to work on new applications. Now, new applications have begun to take shape. The new Shanmin Great Array was named the Tianyan Immortal Array by Yichen. There is only one word difference between it and the Dao Yin Immortal Array of the Dao sect. But on the basis of the Dao Yin Immortal Array, the new Mountain Gate Great Array is more functional. Not only is there an extremely tough dueling town, it has more effects such as calming the mind and clearing the mind. The cultivation of the disciples of the entire Mountain Gate Great Array had a huge effect. Don't say disciples. Even the demon beasts in the Holy Land, under the nourishment of this formation, it is easier to improve their cultivation and open their spiritual intelligence. And in addition to these basic functions, the various functions of the Dao Yin Immortal Array were also added to its master by Yichen. Just follow the drawing given by Yichen. It is estimated that even if the immortal cultivation world still has the power of the merging period to hit the door, there is no need to use the immortal weapon. Just relying on the Mountain Gate Array is enough to resist. With such a formation, the cost is naturally high. Even the branch sect took the original holy place to arrange it together, and it required a full 30 million top-grade spirit stones. That's a lot of money. But for today's Tianyan Holy Land, just sprinkle water. After all, today's PHS in the Holy Land is about to be popularized in Mingwang Prefecture. Even after the release of Xianwang short videos, revenue reached a peak again. For example, today, the monthly income of Yinsheng Land has stabilized at 300 million top-grade spirit stones. 300 million top-grade spirit stones. What is this concept? 1 month's income is comparable to a lifetime of accumulation in the major holy places. Even if it is the transaction price of the immortal weapon that sensationalizes the entire immortal cultivation world. In fact, it is only half a month's income of the Tianyan Holy Land. If this news gets out, it will definitely be even more amazing. However, the wealth is not revealed, although the outside world knows that they are very profitable, but they are only speculation. If it is announced, it will attract hatred. Although Chen is the #1 strong, there is no need to make trouble for himself like this. If Chen wants to break through the late stage of refining void, he needs 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. That's just over 3 months' income. However, the spirit stones earned before were all used by themselves to break through. Bid with this immortal weapon, as well as arrange and update the mountain gate array, and transform the interior of the Duan family. The finances of the Tianyan Holy Land do not have too many spirit stones for the time being. So Chen wants to break through the late stage of refining void. It will still take a few months, but Chen isn't in a hurry. The secret of the group character is particularly mysterious, and it needs to be understood. You also need to take more control of your own power. So waiting 3 months to break through is not a bad thing. Moreover, the monthly income of 300 million top-grade spirit stones is not low. It has never been seen before. But compared to the growing demand for Chen's perfect breakthrough, it is not much. After all, breaking through the late stage of refining the void already requires 100 million. That wants to break through the fit period. It definitely takes 10 billion top-grade spirit stones. Therefore, we still need to work hard to update new applications. The new application Chen has already been decided. For the time being, Chen does not plan to get involved in the cultural industry. Because although the cultural industry makes money, it can only be said that it is small money. For example, the live broadcast in the previous life, losing money every year and earning a loneliness. And what novels, TV, movies, and the like, although they also earn, but compared to internet platforms, it can only be said that it is drizzle. Therefore, the cultural industry can only be said to be engaged in for interest after earning enough. But to do it now is time-consuming and thankless. The new application decided upon by Chen is a task platform. That's right, it's a platform where you can give tasks and accept them, similar to the Zhu Beiji in the previous life, or an errand platform. However, the business is more extensive. From running errands to bodyguards to killing enemies to work. As long as it is a task that needs to hire someone, you can publish the task on the task product platform to find the most suitable person. And immortal cultivators can also be based on various task information on the platform. Choose the task that best suits you. As for such an app, is there a way to make money? Chen thinks there is. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, there is this need. Immortal cultivators all need to make money. But like the big family, those with fixed assets are only a minority in the immortal cultivation world. The stores that open are basically organized. In this world of immortal cultivation where there are no companies, state-owned enterprises, and the like. And now I hope that Weibo, Xianwang short videos, and the like can also make money. As for flowers, but those who can earn spirit stones are actually a few people. Most immortal cultivators, not only scattered cultivators, even disciples of great sects, may need to rush for spirit stones. And doing tasks is also very common. For example, in the Great Sect, there is a special task hall. You can let your disciples take tasks inside to obtain cultivation resources. And in the big cities, there are similar brokerage organizations. For example, if someone has a low cultivation and needs a high-level demon beast flesh and blood demon pill, if they can't buy it, they have to ask someone to hunt the demon beast. This is naturally not an easy task. Not to mention the high price, it is easy to appear that the monster beast is indeed killed by the invited person, but people feel that the monster beast material is more useful. Sit on the ground and start the price, or even sell it directly to others ignorant of the deposit and run. 0. Leave employers helpless. And the current mode of taking on tasks is not only unsafe for employers. For immortal cultivators who take over the task, there is no guarantee. It often happens that the employer does what the employer explains, but the employer does not give money or finds various reasons to deduct commissions. There will even be a situation of old people. It's helpless. Every year in the world of immortal cultivation, there are countless blood cases that occur because of these contradictions. In many brokerage intermediaries, there is no conscience at all. The task of 100 spirit stones may only tell you 10 spirit stones. In this industry, pumping half of the commission is conscientious. But there is no way. The situation in the immortal cultivation realm is like this. Half of the mission halls of the great sects of people are for cultivating disciples, and only serve their own disciples, which is naturally reputable. But outside intermediary brokers and the like do not have such concerns. Therefore, in the world of immortal cultivation, making money is also a risky thing. Whether you can get the spirit stone or not, you have to say otherwise. And in this case, launched a platform for 2 continents, where everyone can post tasks and everyone can accept them. At the same time, supervision is carried out to protect the interests of both parties. And their own only take 20% of the task commission. Such an application. Apart from the black-hearted brokers and intermediaries, Chen couldn't imagine anyone else who would refuse the factory. Time is like water. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. However, in the Xianwang Weibo and Xianwang short videos, the discussion about that fairy auction is still enduring. Chen's fame is getting higher and higher. And the short video of that day went viral among countless immortal cultivators, entrenched on the hot list for months. However, there are countless immortal cultivators who regret it, because the immortal cultivators outside the formation could only shoot the picture of the Tianyan Saint Lord being attacked and trapped in the formation. As for what is the situation in the big array, no one knows. But today, the elder of the Tianyan Holy Land posted a short video, which immediately caused a sensation. In the video, the Styx people are like an abyss. Overwhelming suppression brings fear from the bottom of the heart. There is nowhere to run. 620. And at this moment, the Tianyan Saint Lord in the video just raised his hand and struck a blow. The overwhelming river Styx instantly dissipated. Countless grievances have been wiped out. Invincibility is on display. It turned out to be a picture in the middle of a large array. Obviously, it was taken by the elders. In just an instant, this video attracted the attention of countless immortal cultivators. All immortal cultivators want to know, how exactly did the Tianyan Saint Lord break the formation and suppress the people of the Styx? And soon, that elder of the Tianyan Holy Land posted more videos. Every video is amazing. The Dao Yin Immortal Array, Heavenly Dao Imperial Qi was terrifying. Even during the refining period, you have to retreat. However, the Heavenly Yin Holy Lord easily broke it. After that, he even raised his hand to easily seize the formation of the Dao Xing Immortal Array. Use the formation of the Styx Dao people to suppress the Styx Dao people. Look at the incredible shocked eyes of the Styx people in the video. All viewers are in the same mood. It's incredible. In the middle of a big array, it's already incredible to be able to break the formation. As for the abrupt one from the hands of the enemy, snatching away the authority of the formation, that's a myth. However, the Lord did just that. After that, the Tianyan Saint Lord forcefully suppressed the people of the Styx Dao. The people of the Styx bowed their heads and begged for mercy and confessed to the culprit. Eventually fell. Every video, the immortal cultivators who watched it were hardy. The Heavenly Yin Holy Lord is simply a myth. Incredible, really incredible. Why do I feel that even if the Holy Lord does not understand the formation, he can raise his hand to suppress the Styx Dao people? Indeed, at the beginning, the Holy Lord's expression was too calm, and it was too casual to raise his hand to break through the Heavenly Dao Imperial Qi, and he couldn't see the limit of the Holy Lord at all. Before, I didn't think that the Holy Lord was really the #1 in the world, but now I don't doubt it. With the strength shown by the Holy Lord, that by you is probably not an opponent. Terrifying. The #1 powerhouse in the immortal cultivation realm for less than 100 years. If the Holy Lord is placed in the immortal ancient period, I am afraid that he will definitely be able to become the existence of others. I think that the Holy Lord can become an immortal even now. After all, even if the Holy Lord reaches the refining period, the breakthrough speed has not slowed down in the slightest. In this era, it is basically impossible to become an immortal, but the Holy Lord may be able to break through the convergence period. The talent of cultivating immortals is already so enchanting, and the talent of the formation path has reached an unprecedented level, and the existence of such demons makes any genius in this era become bleak. No, I want to join the Tianyan Holy Land, and with such a strong person, there will definitely be great benefits in the future. I applied online, and I have already received an invitation from the Yin Holy Land to directly become an inner disciple. Upstairs directly into the inner gate, this must be a Saint's Son level talent. Please hug your thighs. I'm a dispersal cultivator in the Transformation God period, and I also applied for the Tianyan Holy Land, hoping to enter as an elder, and the treatment of the elders of the Tianyan Holy Land is too enviable. Even the elders of the Dao sect are envious. Countless immortal cultivators talked about it. It is also to let people go to another level of the immortal net of the Tianyan Holy Land. And in the Dao sect, Fang Baiyu is practicing his state of mind by brushing life videos. He felt that the opportunity was at hand. Maybe not long after, you will touch the threshold of the fit period. However, just after Fong Baiyu watched a video recording his life by delivering a courier. The next one shows a picture of the battle. This made Fong Baiyu unhappy. With his strength, what kind of strong people fight, in his eyes, is just ordinary. However, when he saw the two sides of the battle, his face sank. Chen, 6 people. It turned out to be a video of the battle in the formation. Fong Baiyu sees Chen as a great enemy and a threat. It has been determined that it must be eradicated in the future. At this moment, he naturally put away his contempt and looked at it seriously. And when he watched Chen in the video, he showed his otherworldly strength. The face is particularly ugly. And Chen's ability to break the Dao Yin immortal array so easily made him frown. Chen, the combat power is so strong. When Fong Baiyu finished brushing a series of videos and saw the beginning and end clearly, he frowned. Chen's strength is really beyond his imagination. Originally, Baiyu was confident. Chen is a demon, though. But if he is a small realm higher than Chen, he will naturally be stronger than Chen. After all, he is also the top demon on the mainland. How can it be inferior to cultivate someone lower than yourself? The reason why he didn't make a move before and tolerated it temporarily was mainly because he didn't have the confidence to suppress Chen in a short time. If Chen escapes, he hides in the Holy Land. Then after breaking through the merging period, it will be difficult to kill Chen. Instead, it scares the snake. That's why Fong Baiyu planned to strike a thunderous blow to Chen after breaking through the merging period. Completely killed. However, see today's video. Fong Baiyu discovered a fact that he could not accept. That Chen, who is a small realm lower than himself, maybe really stronger than I am now. On the day of the auction, he personally shot it, or he may hate it. For point 0. This discovery made Fong Baiyu's expression gloomy to the extreme. Be a genius. The most intolerable thing is to be surpassed by other geniuses. What's more, Chen's talent is completely crushing himself. This son, you can't stay. With his talent, he will definitely be able to go further on the immortal road. If I let it go, he will even surpass me in the realm every day, which is not a false talk. And the 6 people in the video personally admitted that they were instigated by me, and they were already revenge. Since it is an enemy, it must not stay. When I break through the convergence period, the first thing I do is to kill this son. At this moment, Fong Baiyu strengthened his determination to get rid of Chen. He stopped scrolling through short videos about Chen, soon regained his peace of mind, and continued to sharpen his state of mind. Outside, rumors about Chen are still surging. Countless Tianjiao were eclipsed in front of Chen. Countless nuns stopped Chen's figure in their hearts. Immortal capital. This is the most apt description of Chen. The controversy over Chen's ranking is also over. Chen's talent is terrifying. Even if many people believe that Chen's current combat power may still be inferior to Fong Baiyu. But as long as Chen maintains this breakthrough speed, wait for Chen to break through to the late stage of refining. That combat power surpassed Fong Baiyu, and there was no suspense. And in the former Duan family land, it has now been completely transformed. The mountain gate, which was originally a bit vicissitudes and old, was completely replaced with a new one. The word Duan family was taken off. The majestic and atmospheric 4 characters of Tianyan Holy Land were hung in the most conspicuous position. And the mountain gate array here has also been completely renewed. The previous Duan family's mountain gate array, although the power was not bad. But in the end, it is broken, and for the strong, there is not much deterrent. But now it's different. Just get closer. You can feel a majestic atmosphere, coiling 17 above the mountain gate. All the immortal cultivators who approached, even the power of the refining period, fell in their hearts, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Everyone knew that this was a large array designed by the Tianyan Saint Lord. Just normal operation, not urged, all have such power. If the real enemy is opened, what kind of situation should it be? The emotion of a heavenly array Taoist that day. Sure enough, it's not a commercial blow-up. The heavenly Yin Saint Lord's attainment on the formation path is really unique. Of course, because most immortal cultivators did not expect to see the moment when the big array of enemies would be seen. After all, with the current strength of the Tianyan Saint Lord, there are absolutely no immortal cultivators who dare to come to the Tianyan Holy Land to divide the sect and create the Second Order. On the mountain entrance road of the Tianyan Holy Land, there were even more crowds. Teenagers with supreme talent from all over Mingwang Prefecture rushed to request to enter the mountain gate. The Tianyan Holy Land is now in the limelight. Now do not take advantage of the establishment of separate sects. There are insufficient personnel, and standards are not added to it. If you want to join in the future, the estimated standard will have to be much higher, which will not be easy. And the internal affairs elder, who came to preside over the subsect. Listening to the number of disciples recruited daily, it is also extreme. Mingwang Prefecture is worthy of being the center of immortal cultivators. The number of talented immortal cultivators was simply not comparable to that of Great Yinzhou. In Dianzhou, maybe it takes a year to recruit 1 or 2 Tianjiao. In Mingwang Prefecture, one can appear in 3 or 5 days. The number of genius disciples skyrocketed. One can imagine how far their future power will develop. It was indeed the wisest choice to establish a branch sect in Mingwangzhou. And in today's lively Tianyan Holy Land, it is divided. In the depths of the sect, once in the forbidden land of the Duan family, Chen slowly opened his eyes. It's been 3 months. However, the new application has been basically perfected, and it only needs to be slightly modified to launch. After launching the new application, I can go to retreat and break through the late stage of refining. Chen was satisfied. However, to launch a new application, you need to operate next to the Tianyan Immortal Book. Therefore, he wants to return to the Tianyan Holy Land in Dianzhou. Besides, Chen is more used to it there. There are masters, Gu Yinyan, Gu Suner, and the arrogant and duplicitous Yaoqi Holy Lord, and others. As for the security of the subclans, now there are immortal weapons, and there's a new mountain gate array. Even if the Daozong turned his face and wanted to attack, he was completely fearless. In this case, whether you're sitting in it, it doesn't matter anymore. Thinking of this, Chen intends to go back. But before going back, Chen needs to show up. After all, the sect is in urgent need of manpower, and many strong people have been recruited from the outside. But the manpower recruited in this way, people's hearts are uneven after all. It is not as heartfelt as the strong people you cultivate. So Chen has to show up before leaving to calm people's hearts. Chen has always been decisive. The PHS airplane mode was immediately turned off. The Foreign Affairs Minister was contacted. Informed the Foreign Affairs elders to summon all the elders in the current subsect. When the news comes out, it's just a moment. The entire Tianyan Holy Land sect moved. All the elders, no matter what they were doing at the moment, immediately put down what they were doing and flew to the Holy Lord Peak in the center of the Holy Land. This was once the clan land of the Duan family's master, and it was the most majestic. Since the Tianyan Holy Land took over, it was transformed here as soon as possible. A brand new magnificent hall of the Holy Lord, about 100 meters high, with countless divine patterns engraved, was established. The elders who had just joined the Tianyan Holy Land were shocked when they saw such a magnificent scene. The wealth of the Tianyan Holy Land is really amazing. Half an hour before Chen's command, the elders had all arrived. All the new elders were in awe and admiration for this Saint Lord who had caused a sensational immortal cultivator. And these elders knew each other. So at this moment, the 3 of them got together in 2s and 3s to discuss the benefits of joining the Tianyan Holy Land. Chief Zhangdao, you have actually become an elder of the Tianyan Holy Land. Don't you dislike restraints the most? You even refused the invitation of the Feather Gate at the beginning. How could you come here? Someone was surprised to see an old man dressed in a cyan Taoist robe with white hair. The old man was a refining master. Although he is a scattered cultivator, his refining level is not weaker than that of Elder Taishang of the refining Holy Land, sought after by countless powers. I only hope that this Zhang Dao 970 people can help them refine their weapons. Such an existence was actually invited? Hearing this, Zhang Daoren shook his head. No way, the conditions given by the Tianyan Holy Land are too amazing. As long as I come to serve as the peak master of the refining peak, in addition to providing me with an offering of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones every year, the Tianyan Holy Land also provides me with many precious materials that I can't buy. I can also release all the refining texts in the Immortal Net Hidden Scripture Pavilion for me to consult. My refining level has reached the bottleneck. I need a lot of material experiments, and I also need to read all kinds of refining texts for me to understand. And the only one who can satisfy me is the Holy Land of Heaven. And the Tianyan Holy Land gives so much, but I only need to serve as the peak master of the refining instrument, and at the same time recruit 5 personal disciples every year, and refine a top-level Dao weapon in 10 years. It's really easy, Tianyan Holy Land. It's really too much to give. Zhang Daoren sighed. When the elders beside him heard this, they all nodded. Oh yes, Tianyan Holy Land is really too much to give. It is an immortal cultivator who no longer likes bondage. Be thrilled in the face of such conditions. On the riches. The Tianyan Holy Land is really unique in the immortal cultivation realm. It is the Dao sect, the Feather Gate, and other top forces in the mighty Ming Kingdom state for nearly 10,000 years. In front of the Tianyan Holy Land, they will all bow their heads in humiliation. And Zhang Daoren's words also aroused the sympathy of everyone. There are many powerful men with great reputations in Ming Wangzhou. There are even 2 void refining powers. One of the existences in the mid-stage of void refinement is one of the top 10 powerhouses listed in the Heavenly Mystery Holy Land. Those casual cultivators who can reach this level will have extraordinary aptitude and have a lot of opportunities. It's not that there are no big forces. Even the Holy Land has invited these existences. But they didn't like being tied down and never promised. But now join Tianyan Holy Land. It is really too much given by Tianyan Holy Land. Of course, it's not just that. The influence brought by Chen is also huge. The Lord Tianyan is really too monstrous and has convinced many veteran powerhouses. These 2 experts in the void refinement stage came here for Chen. In the stage of transforming God's present, there are about 10 statues. In the nascent soul stage, there are even hundreds of them. In terms of strength, the stratification has far exceeded the level of Great Yenzhou. However, since they joined the Tianyan Holy Land, they have never seen the Tianyan Holy Lord. After all, people's hearts are somewhat inconsistent. There was a lot of discussion among the people. A figure came to the hall. The moment that person appeared, all the powerhouses immediately fell silent. The person here is naturally Chen. I have seen the Holy Lord. At this moment, all the elders present immediately bowed their heads and saluted. Hearing this, Chen smiled lightly, his figure changed, and the next moment he sat on top of the saint. Elders, no courtesy. The branch sect of Tianyan Holy Land has just been established. I am very pleased that you can join. Right now, 1,000 things are waiting to be done, and all the elders need to pay a lot of attention. In my Tianyan Holy Land, rewards and punishments have always been clear. Work hard and get the most rewards. If you want to leave, you can say as much as you want. Tianyan Holy Land, never force anyone to stay. But if it's a betrayal, I'll hunt it down myself. So I hope that the elders will not make mistakes in the future. Chen spoke very directly. However, all the elders bowed their heads, and no one showed dissatisfaction. Chen glanced at the crowd and stopped talking. It is possible that there were no spies sent by other holy places present. But it doesn't matter. If you want to become an elder, you have to hand over a trace of your soul to refine the lamp of life. And there is also a contract of heaven. Not foolproof, though. But if someone really wants to betray, Chen is confident that he can easily suppress it. Elder Foreign Affairs. How is the construction of various newspapers? Chen looked directly at the Foreign Affairs elder. The Foreign Affairs elder hurriedly said, Holy Master, the construction of the 18th main peak of the branch sect has been completed, and the personnel have been prepared. The total number of elders above the nascent soul stage of the branch sect has reached 3,000 deacons, and the total number of disciples of the branch sect has reached 200,000 now. Now there are only some details that are missing, and we need to slowly check and fill in the gaps. But the sect as a whole is on the right track. Hearing this, Chen nodded. 200,000 disciples? 400 elders? 3,000 deacons? The speed of recruiting people is not slow. After that, Xinhuang's business continued to develop, but it was not afraid of lack of people. Wherever people are needed, just issue Zoman missions to the disciples. The talents cultivated by oneself are also more at ease. How is the penetration rate of PHS devices in Mingwang Prefecture? Chen opened his mouth lightly. This is also a very important thing. Hearing this, the Elder Foreign Affairs showed excitement on his face. Before, the popularity rate of PHS has been rising steadily. However, since you, Holy Master, broke the Daoyin Immortal Formation, destroyed the Taoists of Mingyi, and won the auction of the Immortal Artifact, it has had a huge impact. It made countless immortal cultivators want to see the scene at that time. But if you want to see specific pictures and videos, you must have a PHS. So these days, the products of the major authorized production forces that cooperate with us are all selling well. Popularity is rising tenfold these days. Now in Ningguang Prefecture, there are already 9.5 billion immortal cultivators using our PHS. The penetration rate has basically reached 95%. 95%? When Chen heard this, the corners of Chen's mouth curled up. This rate of ascent was indeed beyond my imagination. It's a good thing. What about the income? The popularity of PHS has risen. As the number of users of Xianwang increases, the share of various applications and advertising revenue will inevitably skyrocket. And heard Chen's question. The smile on the face of the foreign affairs elder couldn't be restrained any longer. Holy Master, last month, our monthly income reached C top-grade spirit stones. 400 million high-grade spirit stones? All the elders present were in awe of Chen, did not dare to interrupt, and listened quietly all the time. But when he heard the monthly income of Tianyan Holy Land at this moment, he couldn't help it anymore. Involuntarily let out an exclamation sound. 400 million high-grade spirit stones? What a huge sum of money. The most important is, this turned out to be only 1 month's income. God! Even the elders who were present at the void refining stage, who had seen the world, were all amazed in their hearts. During the refining period, Dening's annual income is about 1 million. This is already a remarkable number. But in front of the figure of 400 million, it seems too small. After all, the auction of immortal artifacts that caused a sensation in the entire world of cultivating immortals. It was only a transaction price of 150 million. Such a terrifying transaction price is even less than half of the monthly income of Tianyan Holy Land. It's outrageous. The grand competition of Nua's auction attracted the attention of the whole continent. There were even many elders present, and they all came to this grand meeting at that time. They could tell that they were all trying their best to bid for the immortal weapon with their background. But no one thought of it. Tianyan Holy Land actually only took out half of the monthly income. This really makes the elders doubt life. The wealth of Tianyan Holy Land really surpassed their imagination. And the income of PHS and Xianwang applications is countless times higher than outside estimates. 400 million high-grade spirit stones. Thinking of this number, Elderly was terrified. But in their hearts, they were extremely happy with Ming. Without him, my holy land is so rich. Then as elders, don't they also have great benefits? At this moment, countless elders were extremely grateful for their decision to join Tianyan Holy Land. Has the income risen to 400 million high-grade spirit stones? Pretty good. After Chen heard this number, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Now, the penetration rate in Ningguang Prefecture has reached 95%. It will take some time for the remaining 500 million people to use it. So in the next time, we will patiently continue to invest in infrastructure such as teleportation array and Inyan Pavilion in Ningguang Prefecture. At the same time, release new applications for PHS, add new functions, attract more immortal practitioners to use, and increase total income. Wait until Ningguangzhou is fully popularized and stabilized. Then PHS can be spread to the remaining 3 continents, completely enveloped the entire world of cultivating immortals. There is only one way to spread the business all over the world of cultivating immortals. Only Chen can earn enough spirit stones to make 4 people. Very good. Seeing the shocked expressions of the elders in the hall, the corners of Chen's mouth curled up. After that, Wang Changchun will be the suzerain of the sect. Taoist Kong Ming is the deputy suzerain. The rest of the duties will be assigned by the 2 of you. The biggest task of the sect is to cultivate talents and to provide a steady stream of talents for businesses all over Ningguang Prefecture. Chen simply announced the appointment of branch sect personnel. Hearing this, the elders of Rizhong immediately looked at Wang Changchun. Wang Changchun is the cultivation base of the early stage of Huashan. 563. Whether it's combat power or cultivation, among the elders present, they can only be said to be mid-range, not outstanding. However, there was no jealousy or dissatisfaction among the crowd. Without him, Wang Changchun used to be the elder of artifact refining in Tianyan Holy Land. He has been following the Lord Tianyan's side on the saddle and has deep trust in the Lord Tianyan. It is inevitable for him to be the suzerain. As for cultivation, not very important. After all, with the current reputation of his own holy master, there are only a handful of forces that have the courage to find trouble with branch sects. Even if they really come to the door, other elders will also take action. And Taoist Nakong Ming was the only existence in the mid-stage of void refinement present. Hearing the words, he immediately leaned over to Thank you, Holy Master, for your trust. I will definitely live up to the expectations of the Holy Master. But Wang Changchun had expected this appointment, but at the same time, he was a little surprised. He begged Yi Chun on his own initiative, hoping to stay in Mingwang Prefecture. It's not that he doesn't want to go back to Great Yinzhou. He wants to go back. After all, deep in Yinzhou, it is not too far from the holy land of Yaoqi. As long as you want to see Fairy Qingqing, you can go to see Caf at any time. But the problem is, Fairy Qingqing falls in love with the Holy Lord. This time, he took the initiative to come to Mingwang Prefecture with the Holy Master. Even if he was attacked by Taoist sticks, he would never leave. And what about the Lord? The cultivation base is extremely high because of his superior capital. Only the Holy Master can give Fairy Qingqing a better future and make Fairy Qingqing go further. The two are a match made in heaven. Why should I go back and feel sad? However, Wang Changchun originally planned to stay in the branch sect as an elder. But he never expected that Yi Chun would directly give him the position of subclan suzerain. Thank you, Holy Lord. Wang Changchun leaned down and spoke gratefully. Yi Chun smiled slightly and waved his hands. No need to be polite. After deciding on most matters, Yi Chun looked around at the group of elders and said calmly, I will return to Great Yinzhou to prepare for the new application later. Shortly after, the new application will be launched, and the branches must prepare for the launch of the new application in advance. I heard that Yi Chun is going to Great Yinzhou. Everyone was a little surprised. After all, Ming Wangzhou surpassed Great Yinzhou by a lot in every aspect. However, the decision made by a person like the Holy Master naturally has its own reasons. There is no need for everyone to doubt. But when he heard the expressions of all the elders present changed, revealing expressions of astonishment. Holy Lord unexpectedly came up with a new application. Among the PHS applications, one is better than the other. It has changed the lives of countless cultivators, even if it is the great power in the refining stage present here. There is also no way to avoid which apps. For example, Xianwang Auction House. If there are any materials that are not easy to find on weekdays, medicines, or treasures, entering the Xianwang Auction House, most of them can be easily found. As long as there is a spirit stone, if the auction is successful, you can get it the next day. This is countless times more convenient than taking years or even decades to find any special material pills in the past. And others such as Xianwang Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, Xianwang Taba, and so on. It is an application that cannot be avoided on the road of cultivating immortals. As for applications such as Xianwang Weibo and Xianwang Short Videos, seems like it's just entertainment. In fact, through these applications, it is possible to immediately end what happened in any corner of the world of cultivating immortals. Any opportunity, any benefit, be the first to know. There will no longer be a certain secret realm that has appeared for a year and was searched for by others, and I only know about it. It can be said that every application in Xianwang has hit the pain points of immortal cultivators. Cultivating immortals with apps and cultivating immortals without apps are completely two kinds of difficulty. In this case, Holy Lord actually has a new app to launch? This kind of thing, even ordinary immortal cultivators from the outside world are definitely very interested. What's more, they are still the elders of the branch sect of Tianyan Holy Land. Hey! Only half a year has passed since the release of Xianwang's short video. The Lord unexpectedly came up with a new application. This talent, this efficiency is really amazing. And the elders of Tianyan Holy Land who were present before also showed a look of anticipation. Although I have been with my Holy Master for a long time, I have seen this kind of scene a lot. But they still couldn't help but have curiosity and anticipation in their hearts. What kind of new application did my Holy Master come up with? To be honest, in their opinion, the applications in the Immortal Net can be said to cover all aspects of cultivation. They really couldn't think of what the new application that the Holy Master said would be. Dare to ask the Lord, what is the new application? What preparations should we make before the new application goes online? Wang Changchun asked curiously. Hearing this, the corners of Yi Chen's mouth curled up, and he smiled slightly. The name of the new app is tentatively named Xianwang Quest Hall. Hear Yi Chen say the name of the new app. Everyone present widened their eyes and thought in their hearts. FairyNet Mission Hall? This name is consistent with the tasks that all major forces have. Could it be this new application of the Lord? Is it similar to the mission halls that the major forces already have? For a moment, everyone's thoughts changed rapidly, and they speculated one after another. Seeing everyone's expressions, Yi Chen smiled slightly. That's right, it's exactly what you think. Including in my Tianyan Holy Land, there is also a mission hall, and the function of the Xianwang Mission Hall is similar to that of the mission halls of the major forces. Yi Chen wasn't keeping it secret. Simple and straightforward, it explained everyone's confusion. It's really a mission hall. What's the point? There were newly joined elders who were puzzled, thinking that this new mission hall was meaningless. After all, this is different from the previous application. Seemingly, it has nothing to do with cultivating immortals. But there are also elders who think more. A newly joined elder asked cautiously, Holy Master, did you launch this quest hall to drive all the cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals to do something for us? After all, we are still short of manpower. In many places, we need foreign cultivators to do it for us. And with the convenience of PHS, our Tianyan Holy Land only needs to publish tasks in PHS, and all cultivators can see them, thus attracting interested cultivators. 1. As for our Tianyan Holy Land, we are rich and powerful, and the most indispensable thing is spirit stones. The Holy Master is indeed a genius. He actually thought of using this method to drive all the cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals to do things for us. This person flattered and wanted to win Yi Chen's favor. When the surrounding elders heard the words, they also thought about it. Is this new application for this purpose? Thinking about it this way, it will be of some use at that time. However, in terms of importance and quality, it is still incomparable with previous applications. And it doesn't have much to do with them. It cannot help them practice like other applications. So everyone's interest suddenly dropped a lot. When Yi Chen heard the words of the sycophant elder, a smile appeared on his face. Immediately, in the eyes of everyone, he nodded. You are right. Hearing this, the elder's face was filled with joy. The rest of the elders calmed down. However, Yi Chen's words were not finished. Yi Chen shook his head again, but not quite right. In an instant, the elders present were all stunned. Right? But not quite right? Is that right or wrong? Does the mission hall have other mysteries? Yi Chen looked at the expressions of the crowd, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Just like what the elder said, we can indeed issue tasks to all the cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals in the mission hall. Through our financial resources, we can easily mobilize the cultivators in the entire world of cultivating immortals, thus enhancing the influence of our Tianyan Holy Land. But the role of the mission hall is far more than that, because it's not just our Tianyan Holy Land who can issue missions. The major holy places and the major forces can issue missions on them after they have been certified. And not just power. Any immortal cultivator, as long as he pays the starting deposit, he can also post his resignation on it. The most important function of this new app is to allow anyone to post tasks in the Xianwang Mission Hall. Hearing this, everyone present could not help but widen their eyes. An application that allows any force, any cultivator to issue missions? Everyone vaguely thought of something, but I didn't fully figure out what the real meaning of this app is. What kind of changes will it bring to the world of cultivating immortals? Seeing everyone's expressions, Yi Chen smiled faintly and asked the elder who had just spoken, Elder, what if you found a relic? But this relic needs 3 people to open it together, and they must be in the same realm as you, and one of them needs to be proficient in formation. What would you do in this situation? The elder was taken aback by Yi Chen's sudden question, but he still hurriedly replied, In this case, first find your friends around you and see if you can get them together. The elder didn't think long, because among cultivators, there are many ruins or secret realms that require many people. We all have. The rest of the elders also nodded when they heard the answer. This is basically normal operation, everyone does. Hearing this, Yi Chen smiled. What if your friends don't meet the standards? None up to standard? In fact, it is also very common. It is impossible for a cultivator to have too many friends. Naturally, there will be situations where no qualified friends can be found. But the elder said quickly, In this case, I will ask my friends to help find qualified people. Or ask people, and invite some famous immortal cultivators who you don't know. Yi Chen nodded. Then how long will it take? Hearing this, the elder thought for a moment and replied, Depending on the situation, sometimes if everything goes well, you can find the minister in 3 to 5 days. But if it doesn't go well, it may take a month or 2, or even 3 to 5 months, or a year or 2. The rest of the elders nodded empathetically. Indeed so. Immortal cultivators are no better than ordinary people. With a long lifespan, it is normal to retreat for 3 to 5 years at every turn. In this case, sometimes waiting for someone to wait for a long time is really not uncommon. An elder present was even more saddened. 0 for flowers. Back then he discovered an ancient ruin. I was so excited that I thought I was going to rise. But the requirement to enter the ruins is really too tricky. In order to get the manpower together, the elders spent 10 years. But the harvest in the last relic was extremely bleak, and it made the elders feel uncomfortable thinking about it. I actually spent so long on a rubbish relic. After this matter was learned by a friend, it became a dark history of his own. Listen to the elder's answer. Chen smiled slightly. That is to say, the waiting time for recruiters does not guarantee the time, right? The elder nodded immediately. Chen looked around at the elders, seeing their empathy, and said loudly, "This is the case when you find someone by yourself. But what if it's through the Immortal Net Mission Hall? The Immortal Net Mission Hall, once launched, will include all immortal cultivators from the entire immortal cultivating world. If you need it, as long as you issue a mission, you can choose from among the cultivators in the entire world of cultivating immortals. In this case, how fast do you think the speed of recruiting people will be?" After hearing what their Holy Master said, everyone finally understood. The new application mentioned by the Holy Master can still be used like this? An elder thought about it seriously, and then a longing look appeared on his face. Indeed, if there is such an application, then the speed at which they muster manpower will be due to the appointment. At this moment, especially the elder who has been looking for someone for 10 years. It is full of emotions in my heart. If it were the new application of the Holy Master, it would have been 20 years earlier. In that case, I wouldn't waste so much time. But at the moment, there were also elders who frowned in thought, thinking that although what the Holy Master said was correct, there were some problems in some places. Taoist Kong Ming, who had just been appointed as the deputy suzerain, said even more, "Holy Master, your new application, roughly speaking, is really good. But the problem is to explore the ruins together, in addition to the companion itself. The character of the companion are also very important. After all, the world of cultivating immortals is not peaceful. It is possible to fight for a single spirit stone, let alone a place like the ruins where precious treasures may appear. The companions I'm looking for are either fellows who know the basics, or fellows who are well known. At least you don't have to worry too much about being backstabbed or being attacked. But this kind of random companion is very difficult to make people feel at ease. If you can't feel at ease, even if the other party really has no malicious intentions when exploring the ruins, each other will put more attention on guarding against each other. This situation is even more dangerous. Taoist Kong Ming's words are not without reason. Saying it at this moment made all the elders realize what they had neglected before. It is indeed as Taoist Kong Ming said. Exploring ruins is inherently dangerous. There may be ancient killing arrays in the ruins, and there may be various vicious spirit beasts. If you can't work together to deal with it, you have to be wary of each other. The casualty rate would be even higher. Thinking about it this way, it is better to find friends by yourself or choose your own companions. At least I can feel more at ease. However, although the elders agreed in their hearts, but he did not. After all, this is the new application of the Lord. To refute at this moment, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of the Holy Master? Now they have just taken refuge in Tianyan Holy Land, and they don't know much about Tianyan Holy Lord. If it annoyed the Holy Master, it would not be worth the loss. And Taoist Kong Ming dared to say that, and he also had his own picture book. He is in existence in the mid-stage of second 5-3 of Lianxiu. Although he is a casual cultivator, he also has a great reputation in Mingwang Prefecture. Being one of the top 10 experts is the best proof of his strength. So he wasn't too worried. If the Lord Tianyan was really angry because he pointed out the problem, that can only show that the structure of the Tianyan Holy Lord is too small. Such a holy master may be able to have a moment of glory, but the future is bound to boom and bust. If it is really targeted because of this, then there is no need for the Lord Tianyan to target. We'll take the initiative to leave. Such a holy place, it doesn't matter if you don't wait. Taoist Kong Ming pointed out the problem so bluntly. There was no trace of anger on Chen's face. Instead, he smiled and looked at Taoist Kong Ming. The deputy suzerain is right. If the Immortal Net Mission Hall only acts as an intermediary, such problems will indeed arise. In this case, the safety of the immortal cultivators will not be guaranteed. But the problem is that Xianwang Mission Hall does not just act as an intermediary. While acting as an intermediary, the Xianwang Mission Hall will also restrain both parties and protect the power of both parties. Taoist Kongming was slightly taken aback when he heard the words. He had thought that he would receive the Holy Master's rebuttal, but he never thought that the Holy Master agreed with his question. And Yi had thought of this problem a long time ago and made a response. Bind both parties? Guarantee the rights of both parties? How to bind? How to guarantee? Taoist Kongming was quite curious for a while. The same goes for the rest of the elders. Does this Immortal Net Mission Hall have functions that they have not guessed? Everyone was looking at the young Holy Master above the Holy Throne. Want to know this Holy Master? What idea is beyond their expectations? Yi Chun, on the other hand, looked at Taoist Kongming with a flat face and asked, Deputy Suzerain, you must have experienced many similar relic explorations in your life. The companions who explore may be their own friends or their friends' friends, and there are also some famous and powerful people. This may not be considered as knowing the bottom line, but it is already familiar. The Deputy Suzerain, tell me, even if this is the case, after entering the ruins and discovering treasures, has there been any internal strife? Hearing this, Taoist Kongming frowned slightly. He is a casual cultivator. Naturally, this kind of exploration of the ruins should not be done. Some have been discovered by themselves, and some have been invited. As for the probability of infighting, to be honest, even if everyone has various relationships with each other, they're closer than ordinary cultivators. But once a priceless treasure appears in the ruins, the probability of internal strife is simply not too high. Let alone friends. Even if they are biological brothers, they may turn against each other. After all, Xinlu isn't a word. Therefore, it is difficult for anyone to remain calm in front of treasure. Back then, Taoist Kongming was attacked by his sworn elder brother in a relic. If it wasn't for the chance and coincidence that he succeeded in counter-killing, he might have already fallen. Therefore, even the companions found in the circle of friends are not completely reliable. Taoist Kongming did not lie and nodded seriously. It is indeed not very stable. Once the treasure exceeds the expected range, the probability of internal strife is indeed very high. But the problem is that exploring the ruins with friends is already so dangerous. Wouldn't it be more dangerous to explore with strangers? Hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head. No. The team formed through the Immortal Net Mission Hall will not be more dangerous. On the contrary, it will be safer than the team formed by acquaintances. Taoist Kongming disagreed with Yi Chen's words, but he didn't open his mouth and quietly listened to the Holy Master's words. But Yi Chen only paused for a moment and then continued to speak. In the Xianwang Mission Hall, it seems that anyone can post missions, but in fact, there are thresholds. That is to send the task rewards in advance to Tianyan Holy Land for safekeeping through Xinwang's flash payment. 0. And if it's a task like teaming up to explore the ruins, the initiator and the immortal cultivator who accept the task must both pay the same amount of huge deposits. After the mission starts, the immortal cultivator can open the recording system in the mission hall and automatically record the mission process in real time through the Immortal Network Photostone. If the PHS realizes that the immortal cultivator died during the mission, or the PHS is destroyed, the recorded video of the mission process will be sent to the background of Tianyan Holy Land at the last moment. All immortal cultivators who post or accept missions in the Immortal Net Mission Hall will be required to do so. Once a participant dies during a mission, Tianyan Holy Land has the right to retrieve images of the mission process to confirm the identity of the immortal cultivators. Is it normal to die? If it is a normal death and there is no compensation clause, Tianyan Holy Land will not intervene. But if it is found that the immortal cultivator died abnormally, he will be killed by his teammates. The team of immortal cultivators and accomplices who killed the killer will be deducted from the security deposit as a pension, and the use of PHS as a punishment will be forbidden for eternity. In serious cases, Tianyan Holy Land will even carry out a hunt. And if there is any dispute during the mission, you can also upload a video and apply for a ruling from Tianyan Holy Land. For example, the mission stated that the spoils should be shared equally, but one of them relied on his own strength to coerce the other immortal cultivators to give up the spoils, thus taking all the spoils for himself. Then the rest of the team members can submit an arbitration to Tianyan Holy Land in a safe place. 4.5. After the Tianyan Holy Land confirms the authenticity of the matter through the video, it will deduct all the deposits of the immortal cultivator and compensate several others, and ask the immortal cultivator to take out the part of the spoils that should be shared equally. If the other party rejects the request of the Tianyan Holy Land, the Tianyan Holy Land will ban the other party's use authority and hunt down the other party by itself, or issue a reward task to hunt down the other party. As soon as this kind of regulation comes out, I think, whether it is the immortal cultivator who issued the mission or the immortal cultivator who received the mission, they should be at ease. Chen spoke quietly. The hall became more and more quiet. All the elders' eyes widened involuntarily. The immortal net mission hall, that the Lord said. Follow the mission hall they are familiar with. Except for the same name, other places are simply not the same. Mission hall. How can you still play like this? Elders, put yourself in your shoes and think about it. In this case, how would you choose? It is to continue to explore the ruins in a team with the familiar Taoist friends under the constraints of morality, or under the protection of the rules of the Fairy Net Mission Hall. Form a team to explore the ruins? Chen looked at the elders with a faint smile and spoke. And all the elders were silent for a moment, lost in deep thought. Most of the elders present are casual cultivators. There are also elders from other holy places or big forces who choose to join Tianyan Holy Land. They basically all have the experience of exploring the ruins. The more I have experienced it, the more I understand the danger. Not just the danger in the ruins. The immortal cultivators who entered the ruins with him may also be part of the danger, together with fellow Taoists. Although everyone has a good friendship, it is basically when there are no conflicts of interest on weekdays. But in the ruins, once there is a conflict of interests, even familiar fellow Taoists may reveal a strange and cruel side. The elders present here, who can break through to the current state, have experienced far more wind and rain than imagined. 21, as the Holy Master said, team formation under the restrictions of the Tianyan Land. Obviously, it may be a team of strangers, but it sounds more secure. On the one hand, there is a security deposit. When everyone forms a team together, they all have to take out spirit stones as a deposit. Once the established team agreement is violated, the deposit will be deducted. This is a restriction for any immortal cultivator. Let them need to consider gains and losses when they are born with greed. In addition to deducting the security deposit, there is a more serious punishment, which is to ban the use of PHS and all applications of PHS. To know, in the current world of cultivating immortals, PHS has basically become a must for cultivating immortals. They heard that there are many places in Mingwang Prefecture. The shopkeeper was afraid that too many spirit stones would be robbed by the demon cultivator. It has already started the mode of only accepting Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass payment. Without PHS, sometimes I can't even buy things. And if you don't have a PHS, you won't even be able to participate in the online auction. The skills of the Xianwang Sutra Pavilion are updated, and the skills of the skills are completely missed. Everyone else has practiced the 9.0 version of the exercises. But you can only practice version 1.0. This is a natural disadvantage. It can be said, now in the world of cultivating immortals without PHS, it can be said that it is difficult to move an inch, and it is extremely difficult. In the face of this punishment, unless there is a huge benefit. Otherwise, most immortal cultivators would be reluctant. This further ensures that there will be no possibility of infighting when exploring the ruins. When the situation is serious, Tianyan Holy Land will even send out strong men or issue missions and offer rewards to hunt them down. This is a huge deterrent. After all, Tianyan Holy Land is now a well-deserved top holy land, and rich and powerful. It is not impossible to spend money to hire a powerful player in the mid-stage of refining. Under this kind of deterrence, those greedy immortal cultivators will probably shrink back. So, under this regulation, the benefits of forming a team in the Immortal Net Mission Hall are even more. Anyway, let them choose. Most of them will choose to try it. And Taoist Kong Ming listened to the words of the Holy Master and showed a look of sudden enlightenment. I see. No wonder the Lord is so confident. It turns out that there are such backers. Holy Lord is wise. At this moment, Taoist Kong Ming bowed his head without hesitation. This time, it means that he is really convinced. This Holy Lord, although young and famous in the world of cultivating immortals, but he was never proud of his previous achievements. On the contrary, he is still diligent. After all, for today's Tianyan Holy Land, the income of 400 million is already enough for Tianyan Holy Land to do nothing, and it will naturally become a real giant in the world of cultivating immortals. Suppress all holy places in the world of cultivating immortals. But the Lord still didn't stop. Launch a new application. This is simply crushing countless Tianjiao who have achieved a little bit and are complacent. Such a holy master. It is truly worth following. Chen smiled slightly and continued. Our Xianwang Mission Hall will not only restrict employers, but also protect employers. For example, if an immortal cultivator has accepted a task, the employer of the task can choose to evaluate and score it each time the task ends. And the ratings of the immortal cultivators, the success rate of the mission, and the evaluation messages of the previous employers can all be clearly seen. So that the employer can choose the most suitable immortal cultivator for the task. In turn, we will also protect the cultivators who accept the mission. Cultivators can also evaluate employers. For example, if the difficulty of the task does not meet what the employer said, then the immortal cultivator has the right not to do the task and get a certain amount of compensation. It is also possible to ask for a price increase. If an employer has complained 3 times in a row that the task difficulty does not meet the requirements, he will be banned from using all PHS applications. The cultivator can give the employer a score, evaluate whether the task information provided by the employer is comprehensive, whether there is any suspicion of intentionally concealing the difficulty of the task, etc. Let the cultivators know how the employer's reputation is, so they can choose whether to accept it or not. This two-way choice model can reassure each other. After these words were finished, the elders once again ushered in a burst of exclamation. The plan of the Holy Master really made them amazed. No doubt, once this fairy net mission hall is launched, it will inevitably cause a sensation in the entire world of cultivating immortals. The mission intermediary industry in the world of cultivating immortals will suffer a devastating blow to dimensionality reduction. After all, the gap between them is too great. Pick up tasks from the agency. It cannot guarantee the difficulty of the task, whether the teammates have bad intentions, whether the employer will settle the bill in the end, or whether he can get the final payment. In short, nothing is guaranteed. And what about accepting missions in the mission hall of Xianwang 007? The task description is accurate. The commission is in the hands of Tianyan Holy Land, so there is no need to worry about the employer's repudiation and non-payment after completing the task. Not to mention that you don't have to worry too much about whether your teammates will stab you in the back. In short, the Immortal Net Mission Hall is simply a perfect creation. Once launched, all cultivators will cheer for it. After all, hunt monsters together, explore ruins and secret places together. These can be said to be the only way for those who cultivate immortals. Now there is the supervision of Xianwang Mission Hall. Then the safety of all immortal cultivators can be greatly improved. Countless elders present looked at their Holy Master in amazement, feeling that the Holy Master could create such a miraculous application. Also feeling in the heart, it would be great if the Holy Master was born hundreds of years earlier. Most of the elders present are casual cultivators. In order to obtain resources, accept missions, hunt monsters, and explore ruins can be said to be daily routines. But these daily routines are innumerable dangers. They all have luck, so they can live to this day and achieve today's strength. But at that time, there would be the Immortal Net Mission Hall. Access to resources is more convenient. Their growth path will also be much smoother. Even many relatives and friends will not die. What a pity, what a pity! Some elders showed sadness. But there are also some elders who are particularly emotional. Immortal cultivators of this generation are really lucky to meet the Holy Master and use the Tianyan PHS. Looking at the amazed eyes of the elders in the temple. Chen. In fact, the function of the Fairy Net Task Hall designed by myself is far more than that. For example, when publishing a task, you can choose the privacy mode. This is of great significance to the top powerhouses. Although the world of cultivating immortals is large, there are only so many top experts, and the circle is not that big at all. Even if they don't know each other, they have definitely heard of each other. If these top powerhouses have any needs, they need to issue tasks. Maybe other people can guess who posted the task as soon as they see the content of the task, so as to see more information. In privacy mode, you can choose not to make the task public. The employer selects suitable immortal cultivators in the Immortal Network Mission Hall and issues mission invitations. Immortal cultivators who have not been invited by the mission cannot see the mission at all, thereby ensuring privacy. The open task will appear on the homepage of the immortal cultivators that Big Data believes meet the task requirements. Everyone can search. And except for privacy mode, there are also accounts dedicated to big forces. After all, every major holy land and major powers have their own mission halls, thereby mobilizing disciples and training disciples. For the accounts of big forces, you can set up a disciple group. When publishing some tasks for disciples in the sect to complete, they will not be seen by outside cultivators. Only the disciples of this faction can see and accept the tasks. By such a method, attract all major forces to use the Fairy Net Mission Hall. As a result, the entire mission hall in the world of cultivating immortals has been converted to an online mode. As for whether it will be successful, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, in the current quest hall, you need to go to the quest hall to pick up quests, then spend time browsing the quests, and finally go to tell the deacon to accept the quests. The process is extremely cumbersome and a waste of time. And if it turns to online, the disciples don't have to move at all, and they can choose the task that suits them without leaving home, so they can take it with one click. And some sects have task requirements for their disciples every year. If you can't complete the task for the specified number of times, you will be expelled from the sect. And after switching to online, Zoman disciples can accept Zoman tasks even if they are outside the mountain gate, so as to complete the tasks without worrying about being expelled from the sect. And these sects can also streamline their manpower. And when the suzerain and the elders have something to do for the disciples, you don't even need to speak, just release the task directly. It can be said to be beneficial without any harm. Chen believed it. There may be some top powers who do not accept the Immortal Mission Hall because of their privacy, but the vast majority of forces in the world of cultivating immortals. After the Xianwang Mission Hall is released, they will definitely switch their own mission hall to an online mode. There are also many detailed designs, which have greatly improved the attractiveness of Xianwang missions. But there is no need to say any more for now. Wait until the time for the app to be published. These elders will naturally understand. And the elders present, after listening to Chen's words, they are all looking forward to this new application. After all, even the elders of the Holy Land do not stay in the Holy Land all day. Traveling to the outside world or exploring ruins, hunting monsters will also be done. After the release of the new application of the Lord, it will be easier for them to explore the ruins in the future. It is even possible to issue a task immediately after discovering the ruins, or issue a team formation requirement. On the day of the release, you can gather enough people. This efficiency can be said to be greatly increased. And if there are some things that are not convenient for you to do yourself, there is no need to change your appearance anymore, and sneakily ran to Fengshe to find an intermediary to release Renluo. Instead, in the cave, you can easily distribute tasks to countless immortal cultivators by clicking on the app with ease. The efficiency is naturally higher. In short, this Immortal Net Mission Hall really has a demand for immortal cultivators. There are also elders who predict the revenue of the app. The Foreign Affairs elder just thought for a while, and his face showed a look of amazement. Once the Immortal Net Mission Hall is launched, it will definitely take away all the intermediary business in the entire world of cultivating immortals. As for the mission intermediaries in the world of cultivating immortals, they basically take a 50% commission. This part of the commission belongs to us now, even if we are responsible for monitoring. It is necessary to send a large group of disciples to be responsible for any disputes that may arise during the mission. We even have to send strong men out. But the profit is still beyond imagination. The Elder of Foreign Affairs has been with Holy Master for a long time, and he also has experience in profit forecasting for applications. Just thinking about it for a while at the moment is amazing. If the application of Xianwang Mission Hall is successful, that profit may not be lower than that of Xianwang Auction House, Xianwang Sanjing Pavilion, and other applications. It can make the monthly income of Tianyan Holy Land skyrocket by another order of magnitude. When Chen heard this, he smiled and shook his head. 50% is fine, 30% is enough. Possessing a Krypton gold cultivation system. It's not that Chen doesn't want to earn more spirit stones. But Chen knows that in the process of earning spirit stones, one must have foresight. There is also a mentality of hatred of the rich in the world of cultivating immortals. Although Chen's strength is fearless. But if the immortal cultivators in the entire immortal cultivating world feel hatred and disgust towards themselves and the Tianyan Holy Land, even if you are invincible, you will be resisted. And now, although the income of Tianyan Holy Land is astonishing, but immortal cultivators have always been full of reverence for Tianyan Holy Land, and there is no main reason for their disgust. It is the application of Tianyan Holy Land. Although they make money, they also get benefits in disguise. For example, before the Xianwang auction house appeared, offline auction houses were everywhere. Each has its own rules, and each customer gets a commission. There are not a few people who eat black and eat black. After the Xianwang auction house appeared, it unified 30% of the auction commission. Immortal cultivators can more easily bid for what they need. The Immortal Net Sutra Pavilion has changed the inheritance model of the entire cultivation world. It even reduced the price of the exercises to 1/10 of the original price. It can be said that it has benefited the entire world of cultivating immortals. And it is the same with the application. Although it is earned in itself, for most immortal cultivators, it brings them benefits. The same should be true for the Immortal Net Mission Hall. The 30% commission will make the immortal cultivators feel conscience. Less commissions are taken away, but more services and more guarantees are obtained. Instead, they will feel that they have earned it. With this mentality, even the immortal cultivators until Tianyan Holy Land made a lot of money from this app. They wouldn't care too much about it. There will not be a wave of hatred of the rich in the world of cultivating immortals. This is why there is no competitor in the world of cultivating immortals, deity. My own pricing has not yet reached the reason for madness. Temporary greed will inevitably bring more hidden dangers. Instead of this, it is better to look at the long term. I heard Chen set a 30% commission. Elder refiner, elder foreign affairs, and others who had been with Chen for a long time were not too surprised. And those elders who have newly joined the Tianyan Holy Land heard this pricing supervisor. They all felt in their hearts that the Holy Lord Tianyan was too conscientious. With such a top-level application, the user experience is better than offline. Even if a 50% commission is charged, it will never have any impact on the business. After all, looking at the world of cultivating immortals, there is no competitor at all. But even in this case, the Holy Lord gave up the 20% of the profit without hesitation. In terms of the current number of PHS in the world of cultivating immortals, 2% of the profit. In the long run, it may represent hundreds of millions of high-grade spirit stones. But the Holy Lord can give up so calmly and unquestionably. The realm of the Holy Master is really beyond their imagination. Naturally, no one would question the commission ratio set by Chen. And this commission ratio doesn't just refer to mission commissions. There's also a team bond. After a cultivator discovers the ruins, he can issue tasks in two modes. One is hiring tasks. That is to hire suitable immortal cultivators and explore the ruins with him. The harvest in the ruins belongs to oneself. And I have to pay the commission to the immortal cultivator. Of course, exploring ruins is dangerous. If the harvest all belongs to the employer, few immortal cultivators are willing to go unless they pay a sky-high price. In another pattern, it is to release the team task. Form a team to explore the ruins, and the harvest is divided equally. To release this kind of team task, you need to pay a corresponding amount of security deposit according to your cultivation. Those who want to join the team also need to pay the same deposit. In the end, if the process of exploring the ruins ends successfully, that day Yin Xingdi took 30% of the deposit as a commission, and the rest of the commission will be refunded in the same way. That is to say, immortal cultivators form a team to explore the ruins, and they also need to hand over spirit stones to Tianyan Holy Land. It sounds exploitative and somewhat worthless, but actually it's great value. First of all, if there is no immortal net mission hall, these immortal cultivators may not have the opportunity to form a team at all 720. After all, they probably don't know each other. Secondly, this team has the restriction of Tianyan Holy Land. If in the process of exploring the ruins, backstabs and other phenomena appeared, Tianyan Holy Land will compensate the backstabber's deposit to others. If not enough loss, Tianyan Holy Land will also help to pursue the responsibility. This is equivalent to, after spending Lingshur, he got the protection of Tianyan Holy Land, a prestigious and top-ranking force in the world of cultivating immortals. If this guarantee was in the past, even Hua Lingshur would not be able to get it. So even if you have to pay a deposit to form a team, you will be drawn. But most immortal cultivators will never refuse. Of course, Chen also knew there will definitely be immortal cultivators who are greedy for petty gains. Instead of using the platform of Xianwang Mission Hall to form a team, after several people communicated together, the partnership retired. Then meet privately and form a team to explore the ruins. But in this case, it is not protected by Tianyan Holy Land. If he was stabbed in the back, encountered a cultivator who did not abide by the agreement, or even fell, it had nothing to do with Tianyan Holy Land. Just like the internet trading platform in the previous life, many consumers will try to save money and agree to the other party's request not to trade on the platform. In the end, I met a liar and lost directly. But since it is not traded on the platform, there is no possibility of complaints or accountability. Maybe in the early days, there will be many cultivators doing this. But I believe that after they understand the benefits of forming a team under the rules and restrictions, they will not hesitate to invest in the Xianwang Mission Hall platform. Chen leisurely snapped his fingers. Xianwang Mission Hall, there are still some areas that need to be improved, but the project has been approved and will basically be released next month. But before the Xianwang Mission Hall goes online, Deputy Sec Master Kong Ming, I need you to open up a law enforcement palace in the Immortal Net in the branch sect. You are directly in charge of the Immortal Net Law Enforcement Palace. All the elders within the sect can serve or part-time in it. And the main task of this hall is to take care of the disputes in the transaction of the Immortal Net Mission Hall that require my intervention from the heavenly Yin Holy Land. For example, if some immortal cultivators kill other immortal cultivators during the team formation mission. In this case, we will come forward. It's not just deducting the security deposit, but paying compensation to the family. This person still needs to be killed, and 70% of the harvest from this person will be used to compensate the family members of the deceased. There is also Xianwang Cloud Quick Pay, who borrows money and refuses to repay it, which is extraordinarily rampant. Our Tianyan Holy Land needs such an organization. After all, rules cannot limit everything, but force can. Only in this way can the cultivators trust the rules of the Immortal Net Mission Hall, be willing to use them, and truly respect the Tianyan Holy Land. Chen had already had this idea. However, the strength of Tianyan Holy Land is too weak after all. In addition to myself, there is also the Supreme Elder who is in retreat. The strongest remaining is the early stage of transformation. It cannot be said to be invincible in Great Yenzhou, not to mention being in Ming Wangzhou, where there are so many strong people. Therefore, it was impossible to form such an organization before because the task could not be completed even if it was organized. As for myself, you can't stop researching new applications, don't practice, and go hunting every day, right? That would be the last thing to do. And now, branch established. In the case of not counting yourself, the strength of the sect completely surpassed this level. There are two alchemists. Moreover, Taoist Kong Ming is in the middle stage of void refinement, ranking in the top 10 in the world of cultivating immortals, already a top powerhouse. Under his leadership, the Immortal Net Law Enforcement Palace was formed. Can really be effective. Hearing this, Taoist Kong Ming did not have any excuses and immediately bowed his head to accept the appointment. Thank you, Holy Master, for your trust. I, Kong Ming, will definitely live up to the trust of the Holy Master. Taoist Kong Ming has now made up his mind to stay in Tianyan Holy Land. Naturally, you have to show your own value. Hearing this, Chen showed a satisfied smile on his face. Very good. The elders can choose to be part-time elders of the Immortal Net Law Enforcement Palace. If there is an enemy that needs the elders to hunt down, the Holy Land will reward a travel fee, and the rest, such as medicine pill fee, weapon durability reduction fee, combat allowance, etc., will not be less. And once you are injured on a mission, the Holy Land also has workers' compensation. During the recuperation period, the offerings are doubled every year. At the same time, every time a mission is issued, the elder's score will be accumulated. Chen slowly talked about the benefits of serving as the elder of Xianwang Law Enforcement Hall. With the development of Tianyan Holy Land, there are already more detailed and clear rules and regulations in Tianyan Holy Land, such as elder rank and so on. The level is related to the annual offering, benefit amount, authority, and so on. And concurrently serving as the elder of the Immortal Net Law Enforcement Palace has huge benefits. Therefore, many elders who had newly joined the branch sect of Tianyan Holy Land all showed anticipation. When all is said and done, Chen stood up leisurely. As for how to cooperate with a new mission in the future, the elders of foreign affairs will naturally communicate with you. You can act according to the order when the time comes. The status of the main sect of Tianyan Holy Land is higher than that of the branch sects, and the foreign affairs elder has now concurrently served as the deputy suzerain of Tianyan Holy Land, can command divisions. The sect master, Wang Changchun, naturally had no objection. Not immediately. At this moment, what Chen wanted to order was basically completed. Chen looked at the foreign affairs elder. Let's go back. The foreign affairs elder nodded immediately. Wang Changchun and Taoist Kong Ming accompanied Chen and the foreign affairs elders to leave. In front of the Fenzong Mountain Gate, Chen felt the power of the mountain gate array he designed, with a satisfied look on his face. The next moment, he planned to take the elders of foreign affairs and fly to the location of the cross-state teleportation array. After returning, it is necessary to improve the new application and prepare for release. And once the new application is launched, you can also go to retreat and break through the virtual late stage. Now the 9 secrets are only short of the last secret, Linzi's secret, and they can all be collected. This breakthrough will definitely be obtained. As the first secret of the 9 secrets, Lin Zimi's power is bound to be infinite, which makes people look forward to it. But Chen looks forward to gathering all the 9 secrets. If the 9 secrets are united, what kind of power will they have? And when the 9 secrets are completely obtained by myself, then I will make a perfect breakthrough in the future. What kind of rewards will the system give? Chen is looking forward to and curious about this. Holy Master, please be nice to Fairy Qingcheng. She is really a good fairy, worthy of your preciousness. Holy Master, I wish you all the best. Chen took the elders of foreign affairs and left in a streamer. And behind him came Wang Changchun's heartbreaking, sincere blessing. The corner of Chen's mouth twitched while flying in the air, and the foreign affairs elder is also full of black lines. Wang Changchun is really good at licking. And when Chen and the foreign affairs elders arrived at the location of the teleportation array, Fairy Qingqing was already waiting there. Fairy Qingqing has a slender figure, beautiful and delicate facial features, and looks like a fairy. Standing there made many male monks who came here feel excited. Even some of the great masters of refining emptiness were all moved. But no one dared to accost Fairy Qingqing. Without him, in the previous video of the world of cultivating immortals, there were many scenes of Fairy Qing appearing. Everyone knows that this Fairy Qingqing is said to have an indistinct relationship with the Lord Tianyan and the Holy Master Tianyan. Today, he is one of the top powers in the world of cultivating immortals. Who dares to provoke the other woman? Aren't you afraid that death is not peaceful enough? But everyone is extremely envious of Chen. And they also saw messages on Xianwang, said to be the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, but also fell in love with the Holy Lord of Tianyan and pursued it several times but failed. Now Fairy Qingqing is following Chen. The blessing of the Holy Lord Tianyan is really not shallow. I have explained some development affairs of the sect, so the fairy has been waiting for a long time. Looking at Fairy Qingqing, Chen smiled lightly. Fairy Qingqing shook her head slightly, her hair fluttering in the breeze beautifully. Holy Master, you are very polite, and I haven't been here for too long. Since the last auction. Because Chen wants to design the blueprint of the shaman formation. So Fairy Qingqing took the initiative to bid farewell, and went to find friends who traveled back then to reminisce about the old days. After making an appointment, we will return to Dainzhou together. Just meet now. When they came to the front of the teleportation array, the elders in charge of the teleportation array rushed out to greet them. And the immortal cultivators queuing up also actively made way for Chen in awe. Many even bowed and opened their mouths to meet Chen. Although Chen is young, but in terms of strength and status, he is already a well-deserved top existence for cultivators. This treatment is naturally worthy of it. Enter the teleportation array. You can start directly without waiting. Fairy Qingqing stood beside Chen. The curvaceous figure has smooth curves. A sweet fragrance is refreshing. Launched with the teleportation array, colorful rays of light are dazzlingly blooming. The next moment, the teleportation array was officially activated. On the face of Fairy Qingqing, she leaned closer to Chen's ear and said softly, Holy Master, what do you think of the matter I mentioned before? That we became Taoist couples? The hot air exhaled by Fairy Qingqing blew on Chen's earlobe. It made Chen feel itchy ears, very comfortable. And listening to Fairy Qingqing's words, the corners of Chen's lips twitched. A character like Fairy Qingqing naturally wouldn't be twitchy and would just do what she wanted. Chen likes Fairy Qingqing's generous personality. And to be honest, it would be absolutely false to say that Chen is not attracted to Fairy Qingqing. Appearance, needless to say, the figure is like the most perfect creation of the heavens, which is very in line with Chen's aesthetics. And that mature temperament is Chen's favorite style. Not to mention that Fairy Qingqing also has a status bonus. The number one beauty of the previous generation, the goddess in the hearts of countless monks. And there is a special inheritance. Although she gave birth to the Lord of Yaoqi, but he still has the body of Yuan Yin. To be honest, thinking about it is extra exciting. Moreover, this year's Xianwang Weibo's voting for the top 10 female fairies in the fairy world has already started. Divisions on 2 continents, 2 and 3. This undoubtedly increases the difficulty. But Ming Wangzhou has many people and many female immortals. Occupies more than half of the list. But even so, Fairy Qingqing is also on the list. And it's in the top 3. From this, we can know how perfect Fairy Qingqing is. As for Chen's master Nangongwan, he was not on the list this time. But it's mostly a matter of fame. In terms of appearance and figure, Nangongwan is not bad at all. But I like to stay at home, and my reputation is too small. And the cultivation base is not high enough. So it never made the top 10. Chen looked at Fairy Qingqing, smiled, and shook his head. Fairy has such a wish, so naturally I won't refuse. However, I have an agreement with Gu Yunyun, and I will become a grand gift on Fei Xinri in 2 years' time. That's why we can only make a ceremony with Fairy Qingqing on that day, not earlier than the agreed time. Such a beauty. Naturally, Chen wouldn't do anything like refuse to send a girl away. When Fairy Qingqing heard the words, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Chen, yes, in her heart, is full of joy. As for Gu Yunyun, she knows, but don't care. In the world of cultivating immortals, outstanding men may have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Besides, Chen had known Gu Yunyun before. I was the one who came later. Naturally, I have no right to mind. As for the ceremony date, Fairy Qingqing didn't even care. Just be sure, this time Fairy Qingqing reunited with a friend she met during her previous travels. Those nuns are all envious of their relationship with Chen. There are even quite a few female cultivators who hope that they can help introduce them. Asking for flowers 0. The meaning in the words turned out to be that he didn't mind serving Chen with him at all. This made Fairy Qingqing feel a sense of crisis. So this meeting, only then will the old matter be brought up again for the first time. At this moment Chen finally agreed. Fairy Qingqing was delighted, stretched out Ryu's arm, and hugged Chen's arm in front of Chen's body. Very nice, Fairy Qingqing muttered to herself. Hearing this, Chen embraced Fairy Chong with his backhand. Husband, in fact, I have always wanted to give birth to a child that truly belongs to me. However, there is always a voice in my heart, telling me that it is best not to form a Taoist partner with a male monk. The previous sacred masters of Yaoqi, including my mother, were all human. But I couldn't bear it after all. As long as it's you, I don't care about any dire consequences after I become a Taoist couple and give birth to a child. Fairy Qingqing said softly. The sound is inaudible, only audible. When Chen heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. There is a voice in my heart telling you, don't marry men? Fairy Qingqing nodded lightly. To be honest, although I am the supreme elder of Yaoqi Holy Land, I always feel that there is a problem with the inheritance of Yaoqi Holy Land. Reproduction should be born from the combination of yin and yang. It's really strange to conceive a child by relying on exercises alone. The child born in this way, although connected with his own blood, is completely another self. Can this really be regarded as a normal inheritance? Fairy Qingqing actually felt that there was a problem with the succession of the previous holy masters of Yaoqi Holy Land. But Chen also had this idea. After all, relying on exercises to breed inheritance, although it sounds a bit tall, but it always makes people feel that something is not right. In particular, this inheritance was passed down by Queen Mother Shi, the patriarch of the Yaoqi Holy Land. The Holy Master must use exercises to conceive the next generation, and it is forbidden to marry a man. No matter what, I feel that behind these regulations there is some ulterior purpose. Chen couldn't figure it out for the time being, but Chen will not worry too much. Instead, he hugged Fairy Qingqing's perfect figure in his arms, lowered his head, and said softly, "Don't worry, if something terrible happens with me, you don't have to be afraid of anything." Chen is fearless, because just give yourself time. Becoming a fairy is just around the corner. Not to mention the extinction of immortals. The Queen Mother of the West has probably been dead for many years. Even if the Queen Mother of the West is resurrected, I am not afraid of her. And looking at Chen's calm and confident appearance, Fairy Qingqing only felt a sense of security welling up in her heart. Fairy Qingqing's eyes were full of joy and smile. That beautiful and mature, pretty face bloomed in the warmth of spring. She softly whispered into Chen's ear, although the ceremony will come later. But I think we can prepare ahead of time. I really want a child who really belongs to me. Hearing this, Chen also smiled when he saw Fairy Qingqing's glamorous face. Okay. The cross-state teleportation array will transit at Prunglai Xiandao between Sky State and Mingwang State. So wait until you arrive at Prunglai Xiandao. After entrusting the Foreign Affairs Elder to go back by himself, Chen led Fairy Qingqing and left the teleportation array, and the two figures quickly disappeared without a trace. After a few days, Chen, who returned to Tianyan Holy Land, had a happy face and a smooth body. The scenery of Prunglai Xiandao is extremely beautiful. Let people linger. Let Yi030 Chen spend an unforgettable few days with Fairy Qingqing. After Chen sent Fairy Qingqing back to Yaoqi Holy Land, he returned to Tianyan Holy Land alone. As for having children, can't see it yet, but it can't be that fast. The difficulty for cultivators to give birth to offspring is higher than that of ordinary people. It's not that you can't get pregnant, but the probability is relatively low. As long as ordinary people work hard, there will be no problem with the body. It is not difficult to have one child a year, but for a cultivator, it means working hard every day. It may take 4 to 5 years, or even more than 10 years to give birth to an heir. For example, Wang Ximing, the second generation of immortals in Tianyan Immortal City, whose cultivation level is not high, but is quite well known on the Immortal Network, is like this. This person is not very talented, but he is favored by Yuanying Chigo alone. Without him, after so many years of hard work, what can such a child do? The higher the cultivation base, the harder it is to have children. This is the reason. Chen didn't pay much attention either. It doesn't make sense to have children early. Moreover, his breakthrough speed is very fast. Having children too early is actually unfair to children born early. After all, if Chen becomes a fairy in the future, bloodlines will evolve. The offspring that are born will be gifted with immortal blood, which is extremely terrifying. Therefore, there is no need to have children too early. After missing the amorous feelings of fairy Qingcheng in Prenglai Xiandao, Chen gathered his mind. I want to see my master first. Master Nangong Wan is feeling unhappy in the cave at the moment. Because of the ranking of the top 10 female cultivators in the fairy world this time, Master did not enter. But fortunately, the holy master of Yaoqi did not enter the ranks of female cultivators. Let Master feel comforted in his heart. In fact, at the level of the top 10 beauties in the world of cultivating immortals, there is basically not much difference in appearance. All are top-notch. The competition is actually about fame and cultivation. The master suffers a little bit in terms of fame, and his cultivation level is not high. If the master has the cultivation base of the emptiness stage, he will definitely be on the list. After chatting with master for a while, giving master a large amount of pocket money, and saying goodbye to master, Chen contacted Gu Yunyun again. During the communication, Chen told Tong Yunyun about fairy Qingcheng. Regarding this, Gu Yunyun didn't feel angry or disappointed. On the contrary, it was a look that had been expected. After all, as Chen became more and more dazzling, Gu Yunyun knew that she couldn't enjoy Chen all the time. So she even agreed with her own niece. Now that there is one more fairy Qingcheng, there is nothing unacceptable. As long as Chen still has a place in his heart, that's fine. The two made an appointment. A month later, Gu Yunyun will bring Gu Chuan to find Chen. Wait for Chen to finish everything. It went directly to the forbidden area. Beside the Tianyan Immortal Book, put in your spiritual consciousness. The final work of creating a new application begins. And in the past few days, Chen and Fairy Qingcheng lived together tenderly. There are also many new ideas that can be added into the application of Xianwang tasks. Time is like water. No matter how sensational things are, under the scouring of time, they will gradually become dull. The fairy artifact auction and the fall of Taoist sticks finally slowly slipped down the hot list. Today's Xianwang Weibo, the most lively, is the selection of the top 10 beauties. This wave of activities directly caused the number of registered members on Xianwang Weibo to soar. Just to be able to vote more for my favorite nun. Countless male monks are in the candidate area, but I feel that I have never seen so many stunning female monks in my life. And those female cultivators with the highest number of votes in the previous life are even more beautiful. And in the short video of Xianwang, there are also videos of these nuns. Many male monks watched and unconsciously started doing other things, or ran to the nearby Huanfeng or other places. As for the female cultivators, they're also extremely enthusiastic about this selection. If this event get only a false name, the many female cultivators who are dedicated to cultivating immortals may not care. But the problem is that the activity brings not only fame, but also benefits. As long as you can get the top 10 rankings. The number of followers on Xianwang Weibo and Xianwang short video accounts will definitely exceed 100 million or even billions. This is the number of fans. Just pick up the income of an advertisement. Even the strong in the void refinement stage will be moved by it. And resources are closely related to Xinlu. The accumulation of a large number of resources allows cultivators to buy various top-level treasures. It is possible to rely on these treasures to break through to a higher level of cultivation that is already at the limit. Therefore, all the female cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals paid attention to this voting activity. They posted selfies on Xianwang Weibo. Post a video on Xianwang short video. Just a vote for myself. But now, the one at the top of the list is Empress de Zhou. This is also a force at the Holy Land level. When Empress de Zhou launched the short video on Xianwang.com, the video of dancing lightly in a blue battle suit swept the entire internet, causing a wave of dancing in blue suits among the female cultivators in the world of immortality. Fad. As for the appearance and figure, needless to say, it is absolutely perfect. In front of Empress de Zhou, it was Cheng Xianzi. Regardless of her figure and appearance, she is no worse than Queen de Zhou in all aspects. Most importantly, Fairy Qingqing has a close relationship with Lord Tianyan. And after 3.8, there is the Taoist companion of Feng Baiyu, the suzerain of deity Zong. There is the sub-lord of Yuamen. There is the supreme elder of the shaking Holy Land, a saint of the heart artifact sect. In short, there is no gap between the female cultivators who can be ranked in the top 10. All have their own styles. It is dizzying to see countless immortal cultivators browse through these short videos on xianwang.com. In reality, they may not have the chance to watch the female fairy videos, all of which are grateful to the Lord Tianyan. Thank you, Lord Tianyan, for launching such a miraculous application. Many immortal cultivators are also looking forward to it. Will there be new applications with other functions in the future? But in Tianyan Holy Land, Chen walked out involuntarily with a smile on his lips. FairyNet Mission Hall, officially completed. After posting, confirmed that there is nothing wrong with the new application. Then Chen plans to make a perfect breakthrough and advance to the late stage of void refinement. Clunk! A bell rang, resounding through the Tianyan Holy Land. Countless elders immediately flew to the holy main peak in the center of the Holy Land upon hearing the sound. When Chen arrives, the elders in the Holy Land have arrived. They all looked at Chen expectantly. The news of the new application is not a secret in the circle of elders in Tianyan Holy Land. All the elders already know. Holy Lord is about to release a new app called Xianwang Quest Hall. Tianyan pavilions in various places. Under the order of the Holy Lord, a part of the manpower was added to prepare for the launch of the new application. After the Holy Master came back from Ming Wangzhou, he has been in seclusion. Now call all the elders. Mostly because of this, and it was as expected by the elders. When Chen arrived, he sat on the holy throne. Then he looked around at everyone and said with a light smile, "The new application Xianwang Mission Hall has been basically completed. Still the old rules. Elders, come and experience it first, and see if there is any problem." When the elders heard the words, they all looked forward to it. It's time to update early and experiment with new apps. Looking at the entire world of cultivating immortals, this is a benefit that only the elders of Tianyan Holy Land have. Chen thought about it. For the elders present, the closed beta update was started. This kind of small-scale closed beta update, the update speed is very fast. Just blink. The Tianyan Xiling Tong of the elders present were all slightly shocked, reminding that the update was completed. No need to remind Chen. The elders entered the homepage of PHS expectantly and skillfully. In the application list, find the new icon that appears. FairyNet Mission Hall. The picture used in the icon is a photo of the Tianyan Holy Land Mission Hall, which is quite atmospheric. Can't wait to appreciate these. The elders couldn't wait to click into it. On the homepage of the Xianwang Mission Hall application, the first thing that catches the eye is a mission square. Mission square is empty though, but everyone knows. After the Immortal Net Mission Hall goes online, there will be countless missions posted here, waiting for the cultivators to browse and select. The homepage is basically dominated by task squares. And right below where the homepage should be, it has a big plus sign. Just a light click, and a prompt pops up immediately. Do you want to issue a task or apply for a team? When posting a task or applying for a team, you need to post it, and at the same time, there are corresponding spirit stones stored in Xianwang Cloud Quick Pass. If there is not enough spirit stones and the task cannot be released, please go to the Tianyan Pavilion in various places to recharge the value before proceeding. If there are physical rewards for the task rewards, go to Tianyan 2 to deposit the rewards. All the elders understood at a glance. Posting the task itself does not require spirit stones. However, the rewards for the task, or the deposit for the team, need to be paid together when the task is released. It is kept by Tianyan Holy Land. Otherwise, the task cannot be posted. And in the world of cultivating immortals, those who use various treasures and elixir as reward should not. But if it is an in-kind reward, it cannot be paid directly online. You need to go to Tianyan Pavilion to handle it offline, not just depositing treasures. Tianyan Holy Land will also conduct a value appraisal on the real object, and after the value is judged, a commission of 30% will be charged. And if you use real objects as task rewards, the 30% commission will be divided equally between the employer and the cultivator who accepts the task. In short, the homepage of Xianwang Mission Hall is very simple. But an elder thought of a problem. That is the replacement of Wang Changchun, the newly appointed Master of Chiefing Peak. Holy Master. This reward in kind requires a 15% commission from both parties. But what if the immortal cultivator, who completes the task, does not have a spirit stone in his hand? Our Tianyan Holy Land can't withhold the rewards in kind. If we do this, it will definitely affect the reputation of my Tianyan Holy Land. But if we don't charge commission for this reason, wouldn't our work in Tianyan Holy Land be in vain? The elder got to the point. Indeed, immortal cultivators have worked so hard to complete the task, but if they do not have spirit stones, they will not be able to get rewards. That will definitely have a bad impact on one's own reputation. But if no commission is charged, it is obviously impossible for the family to provide so many services, but work in vain. Therefore, the newly appointed elder of artifact refining thinks that this problem needs to be dealt with before the new application is launched. When Chen heard this, he immediately laughed. I have already considered the problems that the elder said in advance. If you don't have spirit stones to pay commissions to receive physical rewards, you can directly pay with loans from Xinhuang's flash payment. When Chen's voice fell, the audience is quiet. Loan paid commission? Not only can I earn commissions, but I can also earn interest. This directly earns 2 copies of money at once. Holy Master, even though his cultivation has broken through to the void refining stage, he is one of the best masters in the entire world of immortality. But in terms of making money, Holy Master style has not changed at all from before. The Holy Master has long thought of the problem and provided a solution. Everyone laughed and then continued to explore the functions of this new application. On the page where the task is posted, there are also some selected areas. Only those cultivating immortals in this area can accept them. Also set the minimum repair level to accept the task and other options. From refining chi to refining emptiness, everything that one expects to find. Only immortal cultivators with the lowest cultivation base are eligible to click to accept the task. Of course, it's not that the cultivator chose to accept the task is his. It also needs to be reviewed by the employer. There may be many immortal cultivators taking over the lucrative business at the same time. Employers can check the cultivation level and other information of these people. Choose the most suitable immortal cultivator to complete the task. The content on the homepage is basically safe. In the lower right corner of the homepage, there is a My option. Click to enter. You can fill in your information. For things like cultivation, there were information in the initial real name authentication. But if you break through after certification, you need to go to Tianyan Pavilion to update the information offline. Doesn't matter if it doesn't update, but you can't accept tasks with higher cultivation-based requirements. So wait until the Fairy Net Mission Hall is released. It will inevitably trigger a wave of updating one's own cultivation. And the Tianyan Holy Land can also use this to grasp the average strength of the strong in the entire world of cultivating immortals in detail. Except for the data column, there is also a big power authentication option. Everyone looked at this option, showing curiosity. What is this? Click to enter it. Immediately, a prompt popped up. This is a special service provided by 800 to various forces in the world of cultivating immortals. To put it simply, small sects, large sects, families, etc. can all use this big power to authenticate customers. Verify an official account belonging to the faction. For example, Tianyan Holy Land can authenticate an official account of Tianyan Holy Land. This account can be completely separated from the personal account. And the main purpose of this kind of powerful official account. That is, you can group the accounts of your family members and disciples under your official account. The elders of these sects can conveniently hand over their disciples directly through the accounts of the big forces, so as to save the trouble of the original various offline processes. Only the immortal cultivators in the group can see and accept such internal tasks. Moreover, this type of internal fall, Tianyan Holy Land does not take a percentage of it. After all, internal missions like this are issued for the purpose of cultivating and motivating disciples. If it still needs to be commissioned by Tianyan Holy Land, those big forces are definitely not happy. If they don't take a commission, they won't refuse. Of course, this kind of power authentication service is definitely not free. According to the size of the sect and the number of disciples, the corresponding service fee will be charged every month. And this cost ranges from a few low-grade spirit stones to hundreds of high-grade spirit stones. That doesn't sound like much, but look at the entire world of cultivating immortals. All kinds of big and small forces are numerous, as long as these forces use the Immortal Net Mission Hall to issue internal tasks. The profit that can be brought to Tianyan Holy Land is by no means a small sum. There is another benefit of a powerful account. That is, you can directly release external missions through the Big Power account. External tasks issued by the accounts of the powerful forces. There is a Big Power certification mark on the Mission Square homepage. It is more conspicuous and can be seen by more immortals. That's right, even the Cultivation Clan, Zongmen, and other forces may need help from the outside world. For example, a monster appeared near a small sect. If you can't solve it yourself, you can ask someone else. Or, if a certain family is being targeted by the demon cultivator, they can also ask someone to protect themselves. All these need to invite the strong to come. But before inviting a strong man far beyond the strength of one's own sect to come, it is very likely that it will be easy to invite the gods and difficult to send the gods away. In case you ask the Zoman for help, it may even be annexed when it's done. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the world of cultivating immortals. And there is the Fairy Net Mission Hall. Those small sects and small forces no longer need to worry about these problems, because there is the Tianyan Holy Land to restrict those strong people. So, there will definitely be a market for Big Power authentication services in the world of cultivating immortals. This will be a big profit point for Xianwang Mission Hall. The Foreign Affairs Elder looked at the description of the Big Power's certification service, suddenly feeling a little emotional. I always feel that after launching this app, the whole world of cultivating immortals will become much more orderly. The rest of the elders also nodded after hearing the words. Indeed, the previous world of cultivating immortals was basically a state of the jungle. There are everything from breaking a contract, backstabbing, turning face, and denying others. And with this Immortal Net Mission Hall, the order of the world of cultivating immortals will be much better. And my own family seems to have become the party that maintains the order of the entire world of cultivating immortals. If things go on like this, how far will your family's reputation reach? The corners of Yi Chen's lips twitched when he heard the Foreign Affairs Elder's emotion. The Foreign Affairs Elder was right. In fact, this is also one of Yi Chen's goals. Yi Chen hopes that the world of cultivating immortals will become more orderly. After all, in a world of cultivating immortals without order, most cultivators are in a state of self-defense. In this state, it is naturally impossible to develop one's own experience wholeheartedly. And if there is a stable order in the world of cultivating immortals, all the immortals can concentrate on cultivation and production, refining more elixirs, refining more Taoist instruments, mining more spirit stones. Then the world of cultivating immortals will become more abundant as a whole. As the world of cultivating immortals becomes richer as a whole, the consumption power will naturally increase, which will feed back to their own Tianyan Holy Land, allowing them to earn more. At the same time, relying on resolving mission disputes in the Immortal Net Mission Hall, Tianyan Holy Land can justifiably extend its hands to many places and do many things. Every faction has its own sphere of influence. No one can easily cross the line, otherwise it will lead to vigilance and chain conflicts. But with this Immortal Net Mission Hall, Tianyan Holy Land can justifiably intervene in many affairs, even if the big local forces are dissatisfied. My family can also use task disputes as an excuse. In short, this is a way to enhance one's own soft power. Thinking of this, Yi Chen was suddenly happy, because Yi Chen suddenly felt, what I'm doing now is similar to the Star Flag country in my previous life. It's kind of like world police. Of course, these are just sidelines. For Yi Chen, the most important task of the new app is to earn Lingshur. Earn enough spirit stones to become a fairy. As for other things, they are all side matters. After the elders sighed with emotion, just continue to look at the new application. In the list of My.S options, in addition to options such as personal data and power authentication, there are also paid express services. Xianwang Mission Hall also uses big data to push thousands of people and faces. Immortal cultivators with different cultivation levels and fields can see different tasks. And tasks have priorities. A good job is up for grabs. After all, some tasks have less rewards or are too difficult. Most immortal cultivators are not interested after reading it. Big data will reduce the number of pushes for such tasks. After all, the launch of Xianwang Mission Hall is to earn spirit stones. Only when more missions are taken can Tianyan Holy Land earn more. And the location of the task square on the home page of the application is that big. Naturally, it is impossible to always occupy a position for tasks that no one is willing to take. And if no one picks up the task all the time, that would sink, will not be pushed again. If the employer still wants someone to accept this task, then you can pay to by the number of pushes, so that more immortals can see it, increasing the possibility of the task being followed by others. This is also one of the charging points set by Chen for the Xianwang Mission Hall. Just like buying traffic on the Douyin app in the previous life, I believe that this service can also bring a lot of benefits to Weiyan Holy Land. And after this update, this function will also be added to Xianwang Weibo, Xianwang Short Video, and other applications. After all, there are many people who want to have a huge number of fans and become great cultivators. There is definitely a market for this service. And under the paid incremental business, there are a few more options. For example, task dispute option. That is, if both parties to the task in the process of performing the task, one party does not abide by the agreement, then you can appeal in this window. Tianyan Holy Land will take care of it. And below, there is also an option to record the progress of the task. When cultivators are performing tasks, they can choose whether to open it or not. If it is turned on, the ImmortalNet photo stone will automatically start shooting and saving images. After completing the task, it can be sent to the employer to let the employer confirm the completion of the task, or send it to Tianyan Holy Land as evidence during the arbitration. Wait until you finish reading everything about the application. The elders all nodded in admiration. The functions of Xianwang Mission Hall are not many, but it's all functional, and they didn't find any loopholes. And judging from the elders' years of experience in cultivating immortals, good. This new application will definitely be sought after by immortal practitioners, because most cultivators really need such a guaranteed app to issue tasks or earn resources. Every new application created by WGod is refreshing. Like this mission hall, in fact, everyone is coming into contact with it, and they all have needs in this regard, but I just didn't think of it. While the Holy Master's vision is broad, he can still see the subtleties, which is really admirable to me. There are elders who flatter. Chen smiled when he heard the words, looked around the elders, and said lightly, "Elders, if you have no comments on the new application, then we can start preparing for the launch of the Xianwang Mission Hall." When the elders heard the words, they all showed anticipation. The new app is so good, they naturally don't see it. They're also quite looking forward to what kind of sensation the new app will bring to the world of cultivating immortals after it is launched. So I'm all ears at the moment. Actually, the preparations needed for the launch of the Xianwang Mission Hall have already been done. For example, the ImmortalNet Law Enforcement Palace has already been established. In Mingwangzhou, it was established by the Deputy Suzerain Kong Ming. Now there are hundreds of elders concurrently serving. There are also tens of thousands of disciples from Zhu Jinan period. Once there is a situation that requires the intervention of Tianyan Holy Land, the ImmortalNet Law Enforcement Hall will base its execution on the strength of the person subject to execution. Send out law enforcers twice as powerful as the opponent, and thunder will execute them. In fact, the elders or disciples of the Holy Land are far more powerful than outside cultivators at the same level. But on the one hand, for efficiency. On the other hand, it is also for leeway. Therefore, it will directly send out twice the combat power of the opponent to solve the problem in the shortest time. The Tianyan pavilions in various places have also set up service windows under Chen's order. And these service windows are prepared for the ImmortalNet Mission Hall. You can submit tasks, deposit treasures, identify treasures, collect commissions, and other services. As for the renewal business of the cultivator's strength certification, also responsible for these windows. In short, preliminary preparations have been made. But Chen felt it was not enough. So Chen looked at the elders and said seriously, "The number of Tianyan pavilions in the entire world of cultivating immortals needs to be further improved. Especially in some fairy cities with a lot of traffic or holy places, next to first-class forces, it is completely possible to open 2 or 3 Tianyan pavilions." 627. Hearing this, the elders were all taken aback. Do you want to continue to build the Tianyan pavilion? You know, judging from the number of Tianyan pavilions, it is already the largest chain store in the entire Xiaoxian world. Great Yanzhou plus Mingwang Prefecture. The total number has exceeded 50,000, and the number of clerks invested exceeded 2 million. This amount is really quite a lot. Why is the Lord still not satisfied? Chen saw the confusion of the elders, scanned the crowd, and explained, "The number of Tianyan pavilion seems to be quite a lot. But in reality, it's still not enough. After all, there are 11 billion Xiaoxian houses in Mingwangzhou and Dianzhou alone. On average, each store needs to be responsible for more than 200,000 immortal cultivators. That's simply not acceptable. Not to mention that in some densely populated fairy cities, around the top sects, the population density is even higher. The Tianyan pavilion in these places cannot complete all offline business 24 hours a day. I even saw on the Immortal website that some cultivators saw that the line in front of the Tianyan Pavilion was too long, so they flew directly to the Tianyan Pavilion in Fong City, tens of thousands of kilometers away, to handle business. This speaks volumes for CFBB, the fact that we are not enough in the number of Celestials, and the current number of applications is not our end. We will release many new applications in the future, and Xianwang Mission Hall is just the beginning. But at that time, Tianyan Pavilion, which provides offline services, will become the main reason that hinders our development speed. So, more Tianyan Pavilions must be opened. What Chen said made all the elders fall into deep thought, and Chen couldn't do anything about it. Online services are not rootless duckweed. They need to be matched with offline services. If the offline service cannot keep up, no matter how good the online service is, it won't help. The Internet of the Earth in the previous life also relied on the support of various offline facilities. But the only difference is, on Earth, offline services have long existed. Like a bank. If there is no bank, online payment cannot be made at all, because you can't even deposit money in it. How to pay online? There are also various network-based stations and cloud service infrastructure houses. Both need to be built. But in the world of cultivating immortals, Tianyan Holy Land can only do these offline services by itself. So the quantity has to be increased. Don't say anything else. A fairy net task hall, whether it is to deal with disputes or to store and evaluate treasure materials. There will be a huge flow of people. And if you release the task to store the treasure, you need to queue for 2 days. That efficiency is really too low. And the immortal cultivator managed to complete the task after 9 deaths, going to fetch treasures with great joy. As a result, the team had to queue for at least 3 to 5 days to get to me. That mentality is bound to jump. This will also affect the word of mouth and revenue of online applications. So, increasing the number of stores in Tianyan Pavilion is determined to win. At this moment, all the elders have already figured it out according to the words of their own holy master. Indeed, the number of offline Tianyan Pavilions has become the main factor restricting the continued rise of Tianyan Holy Land's income. After all, if you want to store spirit stones, you have to queue up. Maybe the immortal cultivator is too lazy to save for the time being. There are other kinds too. At this moment, the foreign affairs elder bowed his head guiltily. It's my fault. The development of stores is the responsibility of me, the elder of the foreign affairs department. But I have never found the importance of the number of stores. I only think that as long as the average laying is enough. My thoughts have seriously affected the development of the Holy Land. Later, I will contact the shopkeepers of Tianyan Pavilion in various places to ask about the statistics of the flow of people in various places. According to the situation in different regions, consider which places to build new Tianyan Pavilion first. Hearing this, Chen smiled with satisfaction. Chen is the most reassuring when the elders of foreign affairs handle affairs. Besides, Chen is not seeking responsibility. After all, the Internet has only appeared in the world of cultivating immortals for only a few years. It is understandable that the elders did not think of this. There is no need for the elders of foreign affairs to blame themselves. Just do it well in the future. In short, store expansion cannot be completed overnight. We should make judgments based on data such as population flow and growth rate in various places. Use the data well. Relying on the popularity of PHS, Tianyan Holy Land has a lot of detailed data about the world of cultivating immortals. It is even possible to judge how many immortal cultivators there are in a certain fairy city by the number of active PHS devices in the fairy city, so as to make more accurate business investment. Hearing this, the foreign affairs elder's eyes lit up. He hadn't figured out the main use of these data before. After all, strength is the most important thing in the world of cultivating immortals. How many people do you care about in a certain immortal city? It doesn't make sense at all. And now, the foreign affairs elders finally understand the importance of data. He plans to try it later. Based on these data, determine how many Tianxing stores are needed in the local area. How many deacons are needed in the store to handle offline business? See how it works. Chen saw that the foreign affairs elders understood how to use the data. Also, a satisfied smile. Since this is the case, the Immortal Net Mission Hall will be officially launched in 3 days. Let the Tianyan Pavilions everywhere prepare in advance that there will be immortal cultivators going to issue tasks and update their real cultivation bases and other business preparations. Chen just thought about it casually. It is to set the launch date of Xianwang Mission Hall. At the same time, Xianwang Weibo was opened. After a long absence, a notice was released. even after the short video of Xianwang was released. The popularity of Xianwang Weibo has not decreased. After all, short videos are rich in content. But text is still the carrier that can carry the greatest information. Therefore, after watching the short video, the cultivators will still come to Xianwang Weibo to have a look. And today, originally, the most popular search on Xianwang Weibo was occupied by the news that Tuo Boy, the master of Yuhua sect, beheaded a void refining flood dragon at the edge of the endless sea. All cultivators are discussing. But just now, this trending search has been suppressed to the second place. A new trending search reached the top of the list with lightning speed. And the content of this hot search entry is, Sacred Master Tianyan has released a new Weibo. Chen's Xianwang Weibo account has not been updated for a long time, but the number of followers has never dropped in the slightest. Instead, it has been rising rapidly. Even the queen of the Great Zhou, who is the most popular among the top 10 beauties, fan value is far inferior to Chen. The number of fans of Chen has reached 900 billion. Basically, as long as the cultivators who use Xianwang Weibo will choose to follow Chen. Now Chen suddenly updated. In an instant, it attracted the attention of the whole network. Countless cultivators ran to Chen's Weibo, wanted to know what the Holy Master's new Weibo was about. After all, the Holy Master Tianyan has always cherished words like gold. Once the news is released, either a new app will be launched or something will cause a sensation in the entire world of cultivating immortals. New applications may be less likely. After all, it hasn't been too long since Xianwang's short video was released. So the Holy Master is making another big move? In the anticipation of countless people, they immediately looked at Chen's news. In 3 days, the new app will be launched. Everyone in the world of cultivating immortals, please look forward to it. Chen's Weibo dynamics are still in the usual style, concise and to the point. But these few dozens of words made the eyes of countless immortal cultivators shine. New app launched? There is a new application? In an instant, the expectations of all the cultivators were fulfilled. After all the applications released by PHS before are all high-quality products. Every application has brought great convenience to the cultivators. Nowadays, as long as immortal cultivators have spirit stones, they can learn any exercises at will, and they can participate in auctions without leaving home, buy medicinal herbs and magic tools from all over the world of cultivating immortals, and wait for them to be delivered to their door. And the spirit stone that originally needs to be carried with you can now also be stored in Xianwang Cloud Flash Payment, earning interest every day. You can even be in the cave. Then through Xianwang Weibo and Xianwang Short Video, know all the major events happening in the world. Even if there is no chance to join a big force, because of the family, you can also learn various knowledge about cultivating immortals from various powerful talents in the cloud classroom of Xianwang. These applications have successfully reduced the difficulty of cultivating immortals in the entire world of cultivating immortals. Make it easier for every cultivator to go further on the road to immortality. And now, there is even a new app to be released. How can this not make the immortal cultivators in the entire immortal cultivating world look forward to it? In just an instant, Xianwang Weibo was boiling. Whoa, there's a new app to be released, looking forward to what it will be. I guess it may be a paid inquiry application. I have a lot of puzzles in the process of cultivating immortals. Although there are teachers in Xianwangian classroom and occasionally answering students' questions, but in the end, there are only a few of them. If there is such an app, it must be a good thing for cultivators. The new application mentioned above is very useful. Indeed, everyone's process of cultivating immortals will be different. There are many questions that even the elders and masters may not be able to answer. If you can ask for a fee on the Immortal website, there will definitely be professional-grade answer. Ask for flowers. The question and answer app is indeed interesting, but I think the live broadcast app is more interesting. If I can watch the fairies in the holy land of Yaoqi live their daily life in real time, then I will be very happy. If there is a live broadcast app, then I would like to watch the live broadcast of female nuns of Huan sect. I hope that when the new applications can communicate with each other, they can see each other's applications. Although the communication function of PHS is convenient, it is definitely better if both parties can see each other. The new applications mentioned by fellow Taoists are extremely exciting, no matter what it is. I only know that the new app that the Lord will release will definitely not disappoint. 00. That's right. Produced by the Lord Tianyan, it must be a high-quality product. For a time, all the cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals, they're all looking forward to guessing what the new application will be. In the short video of Xianwang, there are also countless immortal cultivators who are speaking freely and predicting the functions of the new application. It can be said, the entire world of cultivating immortals, whether it is a casual cultivator or a big force, is looking forward to it. That's why. It is because every application of PHS can bring great changes to the world of cultivating immortals. It also contains infinite benefits. If it is a new application, it is like a short video on Xianwang which can bring benefits to immortal practitioners. The sooner it is used, the more likely it is to seize the opportunity. If you stand on the Tuier, even pigs can fly. In this situation, nobody wants to miss an opportunity to get rich overnight. Then, tens of billions of cultivators in the entire world of cultivating immortals. In the past few days, I am crazily looking forward to the release of the new application. Even many immortal cultivators planned to go to retreat and practice. For the new application, the plan was temporarily changed. Wait at ease. It can be seen that the temptation of new applications to cultivators is huge. The reaction is the same as that of ordinary immortal cultivators. The major forces in the world of cultivating immortals are also very concerned about the news of the new application of the Immortal Net. After all, the Xianwang application has changed the business model of many sects. For example, there are many sects with female nuns. In the past, most of them lived by relying on resources or by refining magic weapons unique to female monks. This market is too small. Moreover, the combat power of female cultivators is slightly weaker than that of male cultivators. Therefore, except for a few holy places, most of the female cultivators' sects are not outstanding in the world of cultivating immortals. And now, most of the sects of female cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals are thriving by relying on the Dongfeng of Xianwang Weibo and short videos of Xianwang. Even the income from the Xianwang application has already accounted for more than half of the Zoman's income. 763. With resources, natural development is more rapid. This is the impact and change of the Xianwang application on the big forces. So the major forces pay special attention to new applications, because once it is profitable and can grasp the outlet, the income of these forces may directly skyrocket. And in the center of Mingwang Prefecture, the #1 holy place in the world of cultivating immortals, the minister of the main hall of the deity Zong suzerain. The deity Zong elders inside all looked unhappy. Wait until Fong Baiyu, who is dressed in white and looks like a fairy, arrives. Even some elders frowned and reported, "Sovereign Master, my Taoism sect has been greatly impacted by the Tianyan Holy Land. Before, when I, an elder of the Taoist sect, walked in the world, all the forces would treat me with courtesy. Even if my sect has requests, all the forces would try their best to satisfy them. And after the Duan family's fairy artifact auction ended, we can clearly feel that the respect of various forces for my Taoist sect is decreasing sharply. Many things that would have been convenient have now become harsh." On the other side, an elder with white beard and hair and a stern look on his body also said cautiously, "That's true. Especially since the opening of the branch sect in Tianyan Holy Land, the number of Tianjiao disciples that our Taoist sect has accepted this year has decreased by a full 40% compared to previous years. And these should belong to the fresh blood of my Taoist sect. They all joined the Tianyan Holy Land." Another elder also took a step forward. "Many forces were originally very close to me, deity Zong, and took me as the leader. But ever since they started relying on Tianyan Holy Land's fairy net app to earn spirit stones, they have become very close to Tianyan Holy Land, and even took the initiative to avoid suspicion with me, Daozong. And the artifact refining Holy Land of the Heart Artifact sect, which used to cooperate closely with us, has now reduced its cooperation with us. Instead, at a very low price, it has undertaken the refining of Taoist artifacts from the elders of the Tianyan Holy Land and the training of the disciples of the Tianyan Holy Land. The standard is refined. Obviously, he didn't take my Taoist sect seriously, but flattered Tianyan Holy Land instead. Now, there is a new application in Yinyan Holy Land that will be released soon. Maybe there will be power again, so they will get benefits so they can get close to Tianyan Holy Land. If things go on like this, the prestige of my Taoist sect will be minimized. If it is not stopped, the decline of our Taoist sect will be unavoidable." The elders spoke one after another. The problems mentioned are extremely serious. The number of new disciples dropped sharply, and Tianjiao flowed. Can't see anything for now. But after hundreds of years, there will be a shortage of backbone forces. And the prestige drops. The major force is no longer respected. It will seriously affect the interests of deity Zong outside. If things go on like this will create a vicious circle. It is not impossible for deity Zong to be reduced from a top holy place to a first-class holy place. And all this, it's all because of the Tianyan Holy Land. So there seems to be no conflict of interest between the two parties. But in fact, the elders of deity Zong have already regarded Tianyan Holy Land as a serious problem. They were all looking at Fang Baiyu at the moment. I hope the suzerain can come up with an idea. And listening to the speeches of the elders, Fang Baiyu looked exceptionally calm. At this moment, the hall finally became quiet. Ikaidayu even smiled lightly. Is there anything else you want to add, elders? All the elders were taken aback when they saw the suzerain's relaxed expression. Some puzzled. After all, they knew Fang Baiyu very well. It can be said that it was before Chen was born. The most evil Tianjiao in the world of cultivating immortals. None of them. Fang Baiyu is extremely competitive and pursue perfection. Whether it is for myself or for deity Zong, I will do my best to be perfect. Faced with this situation today, the suzerain was indifferent, but rather relaxed. Is there any way to deal with it? Immediately, an elder showed excitement and asked, the development of Yinxing land that day is mainly due to the miraculous Tianyi peaches. Could it be that the Holy Master has a way to deal with it? Or has he thought of a solution? When Fang Baiyu heard this, he immediately smiled and shook his head. That PHS is really ingenious. And the design is so ingenious that even the Holy Land of artifact refining can't figure out the principle, let alone me. As for the new application that the Holy Master Yan said, in my opinion, it's probably also exceptionally perfect. After all, the demeanor of Lord Yinxing that day, 5.3, is indeed extraordinary. And the new application he designed will probably cause a sensation in the entire world of cultivating immortals. As for suppressing it now, it is also very difficult. After all, the strength of the Holy Lord Yin that day, the evildoer's unexpected, and even more supernatural powers. Even if I dare not say that I can suppress this person steadily. Fang Baiyu said frankly that he had no choice. Even praised Yi Chun. This made the elders all look confused. Sovereign, what happened today? How can you grow others' aspirations and destroy your own prestige? But there are also elders who have a keen mind. Take a close look at Fang Baiyu above the holy seat. Next moment, these elders all stared wide-eyed, revealing the color of ecstasy. You! An elder looked at Fang Baiyu and spoke in surprise. The rest of the elders were all cautious when they heard the words. In the next moment, everyone's eyes widened. During the refining period, it can be said that the power of the primordial spirit has been refined to its peak. Achieve the dharma of heaven and earth. But this stage, it is also the realm of cultivation where there is the biggest gap between the primordial spirit and the physical body. And when it reaches the next level, the fusion period, it is the soul and the body are completely integrated. The various peculiarities of the heaven and earth dharma during the transformation of gods. It will directly feed back to the physical body. Let the mighty power that originally belonged to the Faxiang completely belong to the cultivator himself, thus allowing the cultivators to unleash even stronger power of heaven and earth. Moreover, at this stage, various special bloodlines will be awakened in the physical body. And now, on Fang Baiyu's body, that mighty primordial spirit actually has a faint feeling that it is about to merge into the physical body. Taoism has a long tradition. All the elders here are aware of it. The first step of integration is the most difficult. For thousands of years, 26, so many later stages of virtual refining have been stuck in this step, including their entire lives. But once there is an opportunity for integration, it is not far from the threshold of the real breakthrough. And now, Fang Baiyu has entered the stage of the first step. Once done, a brand new venerable in the combined body stage will appear in this world of immortal cultivation where the immortal way is constantly declining. Sovereign, are you about to break through the fusion stage? Some elders spoke in surprise. Fang Baiyu smiled slightly and said calmly, it will take a few days for the initial integration, but it is almost the same. In a few days, I will be able to go to retreat and formally dissolve the phenomena of heaven and earth into myself to create a flawless body. The fit period is just around the corner. When Fang Baiyu confirmed, in the eyes of all the elders in the audience, there was an unconcealable joy. The sense of challenge and crisis brought by Tianyan Holy Land to deity Zong before disappeared at this moment. Without him, Cultivation World. After all, strength is the most respected. In the past, Dao Dizong was collecting various interests outside, and all major forces had to swallow their anger and take a step back. Isn't it because the family is strong enough? And in Ming Wangzhou, 3,000 years ago, after the fall of the last leader of the fusion period, there is no trace of the venerable in the fit period. Now his suzerain is about to become 3,000 years, the only venerable in the world of cultivating immortals. With the mighty power of the fusion period, all dissatisfaction will be easily suppressed. There is a venerable in the fit period who sits in the Taoist sect. Attracting the world's monsters to join is a piece of cake. The forces of all parties will also give up massive benefits. Under the leadership of Fang Baiyu, the venerable master of the fusion period, Deity Zong will move towards a more brilliant future. As for the Tianyan Holy Land, that day Yin Shengzhu is indeed a monster. But how terrifying is the venerable in the fit stage? This kind of gap is no longer something that can be caught up by the word monstrous. So, even the Tianyan Holy Land, which is now in full swing, has to bow its head in front of itself. The status of Deity Zong will not be affected in the slightest. So at this moment, some elders laughed heartily. That day, in the Holy Land of Mystery, in order to please the Lord Tianyan, he even ranked the leader of Weixing as the strongest among the strongest. After your breakthrough, suzerain, I would like to see how quickly those old things in the Holy Land of heaven and earth will release the latest leaderboard, ranking you first, suzerain. And Fang Baiyu also smiled lightly when he heard the words. When he is about to have the strength to suppress the entire world of cultivating immortals. Fang Baiyu's mentality has changed. For these false names, I don't care at all. As soon as the venerable in the fit period comes out, hundreds of millions of immortal cultivators all surrender. When I took the first step of integration, everything was already doomed. So whether it is the development of Tianyan Holy Land or new applications, Fang Baiyu can easily overlook everything. He even hopes that the new app will be as popular as possible. Anyway, these will all be in the future and belong to the Deity Zong. Everything that Yi Chun, the holy master of Tianyan, is doing is making a wedding dress for himself. I think the elders are no longer worried now. Fang Baiyu stood up and smiled lightly. All the elders nodded immediately, all looking relaxed. He is about to have the only master in the fusion stage in the world of cultivating immortals to sit in charge. They have nothing to worry about at all. And Fang Baiyu nodded leisurely. Don't tell the outside world about my upcoming breakthrough. Especially not to let the Lord Tianyan notice. Otherwise, if he hides in the Holy Land and does not come out, there is not much I can do to get the fairy weapon. So during this period of time, Taoism can be done as usual. As for those forces that no longer obey the way of heaven and respect my Taoism, the elders will record it, and I will punish these forces on behalf of the way of heaven in the future. Before Fang Baiyu left, he gave a warning. The elders nodded one after another. Indeed, the fairy weapon is terrifying. It is also impossible to ignore the fairy artifact and go to the holy place during the fusion period. That is suicidal. And if the Holy Lord Yin Yin hid in the Holy Land that day, he would not come out. The suzerain also has nothing to do with the other party. So, temporarily block the news. Let Tianyan Shengzhu take it lightly, walk out of the Holy Land, and kill him with thunder. This is the best way. As for how to treat Yi Chun, the elders present were of the same mind. That is must kill. The evildoer of the Tianyan Holy Lord is even better than his own suzerain. If he is left alone, what will happen if the Holy Master Tianyan also breaks through to the fusion stage in the future? In this world of cultivating immortals, only one fusion period is enough. As for the Lord Tianyan, this son must not be kept, must be killed as soon as possible. These 3 days, the world of cultivating immortals was disturbed. The news that Tianyan Holy Land is about to release a new application makes all major forces feel differently. Some look forward to it, thinking it is a new opportunity. Some are also worried that the new application will steal their original business. There are not a few people who are secretly jealous. But no matter how the outside world reacts, 3 days passed in a flash. When the new application announced by Li Tianyan Shengzhu is updated, there are only a few hundred breaths left. The sense of anticipation in everyone's hearts has reached its peak. What is the new application? I can finally reveal it. Excited. I think the new application is a real-time live broadcast application like the Cloud Classroom, which allows us to see what the fairy is doing at the moment, and everything can be seen clearly. Are there only fairies left in my mind upstairs? What's the significance of such a new application for cultivating immortals? I still hope that the new application can help us improve our cultivation. Stop arguing. We in Great Yinzhou have already received an update notification. I will update it first. It seems that the update of Great Yinzhou is a little faster than our Ming Wangzhou, but I have also received it. Goodbye, everyone. Because of the distance, Ming Wangzhou received the update notification a little later than the immortal cultivators of Great Yinzhou. But it's only a few breaths at night, not too long. In the entire world of cultivating immortals, it can be said that at the same time, all PHS devices started to automatically update. The waiting time for the update is not too long. It's full of calculations, but it's less than 100 breaths. But the immortal cultivators still waited a little anxiously. When in mind, there was a ding sound. That means the update is finally done. Countless immortal cultivators who have been waiting there for a long time couldn't wait to enter the home page of PHS. Xianwang version 1.7 update content is as follows. Xianwang Weibo, Xianwang Short Video, Xianwang Cloud Classroom, Xianwang Auction House, Xianwang Taobao have added traffic purchases and increased exposure functions. Linkshare can be paid to buy traffic to get more homepage push exposure opportunities. Xianwang Express has added more delivery locations in Mingwang Prefecture. Xianwang Short Video application, the minor protection mode, has been further improved. Update the application, Xianwang Mission Hall. Today's PHS users. It is no longer the ignorant confession of Xianwang back then, so no hints needed at all. After scanning the version update content, I became more and more excited. After all, this update seems to have a lot of content. In the new application, called Xianwang Mission Hall, from the name, it is already possible to guess some of the functions of the new application. But this not only did not affect the nature of immortal cultivators. Instead, it made them more interested. After closing the version update description, they came to the application list with ease. The new application is highlighted. Immediately caught everyone's eyes. Immortal Net Mission Hall. The icon of the new application is a majestic hall. Many Holy Land disciples feel familiar when they see this hall. After all, the mission halls of the major forces and holy places all have similar appearances. Could it be that this is also the mission hall? But it's different from their sect. Through this Immortal Net Mission Hall, can they accept the mission issued by Tianyan Holy Land? Thinking of this, many immortal cultivators became excited. The wealth and power of Tianyan Holy Land is obvious to all, so there is no need to question it. But for the cultivators, on the road to cultivation, the most lacking thing is enough resources. If you can get more resources by completing the tasks of the Tianyan Holy Land, for them, that matter. At this moment, countless immortal cultivators immediately wanted to enter the application to see if there were any missions issued by Tianyan Holy Land, and how rich the task reward is. But it is different from the excitement in countless hearts. The major forces, looking at the new application, the high-level leaders of these forces frowned in unison. What is Tianyan Holy Land planning to do? If it is said that the deepest impression of Tianyan Holy Land is undoubtedly, it is rich and powerful. And now, Tianyan Holy Land has launched an app that can issue tasks to the entire world of cultivating immortals. With the financial power of Tianyan Holy Land, it is not difficult to drive most of the immortal cultivators in the entire immortal cultivating world by relying on the Spirit Stone. Tianyan Holy Land relies on this app to match its own wealth. It can definitely increase your influence countless times. Does the Lord Yin have the ambition to continue to expand? In the millions of years of history in the world of cultivating immortals, Wang Qianzhao, there is no shortage of ambitious people. There is even no shortage of forces that have successfully unified the continent. For example, it is said that 100,000 years ago, a Du family known as the royal family of the Immortal World unified the entire Immortal World. The major forces, even the Holy Land, must bow their heads. However, with the fall of the all-powerful immortal ancestor of the Du family back then, the Du family suffered a backlash and eventually fell apart. Completely disappeared in the world of cultivating immortals, without a trace again. Could it be? Tianyan Holy Land also imitated the Du family's idea of unifying the world of cultivating immortals? If other forces do this, then the major forces will only treat it as a joke. But if it is Tianyan Holy Land, the major forces simply cannot be ignored. Relying on PHS, Tianyan Holy Land continuously absorbs endless wealth from the entire world of cultivating immortals. There is even the evildoer Tianyan Holy Master. The future is boundless. Even Fong Baiyu has to avoid the edge. Chen firmly sits on the throne of the most powerful person in the world of cultivating immortals. In the future, there is even hope for a fusion period. Once such a force has the idea of unifying the world of cultivating immortals, there must be countless strong people following. Until then, that is, the major holy places will not be exterminated by relying on the immortal artifact, but it can only shrink into it. If you don't surrender, you can only close the mountain and slowly decline. So this moment, the high-level leaders of the major forces all frowned, worried about possible wars and changes. However, they obviously thought too much. When they frowned, they opened the Immortal Net Mission Hall. Instructions for beginners of Xianwang Quest Hall. It immediately caught everyone's eyes. Introduction to the functions of Xianwang Mission Hall and instructions for beginners. Xianwang Mission Hall is an application supervised by Tianyan Holy Land and guaranteed by 610, which allows immortal cultivators and various forces to freely post and receive missions in the app. Any faction can issue missions? See this introduction. Originally, he was worried, and even considered whether to contact the surrounding Holy Land forces, unite and merge, and jointly resist the mighty people of Tianyan Holy Land. They all twitched the corners of their mouths. Turns out they were thinking too much. Tianyan Holy Land didn't have the idea they had at all. Any cultivator, any force can issue missions in it. It's not that only Tianyan Holy Land can release it. Just this introduction. It is enough to show that they were fighting wits and courage with the air just now. Tianyan Holy Land doesn't have any ambitions at all, but a new app that can issue tasks at will? After letting go of worries and guards, the high-level executives of all major forces are all interested in this new application. And ordinary cultivators. After a brief surprise, I was even more delighted. After all, it is the same in any world. The bottom layer accounts for the majority. In the world of cultivating immortals, low-level chi refining and foundation building stage cultivators also accounted for 95% of the number. They were expecting and worrying about new applications before. On the one hand, expect new apps to bring them benefits and make their journey easier. On the other hand, they were also a little worried that their cultivation base was too low and they were not qualified to connect with the tasks issued by the Holy Land. If so, no matter how good the new application is, no matter how rich the rewards of the Tianyan Holy Land are, it has nothing to do with them. And now, these immortal cultivators are also completely relieved. This is an app where anyone can post tasks. That is to say, there will definitely be tasks suitable for them. In this way, they can also rely on new applications to obtain resources. This is simply the best thing. After all, in the world of cultivating immortals, except for the disciples of the sect, it is really not that easy for ordinary cultivators to find tasks to do. Many intermediary forces that specialize in issuing missions have missions in their hands. But basically, they will only be sent to familiar immortal cultivators to ensure the success rate. Ordinary immortal cultivators had to be recommended and pass some tests if they wanted to accept the mission. It's a lot of trouble. Therefore, many immortal cultivators, even if they want to earn some spirit stones, have nowhere to go. Even if there is a connection, sometimes you have to spend spirit stones and bribe the intermediary deacon to get a more generous reward as a doctor. And now, all tasks are in the Xianwang Mission Hall. You can choose and accept at will. Simply perfect. And many immortal cultivators who have the need to release tasks, their eyes light up when they read the introduction. In the world of cultivating immortals, even if you have spirit stones, it is not easy to issue missions. First of all, you have to find a suitable middleman or a middle force. You also have to judge the other person's character and reputation. Otherwise, you have released the task and paid half of the deposit. The other party took the money and ran away. The world of cultivating immortals is so big, you can't find anyone if you want, so you can only admit your losses. And that's just the beginning. Even if the character of the intermediary forces is okay. But if the strength is not enough and the contacts are not enough, then it is useless. After sending out a mission for more than half a month, none of the immortal cultivators who were suitable for the mission were found. This is an absolute waste of time. Even if the intermediary force has a conscience and is willing to refund your deposit, you are still in a blood loss. Not to mention many intermediary forces. Once the deposit is collected, it is impossible to refund the money. Can't find the immortal cultivator to accept the task? Then wait slowly, you can always find it. And even if you found the immortal cultivator who took the task, the pits behind are also one after another. In short, it is a particularly troublesome thing to find someone to do a task. It costs money and effort. It's not that there are no intermediary forces without high endpoints, but for those forces, the threshold is high, and the commission is also high. The price of a task is 2 or 3 times that of the outside world. It is simply not something that ordinary cultivators can afford. But if the task can be released in the Xianwang Mission Hall, maybe there will be pits, but overall it will definitely be much simpler. The first is to find someone. If the task is released, all the cultivators in the world of cultivating immortals can see it. As long as the salary is not too low, there is absolutely no need to worry about finding someone to take the task. And as long as the task reward is attractive enough, there must be many immortal cultivators who want to take it. At that time, I will be able to choose the most suitable immortal cultivator. Greatly increases the chance of mission success. In short, the first sentence introduction of the new application, Xianwang Mission Hall. It just hit the pain point in the hearts of countless immortal cultivators and made their expectations even stronger.